in the global order will be strengthened by you people. साथियों, हमारे यहां कहा जाता है स्वदेशो भुवनत्रयम्, अर्थात हमारे लिए पूरा संसार ही हमारा स्वदेश है। मनुष्य मात्र ही हमारा बंधु बांधव है। इसी वैचारिक बुनियाद पर हमारे पूर्वजों ने भारत के सांस्कृतिक विस्तार को आकार दिया था। हम दुनिया के अलग अलग कोनों में गए। हमने सभ्यताओं के समागम की अनंत संभावनाओं को समझा। हमने सदियों पहले वैश्विक व्यापार की असाधारण परंपरा शुरू की थी। हम असीम लगने वाले समंदरों के पार गए। अलग अलग देशों, अलग अलग सभ्यताओं के बीच व्यावसायिक संबंध कैसे साझी समृद्धि के रास्ते खोल सकती हैं, भारत ने और भारतीयों ने करके दिखाया। आज अपने करोड़ों प्रवासी भारतीयों को जब हम ग्लोबल मैप पर देखते हैं तो कई तस्वीरें एक साथ उभरती हैं। दुनिया के इतने अलग अलग देशों में जब भारत के लोग एक कॉमन फैक्टर की तरह दिखते हैं तो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम की भावना उसके साक्षात दर्शन होते हैं। दुनिया के किसी एक देश में जब भारत के अलग अलग प्रांतों, अलग अलग क्षेत्रों के लोग मिलते हैं तो एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का सुखद एहसास भी होता है। दुनिया के अलग अलग देशों में जब सबसे शांतिप्रिय, लोकतांत्रिक और अनुशासित नागरिकों की चर्चा होती है तो मदर ऑफ डेमोक्रेसी होने का भारतीय गौरव अनेक गुना बढ़ जाता है। और जब हमारे इन प्रवासी भारतीयों के योगदान का विश्व आकलन करता है तो उसे सशक्त और समर्थ भारत, इसकी आवाज सुनाई देती है। इसलिए ही तो मैं आप सभी को, सभी प्रवासी भारतीयों को विदेशी धरती पर भारत का राष्ट्रदूत, ब्रांड एम्बेसडर कहता हूं। सरकारी व्यवस्था में राजदूत होते हैं, भारत की महान विरासत में आप राष्ट्रदूत होते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, योर रोल एज इंडियाज ब्रांड एम्बेसडर इज डाइवर्स। You are brand ambassadors of Make in India. You are brand ambassadors of yoga and Ayurveda. You are also brand ambassadors of India's cottage industries and handicrafts. At the same time, you are also brand ambassadors of India's millets. You would already know that 2023 has been declared by the United Nations as the International Year of Millets. I appeal to you to take some millets products with you while returning. You also have another important role to play in these rapidly changing times. You are the people who will address the world's desire to know more about India. Today, the whole world is waiting and watching India keenly with great interest and curiosity. it is important to understand why I'm saying this. साथियों, पिछले कुछ वर्षों में भारत ने विकास की जो गति प्राप्त की है, जो उपलब्धियां हासिल की हैं, वो असाधारण है, अभूतपूर्व है। जब भारत कोविड महामारी के बीच कुछ महीनों में ही स्वदेशी वैक्सीन बना लेता है, जब भारत अपने नागरिकों को 220 करोड़ से ज्यादा वैक्सीन डोज मुफ्त लगाने का रिकॉर्ड बनाता है, जब वैश्विक अस्थिरता के बीच भी भारत विश्व की उभरती अर्थव्यवस्था बनता है, जब भारत विश्व की बड़ी इकोनॉमी से कॉम्पीट करता है, टॉप 5 इकोनॉमी में शामिल होता है, जब भारत दुनिया का तीसरा सबसे बड़ा स्टार्टअप इकोसिस्टम बनता है, जब मोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जैसे क्षेत्रों में, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के क्षेत्र में मेक इन इंडिया का डंका बजता है, जब भारत अपने दम पर तेजस फाइटर प्लेन, एयरक्राफ्ट कैरियर, आईएनएस विक्रांत और अरिहंत जैसी न्यूक्लियर सबमरीन बनाता है, तो स्वाभाविक है दुनिया और दुनिया के लोगों में क्यूरियोसिटी होती है कि भारत क्या कर रहा है, कैसे कर रहा है। लोग जानना चाहते हैं कि भारत की स्पीड क्या है, स्केल क्या है, भारत का फ्यूचर क्या है। इसी तरह जब कैशलेस इकोनॉमी की बात होती है, फिनटेक की चर्चा होती है, तो दुनिया ये देखकर हैरान में है कि विश्व के 40% रियल टाइम डिजिटल।
Well, there's big breaking news coming in from the courts. There's a big fillip to the plans of several states in India who set up committees to bring in a uniform civil code. Within those states, the Supreme Court has refused to interfere and upheld the rights of those states to set up committees to examine the feasibility of implementing the uniform civil code in those states. Let me go across to Harish. For more on this, Harish, this is a big boost for all of those states who've now decided to set up their committees to examine whether or not a UCC can be brought in within those state boundaries. Their rights to form these committees have been upheld by the Supreme Court.
Yes, that's right, Siddharth. It's a big boost for several BJP-ruled states to set up committees to examine the feasibility of drafting a common uniform civil code. And today, Supreme Court, and that too, the bench led by Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, has dismissed, in fact, refused to entertain a petition which had said that the states did not have power. Supreme Court has refused to admit the PIL, which demanded that committee formed by Uttarakhand and Gujarat to examine feasibility of implementing UCC be scrapped. And Supreme Court very clearly said constitution of committees by Gujarat and Uttarakhand to frame UCC is challenged here. Article 162 indicates that executive power of state extends to what legislator permits it to, to make rules pertaining to divorce, inheritance, maintenance, etc. Extent of executive power of state subject to provisions of this constitution, and therefore refused to entertain the petition filed by an advocate, Anup Baranwal. Remember, Siddharth, this move by states like Gujarat and Uttarakhand to form UCC panels had evoked a lot of protest from the opposition parties, and in fact, this is one the big boost for even the Modi government for the centre, which had earlier told the Supreme Court that courts cannot take any decision in this regard. Courts cannot direct...
Right, Harish, I just have to interrupt you. We're getting a response from Mr. Majid Memon of the Trinamool Congress as well. Mr. Memon, thank you so much for speaking to us. There's been a big development in the Supreme Court where certain challenges that have been filed to committees established by the states of Uttarakhand as well as Gujarat to examine the feasibility of implementing the UCC, though those challenges have now been dismissed by the Supreme Court. Sir, your response?
You see, this is a very sensitive and delicate subject in as much as this it touches the religious rights of the people, and therefore there is a lot of delicacy in the matter, and this matter also arouses some kind of religious sentiments, etc. Now, I think this needs to be examined centrally rather than each state, going for UCC and then trying to impose upon the people. This would create some kind of disparity in the sense that if I don't want to be governed by UCC, I step out of the state. This will create chaotic situations in the country.
Okay, Mr. Maman, thank you so much for your response. We'll have to, in fact, listen in once again to what the Prime Minister has been saying during the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas proceedings in Indore in Madhya Pradesh.
भारत के जन जन के मन में अतिथि देवो भव की भावना का दर्शन करेंगे। आप भी अपने देश से आ रहे प्रतिनिधियों से मिलकर उन्हें भारत के बारे में बता सकते हैं। इससे उन्हें भारत पहुंचने से पहले ही अपनत्व और स्वागत का एहसास होगा। साथियों, और मैं तो ये भी कहूंगा कि जब G20 समिट में, क्योंकि कोई 200 मीटिंगें होने वाली है, G20 समूह के 200 डेलीगेशन यहां आने वाले हैं, हिंदुस्तान के अलग अलग शहरों में जाने वाले हैं। वापस जाने के बाद वहां पर रहने वाले प्रवासी भारतीय उनको बुलाएं, भारत में गए थे तो कैसा रहा, उनके अनुभव सुने। मैं समझता हूं कि उनके साथ हमारे बंधन को और मजबूत करने के लिए अवसर बन जाएगा। साथियों, आज भारत के पास न केवल दुनिया के नॉलेज सेंटर बनने का, बल्कि स्किल कैपिटल बनने का सामर्थ्य भी है। आज भारत के पास सक्षम युवाओं की एक बड़ी तादाद है। हमारे युवाओं के पास स्किल भी है, वैल्यूज भी है और काम करने के लिए जरूरी जज्बा और ईमानदारी भी है। भारत की ये स्किल कैपिटल दुनिया के विकास का इंजन बन सकती है। भारत में उपस्थित युवाओं के साथ ही भारत की प्राथमिकता वो प्रवासी युवा भी हैं जो भारत से जुड़े हैं। हमारे नेक्स्ट जनरेशन युवा जो विदेश में जन्मे हैं, वहीं पले बड़े हैं, हम उन्हें भी अपने भारत को जानने समझने के लिए कई अवसर दे रहे हैं। नेक्स्ट जनरेशन प्रवासी युवाओं में भी भारत को लेकर उत्साह बढ़ता चला जा रहा है। वो अपने माता पिता के देश के बारे में जानना चाहते हैं, अपनी जड़ों से जुड़ना चाहते हैं। ये हम सब की जिम्मेदारी है कि हम युवाओं को न केवल देश के बारे में गहराई से बताएं, बल्कि उन्हें भारत दिखाएं भी। पारंपरिक बोध और आधुनिक नजर के साथ ये युवा फ्यूचर वर्ल्ड को भारत के बारे में कहीं ज्यादा प्रभावी ढंग से बता पाएंगे। जितनी युवाओं में जिज्ञासा बढ़ेगी, उतना ही भारत से जुड़ा पर्यटन बढ़ेगा, भारत से जुड़ी रिसर्च बढ़ेगी, भारत का गौरव बढ़ेगा। ये युवा भारत के विभिन्न पर्वों के दौरान, प्रसिद्ध मेलों के दौरान आ सकते हैं या फिर बुद्ध सर्किट, रामायण सर्किट का लाभ उठा सकते हैं। वो आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव के तहत हो रहे कार्यक्रमों में भी जुड़ सकते हैं। साथियों, मेरा एक और सुझाव है। कई देशों में भारत से प्रवासी कई सदियों से जाकर बसे हैं। भारतीय प्रवासियों ने वहां के राष्ट्र के निर्माण में अपने असाधारण योगदान दिए हैं। हमें इनकी लाइफ, उनके स्ट्रगल्स और उनके अचीवमेंट्स को डॉक्यूमेंट करना चाहिए। हमारे कई बुजुर्गों के पास उस जमाने की कई मेमोरीज होगी। मेरा आग्रह है कि यूनिवर्सिटीज के माध्यम से हर देश में हमारे डायस्पोरा के हिस्ट्री पर ऑडियो, वीडियो या लिखित डॉक्यूमेंटेशन के प्रयास किए जाएं। साथियों, कोई भी राष्ट्र उसमें निष्ठा रखने वाले हर व्यक्ति के दिल में जीवित रहता है। यहां भारत से कोई व्यक्ति जब विदेश जाता है और उसे वहां एक भी भारतीय मूल का व्यक्तित्व या व्यक्ति मिल जाता है तो उसे लगता है कि उसे पूरा भारत मिल गया। यानी आप जहां रहते हैं भारत को अपने साथ रखते हैं। बीते 8 वर्षों में देश ने अपने डायस्पोरा को ताकत देने के लिए हर संभव प्रयास किया है। आज भारत का ये कमिटमेंट है कि आप दुनिया में कहीं भी रहेंगे, देश आपके हितों और अपेक्षाओं के लिए आपके साथ रहेगा। मैं गयाना के राष्ट्रपति जी और सूरीनाम के राष्ट्रपति जी का भी हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं, अभिनंदन करता हूं कि इस महत्वपूर्ण समारोह के लिए उन्होंने समय निकाला और उन्होंने जितनी बातें आज हमारे सामने रखी है वे वाकई बहुत उपयोगी हैं और मैं उनको विश्वास दिलाता हूं कि जिन सुझावों को उन्होंने रखा है उस पर भारत जरूर खरा उतरेगा। मैं गयाना जी के राष्ट्रपति जी का भी बहुत आभारी हूं कि उन्होंने आज काफी पुरानी यादें साझा की, क्योंकि जब मैं गयाना गया तो मैं कुछ भी नहीं था, मुख्यमंत्री भी नहीं था, और तब का नाता उन्होंने याद करके निकाला। मैं उनका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूं। मैं फिर एक बार आप सभी प्रवासी भारतीय दिवस के लिए इस समारोह में आए, बीच के गैप के बाद मिलने का मौका मिला है। मेरी तरफ से आपको अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं हैं। बहुत लोगों से मिलना होगा, बहुत लोग चीजें जानने को मिलेगी, जिसे लेकर के उन स्मृतियों को लेकर के फिर अपने कार्य क्षेत्र में लौटेंगे, अपने रिस्पेक्टिव कंट्री में जाएंगे। मुझे विश्वास है कि भारत के साथ जुड़ाव का एक नया युग शुरू होगा। मेरी आपको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं। धन्यवाद।
कोटि कोटि धन्यवाद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके अपनेपन से भरे हुए संबोधन के लिए। आपके राष्ट्रीय स्वाभिमान के स्वर सभी को एक नई ऊर्जा से भर देते हैं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका माननीय। We are grateful and privileged with the august presence of His Excellency Dr. Mohammad Irfan Ali and His Excellency Mr. Chandrika Prasad Santokhi. Thank you, Honorable Governor, Madhya Pradesh. Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, Madhya Pradesh. Thank you so much.
So Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Indore to take part in the 3-day Pravasi Bharatiya Divas. After a 4-year break, the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas that is being organized for the first time since the COVID-19 pandemic, and the Prime Minister has been saying that this has been a great opportunity to deepen the connect with our diaspora, which has distinguished itself globally. Let's move on.
All right. Shifting focus to a breaking news update coming in, a big boost for the states of Gujarat and Uttarakhand as far as their plan to bring in UCC, the Uniform Civil Code, is concerned. In fact, the Supreme Court has now green signaled for the panels, the constitution of the panel which was proposed by the respective state governments. The CGI maintains constitution of committees set up by Gujarat and Uttarakhand to frame UCC is a challenge here. Article 162 indicates that executive power of states extends to what legislature permits it to, like make rules pertaining to divorce, inheritance, maintenance, etc. So that's the top court now observing that the extent of executive power of states is subject to the provisions of this constitution. Let me go across to our legal editor Harish joining us with more details. An important note made by the top court here, the Supreme Court essentially green signaling for the constitution of panel which was proposed earlier on both by Gujarat and Uttarakhand. Harish.
Yes, in fact, this is perfectly in tone with what Chief Justice of India, D.Y. Chandrachud, earlier had said in a petition which had sought a direction to the centre to draft a UCC for nationally. Supreme Court had very clearly said that this is the prerogative of the legislature, of the parliament. We cannot dictate terms. We cannot direct the government to draft a UCC. So it is completely the domain of the parliament or a legislature. So perfectly in keeping in tune with that observations today, the Supreme Court has refused to admit a PIL which demanded that committees formed by Uttarakhand and Gujarat to examine the feasibility of implementing the Uniform Civil Code be scrapped. And so this is a big green signal for the committees formed by Gujarat and Uttarakhand's plan to bring in the UCC. And I quote Chief Justice D.Y. Chandrachud. He has said that constitution of committees set up by Gujarat and Uttarakhand to frame UCC has been challenged here. And Article 162 indicates that executive power of states extends to what legislature permits it to make rules pertaining to divorce, inheritance, maintenance, etc. Extent of executive power of the state subject to provision of this constitution. The executive power of the state shall extend to the matters with respect to which the legislature of the state has power to make laws. So
all right, we have one of the petitioners also with us. Let me straight away go across to him. Mr. Anup with us right now. Sir, what do you have to react as far as the Chief Justice of India is concerned, rejecting the plea that had been filed against the Uttarakhand government and the panel that was formed on the implementation of UCC?
Actually, this is very unfortunate moment that UCC, which has been concepted by our constitution maker to be made only for throughout territory of India, and that can only be made by the parliament. It is unfortunate that the present scenario which is going on, that if that can be upheld, it means that each and every state will be at liberty to make a uniform civil code for their state. That will increase the provincial nationalism, I think, and totally against the constitution, because in the Article 44 itself used the word throughout the territory of India, and when throughout territory of India is being used in Article 44, it means that the UCC can be enacted and made only for entire nation. That cannot be isolated for state.
Okay, but are you saying that, Mr. Anup, are you then referring to the fact that perhaps a law such as this should be brought in at the national level and against the constitution of these kind of panels on the state level? Is that your contention here?
Yes. Yeah, that is the sole contention. We have also challenged all the religion-based laws on the ground that it is violative of Article 13 and 40. On the ground that 13 says that 13 guaranteed us that all the citizens of India is to be governed by unpolluted laws. All the laws which are violative of Article 14, 15 cannot be continued to be existed or cannot be made. Now, it is unfortunate for this nation that we have become habitual to be governed by the laws which discriminate us on the basis of religion. And that enactments, that legislation were also being challenged in our petition. But that position could not become on account of the fact that we are at Allahabad.
Now has not been accepted by the Supreme Court. What is being said so far? Thank you very much, Mr. Anu, for joining us here on the broadcast. We also have Mr. Ratan Shardaji. Ratan Shardaji, Gujarat, Uttarakhand, are you expecting more states also to come up with their respective panels on UCC? Because the Supreme Court here seems to be highlighting the indication and the power, the executive power of the states.
Well, I think the Supreme Court has taken the right decision in the light of directive principles. And making committee doesn't make into a law. Ultimately, law will have to come from the central government as a constitution. But still, it is important that decisions are being taken and finally are moving towards the directive principle which was established in 1950. And I think people should stop taking everything into PIL and taking court's time on every issue that is brought up. And that only shows they don't want to move progressively towards any resolution of the pending issues in 1950.
Okay. Mr. Sharda, what do you essentially make of what the top court has noted? Like we've been discussing, this of course paves way for more states to step in and perhaps go ahead with forming this kind of a panel that in fact looks into the feasibility of bringing in UCC, for example. But this essentially means that all of that is being done within the ambit of the state's decision, is also lying within the ambit of the judiciary. As per the Supreme Court, the state has the power to do so.
Exactly. So, see, I cannot comment on the legality of the issue, but I can only comment as something that we need wider discussions, and wider discussions can happen only when there are committees involved and committees made and there are discussions. To not allow this discussion to take place is against the very essence of democracy.
Ratan Chardaji, thank you very much for your point of view. So important to note what is being said by the Supreme Court today while rejecting the petition which has actually questioned the panel that was formed by the Uttarakhand government. Even when it comes to Article 162 that indicates that the executive power of the states extends to what legislature permits and it to make the rules pertaining to divorce, inheritance, maintenance, etc. Rashid Alviji is also with us of the Congress. Sir, as far as any state that could come up with their planning, with their panel, rather when it comes to making a draft on uniform civil codes, it was being challenged in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has rejected it.
Hello.
Rashid Alviji, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you. Actually, it is not the problem relating to Supreme Court. UCC, it is basically, it is the responsibility of Parliament, it is the responsibility of assemblies. We are not against uniform civil code, but we say that all political parties should be taken in confidence, all religious leaders should be consulted, then there should be consensus on it, only then it should be passed by any assembly or by any parliament. If every assembly will pass separately, there are 28 states. Today it is one Muslim personal law, one Christian law, one Hindu law. Tomorrow it may be 28 laws. So what is the benefit out of it? Basically, BJP wants to polarize. That is the reason they always talk about UCC just before the election. It happened in Gujarat also. Before the election, they said, we are going to implement UCC, and it happened in Himachal Pradesh also. For last 5 years, they are in power in Himachal, and for last 25 years, they are in power in Gujarat. But they didn't implement it. They didn't pass any law in the assemblies. But just before the election, they make such a statement just to polarize the
But Rashid Alviji, there was
society.
also one of the petitioners who has said that if a report could be suggested to the Law Commission to look into every aspect, as you've been suggesting that you are not against UCC, but every aspect that needs to be taken into consideration. Would you be in favor of the Law Commission here stepping in, looking into every aspect, and thereafter submitting a report to the government, whether or not it should be implemented or not?
Law Commission has already given its report. I do not know. You should know it. Chairman of Law Commission, even during Modi ji's regime, Commission has rejected this idea. Commission has already said that no need for uniform civil code. You go through the report of Commission. It is BJP government. They are interested just to polarize the society. They are ignoring even the report of Law Commission. Chairman of Law Commission was appointed by Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji.
Okay.
Even then, she has
agreed, Mr. Alvi, that the Law Commission report said that UCC is not desirable or practical, should be discussed in the Parliament, and that's what you're also stating. But as far as the Congress's point of view is concerned, the Congress is also of the opinion that the BJP brings up the issue ahead of elections. Now that a panel has been constituted, they're looking into the feasibility of implementing UCC. What is the problem there, sir? They're taking it beyond elections.
Problem is we are not against UCC. Why every assembly is forming this panel? Why not central government? Why not union government? If you are interested, one nation, one law, so this law should be passed by the parliament. And you know, it is not dictatorship. You should consult all political parties. You should consult all leaders.
All right.
You should consult all religious leaders. What is wrong in it? Whether
But
you want
so
to
far, when it comes to
implement
the Supreme Court, it has rejected that very petition there, which had challenged the Uttarakhand panel on the formation of the UCC. Thank you very much, Mr. Rashid Alviji, saying that the basically matter that pertains to the enactment of the law should be left to the wisdom of the Parliament. Let's quickly move on and get you other stories this afternoon and talk about this huge political row that seems to be brewing in the state of Karnataka ahead of the elections later this year. A book is all set to be launched in a short while from now, and this is against Siddaramaiah, with the BJP seems to be comparing the leader of the opposition to a tyrant Tipu Sultan, and this is just coming ahead of the Karnataka Assembly polls, with the BJP launching this book this afternoon by a minister. As per sources, what is being said that the BJP is comparing former Chief Minister and Congress senior leader Siddaramaiah to Tipu Sultan.
Well, several reports also suggest that the book will highlight the alleged misrule in the state during Siddaramaiah's tenure as the Chief Minister. The book is going to be launched at 3 p.m. Let me go across to Imran first up. Imran, you have reactions coming in from the Congress, of course, opposing this very idea, the launch of the book that's slated to take place at 3 p.m. What is the Congress's main contention here?
The Congress is saying that the issues if they had with Siddaramaiah's governance, they should have highlighted then itself. That's just because the elections are near that they're set to target Siddaramaiah, that too showing him in a bad light, saying that he's anti-Hindu. The book, which is going to be released at 3 p.m. is Ashwath Narayan, the minister himself, tweeted saying that this book will be released on Siddaramaiah. She's shown Siddaramaiah the way Tipu Sultan's in attire, having the sword and the Mysuru Peta, and trying to show the contents of the book release which you have got shows that they're targeting him on issues pertaining to Hindus, as how Tipu Jayanti was celebrated, that Tipu University was planned by the Siddaramaiah to be set up in Mysuru, and Ganesh Utsav permission not being given. These are some of the issues which will be highlighted in the book, and of course Siddaramaiah's comment that terror in India is because of Sanatana Dharma, when he said that Sanatana Dharma means RSS. All these issues will be targeted particularly against Siddaramaiah, the leader of opposition, one of the star campaigners of the Congress party in Karnataka, setting him up as someone who is anti-Hindu. In fact, when Amit Shah was there, the Home Minister in Karnataka, he had said that we are a party which builds temples like in Ayodhya and Mathura and Kashi, and opposition is busy praising Tipu Sultan.
That is what was said by the Union Home Minister while he was conducting that rally in Karnataka. We also have Mr. Ashok K.M. Gowda with us, state spokesperson of the BJP, and Mr. George Kurian, who is a political analyst. Good afternoon to both of you. Mr. Gowda, it will lead it to the elections this year in the state of Karnataka, because we have seen allegations and charges being traded from both sides. It is clearly a BJP versus Congress party that we are seeing. What is this book all about, and why is it in particular targeting Mr. Siddaramaiah?
See, Siddaramaiah was the Chief Minister of the state for the full-fledged term of 5 years. And during his rule, not just 1, 2, 3 people, there are 28 political murders, and in specific, the Hindu party karyakartas were murdered. As well as the PFI, the actions which Siddaramaiah took in releasing the PFI members, withdrawing 330 and odd cases, releasing 1,600 and odd people of the PFI members. As well as not just 1, 2, 3. Siddaramaiah was in the mindset of appeasement towards the minorities in every of his decisions, whether when it comes to Shadi Bhagya, when it comes to fund allocations, when it comes to targeting Hindus, he was the first person. Nobody asked for a Tipu Jayanti. Who was Tipu? Everybody knew the controversial man called Tipu. His contributions were only 1 and 2, but his atrocities were 98%. Okay. And such a man getting celebrated in a state of Karnataka, and even though the facts of his Tipu's atrocities on Kurgis, on the Roman Catholics, or many other people, including the Vakkaligas, and everything, even though it was known, very well known to the Siddaramaiah, and his own community people were also targeted by Tipu, forgetting all the things.
So while Congress has more or less resorted to celebrating Tipu as a leader, as a mass leader, you're also then suggesting as to why is it that the Congress today has a problem with this comparison. Let's also listen into what DK Shivkumar has to say while he calls the BJP frustrated ahead of polls in doing so and going ahead with this launch.
BJP last 3 years, They could not find anything. They know that they have lost their game. Their days are numbered. If they had, Siddaramaiah had done anything wrong, or any Congress government had done anything wrong, they have exhibited from the past 3 years. Who stopped them? Now elections are coming. The people are rejecting. Now they are trying to show that they want to find some fault, which will not have any importance. It is a paper. It is a book without any values.
Is it the frustration of the BJP, sir?
100% it is a frustration of the BJP.
Well, Mr. Kurian, D.K. Shivakumar seems to be saying that this is a book without any value, but is there additional value being given to Mr. Siddaramaiah? Of course, when it comes to infighting within the Congress, that is known to everyone, but such kind of special attention just for Siddaramaiah, D.K. Shivakumar would rather feel left out there, as both of them have been aiming for the top post.
Well, it's nothing about who is aiming for the top post. You know, Congress believes in a constitutional way of electing its chief minister, and when it's the appropriate time, that will be taken cognizance. Having said that, you know, Congress is in a position in Karnataka where it's very confident of, you know, crossing the 130-35 mark on its own. And this is the frustration and nervousness of the BJP that is showing up. They can go on releasing books and posters and do appeasement politics. Congress party is a progressive one. It believes in carrying everybody along, and we have seen in the past 4 years of BJP's governance where, you know, they are known for their 40% commission within their ministers, MLAs, cadre. They haven't left them as well. So, having said that, the state is the law and order in the state is a question mark. We have seen so many communal.
Okay, so you're saying the Congress is in a comfortable position ahead of elections, but Mr. Kurian, what about the objection that is being raised by the Congress in the book likening Siddaramaiah to Tipu Sultan? Because here you have a Congress party that's always been praises of Tipu Sultan as opposed to what the BJP has been maintaining. I mean, you have Congress MLAs who have in the past expressed and promised how they want to go ahead with the installation of a 100-feet Tipu Sultan statue in Mysuru as well. So those are the kind of reactions we've picked up from Congress leaders in the state.
Well, be very.
We're just losing the audio there, Mr. Kurian. We'll just reconnect that line with you. Mr. Gowda, if you would want to respond to that, because if we talk about the BJP there, even when it comes to some certain name calling that is being done, attacking the BJP leaders and the Chief Minister, Mr. Bommai as well, even when it comes to the campaign that has special posters have now come out of Siddaramaiah's campaign, even when Siddaramaiah also taking on the Chief Minister, calling him weak over the recent rejection of the Karnataka state tableau for Republic Day parade, sir. How would you respond, Mr. Gowda?
See, basically, Siddaramaiah is a very highly polarizing leader, and we are just showing the fact about his polarization ideas to the people of Karnataka. Not just once, twice, several times he has exhibited that he is a highly polarized mind and he has a left-based ideology in his mind. And apparently, Siddaramaiah's the facts, all the dreams of Siddaramaiah, the way the dreams of Tipu Sultan were, and we are trying to bring out those dreams to the reality and to show the people of Karnataka that this is the reality, this is the real dream of Siddaramaiah. And when it came to Lingayat division, Lingayata Veerashaiva division, and as well as Vakkaligas division, he calculated Vakkaligas to be only 60 lakhs population, whereas we are 1 crore 40 lakhs population. And I am also coming from a Vakkaliga community.
So Vakkaligas have been undermined. There are several ideological differences which are perhaps being highlighted, says the BJP. Mr. Kurian is back with us. You were making a point, sir. Go ahead.
One thing with Kurian, whether he is a Congress spokesperson or is a political analyst.
That's fine, sir. Let him respond. Let's hear what he has to say. Mr. Kurian.
Mr. Ashok, I see ideology, a progressive ideology, which happens to be the Congress ideology. Having said that, you should first look into your BJP state chief, Mr. Nalin Kumar Katil, for making appeasement kind of a loud jihad comments, and you should take cognizance on his statement first. To come back to Siddaramaiah, he's a seasoned politician and he has his own track records, and we have a AICC Congress in charge in Karnataka, Mr. Randeep Singh Surjewala, under whose leadership the Congress is going to fight. And from the government in Karnataka, for the people of Karnataka, for the ST, OBC, and we want to carry everybody along for a development of Karnataka.
Why have a problem, Mr. Kurian, with Siddaramaiah being likened to Tipu Sultan?
Well, as I said, they can go on releasing any amount of books and posters and things like that, but this is not going to make any difference as such, because this is just a nervousness and the frustration that is showing up within the BJP, because they know they are not going to come back. So this is just to counter Congress party.
But Mr. Kurian, what would you talk about Mr. Siddaramaiah's comment as far as the coastal region of Karnataka being turned into communal hatred and a factory of Hindutva, because it seems that the Congress party has gone ahead to file a complaint against the book even before its release. What is being said that the book apparently was to be released at around 3 p.m. at Town Hall, and Minister Ashwath Narayan was scheduled to take part in the release. Then the Congress party will be staging protests at the same time against it. We have Imran with us. Imran, more developments taking place. Congress party staging a protest.
Well, absolutely. In fact, the book has led to a lot of controversies now, with the Congress party not taking it lightly. In fact, they have decided that they will challenge the release of the book. They have already approached the court to stop the release of the book, and also a complaint has been filed at the JP Park police station by the Congress party. So these are what we're getting to know. These are supporters of Siddaramaiah who are trying to ensure that this book, which has been to be released 3 p.m. today, where BJP Minister Ashwath Narayan, who earlier tweeted that such a kind of book will be released, and he will also be participating in that. This book wants to highlight Siddaramaiah as someone who was anti-Hindu, and during his tenure as chief minister, they are highlighting policies which they consider were anti-Hindu, like celebration of Tipu Sultan, Tipu University, proposal to set up a Tipu University, and also a ban during Ganesh festivities. These are some of the issues they have highlighted. In fact, they have made some 20 to 30 collage of this, and already which has come circulated, which we got copies of it, shows Siddaramaiah as someone who's wearing an attire of Tipu Sultan, and shows that someone who is BJP is trying to project him as anti-Hindu.
Very interesting, especially given this is election year in Karnataka. Let me go across to Deepak, also joining us with more details on the book. What is it that the Congress is protesting against today? Deepak.
Well, Kritsween, the book that is going to be released by the BJP today highlights how the regime would be under Siddaramaiah as the chief minister. So the book titled Siddu Nija Kanasugalu, which means Siddu's real life dreams, and if he becomes a CM, Mohammad Nalapad will get the home department. And like this, they have mentioned that, you know, when it comes to marriages, the newlywed grooms will get free fridge. And while highlighting while also targeting the Congress over the recent Shimoga cooker blast, the BJP has said that cooker, if you want to buy a cooker, you will get additional subsidies. And here they've said that Lokayukta would be closed down and Siddaramaiah's corruption bureau would be established. And in this one, they've said that PFI trainees would get allocations in the police department. And in the next slide, they've also highlighted the fact that tilaks on Hindus will be banned in general public and also in educational institutions. Here they have said that for easy conversion, for converting yourself from one religion to another religion, you will get free subsidies. And
Siddaramaiah, it seems that most of the Congress party and their top leaders and the comments that they have been making in the past has been included in this book, which is being vehemently opposed by the Congress even before its launch. That is to be done by the Minister Ashwath Narayan. Thank you very much, Mr. Kurian and Mr. Gowda, for joining us here on the broadcast. We'll get you more updates on the same story, more updates and reactions lined up on the other side of a short break as well. Keep watching Times Now.
का ड्रीम रन ओवर हो चुका है. What lies ahead? Let's find out in this video, and I'm Sumita Karir. Big tech का big reset moment आ चुका है, guys. Let's start with the basics first. Extent of layoffs की बात करें तो 2022 में more than 1,37,492 workers have been laid off across 850 plus tech companies. But how did big tech get here? Well, number one, misplaced pandemic boom. ऑनलाइन बिजनेसेस में बूम हुआ आफ्टर द कोविड-19 पेंडेमिक, वेयर एवरीबडी वाज स्टक एट होम। सब घर पे बैठ के ऑर्डर कर रहे थे, नेटफ्लिक्स पे कंटेंट देख रहे थे और सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे ज्यादा टाइम स्पेंड कर रहे थे। तो नेचुरली बिजनेसेस ने वहां स्पेंड करना शुरू कर दिया जहां ग्रोथ दिखी। लाइक मेटा ओवरस्पेंट ऑन मेटावर्स, AR VR टेक्नोलॉजीज टू द ट्यून ऑफ, कुछ रिपोर्ट्स बोल रही हैं, अराउंड $36 बिलियन। एंड बाय द वे मेटावर्स कोई 1-1.5 साल में तो सेटअप नहीं होने वाला है। सो ओवर ऑप्टिमिज्म दैट दिस डिजिटल बूम विल फॉरएवर स्टे, इसकी वजह से इन्वेस्टर्स भी पैसा डालते गए, हायरिंग्स और स्पेंड्स बढ़ते गए। पर जैसे ही कोविड रिस्ट्रिक्शंस लिफ्ट हुए तब आया स्टोरी में ट्विस्ट। नाउ ये डिमांड जो है डिजिटल इंडस्ट्रीज के लिए, डिजिटल गुड्स एंड सर्विसेज के लिए, ये सस्टेन नहीं रही। बिकॉज ऑफिस जाना है तो कितना फेसबुक यूज करोगे, कितना नेटफ्लिक्स देखोगे, एंगेजमेंट इन सारे प्लेटफॉर्म से गिर गई एंड ग्रोथ सस्टेन नहीं हुई। जूम फॉर इंस्टेंस, द वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग कंपनी, उसके शेयर्स अभी 90% डाउन है। नंबर 2, दूसरा रीजन है ग्लोबल इन्फ्लेशन एंड मैक्रो इकोनॉमिक ट्रेंड्स। नाउ जब ग्रोथ गिर गई तो उसके बाद आया इन्वेस्टर्स का प्रेशर टू फिक्स वैल्यूएशंस। ऊपर से रशिया यूक्रेन वॉर ने इन्फ्लेशन, इंटरेस्ट रेट सबको बढ़ा दिया, व्हिच इज पुट प्रेशर ऑन द ग्लोबल इकोनॉमी। डिपिंग रेवेन्यू, इसके बाद क्या हुआ, एडवर्टाइजर्स ने भी लेस स्पेंडिंग करना शुरू कर दिया और ओवरऑल रेवेन्यूज जो थे इन डिजिटल कंपनीज के वो गिरने शुरू हो गए। फेसबुक का रेवेन्यू वाज डाउन 52% इन Q3 ऑफ दिस ईयर। गूगल टू रिपोर्टेड द स्लोएस्ट ग्रोथ इन 10 years. So now these companies are tightening their belt and, in their words, becoming more streamlined and hence slashing jobs. In fact, many companies like Meta, amongst others, are now reducing real estate and enabling desk sharing. Snapchat is letting go of its offices in San Francisco. So tightening their belt to save costs and hence firing more people. और जो US में होता है उसका असर पूरे वर्ल्ड में तो आता ही है, and that's why firings have also been seen in India. जॉब कट्स यहाँ पे भी हो रहे हैं। बट बेसिक प्रॉब्लम जो है ओवरऑल इसकी ये है कि टेक एज एन इंडस्ट्री हैज मैच्योर्ड। ये स्टार्टिंग के एक्सट्रीम फंडिंग और ग्रोथ के फेज में नहीं है, अब इशू है इनोवेशन का। सो ये रिकॉन्फ़िगरेशन का टाइम है, रीसेट का टाइम है, तो प्रेशर ऑब्वियसली रहेगा सस्टेन्ड प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी के ऊपर। But does this mean that the golden run of tech is over forever? Well, for now it is, but not for too long. I'll tell you why. 1-2 साल के बाद सब वापस आएंगे जॉब्स देने के लिए। अभी जस्टिफाई करना है कंपनीज को, इन्वेस्टर्स को फायरिंग करके, कॉस्ट कटिंग से। बट ये ज्यादा टाइम तक नहीं चल सकता बिकॉज बिजनेसेस को प्रॉफिटेबल बनाने के लिए बाकी चीजों पे जैसे प्रोडक्ट स्ट्रैटेजी पे भी ध्यान देना होगा, जिसके लिए वर्कफोर्स बढ़ानी पड़ेगी। नंबर 2, टेक इज द फ्यूचर, देयर इज नो डाउट अबाउट दैट। सो कंपनीज will need to invest in new technologies, जिसके लिए again they'll need to rehire. And number 3, इंडिया यहाँ पे बेटर प्लेस्ड है। वाई? बिकॉज टेक कंपनीज यूएस में एम्प्लॉयज को हाई सैलरीज देती हैं टू द ट्यून ऑफ $200,000 और वहाँ पे मोस्टली इंडियंस काम करते हैं। और वहाँ पे और भी एक्सपेंसेस हैं फॉर कंपनीज लाइक इंश्योरेंस, पर्क्स। ऊपर से बे एरिया इज वन ऑफ द कॉस्टलीस्ट एरियाज, तो उसकी जगह अगर काम इंडिया में आउटसोर्स कर देंगे तो उनके लिए भी कॉस्ट कम होगी। सो बिग टेक बिग तो बहुत हो गया है, बट अब चैलेंज होगा उसके पास ग्रोथ वर्सेस प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी के ऊपर फोकस रखना। एंड गाइस, दीज फायरिंग्स कैन बी कंसिडर्ड जस्ट अ ब्लिप, बट ओवरऑल कोर्स जो है वो काफी लंबा होगा बिकॉज रिमेंबर टेक इज द फ्यूचर। सो लेट मी नो व्हाट यू थिंक ऑफ दिस स्टोरी। फॉर एवरीथिंग ऑन टेक, कीप फॉलोइंग गैजेट टाइम्स पावर्ड बाय टाइम्स नाउ।
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है आप सभी का टाइम्स ड्राइव के इस वीडियो में। मैं हूं अंकुर तनेजा और मेरे बगल में खड़ी है शकोडा कुशाक का एनिवर्सरी एडिशन। टाइगुन के एनिवर्सरी एडिशन के बाद अब कुशाक का भी एनिवर्सरी एडिशन आ गया है। चेंजेस क्या हैं उन सभी के बारे में मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूं इस वीडियो में। तो सबसे पहला जो चेंज फ्रंट में देखने को मिलेगा, इसमें ग्रिल में क्रोम का एलिमेंट यहां पर ऐड करा गया है। तो ये एक नया एलिमेंट यहां पर इस कुशाक के एनिवर्सरी एडिशन में देखने को मिल रहा है। फ्रंट में इसके अलावा हेडलाइट्स, बम्पर का डिज़ाइन सब कुछ पहले जैसा है, कोई बदलाव वहाँ पर देखने को नहीं मिल रहा है। देन साइड में आए तो यहाँ पर भी कॉस्मेटिक बदलाव हुए हैं, जैसे कि ये डोर में यहाँ वाइजर दिया गया है, इधर ये डोर प्रोटेक्टर्स दिए गए हैं, नीचे भी इधर क्रोम का एलिमेंट यहाँ पर इसमें इस एनिवर्सरी एडिशन में ऐड करा गया है। एंड पीछे की तरफ आएँ तो यहाँ पर ये एनिवर्सरी एडिशन के डिकैल्स इधर इस सी पिलर में यहाँ पे कुशाक के इस एनिवर्सरी एडिशन में देखने को मिल रहे हैं। सो एक्सटीरियर की बात करें तो चेंजेस इन टर्म्स ऑफ एक्सटीरियर ये कुछ यहाँ पर करे गए हैं। इंटीरियर की बात करें तो वहाँ पर जो चेंज हुआ है, तो पहला चेंज हुआ है स्टीयरिंग जो है इसका, वहाँ पर इसमें यूनिवर्सिटी एडिशन की बैजिंग दी गई है, तो वो एक बदलाव इसमें देखने को मिलेगा। एंड इसमें जो है स्क्रीन जो है 10 इंच का दिया गया है, जबकि नॉर्मल पोशाक में 8 इंच का स्क्रीन देखने को मिलता है। मॉन्टी कार्लो जो एडिशन है उसमें 10 इंच का है, अब इसमें भी 10 इंच का स्क्रीन देखने को मिलता है। देन पिलोज जो है इसमें, ये पिलोज दिए गए हैं फ्रंट पैसेंजर और रियर पैसेंजर्स के लिए। एंड जो इसके मैट हैं वो भी अब 3D मैट इसमें अब पोशाक में यूनिवर्सिटी एडिशन में स्कूटा इसके साथ दे रही है। एंड फाइनल चेंज जो हुआ है वो है इसका ये की कवर जो देख रहे हैं, ये लेदर टाइप ये कवर इसमें दिया गया है की के साथ, जो इस यूनिवर्सिटी एडिशन के साथ स्कोडा इसमें दे रही है। बात करूं ऑप्शंस की, इंजन ऑप्शंस की, तो 1 लीटर और 1.5 लीटर दोनों में ही अवेलेबल होने वाली है। टॉप वेरिएंट्स में मैनुअल और ऑटोमेटिक दोनों में ये ऑप्शन यूनिवर्सिटी एडिशन का स्कोडा दे रही है। प्राइस की बात करें तकरीबन 30,000 प्राइस नॉर्मल कुशाक के मुकाबले इस यूनिवर्सिटी एडिशन का बदल गया है। 30,000 आपको एक्स्ट्रा नॉर्मल कुशाक के मुकाबले इसके लिए पे करने पड़ेंगे। तो ये हैं कुछ बदलाव इस स्कोडा कुशाक यूनिवर्सिटी एडिशन को लेकर। कैसे लगे आपको, चेंजेस रिक्वायर्ड थे या नहीं थे, कमेंट सेक्शन में बताइएगा। वीडियो अच्छा लगा है तो लाइक, शेयर और टाइम्स ड्राइव को।
Breaking news update, some of the Delhi BJP leaders have been detained after staging a protest outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence. Now remember, these are the scenes that were witnessed across the national capital. Since this morning, wherein the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party could be seen protesting, the demonstration of course being done on the allegation of rigging in the Delhi MCD mayor elections. Remember, the elections so far haven't taken place given the delay that was witnessed due to the ruckus witnessed in the MCD house. But on one hand, the Aam Aadmi Party is protesting outside the Delhi BJP office, BJP protesting outside Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence, and some of the BJP netas, given this, have been detained in the national capital. We have a BJP press conference currently underway as well. Let's cut across live.
आम आदमी पार्टी अरविंद केजरीवाल ने पंजाब के अंदर मंत्री बनाने का काम किया है। हेल्थ मिनिस्टर, कितने हेल्थ मिनिस्टर अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के जेल में हैं? सतेंद्र जैन हेल्थ मिनिस्टर जेल में हैं, विजय सिंगला अभी बेल पर हैं, और ये निरंतर चलती आ रही बात है, कोई एक नहीं है। आम आदमी पार्टी केवल और केवल करप्शन में लिप्त लोगों को ही क्यों मंत्री पद और एमएलए एमपी बना रही है? क्योंकि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को पैसे की इतनी लालसा है, इतनी भूख उनको पैसे की हो चुकी, पैसा इकट्ठा करने की। अब देखिए एक के बाद एक स्कैम, और वो सारे लोग आज मंत्री हैं। बस स्कैम करने वाला, एक्साइज स्कैम करने वाला मनीष सिसोदिया मंत्री है, बस स्कैम करने वाला कैलाश गहलोत मंत्री है, और पहले जिन जिन लोगों को इन्होंने ये कहा कि इनको भारत रत्न मिलना चाहिए, अब याद कीजिए, इससे पहले जितेंद्र तोमर, असीम अहमद खान, संदीप कुमार, और संदीप कुमार का तो अगर आपको केस याद हो, संदीप कुमार को उन्होंने कहा था महात्मा गांधी से तुलना की थी उनकी, और अब सतेंद्र जैन को भारत रत्न देने की बात की। आम आदमी पार्टी ऐसा क्यों कर रही है कि सभी केवल और केवल क्रिमिनल लोग, पैसा इकट्ठा करने वाले लोग, करप्ट लोग, जो बेईमानी के करप्शन के केसेस में पकड़े जाते हैं, उन्हीं को मंत्री पद, उन्हीं को बड़े ओहदों पे। आप सोचकर देखिए, जिसकी वीडियो आ जाती है करप्शन की, वो मंत्री बन जाता है। अब आप इससे पहले देख लीजिए, कॉर्पोरेशन में लीडर ऑफ हाउस किसको बनाया? जिसकी 1 करोड़ रुपया लेते की ऑडियो बाजार में जनतक है वीडियो, जिसकी 1 करोड़ रुपया निगम में पैसे लेते मांगने की ऑडियो और वीडियो बाजार में घूम रही है, ऐसे आदमी को निगम का अध्यक्ष बनाया गया, लीडर ऑफ हाउस बनाया गया। जिस मंत्री को 3 साल की सजा हो चुकी है, बलबीर सिंह को, उसको मंत्री बनाया गया। फौजा सिंह सरारिया, जिसकी ऑडियो बाहर आ चुकी है, उसको 4 महीनों तक मंत्री पद से इसलिए नहीं हटाया गया क्योंकि वो पैसे इकट्ठे करके देता है, इनका कमाऊ पूत है। और एक नहीं, मैं आपको ये जरूर कहना चाहता हूं, आम आदमी पार्टी केवल और केवल करप्शन और बेईमान लोगों की पार्टी बन चुकी है। भ्रष्ट लोगों का मंत्री बनाया जाता है और ईमानदारी का ढोल पीटा जाता है। आप इससे अंदाजा लगा सकते हैं, सतेंद्र जैन देश का अकेला ऐसा मंत्री है, देश का 75 साल के इतिहास में सतेंद्र जैन अकेला ऐसा मंत्री है जिसके ऊपर एक नहीं अनेक केस हैं करप्शन के, हवाले के, पैसे लेने के, एक्साइज में पैसे लेने के, इसके बावजूद वो मंत्री बना हुआ है। उसकी वीडियो और ऑडियो भी बाहर आ चुकी हैं। वो किस तरह पॉस्को के एम्प्लॉइज से, पॉस्को के अक्यूज से, जिसने अपने बेटी का बलात्कार किया, उसे मालिश करा रहा है, जेल के अधिकारियों को धमका रहा है, लेकिन फिर भी वो मंत्री बना हुआ है। इसलिए मैं अपने लोगों को, आज ये देश के लोगों को बताना चाहता हूं, अरविंद केजरीवाल एक बहरूपिया है। अरविंद केजरीवाल पैसे का पीर है। अरविंद केजरीवाल को रात और दिन सपने में भी पैसे ही दिखते हैं। अरविंद केजरीवाल केवल और केवल एक मापदंड पे टिकट देता है, एक ही मापदंड पे मंत्री बनाता है कि आप पैसा लाओ मंत्री बन जाओ, पैसा लाओ टिकट ले जाओ, और हर चीज का रेट तय कर रखा है। हम पूछना चाहते हैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी से, ये बलबीर सिंह से कितने पैसे लेकर उनको मंत्री बनाया, जिसके ऊपर औरतों के साथ मारपीट करने की 3 साल की सजा हुई है। ऐसे आदमी को मंत्री बनाने के लिए अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने कितने पैसे लिए? आज देश आपसे ये सवाल पूछ रहा है। और घोटालों पे घोटाले, राशन घोटाला, बस घोटाला, स्कूल घोटाला, एक्साइज घोटाला, बिजली घोटाला, अरविंद केजरीवाल।
So that's the latest with regards to the action that is unfolding on ground in the national capital and the war of words that continues. In the meanwhile, we shift our focus to the drama that unfolded at the Tamil Nadu Assembly today over the renaming of Tamilgam. Now this, of course, with the leaders of the DMK raising slogans against the governor during his address as the tussle between the DMK-led Tamil Nadu government and the governor reached the assembly. Now there has already been an ongoing war of words, remember, the last so many days, and these are the scenes that transpired from the assembly today, wherein the DMK could be seen raising slogans against the governor. Much of their opposition, of course, coming in at this point in time with regards to his proposal for renaming Tamil Nadu as Tamilgam.
So looking at those protests that have been happening both inside and outside the assembly, even with the other parties, the allies of the DMK staging a walkout. Now the DMK slammed the governor, saying that the assembly adopted the resolution moved by Chief Minister M.K. Stalin over Governor R.N. Ravi's speech in the assembly, and the Chief Minister moved a resolution stating that the governor's address was first sent to him for his ratification and subsequently it was printed and distributed. We follow the Dravidian model and we follow the rules of the assembly, so we did not register any protest before he began his speech. He has not only skipped certain parts of the speech, he has gone completely against the decorum of the assembly. The behavior of the governor is deeply saddening in spite of us giving him all due respects. Therefore, by relaxing the Assembly Act, we will be adding the printed speech only to the assembly proceedings. So what is being said as far as the governor's address today in the assembly is concerned, thereafter those protests erupted in the assembly is said to be completely different from the one that was provided to the chief minister. Those are the allegations that are now being leveled. Let me go across to Prapanch now. Prapanch, a resolution where the chief minister says there is a difference in the speech of the governor, what he said and what was earlier printed.
That's right. There were certain portions of the speech that the governor did not, speak in his address. He did not address those in the speech while he was speaking. As soon as governor started his speech, many MLAs, Congress, VCK, left parties MLAs started raising slogans. They were going near the podium of the governor. They were raising slogans over there. And subsequently, we also saw that they were trying to interrupt governor's speech. And now, subsequently, we also saw governor, in fact, wherever there was a Dravidian model mentioned in the text, he did not read that portion. And also there are certain areas where the governor had omitted, as in the maintaining of law and order in the state, and it was mentioned that the Tamil Nadu was in fact a state of peace and tranquility. These are the areas where the governor had omitted in the text is what it was seen. And also this issue
to the Stalin Sarkar, his supporters, the governor made changes in the speech which went against the Dravidian model. And the chief minister comes out to say that we strictly follow the model and hence this is completely unacceptable. In the meanwhile, stay on with us, Prapanch. Given this, the governor walked out of the assembly and, of course, the chief minister had asked the speaker to take on record only the speech prepared by the state government and remove portions added by the governor. So that's the contention that came in from the chief minister's end. And given that, given how his speech was interrupted thereafter, he staged a walkout of the assembly. Prapanch continues to stay on with us. And Prapanch, if you could just take us through the bits and portions that the governor had added as per the chief minister on his own, because he says that it's completely unconstitutional and unacceptable.
So there are areas where, in fact, governor had majorly omitted certain paragraphs and he had added. Now, we need to see that while CM was moving the resolution, we could see that when he was making this statement, when CM was making this statement, we also saw governor was leaving the assembly. Initially we saw ADMK and BJP had walked out as soon as Chief Minister M.K. Stalin started making his speech, and subsequently we saw while he was going to complete the fag end, we saw the governor also, when in fact CM was moving the resolution against the
Congress, the left, the VCK, other allies who boycotted the speech by staging a walkout, even the governor including their staging a walkout. And let's talk about the BJP here, because the state unit chief has slammed the DMK over this issue as far as the Tamanganga issue is concerned, because even looking at those pictures of the ruckus, that happened with the Congress, the left, the VCK and other ally MLAs also boycotting the speech. However, the governor continued to address the gathering, even when it comes to extending the New Year wishes. Thereafter, with this adoption of the resolution that has been done on part of the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, the governor also walked out of the assembly. Let's listen in to the BJP's reaction.
What's your take on this entire controversy surrounding Mr. R.N. Ravi and the exception taken to by the likes of the DMK and others and its allies over naming Tamil Nadu as Tamilagam and not calling it Tamil Nadu?
Sir, we have to understand right from the Sangam literature and historical context, the word Tamilagam is used. It is not a new word. Last 2000 years we are using this word. And the DMK government, when they came to power for the first time, the word Tamil Nadu came. The governor, in one of his speech in the Raj Bhavan, he just made a speech where both the words are in motion, and after his suggestion, he felt Tamilagam would be an appropriate word. That is the governor's opinion. And even now, a common man in Tamil Nadu, many context uses Tamilagam, many context uses Tamil Nadu. There is no need for DMK to take offense to it. So people are comfortable, whichever word they are comfortable, they are using to it. It is like you call somebody as a mother, somebody as a thai. Both actually denotes the same thing. There is nothing different in it. But since DMK wanted to do politics out of it, and because they know people's anger is on the current government, they are making it an issue. When the Honorable Governor was present in the Assembly today, it was completely unnecessary by the DMK party's allies, especially Congress, VCK party, Communist party. They staged a walkout even before the governor started his governor's speech, which is very unfortunate, sir.
So the press release from the Raj Bhavan after the Tamil Nadu governor had made those comments, I'll just read out an excerpt. It says, there has been regressive politics with a wrong habit of refusing everything that benefits all sections of people, including academicians, blindly for their own interests, claiming that the state is not integrally part of India. So the word Tamilagam, many believe, is some kind of a retort to the idea of a Tamil Nadu, which might indicate, at least on the part of the DMK, a certain politics of separatism, which is why this would be, Tamilagam would be a more appropriate way to refer to Tamil Nadu. Would you agree with that kind of a interpretation, sir?
Sir, the governor, the whole speech, what he gave has to be taken in totality to be seen. And the word Tamil Nadu came into existence right from the later 1960s onwards. But Tamilagam is there in the Sangam literature. Yes. And first of all, DMK has to come out in the open and say, do they as a party believe Tamil Nadu is an integral part of India? Do they as a party believe? Because it is not that they can act 1 month and next month some second level leader will say that we will do a succession. So DMK has to clarify, even if they want to take the word Tamil Nadu, what essentially for them Tamil Nadu means. Is Tamil Nadu a complete whole and integral part of our country? Without clarifying, DMK is trying to play games for a long time. Whenever they come to power, they keep quiet. Whenever they go out of power, they will start speaking about all the sexist attitudes, sir. Governor maintained in that context. It's not nothing new. A sitting DMK MP, Mr. A. Raja, couple of months back said the conditions still exist for DMK party to demand a separate Tamil Nadu. 4 or 5 months back, on DMK MP A. Raja made this statement where the Chief Minister was sitting in the stage where he has taken an oath to protect the integrity and the sovereignty of our nation. The Chief Minister did not even open his mouth and condemn it. So the governor's, the explanation has to be read in that context, because it is governor's duty to protect the integrity and the sovereignty of our country. He has got all the administrative powers as well. So that is in that context he has mentioned.
Okay.
DMK takes it completely out of context and spins stories. That is very unfortunate again.
Okay. Another follow-up question to that, Mr. Annamalai. So the DMK mouthpiece, which is Morasoli, in that, of course, they take the example of the state of Rajasthan, for example, the word Sthan denoting land. Similarly, the Telugu Desam party, which is a party in Andhra Pradesh, the word Desam, what does that denote? That's a question that they've asked. So why is Tamil Nadu being singled out, while other references to land or Sthal or Sthan, etc., in other states or other political parties, why is that not viewed as a possible separatism, but only Tamil Nadu is? That's the question that the DMK is asking.
Yeah, sir. It's a question that DMK's party paper is asking. I will answer it, sir. Rajasthan, have we seen in the last 50 years any party there speaking of secession, sir? Have we seen any party in Andhra speaking of secession? Here, a couple of months back, only one sitting DMK MP mentioning the word called secession. The exact words he uses, the condition still exists, where for Tamil Nadu to become a separate country, I want to warn this government. The central government has to take care of us properly. So the governor is not talking about the mere word called Nadu or a Desam or Sthan. The governor is talking the inherent meaning behind it. If the DMK completely believes we are for a unified country and everything, even Nadu becomes a land. There is no question of treating that as a country, the literal translation into Tamil. So Rajasthan and Telugu Desam, context-wise, there is absolute clarity in it. So what Morasoli is trying to do is they're trying to compare two things which can't be compared, sir.
And a final question, Mr. Annamalai. So it's not just this particular reference that the DMK has taken exception to. Senior DMK leaders have come out and said that Mr. Ravi has made comments about the Sanatan Dharma, Aryanism, Dravidianism, Tirukaral, colonialism, regardless of the occasion. So he's trying to basically interfere with a lot of stuff that's happening in Tamil Nadu, making certain insensitive remarks that are very close to the sentiments of the Dravidian people. That's the claim being made by the DMK. Your response to that, sir?
Sir, you will agree to me that the governor is also the chancellor of many universities. Governor has got a lot of powers. He manages many things also as the head or the chair of that particular unit. And then he keeps giving speeches whenever he participates in function. In that context, governor talks about the colonial imprint on how Tamil Nadu has to come out of it. He vociferously defends the new education policy, which Narendra Modi's central government has brought it. The state government vociferously opposes new education policy. And the governor talks about Sanatana Dharma. What is the nature of Sanatana Dharma? What is the meaning of Sanatana Dharma? So here DMK as a party is an atheist party. So DMK is trying to bring that atheism into the government also. We have to understand that governor is speaking nothing out of context. He's talking about new education policy. He's talking about a third language where people can learn an optional language, which DMK is opposing. Governor is speaking nothing out of context. Everything is in context. And many a time, governor is not imposing his view. He's only suggesting. That too in a scholarly conference, governor is only speaking. These are options you have to think. That too with respect to a group of vice chancellors meeting, governor is making the statement. When he goes to a religious function, is talking about Sanatana Dharma. The governor is not creating any issues. It is DMK government which is afraid of this government because he is properly doing his role. He is operating with a proper check and balance. Very, very unfortunate that DMK has stooped to this level. Even today, the unfortunate episode in the assembly also you must have seen. We all hang our heads in shame with the way the current DMK government and the chief minister is behaving, sir.
Well, yesterday it was the DMK that hit out at the governor for interfering with state politics, and the Congress is also now echoing the similar narrative, says while slamming the governor that the governor is playing politics in the name of Tamil Nadu. Listen in.
Nadu Governor Mr. Ravi is doing politics in the name of Tamil Nadu, and Tamil Nadu is a name which has been called, and it has been, people have been calling Tamil Nadu as for long years now, more than 50 years or something. Now Mr. Ravi wants to change the name. It shows the diversionary tactics of Mr. Ravi, who has linkages with the ruling party, and it shows the diversionary politics of BJP to divert from the real issues. The demand is not from the ground. Demand is from Delhi. They wanted to divert from the real issues.
This governor, Mr. Ravi,
wants to change Tamil Nadu to Tamilagam, which is eventually affecting our sentiments. So we have boycotted the session today, the governor's speech. Another thing is that the governor doesn't want to sign whatever the state bills are being sent to him. See, this is a modus operandi of the BJP. They rule the democratic governments using the governors, where Mr. Ravi is also following the BJP ethos, the RSS ethos. We are deadly against this. This is a Dravidian model government, and this is a state called Tamil Nadu. The R.N. Ravi should understand, the governor should understand that you cannot play with our basic sentiments is all we have boycotted today.
Also, Congress reactions coming in. Karti P. Chidambaram has also tweeted saying that recall Raj Bhavan TN governor immediately, and Rashtrapati Bhavan in his position in Tamil Nadu is untenable. So he has tagged the Rashtrapati in this regard, saying as far as the position of Tamil Nadu governor is concerned, it remains untenable, because we heard from the Congress party netas and also from the DMK saying and attacking the governor of the state, Mr. R.N. Ravi, saying that the statements that he has been making are factually incorrect and potentially dangerous about several issues, in particular when it comes to renaming of the state Tamil Nadu. We'll be back with more reactions. Other stories also lined up on the other side of a short break. Stay tuned.
फॉलो करना मत भूलिएगा।
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
हेलो एवरीवन, वेलकम टाइम ड्राइव। मैं अंकुर तनेजा और मैं मौजूद हूँ टोयोटा की नई इनोवा हाई क्रॉस के अनवेल पर। तो टोयोटा की फाइनली ये हाई क्रॉस देखने को मिल रही है, जो कि हाइब्रिड अवतार में टोयोटा लेकर आई है। इनोवा का ही हाइब्रिड अवतार कह सकते हैं। बहुत से बदलाव लेकिन क्रिस्टा के मुकाबले इस नई इनोवा हाई क्रॉस में देखने को मिलते हैं। तो क्या है वो चेंजेस इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिज़ाइन, इन टर्म्स ऑफ फीचर्स एंड ऑल्सो इन टर्म्स ऑफ इंजन ऑप्शंस, उन सभी के बारे में मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूँ इस वीडियो में। सो इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिज़ाइन बात करें तो सबसे पहले यहाँ पे एक नया बड़ा ग्रिल जो क्रिस्टा के मुकाबले यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है इस हाई क्रॉस में। तो ये नया फेस यहाँ पर इसमें दिया गया है एंड क्रोम का सराउंडिंग्स थ्रू आउट यहाँ देखने को मिल रहा है इस साइड में। एंड जो हेडलैम्प्स हैं वो LED हैं और पहले से थोड़े स्लीक भी यहाँ देखने को मिल रहे हैं। एंड ड्यूल फंक्शन इसमें DRL और इंडिकेटर यहाँ सेम लाइट में LED लाइट में देखने को मिलेगा। एंड नीचे देखेंगे तो ब्लैक और वाइट का कॉम्बिनेशन देखने को मिल रहा है। सेंसर्स थ्रू आउट हैं। 360 डिग्री कैमरा इसमें दिया गया है, फ्रंट में आप इसको देख सकते हैं। साइड प्रोफाइल की बात करें तो व्हील्स हैं इसमें जो 18 इंच के दिए गए हैं एंड क्लैडिंग थ्रू आउट यहाँ पे इसमें देखने को मिल रही है। इसके अलावा जो डायमेंशंस हैं वो भी क्रिस्टा के मुकाबले बदली हुई इसकी देखने को मिलती हैं। ये चौड़ाई में ज़्यादा है, लंबाई में क्रिस्टा ज़्यादा है, व्हील बेस इसका इनोवा क्रिस्टा से ज़्यादा देखने को मिलता है। तो ऑब्वियसली अंदर स्पेस भी क्रिस्टा से ज़्यादा इस नई इनोवा हाई क्रॉस में देखने को मिलने वाला है। एंड टर्न इंडिकेटर्स यहाँ इसके साइड मिरर्स में इंटीग्रेटेड है एंड हाइब्रिड की बड़ी सी बैजिंग यहाँ दी गई है। 360 डिग्री कैमरा है तो यहाँ पर भी इसके मिरर के नीचे और भी हमसे कैमरा देखने को मिल रहा है। जो डोर हैंडल्स हैं वो बॉडी कलर और क्रोम के कॉम्बिनेशन के साथ यहाँ देखने को मिल रहे हैं। एंड रूफ रेल यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को नहीं मिल रही, हालांकि इसमें पैनोरामिक सनरूफ दी गई है। अंदर से मैं दिखाऊंगा। एंड यहाँ पर पीछे जाती है इसकी दो क्रीजेस दिखेंगी जो इसकी टेल लाइट से जुड़ती हैं एंड रैप अराउंड LED टेल लाइट्स यहाँ पर इस इनोवा की नई हाई क्रॉस में देखने को मिल रही हैं। ZX वेरिएंट खड़ा है हाइब्रिड वाला, जो कि इसका टॉप वेरिएंट है। एक ऑप्शनल का भी इसमें वेरिएंट टोयोटा ऑफर कर रही है इस इनोवा हाई क्रॉस में। सेंसर्स थ्रू आउट यहाँ देखने को मिल रहे हैं एंड ब्लैक एलिमेंट का इस्तेमाल इसके बम्पर में यहाँ भी करा गया है। एंड पियानो ब्लैक एलिमेंट इसके इस स्पॉइलर में इधर देखने को मिल रहा है, जो कि बॉडी कलर और ब्लैक के कॉम्बिनेशन में यहाँ पे इसमें दिया गया है। एक नया एडिशनल फीचर जो इसमें अब मिल रहा है। सो नाउ दिस न्यू इनोवा हाई क्रॉस कम्स विद एन इलेक्ट्रिक टेल गेट, जो कि सेगमेंट फर्स्ट फीचर यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को मिलता है। एंड कुछ इस तरह से तीनों रो अगर आप हैं तो इतना स्पेस, एग्जैक्ट नंबर टोयोटा ने अभी बताया नहीं है बट डिसेंट स्पेस है, बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं कहूँगा बट यहाँ पे कुछ इस तरह स्पेस देखने को मिलता है। थोड़ा बहुत सामान यहाँ पे भी रख सकते हैं। ये कुछ मामला है इसकी बूट स्पेस और इस इलेक्ट्रिक टेल गेट का। सो इन टर्म्स ऑफ डायमेंशंस यस बदली है पहले से, क्रिस्टा के मुकाबले डायमेंशंस में ये ज़्यादा वाइडर है, ज़्यादा लॉन्गर है, व्हील बेस ज़्यादा है, हाइट ऑलमोस्ट दोनों की सेम है, बट कुछ ये इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिज़ाइन यहाँ पर बदलाव देखने को मिलते हैं। नाउ लेट्स गो इनसाइड एंड फीचर्स का मामला कैसा है, लेट्स गो एंड चेक दैट आउट। नाउ लेट्स सिट इनसाइड और अंदर फीचर्स का मामला क्या है यहाँ पे देखते हैं। पावर्ड सीट्स यहाँ देखने को मिल रही हैं एंड आई थिंक यहाँ पे भी इसमें नहीं, इसमें मैनुअल दिया गया है लेफ्ट साइड में। एंड गियर बॉक्स यहाँ पे अब इसका डैशबोर्ड वाले कंसोल में ही देखने को मिल रहा है, जो पहले यहाँ पे यानी पहले क्या अभी भी क्रिस्टा में जो देखने को मिलता है सेंटर में। इसके अलावा ये चार्जिंग पॉइंट दिए गए हैं, USB-C ये चार्जिंग पॉइंट है एंड यहाँ पे PRND एंड एक्सपोज मोड भी इसमें दिया गया है। EV मोड का अलग से फिजिकल बटन है, ट्रैक्शन ऑन ऑफ, ड्राइव मोड चेंज करने का ऑप्शन दिया गया है। यहाँ पे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक पार्किंग ब्रेक, 360 व्यू कैमरा का एक अलग से बटन दिया गया है, फिजिकल बटन, AC कंट्रोल्स देखने को मिल रहे हैं एंड यहाँ पर इसका ये 10.1 इंच का इंफोटेनमेंट सिस्टम टच स्क्रीन देखने को मिल रहा है, जो कि JBL का है। स्पीकर्स भी अब इसमें JBL के इनोवा के साथ, हाई क्रॉस के साथ देखने को मिलते हैं। देन फिजिकल बटन अलग से, वॉल्यूम वगैरह पावर के यहाँ पे नीचे देखने को मिल रहे हैं। इसके अलावा जो इंटीरियर क्वालिटी की बात करूँ, यहाँ पर जो है प्लास्टिक है, लेदर का स्टिच थोड़ा बहुत इस्तेमाल करा गया है थोड़ा प्रीमियम फील देने के लिए। यहाँ पे एक 12 वोल्ट का सॉकेट देखने को मिल रहा है, कुछ सामान रखने की जगह भी है यहाँ पे एंड ये इसका कुछ ग्लव बॉक्स इस तरह देखने को मिलता है एंड स्पेस के हिसाब से मामला ठीक ठाक यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है। ऑब्वियसली गाड़ी क्रिस्टा के मुकाबले लंबी है, व्हील बेस ज़्यादा है एंड यहाँ पर आए स्टीयरिंग पर तो राउंड स्टीयरिंग है, लेफ्ट साइड में इंफोटेनमेंट सिस्टम कंट्रोल करने की बटन्स, वॉइस कमांड, वॉल्यूम कंट्रोल्स, ट्रैक आगे पीछे करने एंड कॉल कनेक्ट डिस्कनेक्ट का ऑप्शन दिया गया है। क्रूज कंट्रोल यहाँ देखने को मिल रहा है, लेन असिस्ट यहाँ पे देखने को मिल रहा है एंड इसके अलावा टोयोटा इसमें ब्लाइंड स्पॉट मॉनिटरिंग यहाँ पे ORVMs में ये भी देखने को मिल रहा है। तो सेफ्टी फीचर्स भी पहले से ज़्यादा जो इनोवा क्रिस्टा में देखने को मिलते थे अब इस नई इनोवा हाई क्रॉस में टोयोटा ने देने की कोशिश करी है। देन मोड भी यहाँ चेंज कर सकते हैं। देन डोर्स पे आए तो यहाँ पे ऑब्वियसली पावर विंडो कंट्रोल्स दिए गए हैं एंड यहाँ पे सीट के लिए मेमोरी सेटिंग्स भी दी गई है, में इसमें देखने को मिल रहा है एंड सेम अगेन M Sport ब्रेक्स एंड M Sport की बैजिंग इसके अलॉयज में यहाँ देखने को मिल रही हैं। रियर की तरफ आए तो M340i की बैजिंग, टेल लाइट्स, LED टेल लाइट्स यहाँ देखने को मिल रही हैं, BMW लोगो है एंड यहाँ पे देखेंगे
Political storm over Tamil Nadu governor's call to rename the state as Tamilagam. Congress and VCK walk out accusing the governor of acting as BJP agent. Political controversy over the former Army Chief General Deepak Kapoor joining Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra. BJP slams Rahul for entertaining the officer accused in the case of looting of flats meant for Kargil martyrs. BJP accuses Rahul Gandhi of insulting Hindus yet again over his claim that India belongs to tapasvis and not pujaris. BJP says Rahul's remark proves Congress believes in dividing Hindus. 3 days after shameful brawl in the MCD house over mayoral polls, Aam Aadmi Party launches street war against the BJP. The Saffron Party too launches counter-protest. BJP sharpens attack on Congress ahead of the Karnataka polls after Home Minister Amit Shah slammed Siddaramaiah for compromising national security by releasing PFI Islamist. State BJP minister to release book likening Siddaramaiah to Tipu Sultan. Within days, India was shocked by a top inebriated executive urinating on a woman passenger in an international Air India flight. 2 drunk passengers arrested for creating a scene in a Patna-bound Delhi flight. And brave Punjab constable shot dead in the crossfiring while challenging criminals who were on the run after looting a vehicle. BJP alleges breakdown of law and order under the Maan government. Well, Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra is underway in Haryana and it has been hit by yet another controversy. After Rahul Gandhi's Tapasvi controversy, now there's a uproar over former Army Chief Deepak Kapoor joining the Yatra along with the other veterans. Remember, a political controversy has erupted over the participation of the former Army Chief General Deepak Kapoor in Bharat Jodo, with the BJP alleging that the former Army Chief was indicted in the other scam along with the other senior Army officials. The BJP also mentioned that the inquiry committee in the other scam had opined that they may be debarred from holding any government position or office for shaming the armed forces. More breaking inputs also now coming in. The Congress party continuing to deny the BJP's allegations, launching a counter-attack on the BJP, saying it has insulted the ex-army official due to its underlying hatred for Rahul Gandhi. The Congress party now hitting back at the BJP for criticizing Congress party for having Deepak Kapoor in the Bharat Jodo Yatra.
This shows the mentality of BJP, which wants to insult the army, which wants to insult the soldiers. Those officers who walked with Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji, because of their hate against Mr. Rahul Gandhi, they are insulting the Indian army. They are all officers who had sacrificed their life for India, and they have been in service for 30-40 years. And BJP should not stoop to this cheap politics.
If anybody participates Bharat Jodo Yatra, he is a criminal in the eyes of Bharatiya Janata Party. Basically, this BJP and leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party, they don't have respect for our army, for our army soldiers, for our officers. If he has done anything wrong, why he is not behind the bars? It is your government in Kashmir, in Maharashtra. It is your government in Delhi, national government. So you arrest him. Why are you not arresting him? Just making allegations are useless. You are defaming a very senior army officer, and you should apologize for it.
So the BJP saying that the Defence Ministry Inquiry Committee had suggested prohibiting the top army officers, including the former army chief Deepak Kapoor, and yet he is a part of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, saying this is an indication of the controversies that the Bharat Jodo Yatra has been in time and again. This is an officer who is accused of a scam. Despite that, he is given a red carpet welcome in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. The Congress party has hit out at the BJP, saying this is an insult of the armed forces. The BJP has gone blind in its hatred for Rahul Gandhi. Remember, the Congress party has been saying time and again that the BJP is targeting the Bharat Jodo Yatra because of its popularity. My colleague Niyamika is joining us on the broadcast with the details. Niyamika, is the BJP versus the Congress party yet again? The BJP says the Defence Ministry Inquiry Committee had found Deepak Kapoor guilty. Despite that, he has been given a platform by the Congress party. The Congress hitting back, claiming this is hatred for the armed forces and for Rahul Gandhi.
But absolutely, many of the Congress leaders have opined that this statement is being given on the part of the BJP just because of their hatred against Rahul Gandhi, and that is the only reason why they have stooped so low that they are also targeting the ex-army officials. They are insulting the soldiers. They are insulting our Indian army. That is what the Congress party is claiming. As we have been witnessing from a very long time that the Congress party has been continuously saying that BJP is having a problem because of the gaining popularity of the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and that is the only reason why they had a problem when the ex-army chief General Deepak Kapoor had participated in this Bharat Jodo Yatra. And after that, we have seen that the BJP leader Amit Malviya had tweeted that he had been instigated in the other scam, and now he has been participating in the Bharat Jodo Yatra along with Rahul Gandhi. But for that matter, many of the Congress leaders have come forward and they have attacked the BJP by saying that they are insulting our Indian army, they are insulting our ex-army officials. And even the Congress leader Rashid Alvi has also said that if the BJP is claiming all these, is making all these allegations, then why are they not arresting General Deepak Kapoor if he had done anything wrong? And on that matter, if these are just the allegations, then the BJP must apologize. Many other Congress leaders have also said that even the Prime Minister must apologize that his own party is attacking the ex-army chief regarding this entire matter.
All right, more breaking inputs now coming in. The PDP has echoed the Congress party's attack on the BJP, saying BJP is frustrated and insulting one person after the other. The PDP now backing the Congress party, saying the BJP is frustrated and is trying to taint the image of General Kapoor. Listen in.
देखिए ऐसे है, मैं समझता हूँ कि जो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा है इसकी वजह से शायद बीजेपी को कोई फ्रस्ट्रेशन है या परेशानी है। पहले दुलत साहब जो फार्मर चीफ हैं रहा के वो जब चले हैं तो उनको इंटरनेशनलिस्ट का खिताब दिया गया। अब ये जनरल कपूर साहब चल रहे हैं, अब ये टिंटेड है। जो इनके साथ जाएगा वो देश हित में भी है और वो ईमानदार भी है, लेकिन जो इनकी पॉलिसी को एक्सपोज करेगा, इनके जो कम्युनल झंडे के खिलाफ जो जाएगा उसको ये देशद्रोही और दशा को करेंगे। तो मेरे हिसाब से आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आईना नजर आ रहा है कि शायद इस यात्रा से देश में कोई चेंज आ रही है।
My colleague Arunil Saradekar also joining us on the broadcast. Arunil, the Adarsh Housing Society scam had become the symbol of corruption. Now General Kapoor, who was named in the scam, being a part of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. But the Congress party is saying it's your government in Maharashtra, it's your government at the center. If the charges against him are proven, then why not jail him?
Well, the matter is subjudized. The government in Maharashtra cannot take any decision on this, but if we want to reflect on the other scam, it led to the resignation of one of the senior Congress leaders at that time as CM of Maharashtra, Mr. Ashok Chavan. The scam was unearthed in 2010. Basically, there was a housing society in Kulaba, in Flush area of Kulaba, South Mumbai, and the building, basically the flats in that building were supposed to be given to the heroes of 1999 Kargil war, as well as to the widows of martyrs from the war. However, later on alleged connivance was being seen between politicians, bureaucrats, as well as several government officers, and the flats were received in pseudo names of these people who merged together, be it politicians, babus and government officials. That was basically the scam in this. The building was supposed to be of only 6 floors. Later on, it was increased to 31 floors. And basically, after Deepak Kapoor, the ex-army chief, General Deepak Kapoor, he met Rahul Gandhi during the Bharat Jodo Yatra. It was Amit Malviya, the BJP leader, first who basically mentioned about the fact that he's been indicted by the committee that was being formed to probe the scam at that time. It led to some major issues for the Congress and the NCP government at that time in the state of Maharashtra. I was mentioning about the fact that Ashok Chavan had to step down as the CM of Maharashtra as well. Here Amit Malviya is also saying that the committee had basically suggested that Deepak Kapoor should not be part of any government position because according to Malviya, he had brought shame to the army's image. But again, we'll point it out that the matter is still sub judice. Deepak Kapoor remains to be one of the accused in the case. We were speaking to some of his compatriots or colleagues from the army also. They've been saying that it is not Adarsh scam, it is Adarsh society which was being built, and the matter is still in court.
Okay, all right. But remember, this is not the only controversy that the Congress party is now fighting. Rahul Gandhi also stirred a fresh controversy by saying that this is a country of tapasvis and not pujaris, saying there's a difference between puja that is normal and one that is done by the RSS. This has triggered a massive controversy with the BJP saying this is a divisive statement. Listen in to what Rahul Gandhi said.
क्योंकि हम तपस्या की रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करते हैं, मैं करता हूं, तो ये चेंज लाना है और ये देश तपस्वियों का है, ये देश पुजारियों का नहीं है। रियलिटी इस देश की ये है।
तपस्वी हो या पुजारी हो, ये दोनों ही महत्वपूर्ण हैं हिंदू धर्म, सनातन धर्म में। परंतु राहुल गांधी कहते हैं कि ये देश तपस्वियों का सम्मान नहीं करता। मैं सम्मान करता हूं, परंतु ये देश पुजारियों का नहीं है, ये देश तपस्वियों का है। क्या ये राहुल गांधी की मानसिकता को नहीं दिखाता? आज राहुल गांधी तपस्वियों और पुजारियों में भी बंटवारा करने लग गए, जैसे उन्होंने इस देश का बंटवारा उनके परिवार ने किया है।
Now the Congress party has backed Rahul Gandhi's comments, saying he said so because the BJP treats Prime Minister Modi like God, and that's what triggered the remark by Rahul Gandhi. This is not an insult of Hinduism. This is he was talking about how the BJP prays to the Prime Minister. Listen in.
Bharatiya Janata Party leaders, they are behaving just like God. Har Har Modi, Ghar Ghar Modi. What is this? That is the reason Rahul Gandhi has given this statement.
Now, the news break exploding with more reactions coming in from the BJP as well. The BJP saying Rahul Gandhi is damaging his own credibility and he has no understanding of Hinduism. Listen into the attack.
Any politician making observation beyond reality damages his own credibility in the society. So Rahul Gandhi is doing. His understanding of the RSS is very poor. Moreover, he is trying to revive anti-RSSism in Indian politics, which is now not possible. RSS has become almost synonym with the Hindu society. An attack on the RSS is attack on Hindu society. RSS is one organization which has been motivating people to sacrifice for the nation.
Alright, we're shifting focus to a big breaking news coming in of DK Shivkumar ducking questions of Times Now on the Congress leader's son who has been arrested by the NIA in a terror case. When questioned about it, DK Shivkumar refusing to answer. Take a look at his response.
Sir, Congress leader's son was arrested by NIA, sir. Congress leader's son was arrested by NIA in a Mangalore case, sir.
So, no response coming in from DK Shivkumar. Remember, Congress leader's son has been arrested by the NIA on terror charges. The charge against the Congress leader's son being that he was in touch with the operators outside the country. When questioned about it, the Congress leader DK Shivkumar refused to answer, did not answer and walked away from the spot. When confronted, he did not want to answer on the charge. The Karnataka Congress chief refusing to answer the tough questions posed by my colleague as he walked away, not wanting to answer. A Congress leader's son has been arrested by the NIA on charges of being involved in terror activities. My colleague Imran joining us on the broadcast with the details. Imran, you questioned DK Shivkumar on the Congress leader's son's arrest, but he refused to answer.
Well, absolutely. In fact, we asked this question directly to the state Congress president DK Shivkumar on what he has to say about Tajuddin, the district president of the Congress there in Udupi, whose son has arrested in terror charges. According to the NIA, he was involved in the conspiracy in the cooker blast which happened in Mangalore, in which Yasin was one the motivator and the guy who was brainwashed his son there. And when you ask DK Shivkumar what he has to say, because earlier he had questioned the entire cooker blast which happened in Mangalore, saying that even that it was blown up, given to the state, called it a terror act immediately within a 6 to 8 hours of the incident which happened, and went on to allege that it was built up by the BJP to gain political mileage, and even said that it is a small incident, but it was shown it was a mistake on the part of the young boy, but the BJP projected as if like he's a terrorist, comparing him to Ajmal Kasab. Now, DK Shivkumar, when was questioned that what he has to say about the Congress leader whose son has been arrested, he waited, he didn't respond to any questions asked by Times Now.
Absolutely, and this comes at a time when the BJP has been criticized, Congress party is going soft on terror and trying to trivialize it. Imran, thank you for joining us with those details. Slipping into a quick break here on that note. We'll be right back. Do stay with us.
दो मेमोरी सेटिंग्स यहाँ देखने को मिल रही हैं एंड क्रोम का इस्तेमाल डोर हैंडल्स में एंड सिल्वर फिनिश यहाँ पे थोड़ी बहुत देखने को मिल रही है। डोर्स में भी लेदर टच यहाँ पे देने की कोशिश की है। हार्ड प्लास्टिक का इस्तेमाल करा गया है। क्वालिटी में कहूँगा बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छी नहीं है। आई थिंक जिस प्राइस पॉइंट पे ये आएगी मे बी शायद आप थोड़ा निराश हों, बट थोड़ा प्रीमियमनेस यहाँ पे इन टर्म्स ऑफ लेदर स्टिच टोयोटा ने यहाँ पे इसके फ्रंट रो में देने की कोशिश ज़रूर करी है। आर्मरेस्ट की बात करें तो सामान रखने की जगह अच्छी खासी है एंड यहाँ पे भी ये लेदर स्टिच दिया गया है। अब फ्रंट सीट जो हैं इसकी वेंटिलेटेड आती हैं, दोनों पैसेंजर और ड्राइवर जो सीट्स हैं वो इसमें अब टोयोटा वेंटिलेटेड सीट्स ऑफर कर रहा है इस इनोवा हाई क्रॉस के अंदर। कप होल्डर्स दो यहाँ देखने को मिलते हैं एंड बॉटल होल्डर्स भी फ्रंट डोर्स में यहाँ पे देखने को मिल रहे हैं। सामान रखने की अच्छी जगह दो पॉकेट्स में भी इधर देखने को मिल रही है एंड फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम इनोवा के अंदर इस हाई क्रॉस में पैनोरामिक सनरूफ देखने को मिल रहा है। सनरूफ पहले होता ही नहीं था, बट अब जो दिया है वो पैनोरामिक सनरूफ यहाँ पे देखने को मिल रहा है। चलते हैं पीछे सेकंड रो में, स्पेस वहाँ कैसा है, लेट्स गो एंड चेक दैट आउट। एंड यहाँ पे मामला हो जाता है सेकंड रो में थोड़ा एग्जीक्यूटिव क्लास वाला और पहले से ज़्यादा यहाँ पे स्पेस देखने को मिल रहा है। लेग रूम, थाई सपोर्ट, हेड रूम एम्पल सेकंड रो पैसेंजर्स की देखने को मिल रहा है। एंड क्लाइमेट कंट्रोल की बात करूँ तो यहाँ पर सेकंड रो के लिए अलग से क्लाइमेट कंट्रोल एडजस्टमेंट का ऑप्शन दिया गया है। फ्रंट रो में टेम्परेचर के हिसाब से आप अलग रख सकते हैं, सेकंड रो में टेम्परेचर सेटिंग्स अलग रखी जा सकती है, तो ये ऑप्शन भी यहाँ पे देखने को मिल रहा है। एसी कंट्रोल्स, यहाँ पे छोटा डिस्प्ले दिया गया है, दो USB-C चार्जिंग पॉइंट देखने को मिल रहे हैं एंड ये जो सीट्स हैं पूरा एग्जीक्यूटिव क्लास वाला मामला जो मैं कह रहा हूँ यहाँ पर इनके साथ हो जाता है कुछ इस तरह से। यू कैन रिक्लाइन द सीट एंड ये पूरी पीछे तक चली जाएगी, जैसे ऑलरेडी बगल वाली सीट आप देख सकते हैं। सो काफ़ी ज़्यादा एंगल एक लाइन इसका करा जा सकता है। एंड देयर इज ऑल्सो अनदर ऑप्शन जो कि यहाँ पे सपोर्ट के लिए दिया गया है। तो कुछ मामला इस तरह से टोयोटा ने इस नई इनोवा हाई क्रॉस में इन टर्म्स ऑफ लग्जरी, इन टर्म्स ऑफ कंफर्ट यहाँ पर इस नई इनोवा हाई क्रॉस में देने की कोशिश करी है। इसके अलावा बात करें बेस्ट ऑफकोर्स पैनोरामिक सनरूफ का नज़ारा यहाँ से बेहतर ऑफकोर्स देखने को मिल रहा है। चलते हैं थर्ड रो में, स्पेस वहाँ कैसा है। सो टोयोटा इस नई इनोवा हाई क्रॉस को 7 सीटर और 8 सीटर वाले वेरिएंट्स के साथ ऑफर करने वाला है। एंड थर्ड रो स्पेस कुछ इस तरह से आप एडजस्ट कर सकते हैं। इन केस आगे कोई बैठा है तो ज़्यादा स्पेस मुझे लगता है नहीं बन पाएगा, स्पेशली इन टर्म्स ऑफ थाई सपोर्ट। आई डोंट फील ज़्यादा कंफर्टेबल यहाँ पे, बट अदरवाइज स्पेस के हिसाब से मुझे ये सीट इस थर्ड रो में जो स्पेस है वो ठीक ठाक देखने को मिल रहा है। नी रूम ठीक ठाक है एंड हेड रूम इज़ ऑल्सो गुड, बट अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट थाई सपोर्ट इज़ स्लाइटली could have been slightly better. And also you can see the adjustable headrest यहाँ पे इसके थर्ड रो पैसेंजर्स के लिए भी इधर दिए गए हैं। ओवरऑल मामला ठीक ठाक लग रहा है। एंड देयर आर कप होल्डर्स, 1 USB 12 वोल्ट सॉकेट फॉर चार्जिंग एंड देयर आर AC वेंट्स यहाँ पे इसके साइड में दिए गए हैं रूफ में ही। ये कुछ मामला यहाँ पे इसकी थर्ड रो में टोयोटा इनोवा की नई हाई क्रॉस में देखने को मिल रहा है। अब बात करते हैं इंजन ऑप्शंस, वेरिएंट्स, क्या टोयोटा इस हाई क्रॉस में ऑफर कर रही है। सो ये जो है टोयोटा इनोवा की नई हाई क्रॉस जो है 5 वेरिएंट में अवेलेबल होने वाली है। 2 वेरिएंट जो होंगे पेट्रोल के होंगे और 3 वेरिएंट इसके हाइब्रिड वाले होने वाले हैं इस नई हाई क्रॉस के अंदर। प्राइस जो है वो भी फिलहाल अनाउंस नहीं करा गया है एंड इसकी जो बुकिंग्स हैं वो स्टार्ट हो चुकी हैं। 50,000 का अमाउंट देकर आप इस हाई क्रॉस को बुक अभी फिलहाल आज से ही कर सकते हैं। एंड
Alright, let's cut across straight to Karnataka where protests are taking place. The Congress party staging a protest after the BJP decided to release a book. The BJP has decided to release a book on Siddaramaiah. The release of the book is at 3 p.m. The BJP saying dreams of Siddaramaiah when he becomes a chief minister, mocking the Congress party's alleged appeasement politics. In fact, the party has released a set of posters mocking Siddaramaiah. These are the details that have come in of the book that will be released by the party. My colleague Deepak Bopanna joining us on the broadcast with the details. Deepak, just last week we heard the Union Home Minister slamming Siddaramaiah for going soft on terror by releasing the PFI agents. Now we have the BJP releasing a book with a series of statements that they have made, you know, mocking Siddaramaiah, saying when he becomes the chief minister, this is what he's going to do.
Yes, now, the situation right now, let me show you, take you through what's exactly happening at a town hall. Now, inside the complex here that you see, the BJP is all set to release the book. The Minister for ITBT, Mr. Ashwath Narayan, is also expected to come here. Meanwhile, the Congress workers have begun to stage a small protest outside. They're saying that more workers will come in, and you can see them holding these placards, which show several BJP leaders, B.S. Yedurappa, P.C. Mohan, former Chief Minister Jagdish Shettar as well, all of them, in different Tippu Jayanti celebrations. And they're saying that, right now they're using, Siddaramaiah and Tippu together to try and, target the Congress party, whereas, the BJP as well has been supporting Tippu Sultan all along is a message that they're trying to put across. Right now you can see heavy police presence as well here to ensure that if the number of workers here increases, there would not be, any sort of untoward incidents or, the event is not disrupted, considering the fact that even one of the BJP ministers as well is expected to come here. A lot of workers, of course, gathering all around. The police have said that no outright permission has been given. So we'll also try and get in a word from some of the workers who've gathered here before we, try and, speak to them. Right? We should also here take note that this particular book, of course, that, the BJP plans to release is drawing parallels of Siddaramaiah, who they say has been a supporter of, Tippu Sultan. If you could tell us, right now all you workers are protesting here, but the BJP says that this is a book that will highlight what Siddaramaiah has been fighting for.
So, you can see the cover page of the book and you can see what's inside. I've just seen the gist of it. I've not seen the whole book. So I can totally say they just want to, spread this false information about Siddaramaiah's administration. People have seen in person the 5 years because it was not too early when this happened. So what I would say is People are going to see what's happening. One second. People are going to see what's happening. If a sitting minister is coming to release such a book, do you think it's the fear that BJP has inside them about the current elections? They don't have any development programs to show for the next elections. They only have scams to their I mean, starting from PSI scam, 40% commission.
At this point in time, have you approached the police against the book release?
Yeah,
what is the plan of action? Are you going to just protest now, or are you going to take a legal route as well?
So we have already registered a complaint in the police saying this permission should not be given to release this book because this is against what Siddaramaiah actually did. That's not right to release such a book and just before election to mislead the population of Karnataka. It's not responsible in the part of the government.
Well, as we speak now, thank you for speaking to us, Bhavya. Bhavya Nasamurthy, one of the spokespersons of the Congress, is speaking to us. You can see now the police, of course, spreading out, asking, the Congress workers to leave. Now you can see them holding multiple placards here, showing, one of them here. You can see Mr. Siddaramaiah holding a sword and cutting into the BJP symbol, the saffron lotus there, and they're also talking about the various developmental works that he did carry out. This is now a counter of sorts coming in from the Congress workers. You can see the senior officials here urging them to leave because they've not been given permission to stage a protest and asking them to vacate the premises. So there could be a little bit of drama that could unfold. Though the number of workers here, not too many, but with the police not giving them outright permission to continue this particular protest because the event is scheduled at about 3, that's about half an hour from now. So it's going to be interesting how the situation unfolds, especially there would be some protocols that will be in place considering a minister is going to make his way here. The Congress workers at this point in time making it very clear that they're going to continue this particular protest, and it's while we heard the spokesperson say, they're saying that they're quite appalled that a minister is coming to release a book like this, and it's quite ridiculous to the levels that the BJP is stooping ahead of the elections. But the BJP on the other hand makes the same charge against the Congress. They say that while they're making charges of corruption, there has been no sort of proof to back their claims, and Siddaramaiah's 5-year term has been mired in controversy and corruption is a charge coming in for the BJP now.
All right, Deepak, thank you for joining us with those details. We're keeping an eye out for the showdown that's expected at 3 p.m. For the moment, shifting our focus to Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav, who started a controversy by refusing to have the tea offered by the police personnel at Uttar Pradesh's Lucknow, saying he fears that they would poison him. The SP, National President, had gone to Lucknow Police Headquarters where the party workers were protesting the arrest of party colleague Manish Jagan Agarwal, who allegedly runs a Twitter account associated with the party. And after that, when the police officials offered tea to Akhilesh Yadav, he refused to have it.
यहाँ की चाय नहीं पिएंगे, बाहर की पिएंगे, या हम अपनी लाएंगे, कब आपका ले लेंगे प्लास्टिक का जो हुआ हम नहीं पी सकते, जहर दे दोगे तब? हाँ, नहीं हमें भरोसा नहीं है, सच में भरोसा नहीं है मुझे। हम बाहर से मंगा लेंगे चाय, आप भी पीजिए, हम भी पीजिए, आप अपनी पीजिए, हम अपनी पीजिए।
So Akhilesh Yadav refused to have tea offered by the police officials, claiming that he thinks that the police officials could even poison him. That's a claim that he made. The BJP slammed this comment, saying that this shows how low Akhilesh Yadav can stoop to, saying this is an insult of the police officials.
A shocking comment has come from Akhilesh Yadav, who, when offered tea at the police headquarters, said that I do not trust the tea that is being served to me. It could be poisoned. This is the level to which Akhilesh Yadav ji has today stooped. This is the same Akhilesh Yadav when UP ATS arrested 2 Al-Qaeda terrorists. He said, I do not have faith on UP ATS. And he even said that the BJP vaccine is there. He cannot even trust the scientists. And today he cannot even trust the police, the same police that gives him protection and defends Uttar Pradesh, defends the country. This is the level to which they stoop for vote bank politics.
All right, reaction coming in from the Samajwadi Party defending this statement of Akhilesh Yadav, saying it's a police behavior to blame. Can't really blame Akhilesh Yadav for making this statement. Listen in. All right, before that, let me go across to my colleague Amir Haq, who's joining us on the broadcast with the details. Amir, we saw a big showdown yesterday, several thousands of SP workers outside the Lucknow police headquarters claiming political vendetta. But the key takeaway being Akhilesh Yadav leveling this charge against the police officials, saying I could even be poisoned, so I'm not going to have tea here.
Well, Pratibha, it was quite an awkward moment for the police officials who were present there at the police headquarters yesterday, as well as for SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav, because, he might have made this off-the-cuff statement, but the manner in which it became viral on social media, because there were people there who were actually recording the videos there around the time he was interacting with officials at the police headquarters. It was a knee-jerk reaction. It seemed that he, in fact, went to the police headquarters immediately after the arrest of his party worker and somebody who was in charge of the social media handle from which a number of abusive posts were made.
After he refused to have tea there and accused the police officials of trying to poison him, the BJP saying this is an insult of the police officials. Amir, thank you for joining us with those details. Slipping into a quick break here. Be right back.
इसका जो है लॉन्च है वो भी बहुत जल्द, महीने डेढ़ महीने के अंदर टोयोटा कह रही है इसका लॉन्च हो जाएगा एंड प्राइस अनाउंसमेंट भी बहुत जल्दी इसकी टोयोटा करने वाली है। तो ये कुछ डिटेल्स हैं इस नई टोयोटा इनोवा हाई क्रॉस को लेकर, जो कि क्रिस्टा के मुकाबले वाइडर, लॉन्गर, व्हील बेस ज़्यादा है, हाइट सेम है, बट स्पेस बेटर यहाँ पे देखने को मिल रहा है एंड देयर आल्सो better safety features and features in this new high cross. So कैसा लगा आपको वीडियो? डू टेल अस इन द कमेंट सेक्शन। वीडियो अच्छा लगा है तो लाइक, शेयर और टाइम्स ड्राइव को फॉलो करना मत भूलिएगा। थैंक यू वॉचिंग, बाय बाय।
हाल ही में हमने ऊबर का एक इवेंट अटेंड किया था, जहां पर हमें बातचीत करने का मौका मिला सूरज नायर से, जो कि है सेफ्टी ऑपरेशंस के हेड एट ऊबर इंडिया एज वेल एज साउथ एशिया। हमने पूछे उनसे कई सवाल, आइए देखते हैं इस वीडियो में।
I think I really can't comment on public transportation in general, but what I would definitely want to say is that we as a platform are trying to be as safe for women riders as possible. In fact, very recently, we hit the milestone of training more than 100,000 drivers on the platform for gender sensitization. In fact, as the number stands right now, we have trained more than 130,000 drivers on the platform, especially on gender sensitization. So, I mean, we from time to time obviously work on such initiatives which are industry first, which make sure that women experience a safe ride on the platform. I think we definitely want to encourage more and more women drivers on the platform. In fact, in the US, we recently launched a product called Women Rider Preferred, wherein our women drivers will get the option to be paired only with women riders. And that's something which we believe is going to be very empowering for our women drivers to feel safe on the platform, especially if they're taking, let's say, nighttime trips, etc. So
A very good afternoon. You're watching Breaking Ground with me, Kritsween Walia. We first up start with an update we're tracking from Karnataka, and especially with regards to the uproar that is coming in for the BJP by the Congress party ahead of the release. Remember, 3 o'clock is when the BJP is all set to release a book, and the Congress is now taken to streets to protest against the release of the book on Siddaramaiah. Let me go across to Deepak joining us live with more details. Deepak, the Congress so far has been maintaining that the BJP is rattled, given that this is election year in the state of Karnataka, but angry Congress protesters have hit the streets. What's going on there?
Well, just a few moments ago, there was, of course, BJP workers who tried to put a banner countering the Congress's, banners, and now you can see Bhavya Narasimhamurthy, who was also here, being also whisked away. A lot of other Congress workers who were trying to stage a protest was also taken. They objected to the cops allowing for the BJP workers to put up a banner against Mr. Siddaramaiah pertaining to this particular book release. And now the Congress workers are saying that why are the BJP workers allowed to stage a demonstration outside the town hall where there is no permission here? Now mind you, as far as protests are concerned, in Bengaluru permissions are given only at Freedom Park. So even for the Congress workers who came here, they did tell the police that they will not shout any sort of slogans. And now you can see posters being thrown across, and now all the workers have been put into this particular bus and they will be soon asked to leave from this particular premises, and the book release function will go on as scheduled. But right now the police of course are having a hard time as the Congress workers try to object to this book release and also to the police allowing permission for the book release. We will of course try and get in a word from the angry protesting Congress workers here who right now are throwing these posters.
ಬಿಜೆಪಿ ಸರ್ಕಾರದ ಒಂದು ಧೋರಣೆಯನ್ನ ಇನ್ನ ಶುರು ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿಲ್ಲ, ಅಷ್ಟು ಬೇಗ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆ ಗೂಟಗಳ ತರ ನಿಂತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವ್ರು ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಲೆ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಪೊಲೀಸ್ ಅವ್ರು ನಮ್ಮನ್ನ ಅರೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಎಂತ ನ್ಯಾಯ ಇದೆ ನೋಡಿ ಈ ಸರ್ಕಾರದಲ್ಲಿ. ವಾಟ್ ಕೈಂಡ್ ಆಫ್ ಜಸ್ಟಿಸ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿಸ್? ವಿ ವರ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಪ್ರೊಟೆಸ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಪೀಸ್ಫುಲಿ.
There you see them, of course, being taken away as the bus will now exit from the town hall. The police, of course, quite they have been deployed here in quite a huge number. As we now take a look, you can see some more BJP workers right now who are staging a protest right at the entry. Now they of course want. Now this is a team of BJP who is right now here protesting against Mr. Siddaramaiah. The BJP, IT cell, the BJP workers, and also some of the people who handle social media for the BJP, all here staging this protest. Now we'll really have to see whether the cops will allow for this demonstration to happen. Now you can see the cops telling them that they will not be able to stage a protest. This is what the Congress workers as well objected to, that if the BJP is allowed to stage a protest, the Congress should also be allowed to stage this particular protest. The event is scheduled to start in the next 20 minutes. We're expecting Minister Ashwath Narayan to also be here, but like we mentioned, it was a standoff between workers of the BJP and the Congress as they continue to stage this protest parallelly. Now you can see the bus with the Congress workers being taken away from this particular location, and now they will ensure that no more Congress workers will be allowed near town hall where the event is scheduled in the next 15-20 minutes.
Okay, all right. So a lot of action that is being witnessed on ground. If we talk about this particular location, town hall in Bengaluru, remember, close to 3 p.m. is when the BJP will be launching its book in presence of Minister Ashwath Narayan, as Deepak is also pointing out, and the Congress now taking to streets. Some of the Congress workers have also been detained given the protests that they resorted to outside the town hall. But Deepak, so far the Congress maintains that this book holds no value. There is no merit to this book, and if the BJP indeed wanted to talk about Siddaramaiah's misrule all through when he was in power in the state of Karnataka, why are they doing it now? Why are they doing it in 2023 when Karnataka is going to polls?
Well, at this point in time, it's pretty clear that as far as there are about two main contenders from the Congress party. One, of course, is the former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Now, the BJP, whenever they have hit out at the Congress, they have targeted Siddaramaiah more often than not. Especially, be it his decision to celebrate Tipu Jayanti, be it the release of workers of the PFI, an organization that was recently banned by the centre. Now, on various such aspects, they have hit out at Siddaramaiah, who's been very critical about the current regime. So for BJP workers right now to take a dig at the Congress, it just shows that with the elections around the corner, they want to ensure that they do tarnish the name of one of the top leaders of the Congress party and do whatever they can in terms of campaigns they can carry out to hit out at him. So it's an interesting situation politically that's unfolding. The Congress workers are objecting to it. We just learned that they're all moving court to get an injunction against the book release. and also whether on circulation of the same in in online or in any of the social media handles of the BJP. Even now, the police, of course, have been deployed in quite a large number at Town Hall. Senior officials, the DCP of Central Zone, Mr. Srinivas Gowda as well here, overseeing security arrangements to ensure that no demonstrations or protests do take place. This is a permission that was being given for a book release event where, like I mentioned, even the Minister Ashwath Narayan will also be taking part in. So for now, the Congress workers have been moved from this particular location once they began to object to the event, and even some of the posters that the BJP got and began to protest and demonstrate with, they have been moved out. We'll really have to see whether the protest will continue. We were told that more workers could come in here to object to this particular event, but you can expect a lot of drama even after the book release begins.
Okay, a lot of drama expected, and a lot of drama in that sense, Deepak, also being witnessed. If we talk about the last couple of days alone, remember how Siddaramaiah himself had hit out at some of the BJP leaders in the state, spoke of how they're cowered in front of the party's top leadership, in reference to, of course, the central ministers. Ever since, it's been a non-stop war of words. Remember, very recently, the Congress also hitting out at the Karnataka government for not doing enough to ensure that the Karnataka tableau find its way to the Republic Day event. So those are the kind of events unfolding from the state of Karnataka in the election year. Let's quickly play out more political reactions coming in, and then we'll go across to Deepak once again.
BJP last 3 years, they could not find anything. They know that they have lost their game. Their days are numbered. If they had, Siddaramaiah had done anything wrong, or any Congress government had done anything wrong, they have exhibited from the past 3 years. Who stopped them? Now elections are coming. The people are rejecting. Now they are trying to show that they want to find some fault, which will not have any importance. It is a paper, it is a book without any value.
Is it a frustration of the BJP, sir?
100% it is a frustration of the BJP.
They have got nothing to say. They are totally failed in all sections. We have been attacking this government on 40% commission. We have been attacking on this, on price rise. We have been attacking this government on all fronts. They have totally failed. They have nothing. Now they want to polarize the elections. They want to bring a book on Siddaramaiah, on Tipu Sultan, that he supported Tipu Sultan. Tipu Sultan was a great freedom fighter. He fought against British for the freedom. But now they want to bring it and divide the society for just political reasons because elections are coming.
All right, ahead of the book launch, we're being told that the security in the town hall area has also been beefed up, given the kind of protests that were being witnessed, and some of the Congress workers, as we just told you, have also been detained. A bus full of Congress workers were being taken away. Deepak continues to stay on with us. Deepak, the Karnataka Congress President DK Shivkumar slammed the BJP, say that the book has no meaning, that the Saffron Party was frustrated that it was losing grip in the state, and the Congress workers and supporters following suit. They are picking up on the instructions of DK Shivkumar, the top leadership of the Congress Party. They've hit the streets against the book launch that's to take place in minutes from now.
Just for the sake of taking votes and getting votes, he has done a lot of blunders. So he goes to a temple after eating, fish. Okay, that he and his party comes out.
So you are opposing it and you are releasing a book?
No, it's not we are releasing. Okay, so somebody is doing it, and of course, let the public know, let the people of Karnataka know how appeasement politics Mr. Siddaramaiah did in 5 years. So what did he do except for doing that? You name any one thing why people of Karnataka should remember Siddaramaiah for his administration, except for the fact that he was responsible for the killing of 36 Hindu Karyakartas in that 5 years.
So
okay.
The book's headline is completely says that clearly says that Sidhu Nije Kanishwar. That means his real dreams. He says that you're trying to tarnish his image.
Now, what is his real dreams? That's what I'm telling you. His dream is on par with Tipu Sultan dreams. Whatever Tipu did in his ruling, the same thing was done by Siddaramaiah during those 5 years. As I told you earlier, he was responsible for killing, 36 Hindu Karyakartas, and he was the one who took the case against SDP and PFI members, more than 1,500 cases. That too, when the cabinet opposed, he formed as Mohan Vishwa.
Sir, what is the reason of this?
See, these books today, what we are releasing, they are releasing the compilation of the atrocities done by Siddaramaiah. This is the fact-finding book, what he has actually done in the last 5 years, and how he has killed the Hindus, and how he has gone against the wishes of the Hindus and against the public mandate. Okay, how he has gone against the public mandate. This book shows how what are the atrocities he has done, and some good Samaritan has compiled all these books, and we as a party, we are ensuring that this book reaches to all the households of Karnataka, so that the real intention of Siddaramaiah comes to the public.
Sir, ಈ ಪುಸ್ತಕದ ನಿಜವಾದ ತಿರುಳೇನು? ಇದನ್ನ ನೀವು ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದೀರಾ ಬುಕ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ಗೆ?
ಇದು ಬುಕ್ ರಿಲೀಸ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಇದು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ.
Going back to Deepak once again. Deepak, what's the current situation? There are minutes to go before the book launch take place. In the meanwhile, security too has been heightened.
Well, we've just, the BJP, the Congress team has now, let me first bring you, up to speed as to what's happening here. The BJP workers, of course, continue to stay right at the entrance. They're waiting for Dr. Ashwath Narayan to arrive here, and he will, of course, take part in this particular book launch. You can see policemen who've been deployed right at the entrance. Meanwhile, teams from the Congress are right now putting out a message which suggests that there is an interim injunction for this particular book release. They had moved the court, claiming that if they release this book, it will, falsely, represent or showcase the former chief minister. It will hurt the sentiments of his followers, and the intention is to just, probably humiliate the former chief minister. And the interim injunction is something that they've got, is what they're claiming. We'll of course now have to verify it by ourselves whether they have indeed got this injunction. We've just got this message, of course, that their teams have been putting out in the last 5 minutes. But as of now, you can see as more and more officials come here, they're urging that either the Congress or the BJP workers do not really stage any protests here, and they are moving away anybody who tries to gather and shout slogans or hold up any sort of placards. Right now, another individual here being taken away. As of now, it's not very clear whether she was staging a protest or what exactly was the reason. The police are here saying that no permissions have been granted to anybody, either the BJP or the Congress, to stage a protest. A book release event is going to happen inside the town hall premises, and only permission has been granted for that.
Okay. All right. Deepak, if you could just throw some more light on what the Congress plans to do next, because this controversy is not going to die down anytime soon, and after the book release as well, we're expecting these kind of political reactions on the Congress's part to continue to come in. But have they also decided to take this up legally? All right. With regards to the Congress complaint against the BJP, the court has now stayed the book launch on Siddaramaiah. Let me go across to Deepak, who's joining us with more details. Yes, Deepak.
Yes, like I was just mentioning, their teams have just put out this message that, they had moved the court. Yatendra Siddaramaiah, the son of the former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, moving the court. And they have, in fact, argued that they sought initially that injunction against the defendants and they pursued the entire material on record. They've said the learned counsel for the plaintiff vehemently argued that the present suit is filed for permanent injunction on the book release. More importantly, they've also said that, the plaintiff is a sitting MLA and the son of a former Chief Minister of Karnataka. The defendants have already already printed the book in the name of Sidhu Nija Kanasugalu. The same is printed without the written consent, they're saying, of Mr. Siddaramaiah or anybody connected to him. They're also saying that the same is containing a defamatory statement against the plaintiff and his father. They're also adding that if the said book is released, the image of the plaintiff and his father will be spoiled. It will also hurt the sentiments of the followers of the plaintiff and his father Siddaramaiah. Hence, they've prayed for an interim injunction, and what we've been told is that it has been granted. As of now, we believe that a notice will be served to the defendants as well to object to it. But whether the book release will happen right now, because they would say that we've not got the injunction notice served to them at this point, so they will go ahead with it anyway. Is in all probability what they are going to come out with a justification for. So it's going to be very interesting as to how things unfold as the police continue to ensure that they are here deployed in numbers to ensure that no untoward protests incidents take place at the town hall ahead of this particular book release. Now with them moving court and getting this injunction as well, how things pan out is going to be very interesting.
Okay, all right. So far, there's no stay on the book release. There's no stay on what's going to transpire in the coming few minutes, because at 3 o'clock is when the book release was to take place. Now what happens given the stay on the book is something that we're yet to find out, because as Deepak is also pointing out, if we talk about the suit that has been filed for permanent injunction, what was also mentioned in the complaint is that the book is printed without the written consent of the plaintiff and his father, and the same is containing a defamatory statement against the plaintiff and his father, which means Siddaramaiah and his son in this case. If the said book is released, the image of the plaintiff and his father will be spoiled. It will also hurt the sentiments of followers of the plaintiff and his father Siddaramaiah. So those are the details that we're picking up with regards to this complaint. Now Deepak, if we look into this entire issue very closely, the book has been printed, the launch was to take place close to 3 p.m. Minister Ashwath Narayan was also to be present while the event was to take place. A lot of security can be witnessed on ground from where you're reporting. What are we to expect in the coming few minutes?
Well, the program is going to start as soon as Minister Ashwath Narayan is going to come here, is the information that we have. Police, like I've been showing, have been here for the last 1 hour, and they've been making it very clear that demonstration or protest will not be entertained. Meanwhile, the book launch is going to happen inside. Right now, the information that we've got is an interim injunction was sought and given against the book release. The reason that they did cite going to court is that if the book is released, it would damage the reputation of Mr. Siddaramaiah and also Mr. Yatindra, and also it would hurt the sentiments of followers. And that's the reason they did seek this injunction, and they said that there was no consent sought to write a book on his life or his work. So without a consent, them going ahead with this book release itself or writing a book itself is wrong, is what they've claimed. So right now with the police making it clear about the protest. As far as the book release event is concerned, that is scheduled at 3. Okay. Whether the organizers are going to go on with it anyway is a question that comes up.
Because there is a stay in the interim, and the book cannot be allowed to pass on, it cannot be allowed to circulate it if we go by this court order. But if or not the book release will take place, what kind of gathering will be witnessed given the security arrangements in place, and the decision that perhaps will be taken by the organizers remains to be seen. Thank you, Deepak. We'll come back to you in just a bit, heading into a quick break for now.
The smartphone category in India is anyway popular, right? उसमें भी जो 20 से 25 हजार वाले स्मार्टफोन्स हैं वो और भी ज्यादा पॉपुलर हैं। शायद इसीलिए इन्फिनिक्स ने आज अपना 020 स्मार्टफोन लॉन्च कर दिया है। I have the smartphone with me right here और इसको आज करेंगे अनबॉक्स। Hi, you're watching Gadget Time. This is me, Bhavni Jain, and it's time for me to unbox this device और देखते हैं फोन में आपको क्या-क्या contents दिखाई देंगे। Let's begin. आपने देखा यहाँ पर स्टिकर उतारते हुए मैंने ऐसे थोड़ा सा गंद मचा दी, यहाँ पे स्टिकर ऑलरेडी दिखाई दे रहा है, बट इसको क्लीन करेंगे बाद में। अभी बात करेंगे स्मार्टफोन के बारे में। थोड़ा सा मुझे वेट इसका ज्यादा लग रहा है, वो यूज करने के बाद पता चलेगा कि ये कितना कंफर्टेबल है। अदर देन दैट यू गेट 3 कैमराज एट द बैक। इसको आपको मिलेगा स्क्वायरिश कैमरा मॉड्यूल के अंदर। द मेन कैमरा इज 108 मेगापिक्सल और यही इसका यूएसपी है। सिर्फ बैक कैमरास की बात नहीं है बॉस, आपको फ्रंट कैमरा भी बहुत ही धांसू दिखाई दे रहा है, एटलीस्ट ऑन द स्पेक शीट। यूज करने पे पता चलेगा कि कितना अच्छा है या नहीं अच्छा है। फ्रंट कैमरा जो इसका है वो आपको मिलता है 60 मेगापिक्सल का फ्रंट शूटर। आपको इसमें दिखाई देगा फुल HD प्लस एमोलेड पैनल। बेजल्स थोड़े से मुझे मोटे दिखाई दे रहे हैं, टॉप और बॉटम वाला स्पेशली। साइड बेजल्स आर स्टिल स्लिम। व्हाट कीप्स दिस स्मार्टफोन अलाइव इज Helio G99 चिपसेट। बैटरी की बात करें तो इसमें आपको मिलता है 45 वॉट का फास्ट चार्जिंग सिस्टम, विच इज प्रिटी गुड। एट द बॉटम यू ऑल्सो गेट अ 3.5 mm हेडफोन जैक एंड दैट इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग, क्योंकि आजकल के फोन में ये आपको बिल्कुल दिखाई नहीं देता है। सो यू डू नॉट हैव टू जस्ट रिलाई ऑन योर वायरलेस ईयरबड्स। आप यहाँ पर अपने वायर्ड हेडफोन्स का भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। स्पीकर के साथ आपको मिलता है Type-C।
Welcome back at Times Network. We are always looking to create investor awareness and make financial matters simple for our viewers. Keeping up with our values, we present the second season of Nivesh Ke Fund Day. In this edition, we take a deep dive into the world of index funds.
The pandemic has seen a number of Indians turn to the financial market to invest their wealth.
Yes, but many have wanted to follow a passive route of investing.
Absolutely. And they have been able to do so by investing in index mutual funds. But Aisha, how does one know if they are investing in an index fund or actively managed fund?
Well, it's quite simple. Index funds mimic a stock market index like the NSE Nifty 50 or the BSE Sensex. So your investments are only in the stocks that are part of the index.
And the investments are made in stocks replicating the same weightage that they have been in the index against which the funds are benchmarked. And since the fund manager just has to replicate the stock composition of the index, the expense ratio is quite low as compared to actively managed funds.
But Nikunj, while a low expense ratio is ideal, investors should also check the tracking error of the index fund before they invest in it.
Yes, a low tracking error shows that index funds returns relative to its benchmark do not vary much, which is a good thing.
Nikunj, another benefit of investing in index funds is that investors get access to diversification.
Right. Since the index fund replicates the index, diversification is built into the system.
And if someone is bullish on the long-term prospects of the index, then an index fund is a very simple and easy route to stay invested towards that belief.
Investors can consider adding index funds to their portfolio, but only after consulting with their financial advisor.
That's all in this edition of Nivesh Ke Fund Day, where today we were talking about index funds. Stay tuned for more such investment insights.
Let's get it started here, you know it's game time. Ain't no excuses tolerated while you can't grind. It's like you're on the job, you know that team.
Hello everyone, ये है बजाज की नई पल्सर P150. In case you're wondering, 150 ऑलरेडी मौजूद है, तो इस P वर्जन को लाने का कारण क्या है, मतलब क्या है? सो कारण बहुत सारे हैं, डिजाइन को लेकर, फीचर्स को लेकर और कुछ हद तक परफॉर्मेंस को लेकर भी इस P वर्जन में बदलाव देखने को मिलते हैं। तो क्या है वो सारे बदलाव इस नई पल्सर P150 में, उन सभी के बारे में मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूं इस रिव्यू के अंदर। और रिव्यू के एंड में बात करेंगे 3 धांसू और 3 नॉट धांसू एलिमेंट्स मुझे क्या लगते हैं इस बजाज पल्सर P150 के बारे में। अब डिजाइन की बात करें तो यहाँ पर जो नयापन देखने को मिल रहा है, स्पेशली ओवरऑल 150 जो पल्सर है उसके मुकाबले इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिजाइन पूरी आपको ये P150 देखने को मिलेगी, लेकिन आपको ओवरऑल जो एसेंस है डिजाइन का वो इसमें N160 वाला देखने को मिलने वाला है। फ्रंट हालांकि अलग है यहाँ पे, लेकिन अब इसमें P150 में प्रोजेक्टर हेडलैम्प्स दिए गए हैं एंड इसमें DRLs भी यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को मिलते हैं। अग्रेसिव, स्पोर्टी एंड शार्प एलिमेंट्स इसके डिजाइन में यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहे हैं एंड साइड प्रोफाइल जो ओवरऑल है वो आपको N160 वाला ही झलक थ्रू आउट इसके साइड प्रोफाइल में देखने को मिलने वाला है। टैंक से लेकर इसके रियर पैनल्स यहाँ तक जो जाते हैं तो ओवरऑल वो लुक कुछ वैसा ही है, लेकिन अग्रेसिव और शार्प काफ़ी है इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिज़ाइन पहले के मुकाबले लग रही है। देन पल्सर की बड़ी सी ब्रांडिंग यहाँ दी गई है एंड यहाँ काउल अलग से देखने को मिल रहा है टैंक पे एंड देयर इज बेली पैन जो यहाँ पे नीचे दिया गया है, जो बॉडी कलर के हिसाब से दिया गया है एंड P150 की ब्रांडिंग यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को मिल रही है। सीट जो है इसमें स्प्लिट सीट्स आती हैं, इसमें दो वेरिएंट हैं SD और TD एंड जो इसका स्टार्टिंग वेरिएंट है SD उसमें सिंगल सीट है, इसमें जो है जो टॉप वेरिएंट है इसका उसमें TD सीट दी गई है। दोनों वेरिएंट में जो अंतर हैं कुछ मैं बताता हूँ आपको कौन कौन से हैं। एक तो सीट का हो गया, दूसरा ये जो वर्जन है इसमें क्लिप ऑन हैंडल बार्स आते हैं थोड़ा स्पोर्टी स्टांस के लिए, लेकिन जो SD वर्जन है उसमें जो है सिंगल फ्रेम दिया गया है हैंडल बार का, तो वो थोड़ा अपराइट पोजीशनिंग के साथ उसका स्टांस रखा गया है। एंड उसके अलावा जो ब्रेक्स हैं, डिस्क ब्रेक्स हैं, इसमें जो है ड्यूअल डिस्क ब्रेक मिलती हैं एंड दूसरे वेरिएंट में सिंगल डिस्क ब्रेक दी गई है। सिंगल चैनल ABS दोनों ही वेरिएंट में मिलता है, उसमें कोई कटौती नहीं करी गई है एंड ये कुछ चेंजेस यहाँ पर इन टर्म्स ऑफ बोथ वेरिएंट्स इन दोनों बाइक P150 के दोनों वर्जन्स में देखने को मिलते हैं। इसके अलावा रियर में भी टेल लाइट जो है LED इस्तेमाल करी गई है, हालांकि इंडिकेटर्स आगे पीछे हेलोजन बल्ब का इस्तेमाल यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है। सो स्टांस स्पोर्टी अग्रेसिव पहले के मुकाबले, पल्सर 150 के मुकाबले यहाँ पर देखने में जरूर लग रहा है एंड यस ओवरऑल डिजाइन भी पहले से बेहतर जरूर इसका देखने में लग रहा है। इसके अलावा यहाँ पर एक USB चार्जिंग पॉइंट इसमें दिया गया है। हैंडल बार में लेफ्ट साइड में यहाँ पे हाई बीम, लो बीम, पास स्विच, इंडिकेटर एंड हॉर्न स्विच एंड राइट साइड में इंजन किल स्विच, इग्निशन स्विच यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है। एंड इस P150 में जो एग्जॉस्ट टेल है वो अंडर बेली दिया गया है, बजाय एक्सपोज एग्जॉस्ट टेल जो होता है उसके बजाय यहाँ पर इसकी अंडर बेली में ये एग्जॉस्ट टेल देखने को मिलता है इस P150 में। एंड जो इसका डिस्प्ले है वो भी पल्सर 150 के मुकाबले अलग यहाँ देखने को मिलने वाला है। एनालॉग प्लस डिजिटल का मिक्सचर यहाँ देखने को मिल रहा है एंड स्पीडोमीटर इसका एनालॉग दिया गया है एंड डिजिटल में जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है गियर इंडिकेटर, ओडोमीटर, फ्यूल गेज, टाइम, टेम्परेचर, ये सब इन्फॉर्मेशन यहाँ पे इसके डिजिटल कंसोल में देखने को मिल रहा है। ABS की लाइट एंड इंजन लाइट, बैटरी लाइट, साइड स्टैंड इंडिकेटर भी यहाँ पे इसमें दिया गया है। तो ये कुछ मामला यहाँ पे इस बजाज की नई पल्सर P150 के डिजाइन और कुछ फीचर्स में देखने को मिलता है जो पल्सर 150 में देखने को नहीं मिलते हैं। यस, एक और जो एडिशनल चीज मैं बताना भूल गया, जो कंपैरिजन दोनों वेरिएंट्स में है, टायर के साइज का भी फर्क दोनों में देखने को मिलता है। इसमें जो है 17 इंच 90 सेक्शन फ्रंट में दिया गया है एंड रियर में जो टायर दिया गया है वो है 17 इंच 110 सेक्शन का। जो दूसरा वेरिएंट है उसमें 100 सेक्शन का टायर देखने को मिलता है रियर में। In terms of design, overall feel, in terms of features, पल्सर 150 के मुकाबले ये काफ़ी नई, बदली हुई और फ्रेश ज़रूर देखने में लगती है। हालांकि बजाज का कहना है कि 150 पल्सर ऑलरेडी बिकती रहेगी और साथ ही साथ इसको भी बेचा जाएगा। मे बी लॉन्ग टर्म में उसको बंद कर दिया जाए, देन इसको ही कंटिन्यू आगे रखा जाएगा, इसकी सेल्स अच्छी देखने को मिलती हैं। अब इसमें जो इंजन दिया गया है 150cc
Welcome back to Live Wire. I'm Siddharth Talia. Let's in fact tune into something that's taken place now in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has decided to resume hearings based on pleas that have been filed in the court seeking a ban on forced religious conversion. Now, in its previous hearing, the Supreme Court had remarked that this remains a serious issue and that conversion by force is not a part of the fundamental right to freely practice and propagate religion under Article 25 of the Constitution. The centre has also in fact responded by saying that it's aware about the seriousness as well as the gravity of this issue and was mulling the possibility of a national law. The centre today is in fact expected to report back to the court on what is the stand of the different states in the union regarding a national law on conversion, its feasibility, its implementability, and how the law that has already been promulgated in as many as 9 states across different parts of the country is actually being implemented on the ground. So a comprehensive response has been sought by the union government, which is expected to file its reply in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has resumed its hearing on this matter. Remember that on the 14th of November, the Supreme Court had made some serious observations about the malaise of illegal as well as forced conversions in India, and those hearings are now continuing. Aishwarya, in the previous hearing in November, the Supreme Court had also asked the centre about what's actually being done on the part of the executive to in fact curb forced and induced conversions. The centre is expected to file a fairly comprehensive response today.
Well, that's right. In fact, Supreme Court after resuming hearing on the plea seeking a ban on forced religious conversion, the Supreme Court had stated that earlier as well. Supreme Court has remarked that this is a serious issue and conversion by force should not be a part of freedom of religion, and Centre has remember already stated that it's aware about seriousness and gravity of the issue and mulled a national law. Today the Centre is to report back and on this particular stand of all states regarding a national law and how the law is working in around 9 states where anti-conversion law has been enacted. To which Justice Shah has stated in the court that this is a very serious matter. Centre also replying to the court in the notice that was issued earlier that they need more time to report back on what is the stand of all these states regarding a national law and how the law is working in around 9 states where anti-conversion law has been enacted already. The Centre also stated that they need more time for the state of to report back to the court as far as the 9 states are concerned. Tamil Nadu on one part has also stated in the court during the hearing that law on religious conversion is a state subject, and Advocate P. Wilson, who's appearing for Tamil Nadu state, has stated inside the court that the petitioner is a BJP worker. It's a politically motivated matter. To which the Supreme Court has stated that do not bring politics over here. This is a serious concern and that needs to be discussed. The hearing has resumed in the Supreme Court. It's a very serious matter that's what the Supreme Court has stated, and the arguments continues in the apex court.
Yeah, of course, that's an important submission. The Centre, of course, expected now to consult all the states of the Union and come out with a comprehensive response. Any information forthcoming on how that consultative process has so far panned out? Yes, there are 9 states that have their own anti-conversion laws in India, but there are several others that do not. So their statements and their points of view will also have to be taken on board.
Well, that's right, and therefore the reason perhaps the Supreme Court has stated that Tamil Nadu, one of the state, is saying that petitioners is politically motivated matter, and the petitioner is a BJP man, to which the Supreme Court already had stated earlier that we should not bring politics over here, but to discuss it as a serious concern. The Supreme Court also had stated that when once a matter is brought to the Supreme Court, they have to decide on the merits ground, and they are not bothered if this is politically motivated or not. Remember, the Centre, which has submitted a report to the Supreme Court, has asked for more time in this entire case, and they have stated that once the reply from 9 states will come, they will be filing an entire report.
Yes, and Advocate P. Wilson for Tamil Nadu, like you mentioned, Aishwarya, he's representing the Tamil Nadu government in court, and he said that the petitioner is a BJP worker. It's a politically motivated matter. The Supreme Court has said, please do not bring politics in here. Let me in fact go across to Harish as well, who's been tracking the proceedings in court. Harish, it must also be mentioned to our viewers that Tamil Nadu at one point in time under Jayalalitha had actually come out with an anti-conversion law that had to be withdrawn due to popular outrage. The DMK, of course, saying that this is entirely in the domain of the states. The other states, Harish, expectedly will also have to make their submissions before the court.
Remember that all states were asked to make their stand clear on anti-conversion law today. The Tamil Nadu government dropped a bombshell saying that Supreme Court should rejected this politically motivated petition filed as per a BJP agenda by a BJP worker, and therefore, but the Supreme Court was not impressed. Justice M.R. Shah said that we are not bothered if it is a politically motivated matter or is a BJP man, but once an issue, a very serious issue like this, like conversion which is brought before us, we will decide only on the merits and we will not go by the credentials of the petitioner. Very, very important, significant remarks made by the Supreme Court Judge M.R. Shah, blasting the Tamil Nadu government when he said that even the Supreme Court should not interfere and issue such orders and should not ask Centre to draft a law, saying that religious conversion is a state subject and only states can only states can enact a law, and therefore the Supreme Court cannot ask the Centre to draft a national law, and therefore now the hearing is still on, but Supreme Court has rejected Tamil Nadu's argument that this petition should be dismissed as it was filed by a political worker, BJP agenda person, but the Supreme Court said this is a very serious issue and once such a matter is brought to our attention, we will go by the merits of the matter.
And Harish, any information about whether or not other states have also implemented themselves in this matter? There are several Congress-ruled states as well. What is their stand going to be on this issue is something that we'll also have to, of course, look forward to, given that it's such a sensitive matter.
Yes, in fact, the hearing has just begun. Today, the Centre was asked to consult all the states and know the view as far as drafting of anti-conversion law is concerned, and also how anti-conversion law, which is at present implemented in 9 states, how it is working, and the hearing is still on. Now, only the state of Tamil Nadu has started making the submission. We'll have to wait and watch how many more states make the submissions. Back to you, Siddharth.
And Harish, one final question. Are we to now therefore assume that the Centre has once again demanded more time, or has it made that comprehensive submission that it was expected to make by consulting all the states? Are they demanding more time? Is this likely to drag on for some time longer?
The lawyer representing the Solicitor General of India, Tushar Mehta, said that the Centre required some more time to hold consultation with states, and now the hearing might once again resume after 5 minutes.
Okay, so that's the submission coming in on the part of the Centre. The Solicitor General, Mr. Tushar Mehta, telling the court that some more time might be required for the Centre to conclude its consultative process with several states about the feasibility possibly of bringing some kind of an anti-conversion law. Nationally, there are 9 states across the country that already have it, and the Centre is also expected to give a ground report on how these laws have fared on the ground. Let me in fact go also once again back to Harish. Harish, you said that the hearing is expected to take place in 5 minutes from now. This of course is a continuation of the initial series of hearings that had begun on the 14th, where the Supreme Court had said that conversion is a serious menace. It also has national security implications. Right, we'll continue tracking the developments in the court today, and Harish will come back to us with more updates on the deliberations on the part of the Supreme Court and the submissions that the Centre is expected to make on this very important matter. Remember, 9 states in India already have an anti-conversion law, and the Centre is also expected to apprise the Supreme Court on how these laws are actually functioning on the ground. We shift our attention now to what's been happening in Joshimath. It's like living in a nightmare for the people of that area in Uttarakhand, the lives of whom is crumbling in front of their eyes. With winter at its peak, tragedy could not have come at a worse time for the residents of this town. With over 3,000 residents affected, the situation continues to remain grim. Over 60 families have now been shifted to shelter camps, but all they can do is battle fears about their uncertain and ambiguous future. The Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Mr. Pushkar Singh Dhami, today informed that 68 houses that were in danger have now been shifted. A zone of over 600 houses has been formed and efforts are currently underway to shift them as well. Meanwhile, today, the NDMA team is going to visit Joshimath and assess the situation and advise what needs to be done going forward.
ये समय सबको मिलजुल कर जोशीमठ को बचाने का समय है। सब लोग एक टीम के रूप में काम करें। जो एक जोन बना है 600 मकानों से अधिक का, उनको भी वहां से सुरक्षित स्थानों पर ले जाने की कार्रवाई गतिमान है और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी भी लगातार इसकी समीक्षा कर रहे हैं, लगातार व्यक्तिगत रूप से वो जानकारी ले रहे हैं और उन्होंने हर संभव यहाँ पर मदद का हमको सहायता का आश्वासन दिया कि हर प्रकार से सहायता होगी।
Now, a high-level meeting had been chaired by Prime Minister Narendra Modi's office yesterday. It decided that the immediate priority in Joshimath, which has been hit by land subsidence, should be that of safety of the people living in the affected area. However, as thousands of lives continue to remain affected by this tragedy, locals have hit the streets now, protesting against the administration for not looking after their demands. They say that their homes have been seized, but no help has been extended. Aggrieved residents are demanding that the government resettle them or give them new homes for all of those who have lost their properties in the town so far, where they're invested their life savings.
इस वक्त हम यहाँ पर छावनी बाजार वार्ड में हैं और यहाँ के तमाम वो लोग जिनके मकान 1-1.5 साल पहले टूट गए थे, उन लोगों ने ये रास्ता, अगर आप देखें बद्री जाने वाला रास्ता जो है वो रोका है। प्रशासन के खिलाफ नारेबाजी, इस वक्त आपको तस्वीरों में नारेबाजी आपको नजर आ रही होगी।
हमें इसलिए संघर्ष करना पड़ रहा है, यहाँ पे आते ये सीज कर रहे हैं सभी लोगों का घर और किसी की कोई व्यवस्था नहीं है, कोई सुनवाई नहीं है। सरकार से हमारी गुजारिश यही है कि जिनका घर टूट चुका है, जो बेघर हो रहे हैं, पहले उनकी व्यवस्था की जाए।
हमने शासन प्रशासन को अवगत कराया, जुलूस किया, प्रदर्शन किया, 1 साल से हमारी किसी ने सुध नहीं ली। ठीक है, चलो आज जब बड़े बड़े लोगों पे गाज गिरी, पूरा जोशीमठ जब इसके चपेट में आया तो पूरी शासन प्रशासन अलर्ट हुई।
हमारी सुनी नहीं है, ना व्यवस्था की इन्होंने और बेवजह हमारे घरों को सीज करने लगे। बच्चे हमारे नीचे, क्या इस सरकार ने हमारी सुन, जो पैसे वाले लोग थे उनको पैसे देकर यहाँ से भगा दिया गया है। हमारी सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। हमारे छोटे छोटे बच्चे सर कहाँ जाएंगे, हम अच्छी व्यवस्था करो हमारी, तब जाएंगे। पहले सील करने लग गए हमारे घर।
कि लोगों को कोई सुविधाएं तो नहीं दी गई, लेकिन लोगों के मकान सील कर दिए गए और लोग अब इस वजह से प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं और उन्होंने बद्रीनाथ जाने वाले रास्ते को रोका है।
So this, of course, is coming after the Prime Minister had chaired a high-level meeting yesterday. He also, of course, had a interaction with the Chief Minister of Uttarakhand, Mr. Pushkar Singh Dhami, and more than 600 houses have been identified where certain cracks have developed, and 68 families have now been moved out of the area. However, a lot of residents on the ground have been protesting against the dispensation, saying that a lot of red flags over several years have been ignored and precautionary measures not taken by the ruling dispensation to address this particular issue. This has in fact been also brought forth earlier in several survey reports that have been conducted in the area as well. There have been protests in the past that have been taken out against certain hydropower projects operating in the region too. But the protesters, of course, say that all their warnings, all their red flags in the past have been ignored, and now they find themselves in a situation where they do not have potentially a house to go back to. So the Prime Minister has, of course, spoken to Pushkar Singh Dhami, the Chief Minister, and said that the welfare and the well-being of the residents in the area is immediate priority as of now. So they have been moved to a safe location, and the NDMA will in fact be also taking cognizance of the issue and will be looking proactively as to what's to be done in the future. We shift our attention now to what's been happening in the state of Karnataka. There was a temporary reprieve and a victory for Siddaramaiah, the former Chief Minister, who's now managed to in fact secure a temporary injunction on the parts of the court against the release of a book about him by the Bharatiya Janata Party. Remember, that book was supposed to be released at 3 p.m. this afternoon. The matter subsequently went to court, where on a prima facie level the court believes that there is certain content in that particular book that was due to publish at 3 p.m. That were defamatory, and therefore their publishing cannot be in fact taken up. It cannot go ahead. Let me in fact go across to Deepak, who's managed to access the contents of the court order as well. Deepak, do tell us about what the reasons that have been outlined by the court actually are for preventing the BJP from going ahead with the publication of this book.
Well, Siddharth, firstly, let's tell our viewers that the appeal seeking an injunction order against the book's release was filed by none other than Siddaramaya's son. Now, this is the proceedings that we have heard the arguments. Counsel for plaintiff on order number seeking injunction against defendants and pursued the entire material on record. Learned counsel for plaintiff vehemently argued that the present suit is filed for permanent injunction. It is further argued that the plaintiff is the sitting MLA and also the son of former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Siddaramaya. Now, the defendants have already printed the book in the name of Siddu Nija Kanasugolu. The same is printed without the written consent of the plaintiff and his father. The same is containing a defamatory statements against the plaintiff and his father. If the said book is released, the image of the plaintiff and his father will be spoiled. It will also be hurt, and the sentiments of the followers of the plaintiff and his father Siddaramaya. Hence, pray to grant an interim injunction, pursued the affidavit and the entire material on record. The plaintiff has made out that the ground for dispensation of prior notice on the order and also made out a ground for issuance of an interim injunction. Hence, the court has agreed to pass the following order and issue an ad interim injunction against the defendant number 1 to 7, restraining them, their men, agents of any body or by themselves or on their behalf from issuing, hosting a defamatory statement of any sort in connection with any matter against the plaintiff. Siddharth, this is what the order states.
Deepak, let me in fact take this across to my colleague Deepak Bopanna, who is joining us from Bengaluru as well. Deepak, the Congress party has said that this book is an outcome of the BJP's frustration against the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Siddaramaya. Siddaramaya and his son now winning a temporary reprieve in court, preventing the publication of the book from going ahead.
Well, as of now in town hall, we witnessed a lot of drama over the last, half an hour or so. We saw Congress workers come here, stage a protest. I'm going to now show you the situation here. The police, of course, are still here at town hall. The book release event was scheduled for about 3 o'clock. Now, it's not yet begun. As of now, it's not very clear whether they are going to stall, the event at this point, because there has been an injunction. But while we spoke to some of them, they said that they have not received any copy of the injunction, and they will not be able to take a decision on whether to stall it because there are some talks that there has been an injunction that has been granted, and the organizers will take a final call. Here you can see a couple of buses that have been brought in case any protests break out to prevent or take into custody or detain rather the protesters. Meanwhile, inside town hall, the event is scheduled, and you can see several BJP workers who have already gone inside. We're expecting Minister Ashwath Narayan to also make his way here in a short while from now. But with this injunction, whether the BJP decides not to go ahead with it, that's something that we'll have to wait. But while we spoke to the organizers, like I said, they are saying that they have not received any copy of it, and they are not bound by it because they have not been served a copy, and they will go ahead with it. So it was scheduled at about 3, it's still not happened. Whether there is any sort of discussion going on about it is something that we'll have to really consider.
And Deepak, in the event that the BJP actually goes ahead with this particular publication or in fact releases the book in public, then won't that amount to a contempt of court, given that there is a temporary injunction already in place?
Well, definitely it would, but they would argue on legal aspects of whether they have been served this particular notice, whether they've been given information about it. So there are a lot of question marks that still remain here, Siddharth. So in the next probably 10 minutes, we'll have more clarity as to whether the BJP still decides to go ahead with it. But more than actually having the book released, what they wanted to do, of course, was try to put the message out there that Siddaramaya has been an ardent supporter of Tipu Sultan. They're trying to say that his administration is similar to how Tipu Sultan's administration was, which was anti-Hindu. This is what some of the BJP...
Well, big news coming in. Siddaramaya has announced his intent to contest from Kolar in Karnataka. He's the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, and he has said that in the upcoming elections, he might in fact contest from Kolar, which is of course a very prominent constituency in the state of Karnataka, a fairly high population of Dalits as well as Kurubas and also Muslim voters. and it's been traditionally a stronghold of the Congress party as well. Let me in fact take this across. More on this, Deepak, tell us about the implications of this, where Siddaramaiah has ultimately left the decision to the High Command, but he has very much announced his intent to contest from Kolar come the May election this year. Right. So we'll come back to Deepak in just a bit, but Siddaramaiah is currently a member of the Legislative Assembly from Badami, which falls in the Bagalkot district of Karnataka, but he's now of course made a public statement that he is very much keen on contesting from Kolar in the upcoming state assembly elections, but has in fact left it finally to the Congress party high command to take a call. So Deepak, Siddaramaiah is currently an MLA from Badami in Bagalkot, but he has announced his intent to contest from Kolar. Tell us about the implications of this.
Well, it's an interesting comment that's coming from the former Chief Minister, who said that he has shown inclination and shown interest that he wants to contest from Kolar, and he's expressed this desire to the High Command. It's really up to the High Command, they've said, to take the final decision. Meanwhile, let me show you, there's also a little bit of drama that's unfolding once again outside the town hall with the release of the book against Siddaramaiah. Congress workers came in here with the injunction order, and they're urging the police that the event should not be allowed because there is of course an injunction that has been given for against publishing this particular book or putting out.
Right. So we'll of course keep coming back to all the updates from town hall where Deepak has been reporting from, but that is the former Chief Minister of Karnataka, Mr. Siddaramaiah, announcing his intent to contest from Kolar. He has been an MLA from Bagalkot near Badami, and the very fact that he wants to now contest from Kolar is something that will now have to be affirmed by the High Command of the Congress party. Kolar is a high population of the Kuruba caste as well, among Muslim voters too. It's traditionally oscillated between the Janata Dal Secular as well as the Congress party. They've been the two dominant forces in that part of Karnataka. Let me in fact go across to Imran for more on this. Imran, take us through Siddaramaiah announcing his intent to contest from Kolar in the 2023 assembly elections. So Siddaramaiah had in fact contested from two seats in 2018 from Chamundeshwari as well as Badami. He's now announced his intent to contest from Kolar in Karnataka, where the BJP traditionally has not held a lot of sway. It is one of the regions in Karnataka where the BJP has traditionally been relatively weak, even though Karnataka happens to be the first South Indian state where the BJP successfully managed to make inroads and come to power. So perhaps seizing on that opportunity, Siddaramaiah has now announced his intent to contest from Kolar. Let's in fact listen into what he said.
ಮುಂದಿನ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋಲಾರದಿಂದ ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿಯಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ
I am expressing my willingness to contest from Kolar is what Siddaramaiah, the former Chief Minister, has said.
ನಾನು ಮುಂದಿನ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋಲಾರದಿಂದ ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿಯಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ
I am announcing my intent. I am making a public declaration about my intent to contest from Kolar in the coming elections. So the moment Mr. Siddaramaiah made that comment, of course, the people around him cheered him on.
ಮುಂದಿನ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೋಲಾರದಿಂದ ಅಭ್ಯರ್ಥಿಯಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ತೀರ್ಮಾನ
So this is something that he is told supporters of the Congress party in Kolar, where Siddaramaiah is addressing a rally, and he has of course made his declaration quite clear that he wants to contest from Kolar. Let's listen into that bite once again.
ಆದರೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇಲ್ಲಿ
crowd to keep themselves under control.
ಆದರೆ ಈಗಾಗಲೇ KH ಮುನಿಯಪ್ಪನವರು ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಅವರು ವರ್ಕಿಂಗ್ ಕಮಿಟಿ ಮೆಂಬರು, ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
He refers to one of the members on the stage who just spoke, who happens to be a working committee member of the Congress party. His views will have to also be taken on board.
To approval by the High Command.
This has to be approved by the High Command. So he is of course making his personal intent quite clear that he wants to contest from Kolar, but ultimately the High Command will have to sign off on that particular declaration. So he's asking the crowd there that's gathered in Kolar in big numbers to be seated. So Mr. Siddaramaiah said two things very clearly, that he wants to contest from Kolar, but the final decision rests with the High Command. We'll slip into a short break. We'll come back to this on the other side. Stay tuned.
इन केस आप मिलेनियन वाली जनरेशन से हैं तो आपने शायद वो गाना सुना होगा, देखा जो तुझे यार दिल में बजी गिटार। सो कुछ ऐसे अगर आप मूड में हैं तो यहाँ पे ये गिटार की स्ट्रिंग्स टाइप दी गई हैं, एग्जैक्टली स्ट्रिंग्स नहीं है, बट ऐसे कुछ मूड में है तो आप इनका इस्तेमाल उस समय जरूर कर सकते हैं। अब आप समझ गए होंगे कि गाड़ी कौन सी है। हाल ही में इसका लॉन्च हुआ था, ये है BYD की Atto 3, और क्या परफॉर्मेंस, क्या रेंज, क्या डिजाइन, क्या फीचर्स BYD अपने इस इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में दे रहा है, उन सभी के बारे में मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूं इस वीडियो में। और वीडियो के अंत में हमेशा की तरह बात करेंगे 3 धांसू और 3 नॉट सो धांसू एलिमेंट्स मुझे क्या लगे इस BYD Atto 3 के बारे में। तो चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं। तो शुरुआत कर लेते हैं इस Atto 3 के डिजाइन वाले एस्पेक्ट से। तो फ्रंट में BYD का कहना है ये गाड़ी का डिजाइन जो है ओवरऑल ड्रैगन इंस्पायर्ड है, चाइनीज ब्रांड है, तो कुछ वैसा ही एसेंस BYD कह रही है हमने इस गाड़ी के डिजाइन और स्टाइलिंग में देने की कोशिश करी है। हालांकि ड्रैगन इंस्पायर्ड तो मुझे फ्रंट ज्यादा नहीं लग रहा है, बट फिर भी यहाँ पे सेंटर में बड़ा सा BYD का लोगो है, क्रोम का एलिमेंट दिया गया है थ्रू आउट जो जाता है इसके फ्रंट हेडलाइट के ऊपर से सेंटर तक। एंड हेडलाइट जो है क्रिस्टल LED कॉम्बिनेशन लाइट्स यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को मिल रही है। एंड DRL देख रहे हैं, देखने में खूबसूरत ही काफी लग रहा है। इसका फ्रंट जो लाइट का सेक्शन है काफी स्लीक कॉम्पैक्ट इसका हेडलाइट का डिजाइन लग रहा है। एंड जो टर्न इंडिकेटर्स हैं वो भी इसके DRL में ही इंटीग्रेटेड हैं, तो यहाँ पे जब इसको टर्न इंडिकेटर ऑन होंगे तो ये DRL टर्न इंडिकेटर का काम भी करेगा। इसके अलावा इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी है तो फ्रंट में कुछ यहाँ पे इवेंट वगैरह देखने को नहीं मिलेगा, ऑब्वियस है। एंड इसमें जो है ADAS लेवल 2 के फीचर्स देख सकते हैं आप, यहाँ सेंसर्स वगैरह, रेडार वगैरह यहाँ पे इसमें देखने को मिल रहा है। एंड 360 डिग्री कैमरा यहाँ पर इस BYD की Atto 3 में इधर दिया गया है। साइड प्रोफाइल पे आए तो यहाँ पर जो टायर्स इसमें दिए गए हैं वो हैं 18 इंच के 215 सेक्शन के टायर्स दिए गए हैं। एंड यहाँ पे जो डिजाइन है एलॉयस का, ये भी थोड़ा स्पोर्टी स्टाइलिश देखने में जरूर लग रहा है। BYD का हब यहाँ पे सेंटर में दिया गया है व्हील में। एंड ओवरऑल जो यहाँ पे डिजाइन है, यहाँ पे क्लैडिंग थ्रू आउट जाती हुई आपको पीछे तक इसमें देखने को मिलेगी। BYD डिजाइन की बैजिंग यहाँ दी गई है क्रोम में। यहाँ पे जो है इसका ये चार्जिंग सॉकेट है, एंड इसका जो चार्जिंग सॉकेट है वो आप एक्सटर्नल पावर कहीं आपको देनी है, छोटा मोटा कुछ आपको कॉफी मशीन टाइप, छोटा मोटा फ्रिज आपको यहाँ पे इससे एक्टिवेट करना है, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी देनी है वहाँ पे, तो उसका इस्तेमाल इस तरह से भी करा जा सकता है। तो ये एक ऑप्शन BYD ने इस Atto 3 में दिया है। इन साइड प्रोफाइल में क्रोम का एलिमेंट थ्रू आउट इसके विंडोज के आसपास, एंड यहाँ पर थोड़ा ये सिल्वर टच इसके रूफ रेल में इधर देखने को मिल रहा है। डोर हैंडल्स जो हैं बॉडी कलर्ड है। एंड ORVM जो है इसमें जो है हीटेड का भी ऑप्शन दिया गया है, तो हीटेड ORVMs है। एंड ब्लाइंड स्पॉट मॉनिटरिंग के फीचर्स ऑब्वियसली यहाँ देखने को मिलेंगे क्योंकि ADAS लेवल 2 के सेफ्टी फीचर्स इसमें दिए गए हैं। एंड नीचे डोर्स में भी थोड़ा ब्लैक और ये बॉडी कलर कॉम्बिनेशन इसके डोर्स में नीचे देखने को मिल रहा है। साइड से डिजाइन में कहूँ बहुत ज्यादा फ्यूचरिस्टिक नहीं लग रहा, बट ओवर
all, and a very warm welcome. You're watching Times Now with me, Priya Behel. The story that we're tracking for you right now is the hangama that took place in Tamil Nadu State Assembly. It was a day of high voltage action as DMK and its allies raised slogans against State Governor R.N. Ravi during his address. DMK allies have alleged that the governor skipped references to Tamil Nadu and Dravidian ideology from the speech that was prepared by the state government. They also staged a walkout in protest. This, remember, comes days after the governor stoked a fresh controversy as he suggested a new name which he said would be more appropriate for the state. The governor had said that Tamilgam is a more appropriate moniker for Tamil Nadu.
Mutamil Harinar Kalainar's philosophy of though we may fall. Several states including Tamil Nadu had joined the GST regime. The anticipated revenues were not realized due to the drastic fall in revenue. Mutamil Harinar Kalainar's philosophy of though we may fall. Several states including Tamil Nadu had joined the GST regime. The anticipated revenues were not realized due to the drastic fall in revenue. Mutamil Harinar Kalainar's philosophy of though we may fall. Several states including Tamil Nadu had joined the GST regime. The anticipated revenues were not realized.
Now, Chief Minister Stalin moved a resolution against the governor, accusing him of not only skipping portions of the prepared text, but also breaking the decorum of the assembly. The governor walked out of the assembly in a huff even before the national anthem could be sung, leading to a lot of discontent and political slugfest between the parties in the state. Prapanch now joins us for more. Prapanch, first of all, what were these texts that were skipped allegedly by the governor that made DMK so angry?
Now, there were parts of the speech, governor's speech, which was earlier printed. Now, the government states that they had in fact earlier sent the speech to the governor's office and it was ratified by the office, and that is what was printed. Now, in that speech, several portions regarding, in fact, Dravidian model was skipped, and several leader names like Ambedkar, Periyar, that paragraph was skipped, and there was a paragraph wherein it stated that the state is maintaining highest in fact order to maintain law and order in the state, and also it stated that Tamil Nadu is a haven for peace and tranquility. So these are the parts that was skipped by the governor. So this irked a lot of MLAs, in fact especially DMK and the allied parties. DMK did not protest or in fact raise their voice against the governor in the floor of the house, but we saw BCK, Congress, CPI, CPM, and in fact Tamilgai Varvarmai Katchi, Manidane Makkal Katchi, these are the several parties that raised voices and slogans against the governor. In fact, they were questioning why the bills that were pending before the governor were not given any assent. They were talking about the, in fact, NEET bill. They were talking about the online gaming bill. So these were the several bills that were, in fact, put forth as a question towards the governor. They were raising slogans against the governor, and subsequently we saw several of the MLAs went near the podium of the where the governor was giving address. Despite several commotion caused in the assembly, the governor went ahead with his speech and he continued with this
From
speech.
commotion in one state to commotion in the other, we are getting visuals coming in of the BJP that is now staging protests in Karnataka. The visuals that you're going to be on your screens in a bit. This is about the decision of a Karnataka court staying the release of a book comparing Siddaramaiah to Tipu Sultan. Deepak now joins me for Deepak. What is the protest about now? Deepak, can you hear me? Right, we'll try and get in touch with my colleague. Now remember, just a few minutes ago, Karnataka court has stayed the release of a book about senior Congress leader Siddaramaiah. The petition had been filed by his son, alleging that it was an attempt at defaming the leader, and after which the court has issued an interim injunction saying that the book cannot be put out for sale and the objectionable portions have to be removed. what the sources had come out telling us earlier is that the book allegedly contains writings on the alleged misrule during Siddaramaiah-led Congress government, as well as took several potshots at his appeasement politics. Reportedly, it also highlighted certain controversial and communally sensitive issues and incidents linked to the former chief minister's tenure. But that book, the sale, has now been put on hold. A temporary injunction has been issued by the court, and which is why, following that, the BJP leaders are now protesting at the town hall. Remember, elections, assembly elections in Karnataka are just a few months away, and ahead of those elections, several friction issues have emerged in the state, this book being the latest one. Imran joins us for more details. Imran, what is this protest about now?
Well, there has been a protest by the BJP protest activists there who are now they are protesting against the Congress who had come here earlier against the release of the book, and after that this aggressive protest by the Congress, the BJP has gathered their members, so they are protesting against the Congress leadership who had come here to stall the book release. In fact, the Congress claims that they have taken an injunction over this issue, and they have also asking the protest the BJP where the convention is happening to not to go ahead with the program. They would try to get out the convention hall. The police has stopped them and kept them in the provincial detention. But now the minister and other people are also there at the hall now. BJP is protesting that the Congress is unnecessarily trying to solve what they call as the truth of this during Siddaramaiah's tenure, what happened during that time, and they are alleging that this book is what Siddaramaiah shows how he was his anti-Hindu policies. In fact, he resembles that of Tipu Sultan, how he did the massacre of the Hindus and how he subdued Hindus, and that's the reason how this Siddaramaiah did in his 5 years tenure as Chief Minister of Karnataka. So against that book, Congress protested in retort to that. The BJP also has now started protesting at the town hall.
Right. Remember, this was a book where allegedly Siddaramaiah had been portrayed as Tipu Sultan, which is why the Congress leaders, including that issue, several other issues were raised and went and got an injunction, a temporary halt on the release of the book as well as the sale. The court, very interestingly, has said that the objectionable portions have to be removed from the book and it cannot be put on sale. So there, a legal victory coming in for the Congress party there. There is not much that BJP can now do when it comes to the book release. Deepak?
They will not be able to stage a protest. This is what the Congress workers as well objected to.
Imran?
Yes, absolutely. It's a victory for the Congress, is what they because they wanted to stall the book release, and alleging that it is inundations and insinuations against the former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, and to call him an anti-Hindu is what BJP's desperation is, what Siddaramaiah and his followers have said. In fact, they also registered a complaint at the Joshimath police station in Bangalore, and they went to the court also over this issue, where the court has given an interim injunction that none of the contents of the book should be released, and till the case is heard. So we have to wait and see what the organizers do, whether they go ahead with the book release or not. As of right now, protests are happening at the town hall, intense protests with both Congress and BJP workers protesting there against each other. Congress saying that this book release is an insinuation against the former Chief Minister, whereas the BJP and the workers feel that this is the truth of the Siddaramaiah, that he was anti-Hindu and resembles that of, and his policies resembles that of Tipu Sultan.
Right. Do we know what is the next plan of action when it comes to the BJP now that the court has clearly ruled against what they wanted?
They'll have to challenge it in the court against this injunction so that they can release the book. But in fact, several of the BJP, the organizers of the event, have said that they will make the contents of the truth known to public. So there are other means they will release the book, either by distribution of the pamphlets or to other means. But officially, they cannot release the book, is what the court has said. But as of right now, they said that they will challenge it in the court. That's the next legal step, what the organizers of the event will do now.
Right. The Congress, meanwhile, Imran, would obviously be claiming vindication of their allegation that it was an attempt to defame their leader, keeping in mind the upcoming elections, and an attempt that has now been thwarted by none other than the court itself.
Absolutely. In the day when Siddaramaiah has announced that he is going to contest from Kolar, his book release was to counter Siddaramaiah's image as someone who is Siddaramaiah pride in.
I'll have to ask you to stay on hold, Imran, because Ganesh Karnik now joins us on the broadcast of the BJP. Sir, what is your first reaction?
See, I'm in Mangalore, but I've heard it through the media, what actually is happening. See, it's about a book, and on that book, the Honorable Court has given certain directions, which are being challenged by our party in the court itself. And whatever is mentioned in that book is as per documents, as per record. So we will contest the observations made by the court. And Congress has no reason to protest publicly about this since they have gone to the court already. So there is no point in coming and protesting.
Okay,
Hello,
but
can you hear me?
Right, but the BJP is also protesting, sir. Why is the BJP protesting at the town hall now? If you're saying that it's a legal battle and it has to be fought inside the court, then why the protest?
Why the protest is to counter what they have done.
So, but you just said that Congress should not protest on the streets. So, Congress should not protest, but BJP can protest.
No. See, on court's verdict, they should have accepted, isn't it? And on the court's verdict, we have already further gone to the court. Where is the point of coming and protesting again? If they want to make a political issue out of it, we will fight it out, definitely. And we have agreed with the court's directions, but we have challenged it.
Sir, if you've agreed with the court's directions, then the visuals that are playing out right now on our screens from outside the town hall, what are they about? What is your demand now? The court clearly seems to have sided with the Congress.
The Congress double speak to what they speak and what they have done. And now in the name of free speech, they have been countering anything and everything. Today, if somebody has brought out a book, they can't tolerate it.
Right.
Isn't it? With facts and figures, we'll go to the court and challenge their directions.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Karnik, for joining us. Now, Deepak and Imran are both with me on the story. Deepak, coming to you, the BJP is saying that the same people who claim to be the self-proclaimed flag bearers of freedom of speech have now resorted to clamping down a dissenting opinion.
Well, we've seen multiple protests that have ensued in the last 1 hour. Congress workers initially protested at about 2. They were detained. Then another batch of people came and protested. They were detained. Then came Congress workers from the court, bringing the copy of injunction and saying that the police should not allow further book release to happen because the courts have directed it. Then BJP workers came out and began to object to what the Congress workers were doing in staging a protest here at Town Hall. Mind you, there are no opportunity for protests here. I have Mr. Mohan Vishwa here of the BJP joining us. Now the question that comes up is, are you going to release the book or not? Is that going to happen, the event inside?
See, Deepak, you should ask this question for the organizer. We are not the organizers. I am also an audience like other who have come over here, okay, to watch the function. But just now,
the Congress workers came with the injunction. They are protesting that, the courts have said don't do it. The BJP is anyway going ahead with it. That's the problem that
I don't know why Congress is feared of it. I don't know why Mr. Siddaramaiah also went to the court and got the stay order. See, nobody knows what is there in the book. Even I don't know, and you don't know, and media don't know. Why is he worried so much? So that means there is something which he is accepting. So like as I said earlier, I'm telling you, even though we don't know what's happening inside, we should ask the organizer. But when you look at the administration of Siddaramaiah in those 5 years, that obviously goes on par with Tipu Sultan's administration. Whatever Tipu did in the past, he did the same thing in those 5 years. That everybody knows. So beyond that, there should be something in this book which Siddaramaiah, by getting an injunction has indirectly accepted that, there is something in this book. Okay, so like others, we have also come here to watch the program, but unfortunately we came to know just now that, there is a court order. We have to see what organizers will do for this.
Okay, and meanwhile, you were also chanting slogans here while the Congress workers were there. What was that? It was a form of a retaliatory protest? What was that?
No, it's not a retaliatory protest. Basically, when the Congress workers, when they came in support of Siddaramaiah, even after knowing the fact that how we ruled for the 5 years, so obviously being an audience and also being I'm also a columnist. So I'm also that side of it. it when you ask me. So we have every right to do that. So that is what we did. It's not a retaliation or something, whatever you call it as. So when they protest against, obviously we have to use some sort of...
leaders are also here. Who all are expected, if you could tell us, for this event?
No, actually, as per the invitation, Dr. C. and Ashwath Narayan was supposed to come, and Mrs. Salwadi Narayan Som is in current MLC, was supposed to come. But now, I think they got an order stating that the program has been cancelled. Probably, I don't think so. They will be coming over here.
So you're saying officially now it's been cancelled here?
No, I can't. I don't know. That's what you have to ask the organizers. So I'm also, waiting for the organizers what decision they're going to take. So that's why we're waiting over here. So we have to see what they're going to do. Maybe another half an hour or 1 hour we may come to know. Because 4 o'clock it was supposed to start. It's already 3:45. So we have to see what they're going to do. So post that we're going to take a call.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's the word from here. They're saying that as of now they have a little bit of hint that the program could be called off post the court orders. But the BJP is saying that what is the reason that the Congress is so afraid and the workers are protesting? Is there any truth to what's in the book that Siddaramaiah or his associates fear? Is the question that they're asking. And right now, dramatic scenes. I'm going to ask my video journalist Vinay to show you all around here. A lot of policemen, a lot of journalists as well here, workers from both the Congress and the BJP all around town hall. Over the last 1 hour, it has been Congress versus BJP over this entire Siddaramaiah book that the BJP workers decided to launch, and it was of course backed by a minister in the current regime, Mr. Ashwath Narayan, who of course hasn't come here. Whether it is the recent developments in court that has led to that development or whether he is going to turn up, they are not clarifying on that aspect yet. But it looks like the program could be probably rescheduled once they go and seek relief from this particular interim injunction in court.
Right, so it has now become protest versus protest, although one doesn't really understand what is the significance of this protest given that there is already a legal order in place in this matter. Imran, coming back to you, but this is not going to be the last of what we would see in terms of points of friction between the two parties, because every single issue is now going to become a political issue in the state given how close the elections are and how close the contest is likely to be. Imran.
Well, absolutely. In fact, it's a tough political battle here in Karnataka between BJP and the Congress. And if you let me remind you that the Home Minister Amit Shah, when he had come to Karnataka, had clearly said that this is not a three-way contest. In fact, it is a contest between two parties. A vote for JDS is a vote for Congress, he had said. And he also said that this fight is between BJP and Congress. And here we saw the display of it, how we can see the cameraman that this entire spot was filled with Congress and BJP protesters here. And now as we speak, the MLC Chalvarai Swami is giving a bite to the media. But this is at a town hall where this event was to be launched here on Siddaramaiah. The Congress had traded barbs against Siddaramaiah, saying that he resembles that of Tipu Sultan. His policies, his governance, 5 years resembles of that Tipu Sultan. They wanted to highlight the fact that Tipu Jayanti was to be organized. They wanted to highlight that Tipu University was proposed, and also the several other. They also said that if he comes to power, Muhammad Nalapad, who was infamously involved in a brawl, he will be made a home minister. There's some kind of saying that the minorities will also get prominence if Siddaramaiah comes to power, and Hindus will be subjugated. What the book wanted to convey, and that book has now got injunction by the Congress party, saying that these are nothing but insinuations and innuendos on the part of the organizers of the event, and that injunction has got. But we have to wait and see whether Ashwath Narayan will come ahead and distribute the books. Is what we are getting to. Idea is that they will most probably do not have the event.
They've already chosen to take the legal path to oppose the verdict. Are they going to resort to any other means or not? Times Now will keep a track of that. Imran and Deepak, thank you for joining us. We take a very quick break. On the other side, we get you all the details of what is happening in the hearing in the court when it comes to the forced conversion plea, as well as the row over Akhilesh Yadav's video where he refuses to have tea served by cops in Uttar Pradesh.
The smartphone category in India is anyway popular, right? उसमें भी जो 20 से 25 हजार वाले स्मार्टफोन्स हैं वो और भी ज्यादा पॉपुलर हैं। शायद इसीलिए Infinix ने आज अपना 020 स्मार्टफोन लॉन्च कर दिया है। I have the smartphone with me right here और इसको आज करेंगे अनबॉक्स। Hi, you're watching Gadget Times. This is me, Bhavni Jain, and it's time for me to unbox this device और देखते हैं फोन में आपको क्या-क्या contents दिखाई देंगे. Let's wait. अनबॉक्स हो चुका है. जैसे कि आपने देखा यहाँ पर स्टिकर उतारते हुए मैंने इसे थोड़ा सा गंद मचा दी. यहाँ पे स्टिकर ऑलरेडी दिखाई दे रहा है, बट इसको क्लीन करेंगे बाद में. अभी बात करेंगे स्मार्टफोन के बारे में. थोड़ा सा मुझे वेट इसका ज्यादा लग रहा है. वो यूज करने के बाद पता चलेगा कि ये कितना कंफर्टेबल है. अदर देन दैट यू गेट 3 कैमराज एट द बैक. इसको आपको मिलेगा स्क्वायरिश कैमरा मॉड्यूल के अंदर. द मेन कैमरा इज 108 मेगापिक्सल और यही इसका यूएसपी है. सिर्फ बैक कैमरास की बात नहीं है बॉस, आपको फ्रंट कैमरा भी बहुत ही धांसू दिखाई दे रहा है. एटलीस्ट ऑन द स्पेक शीट यूज करने पे पता चलेगा कि कितना अच्छा है या नहीं अच्छा है. फ्रंट कैमरा जो इसका है वो आपको मिलता है 60 मेगापिक्सल का फ्रंट शूटर. आपको इसमें दिखाई देगा फुल HD प्लस एमोलेड पैनल. बेजल्स थोड़े से मुझे मोटे दिखाई दे रहे हैं, टॉप और बॉटम वाला स्पेशली. साइड बेजल्स आर स्टिल स्लिम. व्हाट कीप्स दिस स्मार्टफोन अलाइव इज Helio G99 चिपसेट. बैटरी की बात करें तो इसमें आपको मिलता है 45 वोल्ट का फास्ट चार्जिंग सिस्टम विच इज प्रिटी गुड. एट द बॉटम यू ऑल्सो गेट अ 3.5 mm हेडफोन जैक एंड दैट इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग क्योंकि आजकल के फोन में ये आपको बिल्कुल दिखाई नहीं देता है. सो यू डू नॉट हैव टू जस्ट रिलाई ऑन योर वायरलेस ईयरबड्स. आप यहाँ पर अपने वायर्ड हेडफोन्स का भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं. स्पीकर के साथ आपको मिलता है Type-C पोर्ट. ऊपर की तरफ माइक्रोफोन है. राइट साइड पे आपको मिलता है वॉल्यूम रॉकर और साथ में पावर बटन. लेफ्ट साइड इज प्रीटी क्लीन, लेकिन यहाँ पे आपको मिलता है सिम ट्रे और सिम इंजेक्टर टूल बॉक्स में आपको मिलता है, वो मैं दिखा चुकी हूँ. यहीं पर सिम ट्रे की बात करते करते मेरी नजर गई है फ्रेम पर विच इज प्रीटी ग्लॉसी. मेटल तो नहीं है लेकिन ऐसा फील जरूर दे रहा है दैट इट्स मेटल. बाकी ये था मेरा ओवरऑल लुक एट द स्मार्टफोन. अगर आप जानना चाहते हैं कि क्या आपको ये खरीदना चाहिए एट अराउंड ₹20,000-25,000, क्या ये अच्छा ऑप्शन है या नहीं, उसके लिए यू रियली नीड टू स्टे ट्यून्ड टू गैजेट टाइम्स टू फाइंड आउट इट्स फुल रिव्यू. नाउ यू गाइज नो द ड्रिल. लाइक, शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब एंड जस्ट स्टे ट्यून्ड टू गैजेट टाइम्स. थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग दिस वीडियो.
You clever, make you beg for more. You want it worse, and you can take me to the top. Yeah, I'd like to see you try. I'd like to see you try. Get my hands on you. You're gonna turn black, you're gonna turn blue. Why? Some real bad news. It's not me, it's you.
Welcome back. At Times Network, we are always looking to create investor awareness and make financial matters simple for our viewers. Keeping up with our values, we present the second season of Nivesh Ke Funde. On this edition, we focus on the differences between direct equity investment and investing in mutual funds. Here's a look.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Nivesh Ke Funde. You know, Avan, at times, investors cannot decide whether they should invest directly in equities or invest via mutual funds.
Yes, Nikunj, that can happen. So today, let's talk about how they're different and more importantly, which kind of investors they're suited for.
Let's start with direct equity. These are what we usually call shares. They allow an investor to own portion of the company or they can be a part owner of a business.
Right. And mutual funds are vehicles to invest in different asset classes. Mutual funds invest in equities, bonds, government securities, or other fixed income assets based on what kind of a mutual fund it is.
So importantly, the difference is that in equities, the investor is deciding which shares to invest in, while in mutual funds, there is a fund manager, an expert who will take those decisions.
Right, and the manager, along with the research team of the mutual fund company, take informed decisions on where to invest the investor's money.
Before investing in mutual funds, an investor can decide the category of the mutual fund that they can also choose and that they are comfortable with, and the asset, the companies that the mutual fund is investing in.
For investors that are new to investing, mutual funds are an ideal way to start their investing journey, since the fund manager is constantly tracking their investments to help them get optimum returns.
Another benefit of investing in mutual fund is that an investor's money get invested across large number of securities, even when investing in a single mutual fund.
Yes, and that way the risk undertaken is relatively minimized as opposed to when you invest in the shares of a particular company or companies.
So I want to take this point a little further, Avan. So by investing in mutual funds, investor will get exposure to large number of securities, and the best part is that can be done at a very low investment amount.
Exactly, Nikunj. With as low as just 100 rupees, which is actually difficult to achieve when you're investing directly in equities.
Yes, another point of difference is to invest in equities, an investor needs to have a demat account.
True. And for mutual funds, the investor does not even need to open a demat account.
And so now you know the difference between investing directly in equities and investing via mutual fund. That is all in this edition of Nivesh Ke Funde. Thank you for watching.
Let's get it started, yeah, you know it's game time. Ain't no excuses tolerated while you can't grind. It's like you know the job, you know that team.
Hello everyone, ये है बजाज की नई पल्सर P150. In case you're wondering, 150 ऑलरेडी मौजूद है, तो इस P वर्जन को लाने का कारण क्या है, मतलब क्या है? सो कारण बहुत सारे हैं, डिजाइन को लेकर, फीचर्स को लेकर और कुछ हद तक परफॉर्मेंस को लेकर भी इस P वर्जन में बदलाव देखने को मिलते हैं. तो क्या है वो सारे बदलाव इस नई पल्सर P150 में, उन सभी के बारे में मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूं इस रिव्यू के अंदर. और रिव्यू के एंड में बात करेंगे 3 धांसू और 3 नॉर्थ धांसू एलिमेंट्स मुझे क्या लगते हैं इस बजाज पल्सर P150 के बारे में. अब डिजाइन की बात करें तो यहाँ पर जो नयापन देखने को मिल रहा है, स्पेशली ओवरऑल 150 जो पल्सर है उसके मुकाबले इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिजाइन पूरी आपको ये P150 देखने को मिलेगी, लेकिन आपको ओवरऑल जो एसेंस है डिजाइन का वो इसमें N160 वाला देखने को मिलने वाला है. फ्रंट हालांकि अलग है यहाँ पे, लेकिन अब इसमें P150 में प्रोजेक्टर हेडलैम्प्स दिए गए हैं एंड इसमें DRLs भी यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को मिलते हैं. अग्रेसिव, स्पोर्टी एंड शार्प एलिमेंट्स इसके डिजाइन में यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहे हैं. एंड साइड प्रोफाइल जो ओवरऑल है वो आपको N160 वाला ही झलक थ्रू आउट इसके साइड प्रोफाइल में देखने को मिलने वाला है. टैंक से लेकर इसके रियर पैनल्स यहाँ तक जो जाते हैं, तो ओवरऑल वो लुक कुछ वैसा ही है, लेकिन अग्रेसिव और शार्प काफी ये इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिजाइन पहले के मुकाबले लग रही है. देन पल्सर की बड़ी सी ब्रांडिंग यहाँ दी गई है एंड यहाँ काउल अलग से देखने को मिल रहा है टैंक पे. एंड देयर इज बेली पैन जो यहाँ पे नीचे दिया गया है, जो बॉडी कलर के हिसाब से दिया गया है. एंड P150 की ब्रांडिंग यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को मिल रही है. सीट जो है इसमें स्प्लिट सीट्स आती हैं. इसमें 2 वेरिएंट हैं, SD और TD. एंड जो इसका स्टार्टिंग वेरिएंट है SD, उसमें सिंगल सीट है. इसमें जो है जो टॉप वेरिएंट है इसका उसमें TD सीट दी गई है. दोनों वेरिएंट में जो अंतर हैं कुछ मैं बताता हूँ आपको कौन कौन से हैं. एक तो सीट का हो गया, दूसरा ये जो वर्जन है इसमें क्लिप ऑन हैंडल बार्स आते हैं थोड़ा स्पोर्टी स्टांस के लिए, लेकिन जो SD वर्जन है उसमें जो है सिंगल फ्रेम दिया गया है हैंडल बार का, तो वो थोड़ा अपराइट पोजीशनिंग के साथ उसका स्टांस रखा गया है. एंड उसके अलावा जो ब्रेक्स हैं, डिस्क ब्रेक्स हैं, इसमें जो है ड्यूअल डिस्क ब्रेक मिलती हैं एंड दूसरे वेरिएंट में सिंगल डिस्क ब्रेक दी गई है. सिंगल चैनल ABS दोनों ही वेरिएंट में मिलता है, उसमें कोई कटौती नहीं करी गई है. एंड ये कुछ चेंजेस यहाँ पर इन टर्म्स ऑफ
बोथ वेरिएंट्स इन दोनों बाइक PM50 के दोनों वर्जन्स में देखने को मिलते हैं। इसके अलावा रियर में भी टेल लाइट जो है LED इस्तेमाल करी गई है, हालांकि इंडिकेटर्स आगे पीछे हेलोजन बल्ब का इस्तेमाल यहां पर देखने को मिल रहा है। सो स्टांस स्पोर्टी अग्रेसिव पहले के मुकाबले, पल्सर 150 के मुकाबले यहां पर देखने में जरूर लग रहा है। एंड यस, ओवरऑल डिजाइन भी पहले से बेहतर जरूर है।
Hello and a very good evening to you. You're watching Times Now. I'm Pratibha. The Congress party and Rahul Gandhi in controversy yet again, with the BJP accusing Rahul Gandhi of dividing Hindus. We get you all the details. First up, a look at the headlines. Cracks in over 600 buildings, over 60 families relocated. People battle fears about their future as their homes and lives crumble in front of their lives. A survey report commissioned by Dhami government recommends demolition of damaged buildings and retrofitting of the damaged buildings to save the sinking town. NDMA panel to visit Joshimath today. Political storm over Tamil Nadu governor's call to rename the state as Tamilagam. Congress and VCK walk out, accusing governor of acting as a BJP spokesperson. Political controversy over former Army Chief General Deepak Kapoor joining Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra. BJP slams Rahul for entertaining an officer accused in a case of loot of flats meant for the Kargil martyrs. BJP accuses Rahul Gandhi of insulting Hindus yet again over his claim that India belongs to tapasvis and not pujaris. BJP says Rahul's remark proves Congress believes in dividing Hindus. 3 days after a shameful brawl in the MCD house over mayoral polls, Aam Aadmi Party launches street war against the BJP. BJP launches counter-protest. After a showdown outside Bengaluru Town Hall, court stays the release of book on Siddaramaiah. Congress calls it a stay on hate politics. Within days, India was shocked by a top inebriated executive urinating on a woman passenger in an international Air India flight. 2 drunk passengers arrested for creating a scene in a Patna-bound Delhi flight. A brave Punjab constable shot dead in cross-firing while challenging criminals who were on the run after looting a vehicle. BJP alleges breakdown of law and order under the Maan government. And the Supreme Court refuses to scrap the panel formed by Gujarat and Uttarakhand over the UCC. Let's shift our focus now and get you details of the biggest story of the day. Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra is underway in Haryana, and the party is once again in controversy over the former Army Chief Deepak Kapoor joining the Yatra along with the other veterans. Now, political controversy has erupted over the participation of the former Army Chief General Deepak Kapoor in Bharat Jodo. The BJP alleged that the former Army Chief was indicted in Adarsh housing scam along with the other senior army officers. The BJP also mentioned that the inquiry committee in the Adarsh scam had opined that they may be debarred from holding any government position or office for shaming the armed forces. The Congress party, meanwhile, has attacked the BJP for maligning the war veterans.
This shows the mentality of BJP, which wants to insult the army, which wants to insult the soldiers. Those officers who worked with Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji, because of their hate against Mr. Rahul Gandhi, they are insulting the Indian army. They are all officers who had sacrificed their life for India, and they have been in service for 30-40 years, and BJP should not stoop to this cheap politics.
If anybody participates Bharat Jodo Yatra, he is a criminal in the eyes of Bharatiya Janata Party. Basically, this BJP and leaders of Bharatiya Janata Party, they don't have respect for our army, for our army soldiers, for our officers. If he has done anything wrong, why he is not behind the bars? It is your government in Kashmir, in Maharashtra. It is your government in Delhi, national government. So you arrest him. Why are you not arresting him? Just making allegations are useless. You are defaming is very senior army officer and you should apologize for it.
देखिए ऐसे है, मैं समझता हूँ कि जो भारत जोड़ो यात्रा है इसकी वजह से शायद बीजेपी को कोई फ्रस्ट्रेशन है या परेशानी है। पहले दुलत साहब जो फार्मर चीफ हैं के वो जब चले हैं तो उनको इंटरनेशनल इसका खिताब दिया गया। अब ये जनरल कपूर साहब चल रहे हैं, अब ये टिंटेड है। जो इनके साथ जाएगा वो देश हित में भी है और वो ईमानदार भी है, लेकिन जो इनकी पॉलिसी को एक्सपोज करेगा, इनके जो कम्युनल एजेंडे के खिलाफ जो जाएगा उसको ये देशद्रोही और दशा को करेंगे। तो मेरे हिसाब से आज भारतीय जनता पार्टी को आईना नजर आ रहा है कि शायद इस यात्रा से देश में कोई चेंज आ रही है।
जो जो यात्रा बढ़ती गई उसके अंदर लोग जुड़ते गए और उसके अंदर डिफरेंट किस्म के पॉलिटिकल लोग भी जुड़े और जर्नल भी जुड़े। तो ये जो आपने कहा कि वो टेंटेड है, तो जब तक वो बीजेपी के में नहीं जाएगा तब तक साफ नहीं होगा। तो जो बीजेपी के साथ नहीं चलेगा वो हर एक आदमी जो है वो दागी होगा। अगर वो उसमें कोई नुक्स है तो उसके लिए कोर्ट है, तो उसमें कांग्रेस तो नहीं ना है, क्योंकि कांग्रेस गई है, कांग्रेस के साथ चलना जुर्म नहीं है। जो उनके पास चला जाता है वो दूध का धुला हो जाता है, ईडी उसके पीछे नहीं जाती है। बहुत से लोग तो इसीलिए उधर जाते हैं ताकि ईडी हमें तंग नहीं करे, ताकि हमें दूसरी कोई एजेंसी तंग ना करे। ये तो हकीकत है।
My colleague Niyamika, who has been tracking the Bharat Jodo Yatra across the country, joining us on the broadcast. Niyamika, now latest controversy, and this is obviously not the first time that somebody partaking in the Bharat Jodo Yatra has quoted controversy. Now the BJP is saying this is a person or an official who has been accused and had been indicted by the internal committee, inquiry committee of the Defence Ministry, being given a red carpet by the Congress party.
That's absolutely right, as this has come just a day after the former army chief had participated in the Bharat Jodo Yatra, and the BJP is alleging that he was being indicted in the other scam, while on the other hand the Congress party is trying to say that this is basically an insult to all the army officials and the soldiers of our country. And to talk about this matter more, we have been joined by the Congress party's national spokesperson Pawan Khera, who can speak on this. Sir, now the BJP is attacking the participation of General Deepak Kapoor in Bharat Jodo Yatra. What do you want to say about it?
Why should they attack an army veteran, a decorated officer like Deepak Kapoor? This is not the first time they are attacking General Kapoor. The Prime Minister accused General Deepak Kapoor, and it's a shocking accusation, in 2017 of hobnobbing with ISI to defeat the Prime Minister in Gujarat in 2017. Mr. Arun Jaitley had to apologize for this remark in the House. The Prime Minister and every single worker of the BJP should apologize to the army, to General Deepak Kapoor, for levelling such accusations against him. It's a shame.
They are giving a reference of other scam. They are saying that he was being indicted in other scam, and that is the reason why a question should be asked from the Congress party regarding.
First, the Prime Minister must apologize because he accused General Deepak Kapoor of hobnobbing with ISI. We demand an apology from the Prime Minister. How dare he talk like this for an army general?
Thank you so much, sir. So this was the Congress party's national spokesperson Pawan Khera, who clearly mentioned that the Prime Minister should apologize regarding this entire matter, as this is an insult to the former army chief Deepak Kapoor, who had participated in the Bharat Jodo Yatra recently.
Okay, all right. So this is a controversy that the Congress party finds itself in. But remember, this is not the only controversy that the Congress party finds itself in. Now, Rahul Gandhi also stirring a fresh controversy by saying that this is a country of tapasvis and not pujaris, prompting the BJP to say this is an attempt at dividing Hindus.
क्योंकि हम तपस्या की रिस्पेक्ट नहीं करते हैं, मैं करता हूं, तो ये चेंज लाना है। और ये देश तपस्वियों का है, ये देश पुजारियों का नहीं है। रियलिटी इस देश की ये है।
Now, despite the backlash, the Congress party has backed Rahul Gandhi's comments, saying that he said so because the BJP treats the Prime Minister like God.
Bharatiya Janata Party leaders, they are behaving just like God. Har Har Modi, Ghar Ghar Modi. What is this? That is the reason Rahul Gandhi has given this statement.
Now, the BJP has come out strong against Rahul Gandhi's comparison, saying this is a direct attack on the RSS, which fuels hate in the country, and this is the divisive mindset of the Congress party.
Any politician making observation beyond reality
damages his own credibility in the society. So Rahul Gandhi is doing. His understanding of the RSS is very poor. Moreover, he is trying to revive anti-RSSism in Indian politics, which is now not possible. RSS has become almost synonym with the Hindu society. An attack on the RSS is attack on Hindu society. RSS is one organization which has been motivating people to sacrifice for the nation.
तपस्वी हो या पुजारी हो, ये दोनों ही महत्वपूर्ण हैं हिंदू धर्म, सनातन धर्म में। परंतु राहुल गांधी कहते हैं कि ये देश तपस्वियों का सम्मान नहीं करता। मैं सम्मान करता हूं, परंतु ये देश पुजारियों का नहीं है, ये देश तपस्वियों का है। क्या ये राहुल गांधी की मानसिकता को नहीं दिखाता? आज राहुल गांधी तपस्वियों और पुजारियों में भी बंटवारा करने लग गए, जैसे उन्होंने इस देश का बंटवारा उनके परिवार ने किया है।
So, Niyamika, this was another controversy. The BJP saying this is trying to divide Hindus, making a difference, or putting a wedge between pujaris and tapasvis, saying this is an insult of Hinduism.
Well, absolutely another controversy has erupted regarding the statement which was being given by the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi, in which he had mentioned that Congress party is a sansthan of tapasvis and RSS and BJP of the pujaris, as they do puja. So for that matter, the BJP has attacked the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi by saying that this is an insult to all the pujaris, and for that matter, we have also witnessed that from various places protests are erupting out, as pujaris are saying that Rahul Gandhi has insulted all of them by making such kind of statement, and that is the reason why they are quite angry about the matter, and they are also seeking an apology from the Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. While on the other hand, the Congress party is continuously saying that his statement is being misinterpreted, as he was basically making that statement regarding the BJP and RSS, and that is nothing to do with all the pujaris of the country. And they have also mentioned, the Congress leader Rashid Alvi has also mentioned that Rahul Gandhi has given this statement because it is the BJP who treats Prime Minister Narendra Modi as a god, and that is the only reason why they had also given a statement, a slogan like Har Har Modi, Ghar Ghar Modi.
Okay, all right. Niyamika, stay on with us. Some breaking inputs also now coming in. The Delhi LG, Vinay Saxena, has written to Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to resume the meetings between them in the interest of consciously deliberate and conflict-free governance of the city. That's the letter that has been shot by the Delhi LG, Vinay Saxena, writing a letter to Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal to resume the meetings in the interest of the people. So, Niyamika, big political controversy. We've seen protests also taking place. Now we have the Delhi LG writing to Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, making an appeal that in the interest of good governance in Delhi, it's important to resume the meetings.
Well, absolutely, but we cannot say that this is something new, because this is a political tussle which is going on between the elected government of Delhi versus the Lieutenant Governor, because it can be seen from quite some time that all these letters are being written on the part of the Delhi Chief Minister to the LG VK Saxena regarding various issues, and specifically regarding the voting of the mayor elections, as they had also questioned the appointment of the presiding officer. And in that letter, the Chief Minister had also mentioned that whatever has been done on the part of the Lieutenant Governor is being done by bypassing the elected government of the NCT. So for that matter, the Chief Minister had questioned the Delhi's Lieutenant Governor, and now the VK Saxena has written back to Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal regarding this entire matter, and he has clearly mentioned that it is a good movement that you have started taking interest in the governance of the NCT, and he has also invited the Delhi's Chief Minister for a meeting, and he has also mentioned that all the meetings which usually was
Niyamika, stay on with us. Aditi also joining us on the broadcast with the details of that letter that the Delhi LG has written to the Chief Minister. Yes, Aditi.
Yes, Pratibha, over here I have the letter with me, and Delhi LG has written that I am in recipient of several letters from you over the past few days. At the outset, I would like to express my appreciation for the fact that you have started taking government in the city seriously and gotten into intricacies of constitutional provisions, statutes and acts that outline the multi-layered scheme of administration in the national capital. The provisions governing administration in Delhi emanates out of serious deliberations in the Constitutional Assembly, State Committee and the Parliament of India, apart from having been clearly interpreted by the Honorable Supreme Court of India on several occasions. While the same are amply clear for any practitioner of statement, lawyer, scholar, as indeed a common citizen concerned with it, for the take of ample clarity, I would like to invite you for a meeting where would take things further and address the issues thereafter. We used to meet regularly till October 2022, whereafter you expressed your inability to meet due to your preoccupation with state assembly and municipal elections. So over here Delhi LG has written back to Kejriwal inviting him for a meeting.
Okay, all right. Aditi, thank you for joining us with those details. Niyamika, thank you for joining us with those inputs. It will be interesting to see what the response of the Aam Aadmi Party will be. Quickly need to shift our focus to more breaking inputs coming in with Shizan's appeal in court, claiming there was no reason to arrest me. The only reason why I was arrested is because I'm a Muslim. So bringing in religion into the arguments that are taking place in the court, Shizan's lawyer saying that he was arrested only because he's a Muslim and there was no reason to take him into custody. Tunisha had confided in another co-actor and that person, the co-actor, had showed her the rope. She had suicide on her mind. These are the arguments taking place in court. My colleague Shivani joining us with the details. Shivani, the lawyer of Shizan now bringing in religion into it, claiming he was arrested only because of his religion.
Another allegation is I am forcing her to speak Urdu. I myself don't know the language. I learned my sisters also don't know Urdu. First,
all right, we'll go back to Shivani in just a bit. But in the arguments that have been made in the court, Shizan's lawyer says that Shizan was taken into custody because of his religion, completely leaving out the part where Tunisha's family members have been saying that the two were in a relationship, that he had allegedly forced her to convert, was trying to coerce her to convert to Islam, and had also broken up with her, which led to her being depressed and taking the extreme step. All of these details completely left out. The lawyer in court saying that Shizan was arrested only because of his religion, because he is Muslim, he was taken into custody. Otherwise, there was no other reason why he should be taken into custody. In fact, the lawyer also saying that there were conversations between Tunisha and Parth, another co-actor, and in these conversations, Tunisha had expressed suicidal tendencies and had spoken about taking her own life. In fact, in the court, Shizan's lawyer also saying that Tunisha was having medicines which could be dangerous and should not be taken without doctor's prescription. Shivani, back with us. Shivani, religion being brought in, but Shizan's lawyer saying that the only reason why Shizan was arrested was because of his religion, because he's Muslim, also saying Tunisha had suicidal tendencies.
Well, yes, of course, here, given the fact that the legal team of Shizan has come out and has said that just because of his religion, he has been targeted clearly. He himself doesn't know Urdu. His sister don't know Urdu. And they all speak Urdu as per the demand by the directors for the language in which they were shooting. Equally, they have also said that the first that has been made about the conversion and Tunisha wearing hijab was particularly for a scene of a character and not that she was following Islam. Also, they goes on to say that the police has has set in motion and there are no evidences against him. There is just a complaint, there is just an FIR against him, but yet there are no evidences those prove that Tunisha committed suicide because of Shizan. But here, very interestingly, there is a new twist that has come today in the courtroom, in which Shizan's team has said that Tunisha, after the breakup, she moved up. In fact, she opened the Tinder app, she made her own ID, and there also she started talking to another guy whose name was Ali, and instead she was also going out with him, and Tunisha before suicide also spoke to Ali over the video call is what Shizan's lawyer are claiming. So clearly indicating that it is not Shizan who was the last person who spoke to Tunisha, rather it was someone named Ali who was a friend of Tunisha through an app called Tinder. Clearly understanding the fact that the conversion part has been denied by Shizan's family. Shizan's side conversion part has clearly been denied, and in fact teaching her Urdu or making her learn hijab wearing is also something that Shizan is denying. He also has said clearly before the court that she already had suicidal thoughts, and when she spoke about those suicidal thoughts and her depression to one of the co-actor named Parth, that Shizan overheard, and he informed her family to take care of her daughter, and then the medicine also started without doctor's prescription.
All right, Shivani, thank you for joining us with those details. We're keeping a track of the developments on that front, but for the moment shifting our focus to the big story coming in from Uttarakhand. For the residents who have been living there, it's like a nightmare. The people of Joshimath are living on a prayer. The lives of their lives are crumbling right in front of their eyes. Winter at its peak, tragedy could not have come at a worse time for the residents of this town. Over 3,000 residents have now been affected, and the situation continues to remain quite grim. There are over 60 families who have been shifted to shelter camps, but all they can do is battle the fears about their uncertain and ambiguous future. In fact, the Chief Minister Pushkar Singh Dhami today informed that 68 houses that were in danger have been shifted. A zone of over 600 houses have been formed, and efforts are currently underway to shift them as well. Today, the NDMA team is also going to be visiting Joshimath to assess the situation and advise the residents of the area on what can be done for a long-term solution.
ये समय सबको मिलजुल कर जोशीमठ को बचाने का समय है। सब लोग एक टीम के रूप में काम करें। जो एक जोन बना है 600 मकानों से अधिक का, उनको भी वहां से सुरक्षित स्थानों पर ले जाने की कार्रवाई गतिमान है, और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी भी लगातार इसकी समीक्षा कर रहे हैं। लगातार व्यक्तिगत रूप से वो जानकारी ले रहे हैं, और उन्होंने हर संभव यहाँ पर मदद का हमको सहायता का आश्वासन दिया कि हर प्रकार से सहायता होगी।
Now, a high-level meeting chaired by the Prime Minister's office yesterday decided that the immediate priority in Joshimath, hit by land subsidence, should be the safety of the people that are living in the affected areas. However, as thousands of lives continue to remain affected by the tragedy, the local residents have hit the streets protesting against the administration for not looking after their demands. They say that their homes have been seized, but no help has been extended by the government. Aggrieved residents are also demanding that the government resettle and give new homes for all those who have lost their properties in the town where they had invested their life savings.
इस वक्त हम यहाँ पर छावनी बाजार वार्ड में हैं, और यहाँ के तमाम वो लोग जिनके मकान 1-1.5 साल पहले टूट गए थे, उन लोगों ने ये रास्ता, अगर आप देखें बद्री जाने वाला रास्ता जो है वो रोका है। प्रशासन के खिलाफ नारेबाजी, इस वक्त आपको तस्वीरों में नारेबाजी आपको नजर आ रही होगी।
हमें इसलिए संघर्ष करना पड़ रहा है। यहाँ पे आते ये सीज कर रहे हैं सभी लोगों का घर, और किसी की कोई व्यवस्था नहीं है, कोई सुनवाई नहीं है। सरकार से हमारी गुजारिश यही है कि जिनका घर टूट चुका है, जो बेघर हो रहे हैं, पहले उनकी व्यवस्था की जाए।
हमने शासन प्रशासन को अवगत कराया, जुलूस किया, प्रदर्शन किया, 1 साल से हमारी किसी ने सुध नहीं ली। ठीक है, चलो आज जब बड़े बड़े लोगों पे गाज गिरी, पूरा जोशीमठ जब इसके चपेट में आया तो पूरी शासन प्रशासन अलर्ट हुई।
हमारी सुनी नहीं है, ना व्यवस्था की इन्होंने, और बेवजह हमारे घरों को सीज करने लगे। बच्चे हमारे नीचे, क्या इस सरकार ने हमारी सुन, जो पैसे वाले लोग थे उनको पैसे देकर यहाँ से भगा दिया गया है। हमारी सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। हमारे छोटे छोटे बच्चे सर कहाँ जाएंगे, हम अच्छी व्यवस्था करो हमारी, तब जाएंगे। पहले सील करने लग गए हमारे
कि लोगों को कोई सुविधाएं तो नहीं दी गई, लेकिन लोगों के मकान सील कर दिए गए, और लोग अब इस वजह से प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, और उन्होंने बद्रीनाथ जाने वाले रास्ते को रोका है।
Evacuation process has started in Joshimath, and the people who are living in danger areas are being shifted to makeshift relief camps over here. Right now we are reporting from one such relief camp, and you can see over here that in this particular room the belongings which are there for this lady have been kept, and they have been given this particular room over here. Now it's very difficult for them to leave their own house, which is on the verge of collapse, and live in this particular one room. But it seems as of now they do not have any other option.
हमारे घर में तो बेहिसाब करा रहे हैं, आगे पीछे जाना लायक है ही नहीं हुआ, क्या करना। वैसे 10 कमरे छोड़ के 10 कमरे है, 2 मंजिले है।
10 कमरे 2 मंजिला, और यहाँ पे आपको पूरे परिवार को एक कमरे में रहना पड़ रहा है।
कमरे में रहना पड़ रहा है, सामान कहीं कभी बिखेरा, इतना सामान क्या है, इतने जिंदगी बुढ़े की कमाई सब जितने आए
सब इसी कमरे में।
बच्चे सब यहीं एडजस्ट हो रहे, बगल के भी सब लोग यहीं पे वो आ रहे इसी एक ही बिस्तर में। कहाँ बेटा, हमारे पहाड़ में तो इतना वो है, पर्दा होता है बहू बेटियों का, आज ऐसे हालत में रहना पड़ रहा। बहू बेटियां ऐसे हम भेड़ बकरियों की तरह रह चुके हैं। मुश्किल क्या मुश्किल होना, जो 2 मंजिल में ना ही हमारे किराए में दे रखे थे, आदमी रिटायर आए तो पूरे पैसे वहाँ लगाए, लूनिंग लानिंग कई चीजें, कहाँ से क्या करेंगे। बच्चे बेरोजगार हैं, पढ़ाई लिखाई की तो कहाँ नौकरी, कहाँ क्या।
2 तारीख से 3 तारीख तक ये खतरा हो गई, पूरे दरार आ गए हमारे मकान पर। अब कहाँ जाऊँ, सरकार ने बोल दिया खाली करो, वहाँ आज हम खाली कर रहे,
लाल निशान लगा दिया, आज खाली कर रहे हैं।
आज खाली कर रहे, वो लाल निशान लगा दिया। अब सामान यहीं रह रहे, कहाँ खाली एक कमरे में रख रहे सब फिट करके। कल को ये पूरी मकान नीचे चल जाएंगे, 11 आदमी की परिवार है, कहाँ जाऊँ हम, क्या करो। इतनी मुश्किल हो गई, बड़ी मुश्किल से बनाया हमने मकान, कैसे कैसे करके बनाया। अब क्या करो, क्या ये मुश्किल हो गई। सरकार भी देगी तो देगी ना, कहाँ जाऊँ, कहाँ गाय ले जाऊंगा। अब सरकार तो देगी, जहाँ देगी।
क्या उम्मीद करते हैं आप अभी सरकार से, क्या चाहते हैं सरकार?
हम सोचेंगे जोशीमठ बचेगी तो हम यहीं रहेंगे, अपनी भूमि छोड़ के नहीं जा सकते।
And well, after that ground report, it's time now for us to slip into a quick break here. But don't go anywhere. After Tamil Nadu governor's proposal to rename the state, Congress and the DMK staged a walkout in the assembly. We'll be right back with the details of that story.
इनकेस आप मिलेनियन वाली जनरेशन से हैं तो आपने शायद वो गाना सुना होगा, देखा जो तुझे यार दिल में बजी गिटार। सो कुछ ऐसे अगर आप मूड में हैं तो यहाँ पे ये गिटार की स्ट्रिंग्स टाइप दी गई हैं, एग्जैक्टली स्ट्रिंग्स नहीं है बट ऐसे कुछ मूड में है तो आप इनका इस्तेमाल उस समय जरूर कर सकते हैं। अब आप समझ गए होंगे कि गाड़ी कौन सी है, हाल ही में इसका लॉन्च हुआ था, ये है BYD की Atto 3 और क्या परफॉर्मेंस, क्या रेंज, क्या डिजाइन, क्या फीचर्स BYD अपने इस इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में दे रहा है, उन सभी के बारे में मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूं इस वीडियो में। और वीडियो के अंत में हमेशा की तरह बात करेंगे 3 धांसू और 3 नॉट धांसू एलिमेंट्स मुझे क्या लगे इस BYD Atto 3 के बारे में। तो चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं। तो शुरुआत कर लेते हैं इस Atto 3 के डिजाइन वाले एस्पेक्ट से। तो फ्रंट में BYD कहना है ये गाड़ी का डिजाइन जो है ओवरऑल ड्रैगन इंस्पायर्ड है, चाइनीज ब्रांड है, तो कुछ वैसा ही एसेंस BYD कह रही है हमने इस गाड़ी के डिजाइन और स्टाइलिंग में देने की कोशिश करी है। हालांकि ड्रैगन इंस्पायर्ड तो मुझे फ्रंट ज्यादा नहीं लग रहा है, बट फिर भी यहाँ पे सेंटर में बड़ा सा BYD का लोगो है, क्रोम का एलिमेंट दिया गया है थ्रू आउट जो जाता है इसके फ्रंट हेडलाइट के ऊपर से सेंटर तक। एंड हेडलाइट जो है क्रिस्टल LED कॉम्बिनेशन लाइट्स यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को मिल रही है। एंड DRL देख रहे हैं, देखने में खूबसूरत ही काफी लग रहा है। इसका फ्रंट जो लाइट का सेक्शन है काफी स्लीक कॉम्पैक्ट इसका हेडलाइट का डिजाइन लग रहा है। एंड जो टर्न इंडिकेटर्स हैं वो भी इसके DRL में ही इंटीग्रेटेड हैं, तो यहाँ पे जब इसको टर्न इंडिकेटर ऑन होंगे तो ये DRL टर्न इंडिकेटर का काम भी करेगा। इसके अलावा इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी है तो फ्रंट में कुछ यहाँ पे वेंट वगैरह देखने को नहीं मिलेगा, ऑब्वियस है। एंड इसमें जो है ADAS लेवल 2 के फीचर्स देख सकते हैं आप, यहाँ सेंसर्स वगैरह, रेडार वगैरह यहाँ पे इसमें देखने को मिल रहा है। एंड 360 डिग्री कैमरा यहाँ पर इस BYD की Atto 3 में इधर दिया गया है। साइड प्रोफाइल पे आए तो यहाँ पर जो टायर्स इसमें दिए गए हैं वो हैं 18 इंच के 215 सेक्शन के टायर्स दिए गए हैं। एंड यहाँ पे जो डिजाइन है एलॉयस का, ये भी थोड़ा स्पोर्टी स्टाइलिश देखने में जरूर लग रहा है। BYD का हब यहाँ पे सेंटर में दिया गया है व्हील में, एंड ओवरऑल जो यहाँ पे डिजाइन है, यहाँ पे क्लैडिंग थ्रू आउट जाती हुई आपको पीछे तक इसमें देखने को मिलेगी। BYD डिजाइन की बैजिंग यहाँ दी गई है क्रोम में। यहाँ पे जो है इसका ये चार्जिंग सॉकेट है, एंड इसका जो चार्जिंग सॉकेट है वो आप एक्सटर्नल पावर कहीं आपको देनी है, छोटा मोटा कुछ आपको कॉफी मशीन टाइप, छोटा मोटा फ्रिज आपको यहाँ पे इससे एक्टिवेट करना है, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी देनी है वहां पे, तो उसका इस्तेमाल इस तरह से भी करा जा सकता है। तो ये एक ऑप्शन BYD ने इस Atto 3 में दिया है। देन साइड प्रोफाइल में क्रोम का एलिमेंट थ्रू आउट इसके विंडोज के आसपास, एंड यहाँ पर थोड़ा ये सिल्वर टच इसके रूफ रेल में इधर देखने को मिल रहा है। डोर हैंडल्स जो हैं बॉडी कलर्ड है, एंड ORVM जो है इसमें जो है हीटेड का भी ऑप्शन दिया गया है, तो हीटेड ORVMs है एंड ब्लाइंड स्पॉट मॉनिटरिंग के फीचर्स ऑब्वियसली यहाँ देखने को मिलेंगे क्योंकि ADAS लेवल 2 के सेफ्टी फीचर्स इसमें दिए गए हैं। एंड नीचे डोर्स में भी थोड़ा ब्लैक और ये बॉडी कलर कॉम्बिनेशन इसके डोर्स में नीचे देखने को।
Welcome back to Live Wire and a very good evening. I'm Siddharth Talya. Now, the Tamil Nadu Assembly today witnessed high drama as the DMK and its allies raised slogans against the state governor, Mr. R.N. Ravi, during his address in the Legislative Assembly. DMK allies have alleged that the governor skipped references to Tamil Nadu and the Dravidian ideology from his speech, which had been prepared by the state government and were ratified by him. They also staged a walkout in protest and raised slogans such as "Long live Tamil Nadu" and "Our land is Tamil Nadu." Now, this showdown comes days after the governor had stoked a controversy as he suggested a new name for the state. The governor, while calling Dravidian politics as regressive, said that Tamilagam is a more appropriate name for the state of Tamil Nadu.
Muthamil Harinar Kalainar's philosophy of though we may fall, several states including Tamil Nadu had joined the GST regime. The anticipated revenues were not realized due to the drastic fall in revenue. Muthamil Harinar Kalainar's philosophy of though we may fall, several states including Tamil Nadu had joined the GST regime. The anticipated revenues were not realized due to the drastic fall in revenue. Muthamil Harinar Kalainar's philosophy of though we may fall, several states including Tamil Nadu had joined the GST regime.
Now, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Mr. M.K. Stalin, moved a resolution against the governor, accusing him of not only skipping portions of the prepared text, but also breaking the decorum of the assembly. The House adopted the resolution to take on record the original speech which was prepared by the state government. The governor walked out of the assembly in a huff even before the national anthem could be sung. Take a look at this entire sequence. Well, let me in fact go across to Prapanch before we get those visuals ready. Prapanch, extremely controversial scenes in the Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly today. The DMK taking strong exception to what it claims were certain portions of the speech that it had prepared for the governor to read, but the governor conveniently skipped.
That's right. Governor today in his speech in fact skipped the portion where it was written Dravida model. So Dravida model is what in fact DMK has been talking about, and that part was particularly skipped, and subsequently there was a paragraph wherein leaders named such as Periyar, Ambedkar were mentioned. That particular paragraph was skipped, and a paragraph where it was said that the state was maintaining in fact law and order in accordance to the law. That part was skipped, and there was also a statement to where in fact we could also see that the statement was made in the speech that Tamil Nadu is a haven for peace and tranquility. So that particular statement was skipped. So these are the several statements that were skipped by the governor in his speech today in the assembly. So taking note of that, in fact, the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin in fact had moved a resolution in the assembly stating that in fact several portions were skipped, and he had moved a resolution asking that the printed text that was sent to the governor for his ratification to his office, it was ratified subsequently. That particular text has to be put on the assembly records, and that was the kind of the resolution that was moved, and subsequently it was passed. So we could see that it was as the chief minister was reading out the resolution that was being moved, we could see governor leaving the assembly along with his secretary. So it was a high, in fact, drama could be seen over there in the assembly. Meanwhile, earlier we also saw that the VCK, Congress, and in fact the Tamulaga Valurme Kachi, Manidane Makkal Kachi MLAs were there. In fact, they were going near the
standoff between the governor and the ruling dispensation in Tamil Nadu has only intensified. Prapanch, stay with us, because the DMK and its allies have accused the governor of pushing the agenda of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh in the state of Tamil Nadu.
There is no separate state. Where is the separate state? Where is the question of separate state? Tamil Nadu Chief Minister said anything? Any minister said? Our leader said no.
While raising slogans, you are saying Tamil Nadu, Yengal Nadu means.
I will tell you. Tamil Nadu means Tamil Desam. Tamil Nadu means one of the state in the country, one of the state in the union government, proposed by leaders. Who accepted, who enacted the act in Tamil Nadu, Madras Presidency, Government of India. They did any mistake, previous government. Why you want question? You want to introduce the RSS agenda. You want to do the RSS politics in Tamil Nadu. That's why it's creating problem. Previously, many BJP governor was there. Why not rising like this?
Present context, today there is a strong opposition for the remarks of His Excellency the Governor. Strongly feel that Tamilagam and Tamil Nadu, even though one and the same, the usage of the word in its context has hurt the feelings of the opposition parties. However, there needs to be an explanation in this matter. His Excellency, I strongly feel, will give a good explanation.
This Governor, Mr. Ravi, wants to change Tamil Nadu to Tamilagam, which is eventually affecting our sentiments. So, we have boycotted the session today, the governor's speech. Another thing is that the governor doesn't want to sign whatever the state bills are being sent to him. See, this is a modus operandi of the BJP. They rule the democratic governments using the governors, where Mr. Ravi is also following the BJP ethos, the RSS ethos. We are deadly against this. This is a Dravidian model government, and this is a state called Tamil Nadu. The R.N. Ravi should understand, the governor should understand that you cannot play with our basic sentiments, is all we have boycotted today.
No, actually governor has no business to demand like this. It is the responsibility of elected members. They should decide. But I think there is no need to change the name of Tamil Nadu. Governor has no business. The responsibility of governor is to protect the constitution. He cannot be allowed to play with the constitution, and he has no business to demand like this.
Tamil Nadu Governor Mr. Ravi is doing politics in the name of Tamil Nadu, and Tamil Nadu is a name which has been called, and it has been, people have been calling Tamil Nadu as for long years now, more than 50 years or something. Now Mr. Ravi wants to change the name. It shows the diversionary tactics of Mr. Ravi, who has linkages with the ruling party, and it shows the diversionary politics of BJP to divert from the real issues. The demand is not from the ground, demand is from Delhi. They wanted to divert from the real issues.
Now, after the Tamil Nadu Assembly adopted a resolution to take on record the printed version of the governor's speech, the version that had been given by the state government to the governor, the BJP Tamil Nadu president, Annamalai, took to Twitter to slam the government. He said that the governor's speech in the assembly is not the DMK's party event, and that he can't be expected to read words like Dravidian model which have been given to him in that prepared text by the state government.
What's your take on this entire controversy surrounding Mr. R.N. Ravi and the exception taken to by the likes of the DMK and others and its allies over naming Tamil Nadu as Tamilagam and not calling it Tamil Nadu?
Sir, we have to understand right from the Sangam literature and the historical context, the word Tamilagam is used. It is not a new word. Last 2000 years we are using this word. and the DMK government, when they came to power for the first time, the word Tamil Nadu came. The governor, in one of his speech in the Raj Bhavan, he just made a speech where both the words are in motion, and as per his suggestion, he felt Tamilagam would be an appropriate word. That is the governor's opinion. And even now, a common man in Tamil Nadu, many context uses Tamilagam, many context uses Tamil Nadu. There is no need for DMK to take offense to it. So people are comfortable, whichever word they are comfortable, they are using to it. It is like you call somebody as a mother, somebody as a thai. Both actually denotes the same thing. There is nothing different in it. But since DMK wanted to do politics out of it, and because they know people's anger is on the current government, they are making it an issue. When the Honorable Governor was present in the Assembly today, it was completely unnecessary by the DMK parties, especially Congress, VCK party, Communist party. They staged a walkout even before the governor started his governor's speech, which is very unfortunate, sir.
So the press release from the Raj Bhavan after the Tamil Nadu governor had made those comments, I'll just read out an excerpt. It says, there has been regressive politics with a wrong habit of refusing everything that benefits all sections of people, including academicians, blindly for their own interests, claiming that the state is not integrally part of India. So the word Tamilagam, many believe, is some kind of a retort to the idea of a Tamil Nadu, which might indicate, at least on the part of the DMK, a certain politics of separatism, which is why Tamilagam would be a more appropriate way to refer to Tamil Nadu. Would you agree with that kind of a interpretation, sir?
Sir, the governor, the whole speech what he gave has to be taken in totality to be seen. And the word Tamil Nadu came into existence right from the later 1960s onwards. But Tamilagam is there in the Sangam literature. Yes. And first of all, DMK has to come out in the open and say, do they, as their party, believe Tamil Nadu?
We have some news coming in with respect to the AIDMK's response to what happened in the Tamil Nadu Legislative Assembly today. The AIDMK, which is of course part of the opposition, while asserting that Tamil Nadu will remain Tamil Nadu, said that the governor seems to have fallen victim to the DMK's divisive politics. That's an interesting reaction. Let's play out that reaction coming in from the AIDMK.
It is Tamil Nadu and it will be Tamil Nadu, going by our founder Anna, and there is no dilution of the name or whatsoever it is. Governor said Tamil Nadu is regressive. Probably I think he misunderstood on certain parameters how Tamil Nadu has been flared up. I think Tamil Nadu governor, he himself has fallen victim to the fake narratives of DMK. DMK wants to play the divisive politics by saying that Tamil Nadu versus rest of India, wherein ideally it should be Tamil Nadu state versus rest of the states. They want to build up a political narrative that Tamil Nadu is separate from the rest of the nation, wherein AIDMK's standpoint is not so. We are all are one, God is one is our standpoint, and we have always been an integral part of India, and we are an integral part of India.
Now, journalists as well as political experts have also weighed in and they believe that the latest round of developments in Tamil Nadu could spark a constitutional crisis.
Tamil Nadu is heading for a major constitutional crisis. Governor was invited by the state government to address the state assembly. Governor read the speech, and how can the chief minister, ruling party, can adopt a resolution in the house in the presence of governor, expressing no confidence in him, and the speech read by governor is invalid. So therefore governor walked out. My understanding is that governor has no other option but to walk out, because he was compelled to walk out. Governor cannot be a party to the resolution. That is why he walked out. Second thing, Yadapadi Palaniswamy, the former chief minister, is within his rights to say that the correspondence between the governor and the chief minister is not public, and what governor read is the open document. Governor's action becomes a major embarrassing point for the DMK government, and DMK as such is inviting troubles from the center. That is how I would describe that. What governor has done is within the constitutional rights. He has done that of walking out.
We're slipping into a short break, but on the other side there's been an uproar over Akhilesh Yadav's reactions, claiming that he does not trust the UP police, which he believes could poison him. The BJP says that this is an insult to the uniform. We'll come back to this after the short break.
smartphone category in India is anyway popular, right? उसमें भी जो 20 से 25 हजार वाले स्मार्टफोन्स हैं वो और भी ज्यादा पॉपुलर हैं। शायद इसीलिए इन्फिनिक्स ने आज अपना 020 स्मार्टफोन लॉन्च कर दिया है। I have the smartphone with me right here और इसको आज करेंगे अनबॉक्स। Hi, you're watching Gadget Time. This is me, Pavni Jain, and it's time for me to unbox this device और देखते हैं फोन में आपको क्या-क्या contents दिखाई देंगे। Let's begin. अनबॉक्स हो चुका है। जैसे कि आपने देखा यहाँ पर स्टिकर उतारते हुए मैंने इसे थोड़ा सा गंद मचा दी। यहाँ पे स्टिकर ऑलरेडी दिखाई दे रहा है, बट इसको क्लीन करेंगे बाद में। अभी बात करेंगे स्मार्टफोन के बारे में। थोड़ा सा मुझे वेट इसका ज्यादा लग रहा है, वो यूज करने के बाद पता चलेगा कि ये कितना कंफर्टेबल है। अदर देन दैट यू गेट 3 कैमराज एट द बैक। इसको आपको मिलेगा स्क्वायरिश कैमरा मॉड्यूल के अंदर। द मेन कैमरा इज 108 मेगापिक्सल और यही इसका यूएसपी है। सिर्फ बैक कैमरास की बात नहीं है बॉस, आपको फ्रंट कैमरा भी बहुत ही धांसू दिखाई दे रहा है। एटलीस्ट ऑन द स्पेक शीट यूज करने पे पता चलेगा कि कितना अच्छा है या नहीं अच्छा है। फ्रंट कैमरा जो इसका है वो आपको मिलता है 60 मेगापिक्सल का फ्रंट शूटर। आपको इसमें दिखाई देगा फुल HD प्लस एमोलेड पैनल। बेजल्स थोड़े से मुझे मोटे दिखाई दे रहे हैं, टॉप और बॉटम वाला स्पेशली। साइड बेजल्स आर स्टिल स्लिम। व्हाट कीप्स दिस स्मार्टफोन अलाइव इज Helio G99 चिपसेट। बैटरी की बात करें तो इसमें आपको मिलता है 45 वोल्ट का फास्ट चार्जिंग सिस्टम, विच इज प्रिटी गुड। एट द बॉटम यू ऑल्सो गेट अ 3.5 mm हेडफोन जैक एंड दैट इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग, क्योंकि आजकल के फोन में ये आपको बिल्कुल दिखाई नहीं देता है। सो यू डू नॉट हैव टू जस्ट रिलाई ऑन योर वायरलेस ईयरबड्स। आप यहाँ पर अपने वायर्ड हेडफोन्स का भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। स्पीकर के साथ आपको मिलता है Type-C पोर्ट, ऊपर की तरफ माइक्रोफोन है, राइट साइड पे आपको मिलता है वॉल्यूम रॉकर और साथ में पावर बटन। लेफ्ट साइड इज प्रीटी क्लीन, लेकिन यहाँ पे आपको मिलता है सिम ट्रे और सिम इंजेक्टर टूल बॉक्स में आपको मिलता है, वो मैं दिखा चुकी हूँ। यहीं पर सिम ट्रे की बात करते करते मेरी नजर गई है फ्रेम पर, विच इज प्रीटी ग्लॉसी। मेटल तो नहीं है लेकिन ऐसा फील जरूर दे रहा है दैट इट्स मेटल। बाकी ये था मेरा ओवरऑल लुक एट द स्मार्टफोन। अगर आप जानना चाहते हैं कि क्या आपको ये खरीदना चाहिए एट अराउंड ₹20,000-25,000, क्या ये अच्छा ऑप्शन है या नहीं, उसके लिए यू रियली नीड टू स्टे ट्यून्ड टू गैजेट टाइम्स टू फाइंड आउट इट्स फुल रिव्यू। नाउ यू गाइज नो द ड्रिल, लाइक, शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब एंड जस्ट स्टे ट्यून्ड टू गैजेट टाइम्स। थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग दिस वीडियो।
You clever, you make for more. You want it worse, and you can take me to the top. Yeah, I'd like to see you try. I'd like to see you try. Get my hands on you. You're gonna turn black, you're gonna turn blue. Some bad news. It's not me, it's you.
Big news coming in from the proceedings in the Supreme Court pertaining to the Places of Worship Act. Now, as the Supreme Court hears a plea to quash the act, the court has now asked the centre to clarify its position on this matter. The centre has said that the consultative process is ongoing, and the Supreme Court has now asked the centre to file a response by the end of February. Let me go across to my colleague Harish, who's been tracking the proceedings in the court. Yes, Harish, what can you tell us about the centre's deliberation so far and their request for an extension?
Yes, Siddharth, Supreme Court was hearing 10 petitions that have challenged the constitutional validity of Place of Worship Act that ordered status quo of religious places as it existed on August 15, 1947. At the outset, Chief Justice Chandrachud asked the centre why there is a delay in filing of affidavit and what is the status and when can you file a counter. At this moment, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta very clearly said that extensive consultation process is on within the government and some more time may be given. So So at this juncture, Chief Justice has given center time till February end to file its counter, which will be very crucial because there are 10 petitioners who have challenged, and at the same time, the Jamaat Ulema Hind and All India Muslim Personnel Board questioned the delay on the part of the center in filing the response, and at the same time accuse the center and the BJP of trying to change the status quo as far as Mathura and Kashi is concerned.
And Harish, what's interesting is that this is not the first time that the centre has sought an extension. They've been given time now until the end of February, but this is the third or fourth occasion where they've sought an extension in the court. In fact, they were supposed to give a submission in the first week of January as well.
Yes, that's right. This is in fact the sixth occasion when the center has failed to file an affidavit. Remember, it was on March 13th, 2021, when the Supreme Court had for the first time asked the center to file its response. But as per my sources, the center is in fact, as sources have recently told Times Now, that government is walking a tightrope on the issue and will take a balancing stand, as on the one hand, it does not want to offend the 10 Hindu petitioners, and at the same time, the Muslim community, which has already told the court that scrapping of the act will create fear in the minds of Muslim communities still recovering from the communal divide caused by Babri demolition and Ayodhya judgment, and will open floodgates of litigation against countless mosques in the country.
Right. Harish, so consultative process is on. It's the end of February. That's the deadline for the centre to submit its affidavit. Now, village defence committees armed for self-defence has sparked a massive war of words in Jammu and Kashmir. Details coming up on Breaking Ground after this very short break.
Let's get it started here, you know it's game time. Ain't no excuses tolerated while you can't grind. It's like you're on the job, you know that team.
Hello everyone, ये है बजाज की नई पल्सर P150. इन केस यू वंडरिंग 150 ऑलरेडी मौजूद है, तो इस P वर्जन को लाने का कारण क्या है, मतलब क्या है? सो कारण बहुत सारे हैं, डिजाइन को लेकर, फीचर्स को लेकर और कुछ हद तक परफॉर्मेंस को लेकर भी इस P वर्जन में बदलाव देखने को मिलते हैं. तो क्या है वो सारे बदलाव इस नई पल्सर P150 में, उन सभी के बारे में मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूं इस रिव्यू के अंदर. और रिव्यू के एंड में बात करेंगे 3 धासु और 3 नॉर्थ धासु एलिमेंट्स मुझे क्या लगते हैं इस बजाज पल्सर P150 के बारे में. अब डिजाइन की बात करें तो यहाँ पर जो नयापन देखने को मिल रहा है, स्पेशली ओवरऑल 150 जो पल्सर है उसके मुकाबले इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिजाइन पूरी आपको ये P150 देखने को मिलेगी, लेकिन आपको ओवरऑल जो एसेंस है डिजाइन का वो इसमें N160 वाला देखने को मिलने वाला है. फ्रंट हालांकि अलग है यहाँ पे, लेकिन अब इसमें P150 में प्रोजेक्टर हेडलैम्प्स दिए गए हैं एंड इसमें DRLs भी यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को मिलते हैं. अग्रेसिव, स्पोर्टी एंड शार्प एलिमेंट्स इसके डिजाइन में यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहे हैं. एंड साइड प्रोफाइल जो ओवरऑल है वो आपको N160 वाला ही झलक थ्रू आउट इसके साइड प्रोफाइल में देखने को मिलने वाला है. टैंक से लेकर इसके रियर पैनल्स यहाँ तक जो जाते हैं तो ओवरऑल वो लुक कुछ वैसा ही है, लेकिन अग्रेसिव और शार्प काफी है इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिजाइन पहले के मुकाबले लग रही है. देन पल्सर की बड़ी सी ब्रांडिंग यहाँ दी गई है एंड यहाँ काउड अलग से देखने को मिल रहा है टैंक पे. एंड देयर इज बेली पैन जो यहाँ पे नीचे दिया गया है, जो बॉडी कलर के हिसाब से दिया गया है. एंड P150 की ब्रांडिंग यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को मिल रही है. सीट जो है इसमें स्प्लिट सीट्स आती हैं. इसमें 2 वेरिएंट हैं, SD और TD. एंड जो इसका स्टार्टिंग वेरिएंट है SD उसमें सिंगल सीट है. इसमें जो है जो टॉप वेरिएंट है इसका उसमें TD सीट दी गई है. दोनों वेरिएंट में जो अंतर हैं कुछ मैं बताता हूँ आपको कौन कौन से हैं. एक तो सीट का हो गया, दूसरा ये जो वर्जन है इसमें क्लिप ऑन हैंडल बार्स आते हैं थोड़ा स्पोर्टी स्टांस के लिए, लेकिन जो SD वर्जन है उसमें जो है सिंगल फ्रेम दिया गया है हैंडल बार का, तो वो थोड़ा अपराइट पोजिशनिंग के साथ उसका स्टांस रखा गया है. एंड उसके अलावा
जो ब्रेक्स हैं, डिस्क ब्रेक्स हैं, इसमें जो है ड्यूअल डिस्क ब्रेक मिलती हैं एंड दूसरे वेरिएंट में सिंगल डिस्क ब्रेक दी गई है। सिंगल चैनल ABS दोनों ही वेरिएंट में मिलता है, उसमें कोई कटौती नहीं करी गई है। एंड ये कुछ चेंजेस यहाँ पर इन टर्म्स ऑफ बोथ वेरिएंट्स इन दोनों बाइक P150 के दोनों वर्जन्स में देखने को मिलते हैं। इसके अलावा रियर में भी टेल लाइट जो है LED इस्तेमाल करी गई है, हालांकि इंडिकेटर्स आगे पीछे हेलोजन बल्ब का इस्तेमाल यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है। सो स्टांस स्पोर्टी अग्रेसिव पहले के मुकाबले, पल्सर 150 के मुकाबले यहाँ पर देखने में जरूर लग रहा है। एंड यस, ओवरऑल डिजाइन भी पहले से बेहतर जरूर इसका देखने में लग रहा है। इसके अलावा यहाँ पर एक USB चार्जिंग पॉइंट इसमें दिया गया है। हैंडल बार में लेफ्ट साइड में यहाँ पे हाई बीम, लो बीम, पास स्विच, इंडिकेटर एंड हॉर्न स्विच, एंड राइट साइड में इंजन किल स्विच, इग्निशन स्विच यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है। एंड इस P150 में जो एग्जॉस्ट टेल है वो अंडर बेली दिया गया है, बजाय एक्सपोज एग्जॉस्ट टेल जो होता है उसके बजाय यहाँ पर इसकी अंडर बेली में ये एग्जॉस्ट टेल देखने को मिलता है इस P150 में।
Good evening, you're with Breaking Ground. I'm Madhavdas Gopalakrishnan. First, a quick look at the top 50 stories. Political row erupts ahead of Karnataka poll scheduled for later this year. BJP tries to release book likening leader of opposition Siddaramaiah to Tipu Sultan. Congress stages a protest over the Tipu comparison. Karnataka Congress chief DK Shivkumar said this book is a result of BJP's frustration. After Congress filed a complaint against the release of the book, court ordered stay on its release, said defamatory content should be removed. BJP too staged a protest after this order. Political row erupts over the participation of former Army Chief General Deepak Kapoor in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. BJP alleges Kapoor was indicted in the Adarsh scam. Meanwhile, Congress continued to deny BJP's allegations, saying that BJP has insulted the ex-army official due to his underlying hatred for Rahul. BJP has accused Rahul Gandhi of insulting and dividing Hindus over his claim that India belongs to the Tapasvis and not Pujaris. Congress has backed Rahul Gandhi's remarks, saying that he had said so because BJP treats PM Modi like God. Meanwhile, widespread protests were staged by Pujaris against Rahul Gandhi's remark. Amidst the row to rename Tamil Nadu as Tamilagam, Ruckus also broke out in the Tamil Nadu Assembly soon after the governor began his address. Few MLAs raised slogans against the governor. Congress and VCK staged a walkout, accusing the governor of acting like a BJP spokesperson. Tamil Nadu Governor R. N. Ravi walked out of the assembly after Chief Minister M.K. Stalin asked the Speaker to take on record only the speech prepared by the state government. Congress too slammed the governor, saying that he is playing politics in the name of Tamil Nadu. Supreme Court has refused to scrap the panels formed by Gujarat and Uttarakhand to bring in uniform civil code, saying that the state has power to set up committees on matters on which they make laws. As thousands of lives continue to remain affected by the Joshimath tragedy, locals have hit the streets protesting against the administration for not looking after their demands. The court will hear a plea filed by Swami Saraswati seeking immediate intervention of the top court to provide urgent relief to people of Joshimath tomorrow. A survey report commissioned by the Dhami government has recommended demolition of damaged buildings and retrofitting of foundations to save the sinking town. Uttarakhand CM Dhami has said that efforts are underway to shift the residents of Joshimath, and PM is also monitoring the situation. Health checkups and medical facilities are being provided to affected people of Joshimath. A food drive is also being conducted. 3 days after a brawl in the MCD house over mayoral polls, AAP has staged a protest against the BJP outside the party's headquarters. BJP also staged a counter-protest by marching to Chief Minister Kejriwal's residence. Some leaders were detained and police used water cannons to disperse the protesters. While hearing the plea on forced conversion, Supreme Court has observed that religious conversion is a serious issue that should not be given a political color. A few days after the shocking incident of urination in an inebriated state on board an Air India flight, 2 passengers have been arrested for consuming alcohol in a Patna-bound Indigo Delhi flight. Indigo's issued a statement saying that the matter is under investigation, clarified that there was no altercation on board the aircraft. In the ICICI Bank Videocon loan fraud case, Bombay High Court has allowed the release of former ICICI CEO Chanda Kochhar and Deepak Kochhar from judicial custody after CBI arrest, saying that arrest is not in accordance with the law. Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav has stirred a row by refusing to have tea offered by police personnel in Lucknow, saying that he fears they would poison him. BJP slammed Akhilesh, saying that the comment shows how low he can stoop to woo the voters. Meanwhile, SPs defended the remark, saying that it is the police's behaviour that is to blame. Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched a commemorative stamp at the 17th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas Convention Centre in Indore with presidents of Suriname and Guyana. The Prime Minister said that youth born and brought up abroad are being given prior opportunities to learn about India, adding that India can become a skilled capital. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar said India will surely emerge as a leading power, adding that the global standing of those with India will also grow. Guyana's President Irfan Ali has said that India has used fruits of its independence to assist other developing countries. Kolkata has hosted India's first G20 meet with representatives of 19 countries. The first Global Partnership for Financial Inclusion was also attended by West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. BJP alleged breakdown of law and order under the Maan government after a Punjab constable was shot dead in crossfiring while challenging criminals who were on the run after looting a vehicle. Kerala High Court has granted bail to Dimple Lamba, who is accused in a model rape case which happened on the 17th of November last year. The Jaipur Development Authority officials have said that a portion of a building owned by two main accused of the RSPC paper leak case and now are saying that the absconding accused are running a coaching center here. Customs officers at Trichy Airport have seized gold weighing 380 grams hidden in chocolate powder from a male passenger who arrived from Dubai. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin inaugurated the state government's Pongal gift hamper scheme in Chennai, distributing hampers to people. Ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Hyderabad on the 19th of January for the Vande Bharat launch, the state BJP President Bandi Sanjay has inspected arrangements at the Sikandrabad railway station. Mysuru Diocese Bishop K. Williams has been accused of not acting upon a sexual harassment complaint against a priest for the past 3 years and has been sent on leave, citing health reasons. As harsh winter approaches the remote villages near LOC, Indian Army conducted an emergency evacuation of a pregnant lady. Dense fog throws life out of gear in North India, including the national capital. 4 lives lost in an accident on the Agra-Lucknow Expressway. 267 trains were cancelled today due to heavy fog. Over 170 trains were delayed this morning as well. 118 domestic departure flights were delayed from Delhi Airport as cold wave grips North India. Around 32 domestic arrivals have also been delayed. India has seen a single-day rise of 170 coronavirus infections and 1 related fatality from Madhya Pradesh. Brazil Supreme Court has removed the governor of Brasilia from office for 90 days after thousands of backers of far-right former President Jair Bolsonaro ransacked government buildings. Brazilian authorities have begun investigating the worst attack on the country's institutions since democracy was restored, with President Lula da Silva vowing to bring those responsible to justice. Prime Minister Narendra Modi reacted to the Brazilian riots, saying that he is deeply concerned that the democratic traditions must be respected by everyone. China has braced for a new phase in its battle against COVID-19 after dropping the pandemic border controls, with authorities saying that life is moving forward. Ukraine says its forces are repelling constant Russian attacks in the eastern region of Donbass after denying Kremlin's claims of 600 soldiers killed in a missile strike. President Joe Biden visited the US-Mexico border for the first time since taking office as he prepares for a re-election bid. California braces for more severe weather after a week of torrential downpour that killed at least 12 people in the past 10 days. Kashmir, which has zero tolerance for terror activities and Pakistan proxies, and in such a situation the central government has ensured a crackdown on terrorists and their properties which are being razed and demolished. Now, rattled by the centre's action, Pak-backed terrorists have issued threats to target government officials and their families if the centre continues to demolish properties of terrorists. Now, the government is responding by reviving village defence committees that are meant to provide another layer of cover to ordinary residents, especially Hindus. Retired servicemen and locals are being appointed to village defence committees. Weapons will be given to them to stave off terrorists until the army arrives. This life-saving last resort has not gone on well, with Jammu and Kashmir parties accused of pushing Pakistan's agenda in Jammu and Kashmir. PDP Chief Mehbooba Mufti has called for a revamp of VDC's political agenda of BJP and has also said that this is a bid to spread hatred between communities.
मेरा ये कहने का मकसद है कि ये जो ये सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस सीआरपीएफ बटालियंस और लाने की बात कर रहे हैं, लोगों को एसएलआर देने की बात कर रहे हैं, दूसरे हथियार देने की बात कर रहे हैं, इससे मसला तो हल नहीं होगा, बल्कि जो बीजेपी का जो उनका अपना मकसद है, जो उनका अपना एजेंडा है, दो फिरकों में नफरत फैलाने का, एक जंगी माहौल तैयार करना, यहाँ बाई को बाई के साथ लड़ाना, उससे वही जो है वही सिचुएशन यहाँ बन जाएगी.
The shocker from Mehbooba Mufti comes just days after terrorists unleashed mayhem in Rajouri's Dangri village and killed over 7 innocents, including children and women. Had a local volunteer not had a gun and fired upon the terrorists, the casualties amongst Hindus would have been much higher. Naturally, the BJP has criticized Mehbooba over her remark and alleged that while she defends the right of the so-called alienated youth like Burhan Wani to pick up the gun, she wants to deprive Hindus the right to defend themselves and secure their lives.
सब सरकार में रहे थे तो हिंदुओं की जब हत्या हुई है तो तब आप नहीं रोक पाए ना. रोकने का संकल्प लेकर आए हैं कि कश्मीर में बाहर की आतंकवादी गतिविधियों पर लगाम लगाने के लिए अगर ऐसे गलत कामों को रोकने के लिए फोर्स एक्स्ट्रा लगाई जाएगा तो क्या बुराई होगी. वो यही चाहती है कि हिंदुओं की हत्या होती रहे, महबूबा यही चाहती है, इसलिए वो फोर्स लगाई.
Mehbooba Mufti should stop giving obnoxious, rather bizarre statements on VDCs. And if she has to do anything, why don't she come out with a statement against Pakistan? Why she's having soft corner for that Napak country, for that terrorist sponsoring country? Why she and Umar Abdullah didn't have a courtesy to give a single statement against the terrorist sponsoring country, and that is Pakistan? No, she's trying to play the communal card. She should abstain from doing such a thing, because against the terrorists we should all stand together. I'm still waiting for a statement either from you or from Omar Saab against this Pakistan. Otherwise, we will think that you have a soft corner for those who killed the innocents in Rajouri.
All right, we have Pradeep Datta joining us live. We also have with us our guests, in fact, who are with us. Lalit Ambardar, activist, is with us. Ahmed Ayaz is a lawyer who's also with us. But I'm going to go first to Pradeep. Pradeep, now this is a shocker of a reaction coming in, because end of the day, all that is being proposed is self-defense mechanism, which could very well save the lives of these villagers in the event of a terrorist attack. And it's something that they have been facing for about 3 decades now. If the government does want to arm the citizens in merely an attempt at defending themselves, why should that get this kind of a riled up reaction from politicians in the valley is a question that the BJP is asking. Pradeep.
Madhav, you're absolutely right. In fact, Mehbooba Mufti is deliberately trying to look at the things with the communal glasses because she's playing a dirty politics over the issue. I think she has forgotten that in 90s also, when the communal massacre took place, Village Defence Committee people were the one who did a commendable job, and they not only fought for their neighbours, but they also tried to ensure safety and security of each and every hamlet in that Kishtwar, Bhadrama and Doda region. And today also we need to appreciate their grit and determination that they are not going to flee from that area, but they are ready to give a befitting response to all those terrorists. Instead of coming out and hating out against Pakistan, she is not uttering a word against them. She's trying to give them clean chit and trying to see all wrong things against about the steps being initiated by the government. See what really had happened, because I had been covering this Gandhi incident. Terrorists came, they asked for Aadhaar card. Once they ascertained their religious identity, they came to know that they are Hindus. They opened fire, killing them on the spot. Mehbooba Mufti should have spoken about all these things, how there are Pak-sponsored terrorists who are trying to widen communal fault lines between Hindus and Muslims. They want to, in fact, tear apart that composite culture that is existing in this twin border district of Poonch and Rajouri. And she should be appreciative of the role being played by the people of that region, because I had been interacting with them and they said no bullet is going to tear apart that fabric that is existing here. So we are going to fight against terrorism together. And she had forgotten that Operation Sarfanaj that was conducted in Hill Kaka Height. That was the time when Muslims took up the guns against those terrorists, and they were able to flush them out, and they were able to bust many of the bunkers that they had constructed there, that time the Pakistani terrorists. But deliberately she's trying to politicize the situation, look at with the communal glasses, and trying to portray government in a bad light and saying that government is trying to go for the communal hatred. It is not like that. It's basically Pakistan's game plan.
We'll have to leave it there for the moment, Pradeep. I'd like to thank you for joining us. Let's quickly take this across to our guest. Ahmed Ayaz is with us. Ahmed Ayaz, why is it that Mehbooba Mufti has one set of standards for people such as Burhan Wani and others, and a different set of people who are just sitting ducks as villagers? All they are asking is for weapons to be able to be present so that they can defend themselves.
Well, Madhav, see, any politician will try to, get political advantage out of any situation. And if Mehbooba Mufti also is doing the same, I don't think there is much to be worried about it. But the fact is that, well, we have been claiming, we have done many things to see that the normalcy in Jammu and Kashmir is restored. And in the process, we have removed even Article 370 also. We have done major operations like Operation All Out and Operation catch and kill. I mean, there is nothing left out. Where the army or the security force must have given, any relaxation, or they must have, not come back well. But the point is, with all these things are not still come to a normal level. And now we are trying to revive again the, this VDCs, which we are abandoned just because the situation has slightly improved somewhere before 2014. And now, when again you are reviving the VDCs, giving them again the guns to fight back. The point is, then where is the question of normalcy? Then where is the question of saying that everything is normal in Kashmir? In the process, the Kashmiri Pandits are being targeted, or the non-Muslims are being targeted. In the process, even Muslims also are getting killed. And the Kashmiri Pandits who are...
the point is, that's the very same Pandits you're talking about, and others will have weapons to defend themselves now. So that is what the government is saying, that these people can now defend themselves and not just be sitting ducks.
That's what I say. Does that mean that the government has failed to combat the militancy? Then they are asking people to, they are giving them the guns and stand off their own against the militancy. Is that a fact now? After 32 years, we are going for that.
Lalit Ambardar, the government has failed to control militancy, and that is why it is resorting to this measure. That is what this shows for Ahmed Ayaz. That's what this move shows. Your response to him? Lalit Ambardar, can you hear me?
Yeah, there's a problem with the audio, but I think I guess what you want to ask me. Listen, Madhav, it's a universal fact. When you want to fight insurgency, then the local resistance is more effective wherever in the world you fight insurgency. And in case of Kashmir, it is even worse. The insurgency is inspired by pan-Islamism fervor, and it is because of their extraterritorial loyalties towards a foreign country, because that's why Pakistan remains the epicenter of India's specific Kashmir jihad. So it's always better to arm the local people and contribute to the fight, contribute to the resistance against the jihadists. It happened, and Pradeep has rightly pointed out, Kishtwar and Bhadrawa. Let me remind, there was exodus of Hindus from upper reaches of Kishtwar hills. That was prevented only when the local people were given arms, VDCs, village defense committees. And that time also, these so-called mainstream Islamists as well as the Hurriyat were all against those VDCs that time. In fact, they were abolished later on. But also again, Ikhwanul Muslimin, that was the biggest ever local resistance against the Pakistan-sponsored jihadis in Kashmir. And can you imagine? All these people ganged up against Ikhwanul Muslimin because the Kukapare, the head of the Ikhwanul Muslimin, he turned out to be a staunch Indian. He turned around and became a staunch Indian. He used to sing paeans in the name of Indian nation, and that till he was killed by jihadists. These all National Conference, PDP, Congress, everybody and Hurriyat were all against them. They do not want that Kashmir Jihad should be over because they are the face of the Kashmir Jihad. They're the political face of Kashmir Jihad. They want the ultimate what the jihadis on agenda to separate Kashmir from Delhi. And these people, instead of shouting slogans against Pakistan, sends the target, instead of raising slogans against the jihadists and Islamists who are killing in the name of Islam, who are killing Hindus in the name of being Hindus.
Why is there this fear? Why is there this fear to call out Pakistan, to call out the jihadis, to call out those who have picked up the gun?
Out of the Srinagar city,
before that, it gives us a sense, that still the ground situation has not been well understood. It's the 32nd year of the abnormal situation.
What has not been understood, sir? Are these people not targets in your view? Are they not targets?
Let me complete. My point is that we are still going for experiments. You see, it is not a laboratory that you need to make experience of a human.
Sir, if a person will lose his life, and if he has to have a weapon to defend himself, I mean, where is the wrong thing in that? I mean, is this something that one really should? Is that something that is very difficult to accept?
Madhav, this is already experienced, and you see, if that looks to be the option, then what we have been doing for the last 32 years. And if this was the option, then why was this bad?
Exactly. So what have Farooq Abdullah been doing? What have Mehbooba Mufti been doing? Those who are in power in the state, rather than towing a pro-Pakistan line or a soft separatist line, if they had actually genuinely worked to resolve things on ground, perhaps we would not have this situation.
Madhav, they are not in the opposition, they are in the opposition, they are supposed to raise issues and criticize the government.
No doubt, they can.
Ultimately the government.
They are speaking on behalf of Pakistan. They are speaking on because of Pakistan, because Pakistan se rishta kya? La ilaha illallah. Have you ever heard them raise a voice against Pakistan?
No.
Have you ever heard them raise a voice against Hurriyat? Have you ever heard them raise a voice against jihadists who are all in the killing spree in Kashmir? Not once. They want to secularize the killing of Hindus. That is their target. Hindus and Sikhs as well. That's their target.
It is not there now that we can't expect Mehbooba Mufti or the Farooq Abdullah or anybody of that stature to say that Pakistan ke saath rishta kya. I don't think that is it is just
why Akbar Loan is the member parliament, a sitting member parliament of National Conference in today's Lok Sabha. He raised Pakistan Zindabad in the J&K Legislature Assembly. And when the reporters asked him outside, why did you do it? He said, "Main Musliman hu, babuk ho gaya. I'm a Muslim. I became emotional and sentimental." That is their allegiance towards Pakistan. And what Farooq Abdullah does, instead of reprimanding him, he elevated him to Lok Sabha. And I will not be surprised nor shocked if the same Akbar Loan raises Pakistan Zindabad in the Lok Sabha of Indian Parliament. Because their affiliation to Pakistani is Pakistan se rishta kya la ilaha illallah. You better understand it now.
An emotional reaction. It may be an emotional reaction in the assembly to what.
What emotional? Are you wedded to Pakistan because of Islam?
But I am sure that he was
why I call you traitors. There are extraterritorial loyalties. Affiliations to Pakistan. The spokesperson of Islamabad in Kashmir, like Hurriyat was. You need to understand that. And don't Hindu lives matter, please. Hindu lives matter. Let Hindus fight for themselves. I wish Indian state, Mufti Muhammad Sayyid, the then Home Minister, who exchanged dreaded terrorists in release for his daughter's release. If only he had armed Kashmiri Hindus, I think we would have given a better resistance to the jihadists that time in 1990.
All right.
We would have probably survived Exodus.
All right, let me just come in now.
And he went paralytic.
Okay, let me come in now. Mr. Ahmed Ayaz and Lalit Ambardar, let me just come in. I want to quickly bring in Pradeep before we end this debate. Pradeep, the larger question is this. The larger question is that, you will have Mr. Ahmed Ayaz say what happened for 30 years. Have we failed? Has the government's, policy to tackle terror failed? All these may be questions. They may be relevant as well at some level. But at the end of the day, if this is a move that can even save one life by arming these individuals, isn't it something that, has to very seriously be considered, given that you are seeing a situation where terrorists are targeting innocent, unarmed individuals?
See, when Kashmiri Pandits were left their home, they said they were cowards, because they were not provided guns. And now here are people, they want to defend themselves, they want to snatch that right to defend themselves also. And the second thing is, if Ahmed Ayaz is asking about where is the normalcy, see, the stone pelting has stopped. We don't see nowadays those encounters taking place, because reason is that these terrorists know that they can't directly confront our security forces, because they can't match their might. What they are doing is they are always looking for the softer target, because when we have got a neighbor like Pakistan, this is going to happen. But what is worse is that even today, the civil society in Kashmir is completely silent, and the resistance of the civil society is really very important, because this criminal silence is more dangerous than gun violence. Ayaz Saab, today they are coming for them, tomorrow they can come for you and me too. It's the time to speak out against Pakistan and Pak proxies, because if you keep on shielding them, you will only be feeding the Frankenstein monster, and Frankenstein monster is one day going to swallow you too.
All right, Pradeep Datta, we'll have to leave it there. I'd like to thank you for breaking this exclusive story, as well as Lalit Ambardar and Ahmed Ayaz for joining us with your views on this particular story. Moving on to another top focus. Now, this is ahead of the elections in Karnataka, where a massive storm is brewing in the state. The BJP has leveled some serious allegations against the Congress, accusing it of being soft on terror. All hell broke loose when the BJP announced its plans to release a book on Siddaramaiah. Massive protests, war of words and a legal battle followed. First, let's tell you what the book is all about. Titled Siddu Nija Kanasagalu, or the real life dreams of Siddaramaiah, the book takes a dig at Siddaramaiah's chief ministerial aspirations and mocks his alleged stand on several issues. Posters of the book show how the administration would be if Siddaramaiah is the chief minister. From claiming a Tipu University would be established to promising Sharia law in Karnataka, the book claims minorities would get their own budget, accusing Siddaramaiah of going soft on terror. The book even claims that PFI activists would get quota in police teams and also government protection for those who say Pakistan Zindabad and subsidies to buy cooker, a clear indication of the cooker blast in the state. Just ahead of the book release, however, the Congress party has staged a massive protest outside the event venue, opposing this release.
Situation right now, let me take you through what's exactly happening at a town hall. Now, inside the complex here that you see, the BJP is all set to release the book. The Minister for ITBT, Mr. Ashwath Narayan, is also expected to come here. Meanwhile, the Congress workers have begun to stage a small protest outside. They're saying that more workers will come in, and you can see them holding these placards, which show several BJP leaders, B.S. Yedurappa, P.C. Mohan, former Chief Minister Jagdish Shettar as well, all of them, in different Tipu Jayanti celebrations. And they're saying that, right now they're using Siddaramaiah and Tipu together to try and target the Congress party, whereas the BJP as well has been supporting Tipu Sultan all along. Also try and get in a word from some of the workers who've gathered here.
I can totally say they just want to spread this false information about Siddaramaiah's administration. People have seen in person the 5 years, because it was not too early when this happened. So what I would say is, people are going to see what's happening. One second. People are going to see what's happening. If a sitting minister is coming to release such a book, do you think it's the fear that BJP has inside them about the current elections? They don't have any development programs to show for the next elections. So we've already registered a complaint in the police saying this permission should not be given to release this book, because this is against what Siddaramaiah actually did.
However, it didn't end there. Siddaramaya's son has approached the court against the release of the book. In his appeal to the city civil court, he said that the book was being released without the consent of Siddaramaya and that the contents of the book are defamatory and hurt the sentiments of his followers. Just ahead of the release, the court came to the illegal aid of Siddaramaya and has halted the release.
BJP last 3 years, they could not find anything. They know that they have lost their game. Their days are numbered. If they had, Siddaramaya had done anything wrong, or any Congress government had done anything wrong, they have exhibited from the past 3 years. Who stopped them? Now elections are coming. The people are rejecting. Now they are trying to show that they want to find some fault, which will not have any importance. It is a paper. It is a book without any values.
Is it the frustration of the BJP, sir?
100% it is a frustration of the BJP.
They have got nothing to say. They are totally failed in all sections. We have been attacking this government on 40% commission. We have been attacking on this, on price rise. We have been attacking this government on all fronts. They have totally failed. They have nothing. Now they want to polarize the elections. They want to bring a book on Siddaramaya, on Tipu Sultan, that he supported Tipu Sultan. Tipu Sultan was a great freedom fighter. He fought against British for the freedom. But now they want to bring it and divide the society for just political reasons because elections are coming.
All right, we're going to slip into a very quick break for the moment. We will, of course, come back on the other side with the Tamil Nadu governor's proposal to rename the state and the Congress and the DMK staging a walkout in the assembly earlier today over his speech.
इन केस आप मिलेनियन वाली जनरेशन से हैं तो आपने शायद वो गाना सुना होगा, देखा जो तुझे यार दिल में बजी गिटार। सो कुछ ऐसे अगर आप मूड में हैं तो यहाँ पे ये गिटार की स्ट्रिंग्स टाइप दी गई हैं, एग्जैक्टली स्ट्रिंग्स नहीं है बट ऐसे कुछ मूड में है तो आप इनका इस्तेमाल उस समय जरूर कर सकते हैं। अब आप समझ गए होंगे कि गाड़ी कौन सी है। हाल ही में इसका लॉन्च हुआ था, ये है BYD की Atto 3 और क्या परफॉर्मेंस, क्या रेंज, क्या डिजाइन, क्या फीचर्स BYD अपने इस इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में दे रहा है, उन सभी के बारे में मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूं इस वीडियो में। और वीडियो के अंत में हमेशा की तरह बात करेंगे 3 धांसू और 3 नॉट धांसू एलिमेंट्स मुझे क्या लगे इस BYD Atto 3 के बारे में। तो चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं। तो शुरुआत कर लेते हैं इस Atto 3 के डिजाइन वाले एस्पेक्ट से। तो फ्रंट में BYD का कहना है ये गाड़ी का डिजाइन जो है ओवरऑल ड्रैगन इंस्पायर्ड है, चाइनीज ब्रांड है, तो कुछ वैसा ही एसेंस BYD कह रही है हमने इस गाड़ी के डिजाइन और स्टाइलिंग में देने की कोशिश करी है। हालांकि ड्रैगन इंस्पायर्ड तो मुझे फ्रंट ज्यादा नहीं लग रहा है, बट फिर भी यहाँ पे सेंटर में बड़ा सा BYD का लोगो है, क्रोम का एलिमेंट दिया गया है थ्रू आउट जो जाता है इसके फ्रंट हेडलाइट के ऊपर से सेंटर तक। एंड हेडलाइट जो है क्रिस्टल LED कॉम्बिनेशन लाइट्स यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को मिल रही है। एंड DRL देख रहे हैं, देखने में खूबसूरत ही काफी लग रहा है। इसका फ्रंट जो लाइट का सेक्शन है काफी स्लीक कॉम्पैक्ट इसका हेडलाइट का डिजाइन लग रहा है। एंड जो टर्न इंडिकेटर्स हैं वो भी इसके DRL में ही इंटीग्रेटेड हैं, तो यहाँ पे जब इसको टर्न इंडिकेटर ऑन होंगे तो ये DRL टर्न इंडिकेटर का काम भी करेगा। इसके अलावा इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी है तो फ्रंट में कुछ यहाँ पे इवेंट वगैरह देखने को नहीं मिलेगा, ऑब्वियस है। एंड इसमें जो है ADAS लेवल 2 के फीचर्स देख सकते हैं आप, यहाँ सेंसर्स वगैरह, रेडार वगैरह यहाँ पे इसमें देखने को मिल रहा है। एंड 360 डिग्री कैमरा यहाँ पर इस BYD की Atto 3 में इधर दिया गया है।
साइड प्रोफाइल पे आए तो यहाँ पर जो टायर्स इसमें दिए गए हैं वो हैं 18 इंच के 215 सेक्शन के टायर्स दिए गए हैं। एंड यहाँ पे जो डिजाइन है एलॉयस का, ये भी थोड़ा स्पोर्टी स्टाइलिश देखने में जरूर लग रहा है। BYD का हब यहाँ पे सेंटर में दिया गया है व्हील में। एंड ओवरऑल जो यहाँ पे डिजाइन है, यहाँ पे क्लैडिंग थ्रू आउट जाती हुई आपको पीछे तक इसमें देखने को मिलेगी। BYD डिजाइन की बैजिंग यहाँ दी गई है क्रोम में। यहाँ पे जो है इसका ये चार्जिंग सॉकेट है। एंड इसका जो चार्जिंग सॉकेट है वो आप एक्सटर्नल पावर कहीं आपको देनी है, छोटा मोटा कुछ आपको कॉफी मशीन टाइप, छोटा मोटा फ्रिज आपको यहाँ पे इससे एक्टिवेट करना है, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी देनी है वहां पे, तो उसका इस्तेमाल इस तरह से भी करा जा सकता है। तो ये एक ऑप्शन BYD ने इस Atto 3 में दिया है। देन साइड प्रोफाइल में क्रोम का एलिमेंट थ्रू आउट इसके विंडोज के आसपास। एंड यहाँ पर थोड़ा ये सिल्वर टच इसके रूफ रेल में इधर देखने को मिल रहा है। डोर हैंडल्स जो हैं बॉडी कलर्ड है। एंड ORVM जो है इसमें जो है हीटेड का भी ऑप्शन दिया गया है, तो हीटेड ORVMs है। एंड ब्लाइंड स्पॉट मॉनिटरिंग के फीचर्स ऑब्वियसली यहाँ देखने को मिलेंगे क्योंकि ADAS लेवल 2 के सेफ्टी फीचर्स इसमें दिए गए हैं। एंड नीचे डोर्स में भी थोड़ा ब्लैक और ये बॉडी कलर कॉम्बिनेशन इसके डोर्स में नीचे देखने को मिल रहा है। साइड से डिजाइन में कहूँ बहुत ज्यादा फ्यूचरिस्टिक नहीं लग रहा, बट ओवरऑल देखने में अच्छा जरूर लग रहा है। इसके अलावा रियर में आए तो रियर में यहाँ पे थोड़ा स्पॉइलर वाला फील दिया गया है इधर। एंड पियानो ब्लैक और ये बॉडी कलर ब्लू के कॉम्बिनेशन में अच्छा सेक्शन, जो इंटरेस्टिंग सेक्शन इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिजाइन मुझे लगता है वो है इसका ये टेल लाइट का डिजाइन। जो ये स्ट्रिप जा रही है इसकी टेल लाइट की जरूरत है। अब अमूमन ऑलमोस्ट सभी गाड़ियों में ये डिजाइन एलिमेंट हमें देखने को मिल रहा है, बट यहाँ पे
Welcome back to Breaking Ground and a very good evening. I'm Siddharth Talia. Now in a big boost to Hindu Astha, the Supreme Court has granted permission to Dr. Subramaniam Swamy to file written submissions over the Places of Worship Act, especially making an exception to Kashi and Mathura as well, along with Ayodhya, which by the way was already an exception in the Places of Worship Act. In addition to that, Dr. Swamy has requested that an exception be made for the holy sites of Kashi as well as Mathura to be left out of the ambit of the Places of Worship Act. The Supreme Court has granted Dr. Swamy permission to submit his written affidavit in this particular matter. Let me in fact go across to Harish for more on this. Harish Nair, of course, has been covering all the deliberations of the Supreme Court so far. In another development related to the same case, the Supreme Court has given until the end of February to the centre to file its own affidavit in this matter. But Harish, coming to you specifically with respect to the plea that had been put in by Dr. Subramaniam Swamy, he wanted the Gyanvapi issue as well as the Krishna Janmabhoomi issue to in fact be included within the exceptions into the Places of Worship Act. The Supreme Court has granted him permission to make his written submissions.
Yes, that's right, Siddharth. A very big development as far as the Place of Worship Act challenge is concerned. Today, while giving more time to the centre till February end to file their affidavit, it allowed Subramanian Swamy to file further written submissions, and Subramanian Swamy has very clearly told the court that he is not for scrapping of the entire act, but only seeks an exemption as far as the Kashi and Mathura case is concerned. He said that he wants to liberate, he wants steps be taken to liberate Krishna Janmabhoomi and in Mathura, and also Gyanvapi Kashi Vishwanath temple, and he has said that he seeks exemption for these two religious places, and is not for entirely for scrapping of the act as today.
Right. In fact, let me just interrupt you there. Vishnu Jain joins us. He's of course been a petitioner in the Gyanvapi case and the Krishna Janmabhoomi case in the lower courts. Mr. Jain, coming to you, this is a very significant development where of course Dr. Swamy does not want the Places of Worship Act necessarily to be scrapped, but he wants the Gyanvapi issue as well as Krishna Janmabhoomi to be read in as exceptions in the Places of Worship Act. He's been given an opportunity now by the court. Your response?
See, according to us and many of the co-petitioners, our stand is that so far as Gyanvapi issue is concerned and Krishna Janmabhoomi is concerned, it is not covered by the Places of Worship at all. and we have won so far as this issue is concerned before the district judge of Varanasi as well as before the district court of Mathura, and that is subject matter before the Allahabad High Court. So I am not connecting Places of Worship Act with any kind of litigation which is pending in Varanasi or in Mathura. The issue is that whether the right of judicial review which has been taken away by Places of Worship Act is valid or not, and therefore any kind of political color we don't want to give to this matter. And Mr. Swami's stand is definitely very, very divergent from what our stand is before the Honorable Supreme Court.
That's right. Thank you for your response, Mr. Jain. Let me in fact also go across to Mr. Ashwini Upadhyay, who of course wants the Places of Worship Act to be scrapped. Mr. Upadhyay, Dr. Swami की जो इसमें submissions हैं, वो नहीं चाहते कि Places of Worship Act को पूरा scrap किया जाए, लेकिन वो definitely चाहते हैं कि ज्ञानवापी का जो मुद्दा है और कृष्ण जन्मभूमि का जो मुद्दा है मथुरा में, उनको exceptions करके regard किए जाए Places of Worship Act में. आपका response क्या होगा इस बारे में?
नहीं, मैं मिस्टर स्वामी से बिल्कुल एग्री नहीं करता. ये उनका अपना खुद का ओपिनियन होगा. हमने एक्ट को चैलेंज किया है. ये एक्ट बाबर, औरंगजेब, तुगलक, लोधी के इलीगल कामों को लीगलाइज करता है. ये हमारी जुडिशियल रेमेडी को खत्म करता है. ये हमारी राइट टू लाइफ, राइट टू लिबर्टी, राइट टू रिलीजन को खत्म करता है. इसलिए हमने इसको पूरे एक्ट को चैलेंज किया है और हम चाहते हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट इस पूरे एक्ट को खत्म करे. मिस्टर स्वामी ने ये स्टैंड क्यों लिया है मुझे नहीं पता. उन्होंने क्या सोच के लिया है इस बारे में उनसे कोई बात भी नहीं हुई है. लेकिन मेरा ये मानना है ये एक्ट खत्म होना चाहिए. इस तरीके का इलीगल आर्बिट्रेरी एक्ट जो टोटली कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन के खिलाफ है, जो हमें हिंदुओं को इंडिया के अंदर सेकंड क्लास सिटीजन बना के रख दिया है, इस तरीके का एक्ट हमें बिल्कुल एक्सेप्ट नहीं है. या तो पार्लियामेंट खुद खत्म कर ले. अगर पार्लियामेंट नहीं खत्म करेगा तो हमें पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस है जी सुप्रीम कोर्ट इसको खत्म करेगा.
हाँ, तो इसी मुद्दे पे मुझे एक और सवाल पूछना है सर आपसे कि सेंटर को अभी एंड ऑफ फरवरी तक टाइम दिया गया है सुप्रीम कोर्ट के द्वारा अपने सबमिशंस को फाइल करने के लिए, लेकिन ऐसे काफी सारे एक्सटेंशंस मांगे हैं यूनियन गवर्नमेंट ने. ये डिले क्यों हो रहा है, काफी लोग सवाल पूछ रहे हैं.
हमने जो ग्राउंड्स रेज किए हैं मुझे लगता है सेंटर के पास उसका जवाब नहीं है. मान्यता अगर हमारे ग्राउंड वैलिड नहीं होते, हमारे ग्राउंड ठीक नहीं होते तो सेंटर ने अब तक जवाब दे दिया होता. और एक ये जुडिशियल डॉक्ट्रिन भी है, साइलेंस इज एक्सेप्टेंस. अगर हमारी पीआईएल पे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट काउंटर फाइल नहीं कर रहा है, इसका मतलब हमारी पीआईएल की जो प्रेयर है सेंटर को उसमें कोई कमी नजर नहीं आती. हमने जो ग्राउंड रेज किए हैं सेंटर को उसमें कोई कुछ गलत नजर नहीं आता है. शायद इसीलिए सुप्रीम कोर्ट इस पे सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट अपना जवाब नहीं दे रहा है. जैसे कहते हैं ना मौनम स्वीकार लक्षणम, वैसे कहते हैं साइलेंस इज एक्सेप्टेंस. तो सेंटर जवाब नहीं दे रहा था, हम तो यही मान के चलते हैं.
ओके, शुक्रिया हमसे बात करने के लिए मिस्टर उपाध्याय. हम फरवरी के एंड तक भी रुकते हैं, अगर सेंटर क्या जवाब देगी. तुषार मेहता जी ने मांगा है तब तक समय, एंड द सुप्रीम कोर्ट हैज ग्रांटेड दैट टाइम. नाउ वील in fact turn our attention to developments in the state of Tamil Nadu, wherein the state assembly witnessed high drama today as the ruling DMK and its allies raised slogans against the state governor, Mr. R.N. Ravi, during his address. Now, the DMK allies have alleged that the governor skipped references to Tamil Nadu and the Dravidian ideology from his speech, which had been prepared by the state government and ratified by him once it was submitted to him. They also staged a walkout in protest and raised slogans such as "Long live Tamil Nadu" and "Our land is Tamil Nadu." The showdown comes days after the governor had stoked a controversy as he suggested a new name for the state. The governor, while calling Dravidian politics as regressive, said that Tamilagam is a more appropriate name for the state of Tamil Nadu.
Muthamil Harinar Kalainar's philosophy of though we may fall, several states including Tamil Nadu had joined the GST regime. The anticipated revenues were not realized due to the drastic fall in revenue. Muthamil Harinar Kalainar's philosophy of though we may fall, several states including Tamil Nadu had joined the GST regime. The anticipated revenues were not realized due to the drastic fall in revenue. Muthamil Harinar Kalainar's philosophy of though we may fall.
Now, the Legislative Assembly, of course, ruled by the DMK, which is the party in power, adopted the resolution to take on record the original speech which was prepared by the state government and given to Mr. R.N. Ravi, the governor. The governor actually walked out of the assembly in a huff even before the national anthem could be sung. Let's take a look at that sequence as well.
இங்கே அச்சிடப்பட்ட 17 மாறாக நாம் ஆளுநரை இணைத்து விடுத்த படித்த பகுதி இடம்பெறாது என்னும் தீர்மானத்தையும் நான் முன்மொழிந்து தீர்மானத்தில் பேரவையில் ஒருமனதாக நிறைவேற்றப்பட்டுள்ளன.
Now, the DMK and its allies have accused the governor of pushing the agenda and ideology of the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh in the state of Tamil Nadu.
There is no separate state. Where is the separate state? Where is the question of separate state? Tamil Nadu Chief Minister said anything? Any minister said? Our leader said? No.
While raising slogans,
no,
you
no,
are saying Tamil Nadu, Engal Nadu means...
I will tell you. Tamil Nadu means Tamil Desam. Tamil Nadu means one of the state in the country. One of the state in the union government. Proposed by leaders. Who accepted, who enacted the act in Tamil Nadu, Madras Presidency, Government of India. They did any mistake, previous government. Why you want question? You want to introduce the RSS agenda. You want to do the RSS politics in Tamil Nadu. That's why it's creating problem. Previously, many BJP governor was there. Why not rising like this?
Now, the other opposition party, the AIADMK, while asserting that Tamil Nadu will remain Tamil Nadu, said that the governor seems to have fallen victim to the DMK's divisive politics.
It is Tamil Nadu and it will be Tamil Nadu, going by our founder Anna, and there is no dilution of the name or whatsoever it is. Governor said Tamil Nadu is regressive. Probably, I think he misunderstood on certain parameters how Tamil Nadu has been flared up. I think Tamil Nadu governor, he himself has fallen victim to the fake narratives of DMK. DMK wants to play the divisive politics by saying that Tamil Nadu versus rest of India, wherein ideally it should be Tamil Nadu state versus rest of the states. They want to build up a political narrative that Tamil Nadu is separate from the rest of the nation, wherein AIADMK's standpoint is not so. We are all are one, God is one is our standpoint, and we have always been an integral part of India, and we are an integral part of India.
Now, we're joined by guests for their perspective. Mr. S.S. Sriram, political analyst, joins us, as does Dr. Syed Hafiz, the spokesperson of the DMK. Dr. Hafiz, coming to you first, sir. We had an opportunity to also speak to the Tamil Nadu BJP chief, Mr. Annamalai, and he said that there has been a history of separatism as far as the DMK is concerned if one goes back to the days of Periyar. However, of course, the DMK has changed its stance subsequently, but he asked a very categorical question. Does the DMK believe that Tamil Nadu is an integral part of India? That's the question he asked in response to what Mr. R.N. Ravi has said. What's your response?
Sir, Tamil Nadu is and will be forever an integral part of India. We are for one nation which respects the sentiment of all the linguistic states and the ethnic groups within India. So that is our stand, and I don't know from where people hallucinate that we are a divisive force. Yes, we had a Dravida Nadu agenda, we had voiced out for a Dravida Nadu, but that is being left over 50-60 years back. In fact, we left when India was facing a war with China, and we had funded Indian government that time to equip ourselves against the war against the China. So that is our stand. So this is completely hallucinating thoughts that we are divisive and we don't believe we are not the integral part of India.
Okay, just a very quick follow-up question to that, sir. What is your primary objection to the reference Tamilagam? Because it's also a reference dating back to the times of Sangam literature, as is being said. So what's your primary objection to that?
The primary objection to my problem is, it is Tamil Nadu as per constitution, it is Tamil Nadu as per the sentiments and emotions of the people of Tamil Nadu. Why does somebody from Bihar comes and dictate us saying it should be called as Tamilagam? So this is the problem we have. You cannot dictate, sir. My father had named me something. I would like to be called by that name. I don't want somebody else to call me with a different name. It is as simple as that. Coming to the issue of today, sir, it is not separatism. It is a completely diversion tactics by the ADMK and the BJP. The issue is simple. It is a question of legality and constitution, sir. Where does the governor has the power to skip and read things of his own against the will and wish of the government of the day? That is a pinpoint question. I understand you have hatred towards our leaders, Dravidian leaders. Anna, I understand you have hatred towards Kalaignar. I understand. Why did you not pronounce Ambedkar's name, sir?
Okay.
He is a national icon. You have difficulty in that. Okay,
Right.
I understand. Okay, don't call it Dravidian model. It's understandable. What made you so frustrated that you have to leave?
Let me take that across to Mr.
National anthem is
Let me
completed.
take that across to Mr.
Okay, you
Sriram.
talk about
Mr. Sriram,
nationalism.
do you see merit in the argument coming in from the DMK spokesperson, especially about the governor having skipped certain paragraphs during his speech that had been prepared by the state government that the governor had ratified? That's point number one. And point number two, was he deliberately trying to kick a hornet's nest here by invoking the words Tamilagam as a substitute for Tamil Nadu?
To answer your first point, there has just been a clarification from the Raj Bhavan which very clearly stated that the text or the content was given to the governor and governor had objected to few paragraphs. But the reason given was because it has already gone for a print, the governor had the liberty to skip them while addressing. So that's a Raj Bhavan clarification for. So obviously, the governor has chosen to avoid certain philosophies of the current government to be thrusted on him to say, and the same people would come out and say, even we made the governor accept our ideology. So that is the reason. There is purely an egoistic pleasure in trying to force the governor to speak something which he had objected earlier.
Okay,
So
and
to
specifically
come and
about the word Tamilagam, sir, that's the moot point as well.
No, you know what the irony is? The people who walked out, the so-called allies of the DMK who walked out, they kept on using the word Tamilagam outside, while governor speaking inside was only using the word Tamil Nadu. So it's a joke for them to come and say here, their own allies coming out and kept on using the word Tamilagam, which is not wrong in any case. But the governor was using the word Tamil Nadu inside the
Right, Mr.
assembly.
Sriram, as
So
well as
what kind of
Dr.
a
Syed
joke is
Hafiz,
this?
thank you for your perspective there. This is quite an intensive debate. Now, Dr. Subramaniam Swamy has also weighed in and he slammed the ruling dispensation led by the DMK in Tamil Nadu, saying that the governor cannot be removed just because the DMK wants it.
No, Ravi can't be got out just because they want it. This is not the first time that the Tamil Nadu government does this kind of thing. Tamil Nadu doesn't belong to the DMK. In any case, the governor is a constitutional authority. He is not answerable to the state assembly. Let them understand that. And there is nothing special about Tamilians that you can't call it Tamilagam or Tamil Nadu or whatever. You can call it you can't call it Tamil Desam, but you can call it everything else. You can call it Tamil Prant. You can. So I don't think that the DMK, which has failed miserably on the economic front, should be diverting his attention to such silly things.
Right, we have to slip into a short break, but on the other side, the temple town of Joshimath in Uttarakhand is sinking even when red flags had been raised all the way back in 1976. Who ignored these warnings? We have more details coming up on that on Breaking Ground. Stay tuned.
The smartphone category in India is anyway popular, right? उसमें भी जो 20 से 25 हजार वाले स्मार्टफोन्स हैं वो और भी ज्यादा पॉपुलर हैं। शायद इसीलिए इन्फिनिक्स ने आज अपना 020 स्मार्टफोन लॉन्च कर दिया है। I have the smartphone with me right here और इसको आज करेंगे अनबॉक्स। Hi, you're watching Gadget Time. This is me, Bhavni Jain, and it's time for me to unbox this device और देखते हैं फोन में आपको क्या-क्या contents दिखाई देंगे। Let's begin. अनबॉक्स हो चुका है। जैसे कि आपने देखा यहाँ पर स्टिकर उतारते हुए मैंने इसे थोड़ा सा गंद मचा दी। यहाँ पे स्टिकर ऑलरेडी दिखाई दे रहा है, बट इसको क्लीन करेंगे बाद में। अभी बात करेंगे स्मार्टफोन के बारे में। थोड़ा सा मुझे वेट इसका ज्यादा लग रहा है, वो यूज करने के बाद पता चलेगा कि ये कितना कंफर्टेबल है। अदर देन दैट यू गेट 3 कैमराज एट द बैक। इसको आपको मिलेगा स्क्वायरिश कैमरा मॉड्यूल के अंदर। द मेन कैमरा इज 108 मेगापिक्सल और यही इसका यूएसपी है। सिर्फ बैक कैमरास की बात नहीं है बॉस, आपको फ्रंट कैमरा भी बहुत ही धांसू दिखाई दे रहा है, एटलीस्ट ऑन द स्पेक शीट। यूज करने पे पता चलेगा कि कितना अच्छा है या नहीं अच्छा है। फ्रंट कैमरा जो इसका है वो आपको मिलता है 60 मेगापिक्सल का फ्रंट शूटर। आपको इसमें दिखाई देगा फुल HD प्लस एमोलेड पैनल। बेजल्स थोड़े से मुझे मोटे दिखाई दे रहे हैं, टॉप और बॉटम वाला स्पेशली। साइड बेजल्स आर स्टिल स्लिम। व्हाट कीप्स दिस स्मार्टफोन अलाइव इज Helio G99 चिपसेट। बैटरी की बात करें तो इसमें आपको मिलता है 45 वॉट का फास्ट चार्जिंग सिस्टम विच इज प्रिटी गुड। एट द बॉटम यू ऑल्सो गेट अ 3.5 mm हेडफोन जैक एंड दैट इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग क्योंकि आजकल के फोन में ये आपको बिल्कुल दिखाई नहीं देता है। सो यू डू नॉट हैव टू जस्ट रिलाई ऑन योर वायरलेस ईयरबड्स। आप यहाँ पर अपने वायर्ड हेडफोन्स का भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। स्पीकर के साथ आपको मिलता है Type-C पोर्ट, ऊपर की तरफ माइक्रोफोन है, राइट साइड पे आपको मिलता है वॉल्यूम रॉकर और साथ में पावर बटन। लेफ्ट साइड इज प्रीटी क्लीन, लेकिन यहाँ पे आपको मिलता है सिम ट्रे और सिम इंजेक्टर टूल बॉक्स में आपको मिलता है, वो मैं दिखा चुकी हूँ। यहीं पर सिम ट्रे की बात करते करते मेरी नजर गई है फ्रेम पर विच इज प्रीटी ग्लॉसी। मेटल तो नहीं है लेकिन ऐसा फील जरूर दे रहा है दैट इट्स मेटल। बाकी ये था मेरा ओवरऑल लुक एट द स्मार्टफोन। अगर आप जानना चाहते हैं कि क्या आपको ये खरीदना चाहिए एट अराउंड ₹20,000-25,000, क्या ये अच्छा ऑप्शन है या नहीं, उसके लिए यू रियली नीड टू स्टे ट्यून्ड टू गैजेट टाइम्स टू फाइंड आउट इट्स फुल रिव्यू। नाउ यू गाइज नो द ड्रिल, लाइक, शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब एंड जस्ट स्टे ट्यून्ड टू गैजेट टाइम्स। थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग दिस वीडियो।
You clever, make you beg for more. You want it once, and you can take me to the top. Yeah, I'd like to see you try. I'd like to see you try. Not get my hands on you. You're gonna turn black, you're gonna turn blue. That's some real bad news. It's not me, it's you.
हेलो एवरीवन, मैं खड़ा हूँ ऑल न्यू BMW M345 X ड्राइव के बगल में और ये यहाँ पर BMW ने फाइनली इंडिया में लॉन्च कर दी है। क्या डिटेल्स हैं इसके डिजाइन, इसके एक्सटीरियर, इसके इंटीरियर को लेकर, क्या फीचर्स दिए गए हैं, परफॉर्मेंस के आंकड़े क्या है, सभी के बारे में मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूँ इस वीडियो में। तो डिजाइन की बात करें इन टर्म्स ऑफ एक्सटीरियर तो फ्रंट में वही स्पोर्टी डिजाइन लैंग्वेज इस M340i में देखने को मिल रही है। ग्रिल में किडनी ग्रिल यहां देखने को मिल रहा है विद ग्लॉस बैक एलिमेंट्स एंड LED हेडलाइट्स हैं विद ब्लू एक्सेंट्स यहां पे देखने को मिल रहे हैं इसकी हेडलाइट्स में।
Welcome back. Now at Times Network, we're always looking to create investor awareness and make financial matters simple for our viewers. Keeping up with our values, we present the second season of Nivesh Ke Fund Day. On this edition, we discuss the different kinds of risks involved in mutual fund investing. Listen in.
Welcome to another edition of Nivesh Ke Fund Day. Avan, whenever we invest our hard-earned money, we always analyze the risk versus the return.
Absolutely. Every investment avenue has some risk involved. It's just about knowing the level of risk and whether one's actually comfortable with that.
So today, let's talk about the risks involved in mutual fund investing. While they do provide a plethora of assets to invest in, what are some of the key risks that mutual funds carry?
Well, firstly, it's important to note that mutual funds do not guarantee or assure returns. This is because some of the risks that they are subject to are market risks.
Equity mutual funds are investing in stock markets and the markets are inherently volatile. So inadvertently, mutual funds also face the risk of being impacted by market turmoil.
Another risk is concentration risk. When most of an investor's portfolio is concentrated in a particular sector, if anything impacts that sector, it will adversely impact the investor's portfolio.
That's why it's very important to diversify one's financial portfolio and not have all of one's eggs in one basket.
Another important risk that mutual funds face is the interest rate risk. When interest rates increase, debt mutual funds usually get impacted negatively.
Then there is, of course, the liquidity risk. If, due to some reason, a financial asset is no longer easy to sell as before, it reduces liquidity of that particular asset and realization of fair price becomes less likely.
And further, there's also the credit risk, which is when the mutual fund scheme has invested in a fixed income security and there's a default by the borrower or a downgrade in its ratings.
These are some of the main risks associated with mutual funds. But we must always remember that the great investor Warren Buffett says about managing risks.
Yes, he famously did say that risk comes from not knowing what you're doing. So it's important to know all the risks and then invest.
That's all in this edition of Nivesh Ke Funde. See you next time.
Let's get it started here, you know it's game time. Ain't no excuses tolerated while you can't grind. It's like you're on the job, you know that team.
Hello everyone, ये है बजाज की नई पल्सर P150. इन केस यू वंडरिंग 150 ऑलरेडी मौजूद है, तो इस P वर्जन को लाने का कारण क्या है, मतलब क्या है? सो कारण बहुत सारे हैं, डिजाइन को लेकर, फीचर्स को लेकर और कुछ हद तक परफॉर्मेंस को लेकर भी इस P वर्जन में बदलाव देखने को मिलते हैं. तो क्या है वो सारे बदलाव इस नई पल्सर P150 में, उन सभी के बारे में मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूं इस रिव्यू के अंदर. और रिव्यू के एंड में बात करेंगे 3 धांसू और 3 नॉट धांसू एलिमेंट्स मुझे क्या लगते हैं इस बजाज पल्सर P150 के बारे में. अब डिजाइन की बात करें तो यहाँ पर जो नयापन देखने को मिल रहा है, स्पेशली ओवरऑल 150 जो पल्सर है उसके मुकाबले इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिजाइन पूरी आपको ये P150 देखने को मिलेगी, लेकिन आपको ओवरऑल जो एसेंस है डिजाइन का वो इसमें N160 वाला देखने को मिलने वाला है. फ्रंट हालांकि अलग है यहाँ पे, लेकिन अब इसमें P150 में प्रोजेक्टर हेडलैम्प्स दिए गए हैं एंड इसमें DRLs भी यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को मिलते हैं. अग्रेसिव, स्पोर्टी एंड शार्प एलिमेंट्स इसके डिजाइन में यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहे हैं. एंड साइड प्रोफाइल जो ओवरऑल है वो आपको N160 वाला ही झलक थ्रू आउट इसके साइड प्रोफाइल में देखने को मिलने वाला है. टैंक से लेकर इसके रियर पैनल्स यहाँ तक जो जाते हैं तो ओवरऑल वो लुक कुछ वैसा ही है, लेकिन अग्रेसिव और शार्प काफी ये इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिजाइन पहले के मुकाबले लग रही है. देन पल्सर की बड़ी सी ब्रांडिंग यहाँ दी गई है एंड यहाँ काउल अलग से देखने को मिल रहा है टैंक पे. एंड देयर इज बेली पैन जो यहाँ पे नीचे दिया गया है, जो बॉडी कलर के हिसाब से दिया गया है. एंड P150 की ब्रांडिंग यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को मिल रही है. सीट जो है इसमें स्प्लिट सीट्स आती हैं. इसमें 2 वेरिएंट हैं, SD और TD. एंड जो इसका स्टार्टिंग वेरिएंट है SD उसमें सिंगल सीट है. इसमें जो है जो टॉप वेरिएंट है इसका उसमें TD सीट दी गई है. दोनों वेरिएंट में जो अंतर हैं कुछ मैं बताता हूँ आपको कौन कौन से हैं. एक तो सीट का हो गया, दूसरा ये जो वर्जन है इसमें क्लिप ऑन हैंडल बार्स आते हैं थोड़ा स्पोर्टी स्टांस के लिए, लेकिन जो SD वर्जन है उसमें जो है सिंगल फ्रेम दिया गया है हैंडल बार का, तो वो थोड़ा अपराइट पोजीशनिंग के साथ उसका स्टांस रखा गया है. एंड उसके अलावा जो ब्रेक्स हैं, डिस्क ब्रेक्स हैं, इसमें जो है ड्यूअल डिस्क ब्रेक मिलती हैं एंड दूसरे वेरिएंट में सिंगल डिस्क ब्रेक दी गई है. सिंगल चैनल ABS दोनों ही वेरिएंट में मिलता है, उसमें कोई कटौती नहीं करी गई है. एंड ये कुछ चेंजेस यहाँ पर इन टर्म्स ऑफ बोथ वेरिएंट्स इन दोनों P150 के दोनों वर्जन्स में देखने को मिलते हैं. इसके अलावा रियर में भी टेल लाइट जो है LED इस्तेमाल करी गई है, हालांकि इंडिकेटर्स आगे पीछे हेलोजन बल्ब का इस्तेमाल यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है. सो स्टांस स्पोर्टी, अग्रेसिव पहले के मुकाबले, पल्सर 150 के मुकाबले यहाँ पर देखने में जरूर लग रहा है. एंड यस, ओवरऑल डिजाइन भी पहले से बेहतर जरूर इसका देखने में लग रहा है. इसके अलावा यहाँ पर एक USB चार्जिंग पॉइंट इसमें दिया गया है. हैंडल बार में लेफ्ट साइड में यहाँ पे हाई बीम, लो बीम, पास स्विच, इंडिकेटर एंड हॉर्न स्विच. एंड राइट साइड में इंजन किल स्विच, इग्निशन स्विच यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है. एंड इस P150 में जो एग्जॉस्ट टेल है वो अंडर बेली दिया गया है, बजाय एक्सपोज एग्जॉस्ट टेल जो होता है उसके बजाय यहाँ पर इसकी अंडर बेली में ये एग्जॉस्ट टेल देखने को मिलता है इस P150 में. एंड जो इसका डिस्प्ले है वो भी पल्सर।
Welcome, thanks for tuning into Times Now. I'm Kritsween Walia. You're watching Blueprint Explosive Exclusive at 6 p.m. this evening. We first up start with the top 50 updates from across the country and the world. Political row erupts ahead of Karnataka poll schedule for later this year. BJP tries to release book likening leader of opposition Siddaramaiah to Tipu Sultan. Congress staged a protest over Tipu comparison. Karnataka Congress chief D.K. Shivkumar said this book is a result of BJP's frustration. After Congress filed a complaint against release of the book, court ordered a stay on its release, said defamatory content should be removed. BJP too staged a protest after the order. Political row erupted over the participation of former Army Chief General Deepak Kapoor in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. BJP alleges Kapoor was indicted in the other scam. Meanwhile, Congress continued to deny BJP's allegations, said BJP has insulted the ex-army official due to its underlying hatred for Rahul Gandhi. BJP accused Rahul Gandhi of insulting and dividing Hindus over his claim that India belongs to tapasvis and not pujaris. Congress has backed Rahul Gandhi's remarks, saying that he said so because BJP treats Prime Minister Modi like God. Meanwhile, widespread protests were staged by pujaris against Rahul Gandhi's remarks. An amid row to rename Tamil Nadu as Tamilgam, Ruckus broke out at the Tamil Nadu Assembly soon after the governor began his address. Few MLAs also raised slogans against the governor. Congress and VCK staged a walkout accusing the governor of acting like a BJP spokesperson. Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi also walked out of the assembly after Chief Minister M.K. Stalin asked the speaker to take on record only the speech prepared by the state government. Congress also slammed the governor, saying he is playing politics in the name of Tamil Nadu. Supreme Court refused to scrap panels formed by Gujarat and Uttarakhand to bring in the Uniform Civil Code, said state has power to set up committee for matters in which they make laws. As thousands of lives continue to remain unaffected by the Joshimath tragedy, locals hit the streets protesting against the administration for not looking after their demands. Court will hear the plea filed by Swami Saraswati seeking immediate intervention of the top court to provide urgent relief to people of Joshimath tomorrow. Survey report commissioned by Dhami government has recommended demolition of damaged buildings and retrofitting of foundations to save the sinking town. Uttarakhand Chief Minister has also said efforts are underway to shift the residents of Joshimath, and the Prime Minister himself is monitoring the situation. Health checkups and medical facilities are also being provided to affected people of Joshimath. Food drive is also being conducted. 3 days after the brawl in MCD House over mayoral polls, Aam Aadmi Party staged a protest against BJP outside the BJP headquarters. The BJP also staged a counter-protest by marching to Chief Minister Kejriwal's residence. Some leaders were detained and the police also used water cannons to disperse the protesters. While hearing the plea on forced conversion, the Supreme Court observed that religious conversion is a serious issue that should not be given a political color. A few days after the shocking incident of urination in an inebriated state on board the Air India flight, 2 passengers have been arrested for consuming alcohol in a Patna-bound Delhi Indigo flight. Indigo issued a statement saying that the matter is under investigation, clarified that there was no altercation on board the aircraft. In the ICICI Bank Videocon loan fraud case, Bombay High Court allowed release of former ICICI CEO Chanda Kochar and Deepak Kochar from judicial custody after the CBI arrest, saying the arrest is not in accordance with the law. Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav stirred a controversy by refusing to have tea offered by police personnel in Lucknow, saying he fears they would poison him. BJP has slammed Akhilesh Yadav, saying that the comment shows how low he can stoop to woo voters. Meanwhile, Samajwadi Party has defended the remark, saying it is the police's behavior that is to blame. Prime Minister Modi launched a commemorative stamp at the 17th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas convention in Indore with presidents of 2 countries. The Prime Minister said youth born and brought up abroad are being given opportunities to learn about India, added that India can become a skill capital. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar said India will surely emerge as a leading power, adding that the global standing of those with India will also grow. Guyana's President Irfan Ali said India has used fruits of its independence to assist other developing countries. Kolkata hosted India's first G20 meet with the representatives of 19 countries. The first global partnership for financial inclusion was also attended by West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. BJP alleged breakdown of law and order under Maan government after a Punjab constable was shot dead in cross-firing while challenging criminals who were on the run after looting a vehicle. Kerala High Court granted bail to Dimple Lamba, who is accused in the model rape case which happened on the 17th November last year. Jaipur Development Authority officials demolished a portion of a building owned by two main accused of the RPSC paper leak case. The absconding accused run a coaching centre in the building. Customs officers at Trichy Airport seized gold weighing over 380 grams hidden in chocolate powder from a male passenger who arrived from Dubai. Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin inaugurated state government's Pongal gift hamper scheme in Chennai, distributed hampers to all citizens. Ahead of Prime Minister Modi's visit to Hyderabad on 19 January for Vande Bharat launch, BJP State President Bandi Sanjay inspected arrangements at Secunderabad railway station. And Mysuru's Bishop K. William, accused of not acting upon a sexual harassment complaint against a priest for the past 3 years, has been sent on leave citing health reasons. As harsh winter approaches the remote villages near LOC, Indian Army conducted an emergency evacuation of a pregnant lady. Dense fog throws life out of gear in North India, including in the national capital. 4 lives lost in an accident on the Agra-Lucknow Expressway. 267 trains were cancelled today due to heavy fog. Over 170 trains were delayed this morning itself. Around 118 domestic departure flights were further delayed from Delhi Airport as cold wave grips North India. Around 32 domestic arrivals were delayed. India saw a single-day rise of 170 coronavirus infections and one related fatality from Madhya Pradesh. Brazil Supreme Court has removed the governor of Brasilia from office for 90 days after thousands of backers of far-right former President Bolsonaro ransacked government buildings. Brazilian authorities have begun investigating the worst attack on the country's institutions since democracy was restored, with President Da Silva vowing to bring those responsible to justice. Prime Minister reacted to the Brazilian riots, saying he is deeply concerned and that democratic traditions must be respected by everyone. China braced for a new phase in its battle against COVID-19 after dropping pandemic border controls, with authorities saying that life is moving forward. Ukraine says its forces are repelling constant Russian attacks in the eastern region of Donbass after denying Kremlin claims of 600 soldiers killed in a missile strike. President Joe Biden visited the US-Mexico border for the first time since taking office as he prepares for a re-election bid. California also braces for more severe weather after a week of torrential downpours that killed at least 12 people in the past 10 days. And the big story this evening, as Rahul Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra enters the Haryana leg, it has crossed another controversial milestone, this time with former Army Chief General Deepak Kapoor joining the Pan-India March. Tweeting a picture of General Kapoor walking alongside Rahul Gandhi, this picture has been now cited by the BJP. The BJP asking, why is the Congress embracing a man indicted in the Adarsh scam and accused of bringing shame to the armed forces? That's the question that the Congress has put out, that the BJP, I beg your pardon, has put out. And here's the reaction coming in at the moment.
It is not a coincidence that everybody who has a checkered past, including General Kapoor or Dulat, and several other prominent people from the civil society who have had something to hide or a tainted background but have been part of this Bharat Jodo Yatra. And that raises questions on the kind of people that Rahul Gandhi is assimilating under the umbrella. You cannot hide the former army chief's corruption behind the fact that he served in the armed forces. The Congress therefore must introspect why everybody who's either involved in corruption or has a questionable track record has opted to side with Rahul Gandhi.
So yes, that's the BJP taking on the Congress for including General Kapoor into the Bharat Jodo Yatra in the Haryana leg, remember. Now, lashing out at the BJP, the Congress has in fact come out to take strong exception to what it called an abject insult and character assassination of soldiers, accusing the BJP of maligning a war veteran for political purposes.
BJP is trying very hard to divide the country. on religious grounds. If he has violated any law of the land, BJP, a very powerful leader like Mr. Narendra Modi sitting in Delhi, let him take action and let him present his defense if anything wrong has happened. Let him say that. Now just to assassinate the character of a great general, that's typically petty mindedness of the BJP. What else can you expect? They are getting worried that such a massive support is being gathered by Mr. Rahul Gandhi. They're just worried, that's all.
This shows the mentality of BJP, which wants to insult the army, which wants to insult the soldiers. Those officers who worked with Mr. Rahul Gandhi ji, because of their hate against Mr. Rahul Gandhi, they are insulting the Indian army. They are all officers who had sacrificed their life for India, and they have been in service for 30-40 years. And BJP should not stoop to this cheap politics.
This controversy also interestingly comes at a time when Rahul Gandhi just this morning compared his Bharat Jodo Yatra with tapasya, but the BJP asks, how can endorsing someone who is responsible for depriving Jawans of what is due to them be justified? Because remember, Adarsh Society was meant for war widows and for army veterans who till today have been deprived of a roof over their head by those who played a role in shortchanging them. So that's the big question that we continue to ask, and the war of words continues. Reactions coming in.
आई थिंक सिर्फ एक ही इशू पेंडिंग रह गया है जो है एनवायरनमेंट का, जिसका हियरिंग के लिए हम लोग ऑलरेडी वेट कर रहे हैं, जिसकी वजह से हम लोग को डिले हो गया है, जिसकी वजह से मी एज अ सिविलियन आई हैव टू वेट फॉर काफ़ी समय के लिए मुझे इंतज़ार करना पड़ा है, जबकि मैं खुद यहाँ पे अभी रहने के लिए सुविधा इतना नहीं रह चुका है, तो आई एम वेटिंग फॉर द वर्डिक्ट टू हैपन। कई सारे हमारे सोसाइटी के जो मेम्बर्स हैं जिसने अपना लाइफ आर्मी में स्पेंड कर दिया है, जो हमारे मेम्बर्स है 5 से 6 मेम्बर्स तो मैं जानता हूँ इन पर्सन में, जो ऑलरेडी चल बसे हैं, जो यहाँ पे शिफ्ट होने वाले थे और ओसी आने के बाद रिवोक होने की वजह से इनको कहीं का भी नहीं रहे, और कई लोग स्ट्रेस में वगैरह में इनका ऑलरेडी जान भी चला गया।
Okay, let's open this up. We have Rajiv Pandey, BJP spokesperson, with us, along with political analyst Dushyant Nagar. Nagar साहब, पहला सवाल आपसे, क्योंकि ये सवाल भाजपा उठा रही है कांग्रेस से, और कांग्रेस से पूछा जा रहा है आज कि भारत जोड़ो यात्रा की बात कर रहे हैं, कह रहे हैं कि इतना अच्छा सक्सेस रेट है, पर ये भारत जोड़ो में ऐसे भारत तोड़ने वाले एलिमेंट्स क्यों दिखे जा रहे हैं? क्योंकि जनरल कपूर की बात की जाए तो रिमेंबर ही वॉज इंडिक्टेड इन द आदर्श स्कैम, और ये फौज की जो कोर्ट ऑफ इंक्वायरी है उसमें भी निकल के आया है, पहले एक जो रिपोर्ट निकल के आई थी उसमें भी निकल के आया है, एंड डिस्पाइट ऑल ऑफ दीज एविडेंसेस ही कैन बी सीन वॉकिंग हैंड इन हैंड विद राहुल गांधी। तो सवाल कांग्रेस से उठाया जा रहे हैं आज।
जी बिल्कुल सवाल उठाना चाहिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी का काम है कांग्रेस से सवाल उठाना, लेकिन मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूं कि जनरल दीपक कपूर, जिन्होंने ईस्ट पाकिस्तान को पाकिस्तान से अलग करने में महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई थी, उस सेना का हिस्सा थे, और उनको भारत सरकार ने, भारत के महामहिम राष्ट्रपति महोदय ने उनको वीरता पुरस्कार से सम्मानित किया है, वो देश तोड़ने वाले कैसे हो गए? दूसरा मैं ये कहना चाहता हूं, आदर्श सोसाइटी में एक सिविल मैटर है, जांच का विषय है, जांच होगी।
सर, तब जो डिफेंस मंत्री थे ए.के. एंटनी, उन्होंने 2010 में एक सीबीआई प्रोब भी ऑर्डर किया था टू फिक्स रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी अमंग द आर्म फोर्सेस एंड डिफेंस एस्टेट ऑफिसर्स इन द स्कैम। वो तो कांग्रेस के है ना सर, वहां पे भी आप यही सवाल उठाएंगे कि कुछ प्रूव नहीं हुआ है अभी तक?
देखिए जी, जनरल दीपक कपूर तो किसी को फ्लैट मांगने गए नहीं, किन परिस्थितियों में कैसे कितने क्या उनको जानकारी देके अलॉटमेंट हुआ, बहुत सारे सवाल है। और देखिए ये कोई क्रिमिनल मैटर नहीं है, ये जांच का विषय है, आप जांच करिए, लेकिन आप किसी को कि वो राहुल गांधी की
जांच का विषय है, बट अक्यूज्ड है सर इस केस में, इंडिक्टेड है, इसीलिए ये सवाल उठाया जा रहा है। बट आई वांट क्विकली राजीव पांडे टू कम इन। मिस्टर राजीव पांडे, कांग्रेस इज सेइंग ही इज अ सोल्जर एट द एंड ऑफ द डे एंड दिस इज कैरेक्टर असैसिनेशन ऑन पार्ट ऑफ द बीजेपी।
The main issue is that Adarsh scam has taken place. Everybody knows this. That one victim has just given a statement on your channel. He was indicted, that is a fact. If why Congress party is trying to join hands with the people who are indicted in corruption cases, or right now Dushyant Nagarji is saying it is not a criminal case. What he is talking about? The charge in Adarsh scam is about the looting public property. It was that building was made for the Kargil martyrs. That was looted by IAS officers. Keep quiet. I did not interrupt. Please, Mr. Nagar, please civilize. I did not interrupt you. Please keep quiet. What I'm saying,
अमरजीत सिंह दुर्लभ जी ने क्या गुनाह किया?
What is this?
Okay. Well, we really don't have time for people speaking over each other, unfortunately running out of time. But दुष्यंत नागर जी, अगर 2016 की MOD की रिपोर्ट की बात की जाए या 2011 की आर्मी कोर्ट ऑफ इंक्वायरी की बात की जाए तो सवाल उठाए गए हैं और जनरल कपूर को लेके सवाल उठाए गए हैं. So we can't completely sideline it and say that what the BJP is leveling today against General Kapoor is absolutely baseless. I'm going to have to leave it at that, running out of time. Thank you for speaking to us this evening. We need to shift our focus to another big update. Tamil Nadu Assembly, remember, witnessed high drama today as the DMK and its allies raised slogans against State Governor R.N. Ravi during his address. DMK allies have alleged that the governor skipped references to Tamil Nadu and to Dravidian ideology from his speech, which was prepared by the state government and ratified by him as well. They also staged a walkout in protest and raised slogans such as "Long live Tamil Nadu" and "Our land is Tamil Nadu." The showdown comes days after Governor stoked a controversy as he suggested a new name for the state. The governor, while calling Dravidian politics regressive, said that Tamilagam is a more appropriate name for the state. So that's a controversy that the DMK has been using to build its case against the governor. Also breaking the decorum of the assembly, the House adopted the resolution to take on record the original speech which was prepared by the state government. The governor walked out of the assembly in a huff even before the national anthem could be sung. Take a look at the entire sequence first up.
அச்சிடப்பட்ட பள்ளிகளுக்கு மாறாக அதில் ஒரு இணைப்பு விடுத்த படித்த பகுதியில் இடம்பெறாது என்னும் தீர்மானத்தையும் நான் முன்மொழிந்த தீர்மானத்தில் பேரவையில் ஒருமனதாக நிறைவேற்றப்பட்டுள்ளன.
Let me go across to former BJP MP Subramanian Swamy joining us on the broadcast this evening. Dr. Swamy, thank you for speaking to us here on Times. Now, what do you make of this entire episode? Because today is when it took a dramatic turn with the governor staging a walkout even before the national anthem was sung. Now, this is with regards to how the DMK leaders took objection to what was said by the governor in the speech, saying that certain things that were supposed to be said by him were excluded, certain things that he was not supposed to say were made up by him.
Well, see, first of all, governor is governor, whether you like him or not. And this behavior inside the assembly, on the floor of the assembly, is disgraceful and it's not something that has not happened before. There was an occasion when the DMK people tried to pull off the sari of Jayalalitha when she was in the opposition. And the whole country was shocked at that time. Now, I don't think this is the way to do it. If you feel that the governor is not, towing your line, you have to come to the President of India. You can talk to the Prime Minister too, and see that some changes are brought, or he's told that this is the Lakshman Rekha you can't cross. But not this way, where you change his speech and then ask him to read that speech. And what is all this nonsense about Tamilagam and Tamil Nadu? Tamil Nadu was adopted in the assembly and was given approval by the president. And that was where Anna Durai said very clearly that Tamil Nadu means the state of Tamil Nadu and does not mean a separate country. And on that guarantee that it was taken, and Nad generally means a place. It's not a country alone. It can have several meanings. So I think all that the governor said is that the other word Tamilagam would be a better word, but he didn't get it. He didn't issue a statement from the governor's house, or he didn't put out a change in the law. Nothing of the kind. He just made a suggestion, and they can't tolerate a suggestion. And Tamil is not, most of the DMK people are not even Tamilians. They come from Andhra. Their mother tongue is Telugu. For example, both Karunanidhi and his son, they speak Telugu to each other. So, I mean, don't make this issue into such a local, regional issue. It should be a more broad-minded approach.
Okay. Dr. Swami, now having arrived at the name, Tamil Nadu in itself has a huge history. In that sense, don't you think that, when the DMK says that the governor today has spoken against the sentiments of the people of Tamil Nadu, that holds some merit at least, because except for the BJP, even the AIDMK, no other political party is on board this suggestion, with the suggestion?
No, the question is whether they are on suggestion or not. You see, in Tamil Nadu, you get all these sudden provincial attitudes that come up. I remember when the Tamil Nadu government supported the LTT, which was against India, it killed Rajiv Gandhi. So, I mean, we don't have to go by everything that they say is the local sentiment. No poll has been taken. Why don't you take a poll? Ask the DMK or the government of India to take a poll whether they would like the name Tamil Nadu or Tamilagam or whatever other name one wants to give. So I don't think that the governor made any mistake by giving a suggestion.
Okay.
He didn't change anything. And as far as his speech is concerned, they changed it. Mr. Stalin's government changed his speech, and therefore that's why he didn't read from that. He read from what was cleared originally.
Okay. No, well, that may be true, but don't you think part of why the DMK and several other political parties in Tamil Nadu are so rattled is because this was a suggestion that was put forth earlier by the BJP as well, that the word Tamil Nadu being used for the entire state, creating the impression of a country within a country is wrong and hence must be deliberated upon. Do you think that's where the problem lies really? The fact that it's coming from the governor is of course fueling the fire now.
I don't know. When you say BJP, it couldn't be all India BJP. It must be the Tamil Nadu BJP. They shoot off their mouth all the time. I wouldn't go by that. And anyway, even if they made a speech, you can't take it seriously.
Okay.
And unless some act or something is draft act is brought, I don't think you should take it seriously at all.
Okay, but with regards to what happened in the assembly, you're of the opinion that the governor cannot be limited to, or rather dictated what he needs to say in his speech.
Absolutely. He's not a man who has to read what is put out before him. Okay. In fact, he sends his speech, and they may make corrections in it, and that happened. And he came with a prepared speech, and these people gave him a no, you speak out of this, and which he declined to do.
Okay. Dr. Swami, thank you for speaking to us, taking out your time and joining us here on Times Now. With that, we play out more political reactions, because remember, like we've been pointing out, the DMK and its allies have accused the governor of pushing the RSS agenda in the state for being the spokesperson of the BJP, as well as what has been said by the DMK. Listen in.
There is no separate state. Where is the separate state? Where is the question of separate state? Tamil Nadu Chief Minister said anything? Any minister said? Our leader said? No.
While raising slogans,
you
are saying Tamil Nadu, Engal Nadu means...
I will tell you. Tamil Nadu means Tamil Desam. Tamil Nadu means one of the state in the country, one of the state in the union government, proposed by leaders. Who accepted, who enacted the act in Tamil Nadu, Madras Presidency, Government of India? They did any mistake, previous government. Why you want question? You want to introduce the RSS agenda, you want to do the RSS politics in Tamil Nadu, that's why it's creating problem. Previously, many BJP governor was there, why not rising like this?
Present context, today there is a strong opposition for the remarks of His Excellency the Governor. Strongly feel that Tamilagam and Tamil Nadu, even though one and the same, the usage of the word in its context has hurt the feelings of the opposition parties. However, there needs to be an explanation in this matter. His Excellency, I strongly feel, will give a good explanation.
The DMK, the Congress, the VCK of the opinion that this has not only hurt the sentiments of the political parties in the state but also of people of Tamil Nadu. The AIDMK, interestingly, while asserting that Tamil Nadu will remain Tamil Nadu, said that the governor seems to have fallen victim to DMK's divisive politics.
It is Tamil Nadu and it will be Tamil Nadu, going by our founder Anna, and there is no dilution of the name or whatsoever it is. Governor said Tamil Nadu is regressive. Probably I think he misunderstood on certain parameters how Tamil Nadu has been flared up. I think Tamil Nadu governor, he himself has fallen victim to the fake narratives of DMK. DMK wants to play the divisive politics by saying that Tamil Nadu versus rest of India, wherein ideally it should be Tamil Nadu state versus rest of the states. They want to build up a political narrative that Tamil Nadu is separate from the rest of the nation. Wherein AIDMK's standpoint is not so. We are all are one, God is one is our standpoint, and we have always been an integral part of India, and we are an integral part of India.
Several political experts, though, have expressed their opinion on how these latest developments could now spark a constitutional crisis in the state.
Normally, this is the speech of the state government. The governor is merely reading out the speech of the state government. That is the tradition, that is the protocol, that is the custom. So I'm a little surprised that he chose to leave out portions. More importantly, also chose to add certain things which were not in the speech. Whatever may be the reason, this is something that should not have happened. And also the governor walking out before the national anthem. Well, perhaps it was not conventional for the chief minister to speak after the governor's address, immediately after. But whatever be the reason, the governor walking out in the middle of the, as the CM was speaking, I don't think that was proper either.
With that, it's time for us to head into a quick break. My colleague Pranesh joins you on the other side of Explosive Exclusive. Stay tuned.
इन केस आप मिलेनियन वाली जनरेशन से हैं तो आपने शायद वो गाना सुना होगा, देखा जो तुझे यार दिल में बजी गिटार। सो कुछ ऐसे अगर आप मूड में हैं तो यहाँ पे ये गिटार की स्ट्रिंग्स टाइप दी गई हैं, एग्जैक्टली स्ट्रिंग्स नहीं है बट ऐसे कुछ मूड में है तो आप इनका इस्तेमाल उस समय जरूर कर सकते हैं। अब आप समझ गए होंगे कि गाड़ी कौन सी है, हाल ही में इसका लॉन्च हुआ था, ये है BYD की Atto 3 और क्या परफॉर्मेंस, क्या रेंज, क्या डिजाइन, क्या फीचर्स BYD अपने इस इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में दे रहा है, उन सभी के बारे में मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूं इस वीडियो में। और वीडियो के अंत में हमेशा की तरह बात करेंगे 3 धांसू और 3 नॉट सो धांसू एलिमेंट्स मुझे क्या लगे इस BYD Atto 3 के बारे में। तो चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं। तो शुरुआत कर लेते हैं इस Atto 3 के डिजाइन वाले एस्पेक्ट से। तो फ्रंट में BYD कहना है ये गाड़ी का डिजाइन जो है ओवरऑल ड्रैगन इंस्पायर्ड है, चाइनीज ब्रांड है, तो कुछ वैसा ही एसेंस BYD कह रही है हमने इस गाड़ी के डिजाइन और स्टाइलिंग में देने की कोशिश करी है। हालांकि ड्रैगन इंस्पायर्ड तो मुझे फ्रंट ज्यादा नहीं लग रहा है, बट फिर भी यहाँ पे सेंटर में बड़ा सा BYD का लोगो है, क्रोम का एलिमेंट दिया गया है थ्रू आउट जो जाता है इसके फ्रंट हेडलाइट के ऊपर से सेंटर तक। एंड हेडलाइट जो है क्रिस्टल LED कॉम्बिनेशन लाइट्स यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को मिल रही है। एंड DRL देख रहे हैं, देखने में खूबसूरत ही काफी लग रहा है। इसका फ्रंट जो लाइट का सेक्शन है काफी स्लीक कॉम्पैक्ट इसका हेडलाइट का डिजाइन लग रहा है। एंड जो टर्न इंडिकेटर्स हैं वो भी इसके DRL में ही इंटीग्रेटेड हैं, तो यहाँ पे जब इसको टर्न इंडिकेटर ऑन होंगे तो ये DRL टर्न इंडिकेटर का काम भी करेगा। इसके अलावा इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी है तो फ्रंट में कुछ यहाँ पे वेंट वगैरह देखने को नहीं मिलेगा, ऑब्वियस है। एंड इसमें जो है ADAS लेवल 2 के फीचर्स देख सकते हैं आप, यहाँ सेंसर्स वगैरह, रेडार वगैरह यहाँ पे इसमें देखने को मिल रहा है। एंड 360 डिग्री कैमरा यहाँ पर इस BYD की Atto 3 में इधर दिया गया है। साइड प्रोफाइल पे आए तो यहाँ पर जो टायर्स इसमें दिए गए हैं वो हैं 18 इंच के 215 सेक्शन के टायर्स दिए गए हैं। एंड यहाँ पे जो डिजाइन है एलॉयस का ये भी थोड़ा स्पोर्टी स्टाइलिश देखने में जरूर लग रहा है। BYD का हब यहाँ पे सेंटर में दिया गया है व्हील में। एंड ओवरऑल जो यहाँ पे डिजाइन है, यहाँ पे क्लैडिंग थ्रू आउट जाती हुई आपको पीछे तक इसमें देखने को मिलेगी। BYD डिजाइन की बैजिंग यहाँ दी गई है क्रोम में। यहाँ पे जो है इसका ये चार्जिंग सॉकेट है, एंड इसका जो चार्जिंग सॉकेट है वो आप एक्सटर्नल पावर कहीं आपको देनी है, छोटा मोटा कुछ आपको कॉफी मशीन टाइप, छोटा मोटा फ्रिज आपको यहाँ पे इससे एक्टिवेट करना है, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी देनी है वहां पे, तो उसका इस्तेमाल इस तरह से भी करा जा सकता है। तो ये एक ऑप्शन BYD ने इस Atto 3 में दिया है। इन साइड प्रोफाइल में क्रोम का एलिमेंट थ्रू आउट इसके विंडोज के आसपास, एंड यहाँ पर थोड़ा ये सिल्वर टच इसके रूफ रेल में इधर देखने को मिल रहा है। डोर हैंडल्स जो हैं बॉडी कलर्ड है, एंड ORVM जो है इसमें जो है हीटेड का भी ऑप्शन दिया गया है, तो हीटेड ORVMs है एंड ब्लाइंड स्पॉट मॉनिटरिंग के फीचर्स ऑब्वियसली यहाँ देखने को मिलेंगे क्योंकि ADAS लेवल 2 के सेफ्टी फीचर्स इसमें दिए गए हैं। एंड नीचे डोर्स में भी थोड़ा ब्लैक और ये बॉडी कलर कॉम्बिनेशन इसके डोर्स में नीचे देखने को मिल रहा है। साइड से डिजाइन में कहूँ बहुत ज्यादा फ्यूचरिस्टिक नहीं लग रहा, बट ओवरऑल देखने में अच्छा जरूर लग रहा है। इसके अलावा रियर में आए तो रियर में यहाँ पे थोड़ा स्पॉइलर वाला फील दिया गया है इधर, एंड पियानो ब्लैक और ये बॉडी कलर ब्लू के कॉम्बिनेशन में अच्छा सेक्शन। जो इंटरेस्टिंग सेक्शन इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिजाइन मुझे लगता है वो है इसका ये टेल लाइट का डिजाइन, जो ये स्ट्रिप जा रही है इसकी टेल लाइट की जरूरत है। अब अमूमन ऑलमोस्ट सभी गाड़ियों में ये डिजाइन एलिमेंट हमें देखने को मिल रहा है, बट यहाँ पे इस BYD के Atto 3 में भी ये अच्छा देखने में रियर प्रोफाइल फ्रंट प्रोफाइल के मुकाबले मुझे ज्यादा बेहतर देखने में जरूर लग रहा है। क्रोम का एलिमेंट भी थोड़ा है, एंड BYD की फुल फॉर्म अगर आपको नहीं पता है इनकेस तो इन्होंने बड़ा बड़ा यहाँ लिखा है बिल्ड योर ड्रीम्स, एंड इधर Atto 3 की बैजिंग है। एंड लेफ्ट साइड में जाए तो यहाँ पर इसका EV का बैजिंग इधर दिया गया है। सेंसर्स थ्रू आउट इसमें देखने को मिलेंगे, 360 डिग्री कैमरा यहाँ पे इसमें दिया गया है, एंड बूट को ओपन करने के लिए वन टच एंड बूट ओपन इसका हो जाएगा। ओवरऑल जो स्पेस है अभी फिलहाल सेकंड रो अप है, तो ओवरऑल स्पेस जो है वो है 440 लीटर्स का, बट अगर आप सेकंड रो डाउन करते हैं तकरीबन स्पेस हो जाता है 1340 लीटर्स के आसपास इसका ओवरऑल स्पेस बन जाता है। तो ये कुछ मामला है इस BYD या बिल्ड योर ड्रीम्स की Atto 3 के एक्सटीरियर लुक्स डिजाइन का। चलते हैं अंदर थोड़ा फील प्रीमियम और थोड़े एक्सक्लूसिव एलिमेंट्स इस गाड़ी में देखने को मिलते हैं, क्या है वो एक बार उसको देखते हैं। तो बैठा हूं मैं इस BYD Atto 3 के अंदर, और अंदर मामला प्रीमियम स्पोर्टी स्टाइलिश देखने में जरूर लग रहा है। कुछ एलिमेंट्स के नाम भी BYD ने इस Atto 3 के अंदर ऐसे रखे हैं। अंदर जो कुछ इंटीरियर में इसके डिजाइन एलिमेंट्स हैं, यहाँ पे ये डंबल स्टाइल इंस्पायर्ड इसका ये AC वेंट्स देखने को मिल रहे हैं, वायरलेस चार्जिंग का ऑप्शन है, एंड ये इसका गियर लीवर है। मोड दिए गए हैं इसमें, 3 मोड दिए गए हैं, इको, नॉर्मल, स्पोर्ट, उनको यहाँ से आप चेंज कर सकते हैं।
25 to 28 of the Indian Constitution, the right to freedom of religion is guaranteed to all of us, to all Indians. Well, let's tell you what happened in Chhattisgarh's Narayanpur. On January 2nd, a mob barged into a church and vandalized it before attacking police officers who reached the spot. At least 7 policemen, including the superintendent of police, were injured in this incident. 22 people have been arrested for attacking the church. A BJP link is emerging. Roop Sai Salam, who led the mob attack, is the current district president of the BJP in Narayanpur. He, along with 4 other BJP workers, have been arrested. He can be seen directing the mob to vandalize the church. Here's a report from the attack site.
Premises. Right now we are reporting from Vishwadipti school, which is missionary operated school. In this school that attack was occurred, you can clearly see. I want to first show you the main gate of this school. This is now locked up, for the security, and that side you can clearly see chairs which have been vandalized completely, and on my left side you see that main gate, which is quite a strong gate. Even after that, the attack was also so strong. Statue of issue was also vandalized, and at the time of attack it's being told that around 1000 students were studying in this school, which is missionary operated school. And here I want to just request the cameraman to come forward to chase me. I want to show you a few more pictures which are really so surprising, that how attackers were so angry that they left nothing They just vandalized each and everything which were the part of this prayer hall. You see these windows have been crushed, and there the statue of Ishu also vandalized, and the decorating item whatever were installed here all were vandalized.
Now the angry mob viewers clashed with the cops and even attacked them. The top cop has said that everything is now under control and those trying to vitiate the atmosphere will be punished.
अभी सर क्या स्थिति है नारायणपुर में? कर्फ्यू की बात की जा रही थी कि 9 से 3 का कर्फ्यू रखेंगे, या आगे जाके क्या स्ट्रेटेजी है आप लोगों की ताकि माहौल जो है वो तनावपूर्ण ना हो?
बिल्कुल स्थिति अभी नारायणपुर की सामान्य है और किसी भी तरह का कोई कर्फ्यू वगैरह की बात नहीं है। सभी लोग अमन चैन से हैं और सामाजिक संगठन जितने भी हैं उन सबों के द्वारा की कल मीटिंग ली गई थी कलेक्टर साहब और रायजी सर के द्वारा, और सबों ने आश्वस्त किया है कि हम लोग अपने गांव में भी सभी को समझाएंगे और सभी इन चीज़ों को समझ रहे हैं और अपने अपने घरों में सब कुशल हैं और अच्छे से रह रहे हैं।
Churches are facing attack from right-wing groups. That's the charge, and those attending churches are being beaten, even made to do a forceful ghar वापसी।
और इस वक्त हम नारायणपुर जिले के मड़नमार गांव में हैं। मड़नमार गांव के पास में ही नाला नुमा ये एक नदी बहती है, और जो नफरत थी उन लोगों के प्रति जो प्रार्थना सभा में जाते हैं, बाइबल को मानते हैं, यीशु की प्रार्थना करते हैं, वो इस कदर थी कि जो धर्म ग्रंथ है ईसाइयों का बाइबल उसको यहां बहा दिया गया। ये इस तरह के बाइबल दर्जनों की संख्या में पानी में बहा दिए गए, और घर घर से जो प्रदर्शनकारी थे या जिन लोगों ने इसका विरोध किया, घर घर से इस तरह के बाइबल्स कलेक्ट किए जो हमने अभी साइट से लगा दिए। तो ये दर्जनों की संख्या में है, लेकिन यहाँ आधा दर्जन से ज्यादा बाइबल्स आपको ये देखिए, एक बाइबल ये है, एक बाइबल ये है, एक बाइबल ये, एक ये, एक ये, एक छोटी प्रति ये, एक छोटी वाली प्रति ये, एक और बड़ी ये। तो ये तमाम धार्मिक ग्रंथ जो क्रिश्चियन के धार्मिक ग्रंथ होते हैं बाइबल, उन्हें पानी में बहा दिया गया इस गांव में जो नारायणपुर जिले में है। तो तमाम तरह की जो इस तरह की घटना है वो काफी बड़ी मात्रा में हुई है।
तो तुमने अपनी घर वापसी मान ली, उनकी बात घर वापसी कर ली है कि भाई मैं अब ये प्रार्थना वगैरह नहीं करूंगा, बाइबल वगैरह नहीं फॉलो करूंगा?
नहीं, हम लोग तो जबरदस्ती से करवाए हैं।
अच्छा।
तो हम लोग तो करने के लिए मन नहीं कर रहे थे, आपस से लौटने का चक्कर नहीं था।
अच्छा।
तभी इन लोग जबरदस्ती किए, तो ठीक है अपनी जितना भी करो तुम्हारी मर्जी से, हम कहो जाएंगे, तैयारी है बोले हम।
तो आपको जबरदस्ती की गई, आपसे कहा गया कि आप बाइबल और ये सब प्रार्थना करना छोड़िए, और यहाँ कितने लोग आते हैं आपके यहाँ पे प्रार्थना करने के लिए?
प्रार्थना करने के लिए यहाँ पे 15-16 घर है।
16 घर?
हाँ, 16 घर है।
और जो ग्रंथ हमने देखे वो पानी में बहाए गए हैं, वो कहाँ से उठाए उन्होंने, किस लिए डाल दिए वो पानी?
हम लोग गए 2-3 जन मिलके घर घर से लेके वहाँ ज्वाइन नहीं, जहाँ मीटिंग बैठे थे पूरा ग्रामवासी, तो वहाँ लेके गए, वहाँ इकट्ठा किए, इकट्ठा करने के बाद में उसको पानी में लेके बहाए।
अच्छा।
But this was not an isolated incident. Another church was demolished in Terdul village in the Narayanpur district. Here's a ground report.
Dozens of churches were demolished, and attackers made the demolition so restlessly. You can clearly see here this picture of one of the churches in Temru village of Narayanpur. This church has been demolished completely, and there it has been written Jai Seba, those who were the attacker. In fact, since this church was attacked and demolished, no one is here to witness, to tell us that what exactly happened and when this all happened. We were just passing from this road and found this building and came to know that it was earlier a church.
पहली बार छत्तीसगढ़ में ऐसा दिख रहा है कि धर्मांतरण छल से, बल से, पैसा से तो हो रहा है, मगर इस प्रकार सरकार के सह में, सरकार के संरक्षण में खुलेआम गुंडागर्दी होगी, ये पहली बार देखा कि डंडा और लाठी लेकर धर्म के लिए लोग निकल पड़े और उसके शिकायत करने के लिए लोग थाने में गए। सरकार ने समय रहते इस पे कार्रवाई नहीं की। यदि पहली घटना होते ही अपराधी लोगों को पकड़ लिया जाता, गिरफ्तार कर लिया जाता, तो इस प्रकार की घटना होने का सवाल ही नहीं पैदा होता।
Now you saw the ground reports. Let's quickly open this up. Mithun Vijay Kumar, political analyst, and Royden Roach, also a political analyst. Good evening, gentlemen. Mithun Vijay Kumar, the charge is that all this is the agenda of the right-wing group. In fact, 5 BJP leaders have been named and arrested.
The violence of any form must be condemned, whether it is BJP or whether it is the church itself, right? I think this is very much similar to the incident in Vizhinjam last month. The only difference is that in Vizhinjam, the police station was vandalized on orders of a local church. So be it protesters, vandalizing a church or church directing people to vandalize government property, violence of any form must be condemned and strict action must be taken. So the people arrested, they are responsible for, perpetrating this crime and strict action must be taken against them. But there is a bigger issue that, the country is facing at this point and there have been incidents of forced conversion being reported from Chattisgarh in the past as well. So especially, places like Balrampur where forced conversions were very rampant. You might have seen a video of a pastor, canvassing people inside a Hindu home. And all these issues have come up, and despite Chhattisgarh having an anti-conversion law, these incidents are rampant across the state. So, but at the same time, dealing with this issue should be in a very, very civic manner and not like, taking law into the hands. So, forced conversion is actually a bigger issue that the country is facing.
Okay, the forced conversion is a bigger issue, not so much the violence and the assault that you're saying. Is that what you're saying?
Forced? No, I'm not supporting violence of any form. As I said, violence done by BJP or Congress or even the church itself. I quoted the incident of Vizhinjam where the church itself was, ordering people to attack the police station. So incidents have happened and various communities, various political parties have been involved in this. So irrespective of their political identity, the crime must be looked at as crime and action must be taken against the perpetrators of crime.
Royden Roach, the charge from the BJP is, and you heard the former Chief Minister and BJP leader Raman Singh, he says there is a free run for conversion mafia in Chhattisgarh.
Well, can they ever prove any instance that there was a forced conversion? There are never forced conversions and people do not even, the church doesn't encourage it at all and neither does the community encourage it. We have seen it in the past also. There's no way that any forced conversion. Why is that they always talk about forced conversions happening? Let them come out with evidence. Even the Supreme Court has asked for evidence and they are unable to provide the evidence. And today they are talking about Garbhapasi. Garbhapasi, you are not even allowing the Dalit to come into your temple and you are asking them to come back to you. Does it make sense at all? Do they know what they are doing? This is purely planned by the fringe groups. We have seen it again and again. It is happening. And the worst part is, why is that the administration is not taking action against the people? The evidence is there in black and white, recorded on camera. Our people are visible. Why is there no action being taken? Let it be I'm not talking about only Christianity, any religion. For the matter, let it be Hinduism or Christianity or Islam. Forced conversions we do not believe in and it never happens. It's now what's happening, the forced conversion of Vapasi is being forced. You're seeing people who are there who are being forced to come back. You want them to come back, but are you giving them equality? Are you giving them equality?
Well, the state has promised exemplary action against all these people involved in assault and violence. On Times Now, we are saying India against hate, zero tolerance for bigotry like this, and there should, all those people who are undermining Sabka Saath must be taken to task. I thank both of you for joining us on Times Now. A short break, but when we return, we'll tell you, after the red flags were ignored, the temple town Joshimath is sinking. What can be done to save lives?
The smartphone category in India is anyway popular, right? उसमें भी जो 20 से 25 हजार वाले स्मार्टफोन्स हैं वो और भी ज्यादा पॉपुलर हैं। शायद इसीलिए इन्फिनिक्स ने आज अपना 020 स्मार्टफोन लॉन्च कर दिया है। I have the smartphone with me right here और इसको आज करेंगे unbox. Hi, you're watching Gadget Time. This is me, Pavnijan, and it's time for me to unbox this device और देखते हैं फोन में आपको क्या-क्या contents दिखाई देंगे. Let's wait. अनबॉक्स हो चुका है। जैसे कि आपने देखा यहाँ पर स्टिकर उतारते हुए मैंने इसे थोड़ा सा गंद मचा दी। यहाँ पे स्टिकर ऑलरेडी दिखाई दे रहा है, बट इसको क्लीन करेंगे बाद में। अभी बात करेंगे स्मार्टफोन के बारे में। थोड़ा सा मुझे विड्थ इसका ज्यादा लग रहा है, वो यूज करने के बाद पता चलेगा कि ये कितना कंफर्टेबल है। अदर देन दैट यू गेट 3 कैमराज एट द बैक। इसको आपको मिलेगा स्क्वायरिश कैमरा मॉड्यूल के अंदर। द मेन कैमरा इज 108 मेगापिक्सल और यही इसका यूएसपी है। सिर्फ बैक कैमरास की बात नहीं है बॉस, आपको फ्रंट कैमरा भी बहुत ही धांसू दिखाई दे रहा है। एटलीस्ट ऑन द स्पेक शीट यूज करने पे पता चलेगा कि कितना अच्छा है या नहीं अच्छा है। फ्रंट कैमरा जो इसका है वो आपको मिलता है 60 मेगापिक्सल का फ्रंट शूटर। आपको इसमें दिखाई देगा फुल HD प्लस एमोलेड पैनल। बेजल्स थोड़े से मुझे मोटे दिखाई दे रहे हैं, टॉप और बॉटम वाला स्पेशली। साइड बेजल्स आर स्टिल स्लिम। व्हाट कीप्स दिस स्मार्टफोन अलाइव इज Helio G99 चिपसेट। बैटरी की बात करें तो इसमें आपको मिलता है 45 वॉट का फास्ट चार्जिंग सिस्टम, विच इज प्रिटी गुड। एट द बॉटम यू ऑल्सो गेट अ 3.5 mm हेडफोन जैक एंड दैट इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग, क्योंकि आजकल के फोन में ये आपको बिल्कुल दिखाई नहीं देता है। सो यू डू नॉट हैव टू जस्ट रिलाई ऑन योर वायरलेस ईयरबड्स। आप यहाँ पर अपने वायर्ड हेडफोन्स का भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। स्पीकर के साथ आपको मिलता है Type-C पोर्ट। ऊपर की तरफ माइक्रोफोन है। राइट साइड पे आपको मिलता है वॉल्यूम रॉकर और साथ में पावर बटन। लेफ्ट साइड इज प्रीटी क्लीन, लेकिन यहाँ पे आपको मिलता है सिम ट्रे और सिम इंजेक्टर टूल बॉक्स में आपको मिलता है, वो मैं दिखा चुकी हूँ। यहीं पर सिम ट्रे की बात करते करते मेरी नजर गई है फ्रेम पर, विच इज प्रीटी ग्लॉसी। मेटल तो नहीं है, लेकिन ऐसा फील जरूर दे रहा है दैट इट्स मेटल। बाकी ये था मेरा ओवरऑल लुक एट द स्मार्टफोन। अगर आप जानना चाहते हैं कि क्या आपको ये खरीदना चाहिए एट अराउंड ₹20,000-25,000, क्या ये अच्छा ऑप्शन है या नहीं, उसके लिए यू रियली नीड टू स्टे ट्यून्ड टू गैजेट टाइम्स टू फाइंड आउट इट्स फुल रिव्यू। नाउ यू गाइस नो द ड्रिल, लाइक, शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब एंड जस्ट स्टे ट्यून्ड टू गैजेट टाइम्स। थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग दिस वीडियो।
You beg for
हेलो एवरीवन, मैं खड़ा हूँ ऑल न्यू BMW M345 X ड्राइव के बगल में और ये यहाँ पर BMW ने फाइनली इंडिया में लॉन्च कर दी है। क्या डिटेल्स हैं इसके डिजाइन, इसके एक्सटीरियर, इसके इंटीरियर को लेकर, क्या फीचर्स दिए गए हैं, परफॉर्मेंस के आंकड़े क्या है, सभी के बारे में मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूँ इस वीडियो में। तो डिजाइन की बात करें इन टर्म्स ऑफ एक्सटीरियर, तो फ्रंट में वही स्पोर्टी डिजाइन लैंग्वेज इस M340i में देखने को मिल रही है। ग्रिल में किडनी ग्रिल यहाँ देखने को मिल रहा है विद ग्लॉस बैक एलिमेंट्स एंड LED हेडलाइट्स हैं विद ब्लू एक्सेंट्स यहाँ पे देखने को मिल रहे हैं इसकी हेडलाइट्स में। इसके अलावा बम्पर में जो है वो भी ग्लॉसी ब्लैक का इस्तेमाल करा गया एंड एयर इनटेक्स भी यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहे हैं विच गोज बिहाइंड, जो व्हील की तरफ जाते हुए देखते हैं, एंड BMW LED की बैजिंग यहाँ देखने को मिल रही है। इसके अलावा बात करें व्हील्स की, तो व्हील्स जो इसमें दिए गए हैं वो हैं 19 इंच के और 225 सेक्शन के व्हील इसमें फ्रंट पे दिए गए हैं एंड M स्पोर्ट की बैजिंग यहाँ पर इसके व्हील्स में देखने को मिल रही है। M स्पोर्ट ब्रेक्स यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रही है एंड M स्पोर्ट की बैजिंग यहाँ दी गई है। एंड इन केस आपकी नजर यहाँ जाएगी तो देखेंगे साइड मिरर्स का डिजाइन किस तरह से स्पोर्टी और एरोडायनामिक बनाने के लिए कुछ इस तरह से यहाँ पे इसमें दिया गया है। देन वही एम स्पोर्ट वाला डिजाइन लैंग्वेज, स्पोर्ट कार वाली फील, सेडान वाली फील यहाँ पर साइड प्रोफाइल से इसके देखने को मिल रही है। रियर में आए, रियर में जो टायर दिया गया है उसका साइज अलग है, 19 इंच का है और 255 सेक्शन का टायर रियर में इसमें देखने को मिल रहा है। एंड सेम अगेन एम स्पोर्ट ब्रेक्स एंड एम स्पोर्ट की बैजिंग इसके अलॉयज में यहाँ देखने को मिल रही हैं। रियर की तरफ आए तो M340i की बैजिंग, टेल लाइट्स, एलईडी टेल लाइट्स यहाँ देखने को मिल रही हैं, BMW लोगो है। एंड यहाँ पे देखेंगे यहाँ पर भी ग्लॉसी ब्लैक एलिमेंट का इस्तेमाल करा गया है। एंड जो इसका टिप है एग्जॉस्ट टेल का वो भी ब्लैक में पेंटेड यहाँ देखने को मिल रहा है। सो ओवरऑल काफी कूल, काफी स्पोर्टी इन टर्म्स ऑफ एक्सटीरियर देखने को मिल रही है ये नई BMW की M340i। चलते हैं अंदर, अंदर क्या फीचर्स हैं, क्या मामला है इन टर्म्स ऑफ M। लेट्स गो एंड चेक दैट आउट।
Nightmare for the residents of Joshimath, waking up each day with the tracks only deepening. Their lives and homes are crumbling right in front of their eyes. And with winter at its peak, tragedy could not have come at a worse time for these people. Over 3,000 residents have been affected and the situation on the ground is heart-wrenching.
Residents of Joshimath are leaving their houses which are there in the danger zone, and you can see that how the SDRF is helping all these people to pack their belongings, and the team of SDRF and the administration is over here at the ground, and the houses which are marked with red as the danger zone, people are leaving those houses. Everything is being recorded over here.
जो सिंगदार में हमने कम से कम 30-40 मकान खाली कर दिए हैं जी, और उन्हें ऊपर सुरक्षित स्थानों में वो कर दिया है।
तो जैसे यहाँ से लोग जा रहे हैं, सामान जितना ले जा सकते उतना ले जाने दे रहे हैं यहाँ पर भी,
जो जरूरी सामान है और वो ले जा रहे हैं सर ऊपर, और बाकी यही शिफ्ट कर रहे हैं।
अच्छा, तो जितना SDRF की टीम लोगों के पास जा रही है, जो घर खाली करने का था, आज ज्यादातर आपको लगता है घर खाली हो जाएंगे?
आज सर हो ही रहे, per day 12-15 के हिसाब से करें।
It has become very difficult to live in these houses because any moment they can collapse. They are on verge of collapse. A huge cracks have developed over here, and these are the visuals of people packing all their belongings over here. The administration officials are also over here. They are making sure that slowly and steadily all the danger zones are being vacated by the people. If you see towards that side, that particular house is also marked with a red color, so that means that it's a danger zone, and hence the vacation process, everybody should leave these houses and move to a safer zone.
That was a ground report. Let's quickly open this up. Manu Bhatnagar is joining us from Intech. He is an urban and environmental planner. Mr. Bhatnagar, thank you for speaking to Times Now, sir. The problem is fairly known now. What can be done?
Hello, please repeat quickly.
Yes, Mr. Bhatnagar. What is the solution? Yes. What do you think should be done?
See, at this point of time, what the government is doing is the only thing which can be done. That is to, first of all, decrease the danger by making those people go to alternate locations. Thereafter, I think they have to sort out as to what to do with these houses, and also as to establish the cause of this landslides, of this subsidence in a very, scientific manner. A professional investigation is required.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your perspective. Taking a quick break, Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan joins you next.
Let's get it started, yeah, you know it's game time. Ain't no excuses tolerated while you can't grind. It's like you're on the job, you know that team.
Hello everyone, ये है बजाज की नई पल्सर P150. In case you're wondering, 150 ऑलरेडी मौजूद है, तो इस P वर्जन को लाने का कारण क्या है, मतलब क्या है? सो कारण बहुत सारे हैं, डिजाइन को लेकर, फीचर्स को लेकर और कुछ हद तक परफॉर्मेंस को लेकर भी इस P वर्जन में बदलाव देखने को मिलते हैं। तो क्या है वो सारे बदलाव इस नई पल्सर P150 में, उन सभी के बारे में मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूं इस रिव्यू के अंदर। और रिव्यू के एंड में बात करेंगे 3 धांसू और 3 नॉर्थ धांसू एलिमेंट्स मुझे क्या लगते हैं इस बजाज पल्सर P150 के बारे में। अब डिजाइन की बात करें तो यहाँ पर जो नयापन देखने को मिल रहा है, स्पेशली ओवरऑल 150 जो पल्सर है उसके मुकाबले इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिजाइन पूरी आपको ये P150 देखने को मिलेगी, लेकिन आपको ओवरऑल जो एसेंस है डिजाइन का वो इसमें N160 वाला देखने को मिलने वाला है। फ्रंट हालांकि अलग है यहाँ पे, लेकिन अब इसमें P150 में प्रोजेक्टर हेडलैम्प्स दिए गए हैं एंड इसमें DRLs भी यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को मिलते हैं। अग्रेसिव, स्पोर्टी एंड शार्प एलिमेंट्स इसके डिजाइन में यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहे हैं एंड साइड प्रोफाइल जो ओवरऑल है वो आपको N160 वाला ही झलक थ्रू आउट इसके साइड प्रोफाइल में देखने को मिलने वाला है। टैंक से लेकर इसके रियर पैनल्स यहाँ तक जो जाते हैं तो ओवरऑल वो लुक कुछ वैसा ही है, लेकिन अग्रेसिव और शार्प काफी है इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिजाइन पहले के मुकाबले लग रही है। देन पल्सर की बड़ी सी ब्रांडिंग यहाँ दी गई है एंड यहाँ काउल अलग से देखने को मिल रहा है टैंक पे एंड देयर इज बेली पैन जो यहाँ पे नीचे दिया गया है जो बॉडी कलर के हिसाब से दिया गया है एंड P150 की ब्रांडिंग यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को मिल रही है। सीट जो है इसमें स्प्लिट सीट्स आती हैं, इसमें दो वेरिएंट हैं SD और TD एंड जो इसका स्टार्टिंग वेरिएंट है SD उसमें सिंगल सीट है, इसमें जो है जो टॉप वेरिएंट है इसका उसमें TD सीट दी गई है। दोनों वेरिएंट में जो अंतर हैं कुछ मैं बताता हूँ आपको कौन कौन से हैं। एक तो सीट का हो गया, दूसरा ये जो वर्जन है इसमें क्लिप ऑन हैंडल बार्स आते हैं थोड़ा स्पोर्टी स्टांस के लिए, लेकिन जो SD वर्जन है उसमें जो है सिंगल फ्रेम दिया गया है हैंडल बार का, तो वो थोड़ा अपराइट पोजीशनिंग के साथ उसका स्टांस रखा गया है। एंड उसके अलावा जो ब्रेक्स हैं, डिस्क ब्रेक्स हैं, इसमें जो है ड्यूअल डिस्क ब्रेक मिलती हैं एंड दूसरे वेरिएंट में सिंगल डिस्क ब्रेक दी गई है। सिंगल चैनल ABS दोनों ही वेरिएंट में मिलता है, उसमें कोई कटौती नहीं करी गई है एंड ये कुछ चेंजेस यहाँ पर इन टर्म्स ऑफ बोथ वेरिएंट्स इन दोनों P150 के दोनों वर्जन्स में देखने को मिलते हैं। इसके अलावा रियर में भी टेल लाइट जो है LED इस्तेमाल करी गई है, हालांकि इंडिकेटर्स आगे पीछे हेलोजन बल्ब का इस्तेमाल यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है। सो स्टांस स्पोर्टी अग्रेसिव पहले के मुकाबले पल्सर 150 के मुकाबले यहाँ पर देखने में जरूर लग रहा है एंड यस ओवरऑल डिजाइन भी पहले से बेहतर जरूर इसका देखने में लग रहा है। इसके अलावा यहाँ पर एक USB चार्जिंग पॉइंट इसमें दिया गया है। हैंडल बार में लेफ्ट साइड में यहाँ पे हाई बीम लो बीम पास स्विच, इंडिकेटर एंड हॉर्न स्विच एंड राइट साइड में इंजन किल स्विच, इग्निशन स्विच यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहा है। एंड इस P150 में जो एग्जॉस्ट टेल है वो अंडर बेली दिया गया है, बजाय एक्सपोज एग्जॉस्ट टेल जो होता है उसके बजाय यहाँ पर इसकी अंडर बेली में ये एग्जॉस्ट टेल देखने को मिलता है इस P150 में। एंड जो इसका डिस्प्ले है वो भी पल्सर 150 के मुकाबले अलग यहाँ देखने को मिलने वाला है। एनालॉग प्लस डिजिटल का मिक्सचर यहाँ देखने को मिल रहा है एंड स्पीडोमीटर इसका एनालॉग दिया गया है एंड डिजिटल में जो इन्फॉर्मेशन है गियर इंडिकेटर, ओडोमीटर, फ्यूल गेज, टाइम, टेम्परेचर, ये सब इन्फॉर्मेशन यहाँ पे इसके डिजिटल कंसोल में देखने को मिल रहा है। ABS की लाइट एंड इंजन लाइट, बैटरी लाइट, साइड स्टैंड इंडिकेटर भी यहाँ पे इसमें दिया गया है। तो ये कुछ मामला यहाँ पे इस बजाज की नई पल्सर P150 के डिजाइन और कुछ फीचर्स में देखने को मिलता है जो पल्सर 150 में देखने को नहीं मिलते हैं। यस एक और जो एडिशनल चीज मैं बताना भूल गया, जो कंपैरिजन दोनों वेरिएंट्स में है, टायर के साइज का भी फर्क दोनों में देखने को मिलता है। इसमें जो है 17 इंच 90 सेक्शन फ्रंट में दिया गया है एंड रियर में जो टायर दिया गया है वो है 17 इंच 110 सेक्शन का। जो दूसरा वेरिएंट है उसमें 100 सेक्शन का टायर देखने को मिलता है रियर में। In terms of design, overall feel, in terms of features, पल्सर 150 के मुकाबले ये काफी नई, बदली हुई और फ्रेश जरूर देखने में लगती है। हालांकि बजाज का कहना है कि 150 पल्सर ऑलरेडी बिकती रहेगी और साथ ही साथ इसको भी बेचा जाएगा। मे बी लॉन्ग टर्म में उसको बंद कर दिया जाए, देन इसको ही कंटिन्यू आगे रखा जाएगा, इसकी सेल्स अच्छी देखने को मिलती हैं। अब इसमें जो इंजन दिया गया है 150 सीसी का कंपेयर टू पल्सर 150, इस P150 में इंजन में भी थोड़े बहुत बदलाव किए गए हैं एंड जो इसका फ्रेम है वो भी बदला हुआ पल्सर 150 के मुकाबले देखने को मिलता है। तो राइड क्वालिटी, हैंडलिंग, परफॉर्मेंस कैसी इस नई बजाज की।
First up, a quick look at the top 50 stories. Political row erupts ahead of Karnataka poll scheduled for later this year. BJP tries to release book likening the leader of opposition Siddaramaiah to Tipu Sultan. Congress stages a protest over the Tipu comparison. Karnataka Congress chief DK Shivkumar says this book is a result of BJP's frustration. after Congress filed a complaint against the release of the book. The court has ordered a stay on its release, saying that defamatory content should be removed. BJP too stages a protest after the order. Political row erupts over the participation of former Army Chief General Deepak Kapoor in the Bharat Jodo Yatra. BJP alleges Kapoor was indicted in the Adarsh scam. Meanwhile, Congress continues to deny BJP's allegations, saying that BJP has insulted the ex-army official due to his underlying hatred for Rahul Gandhi. BJP has accused Rahul Gandhi of insulting and dividing Hindus over his claim that India belongs to Tapasvis and not Pujaris. Congress has backed Rahul Gandhi's remarks, saying that he had said so because BJP treats PM Modi like God. Meanwhile, widespread protests were staged by Pujaris against Rahul Gandhi's remark. Amidst a vow to rename Tamil Nadu as Tamilagam, a ruckus broke out at the Tamil Nadu Assembly soon after Governor began his address. Few MLAs raised slogans against the Governor. Congress and VCK staged a walkout accusing the Governor of acting like a BJP spokesperson. Tamil Nadu Governor R.N. Ravi walked out of the Assembly after Chief Minister M.K. Stalin asked the Speaker to take on record only the speech prepared by the state government. Congress too slammed the Governor, saying that he is playing politics in the name of Tamil Nadu. The Supreme Court refused to scrap panels formed by Gujarat and Uttarakhand to bring in uniform civil code, said that the state has power to set up committee for matters on which they make laws. As thousands of lives continue to remain affected by the Joshimath tragedy, locals hit the streets protesting against the administration for not looking after their demands. The court will hear the plea filed by Swami Saraswati seeking immediate intervention of the top court to provide urgent relief to people of Joshimath tomorrow. A survey report commissioned by the Dhami government has recommended demolition of damaged buildings and retrofitting of foundations to save the sinking town. Uttarakhand CM Dhami has said that efforts are underway to shift the residents of Joshimath, and PM is also monitoring the situation. Health checkups and medical facilities are being provided to affected people of Joshimath. A flood drive is also being conducted. 3 days after brawl in MCD House over mayoral polls, AAP has staged a protest against BJP outside the party headquarters. BJP has also staged a counter-protest by marching to Chief Minister Kejriwal's residence. Some leaders were detained and police used water cannons to disperse protesters. While hearing the plea on forced conversion, the Supreme Court observed that religious conversion is a serious issue that should not be given a political color. A few days after the shocking incident of urination in an inebriated state on board an Air India flight, 2 passengers have been arrested for consuming alcohol in a Patna-bound Delhi Indigo flight. Indigo has issued a statement saying that the matter is under investigation. They've also clarified that there was no altercation on board the aircraft. In the ICICI Bank Videocon loan fraud case, the Bombay High Court has allowed the release of former ICICI CEO Chanda Kochar and Deepak Kochar from judicial custody after CBI's arrest, saying that the arrest is not in accordance with the law. Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav stirred a row by refusing to have tea offered by police personnel in Lucknow, saying that he fears that they would poison him. BJP slammed Akhilesh, saying that the comment shows how low he can stoop to woo voters. Meanwhile, the SPs defended the remark, saying that it's the police's behavior that is to blame. Prime Minister Narendra Modi launched a commemorative stamp at the 17th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas convention in Indore with presidents of Suriname and Guyana. The Prime Minister said that youth born and brought up abroad are being given opportunities to learn about India, adding that India can become a skilled capital. External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar said that India will surely emerge as a leading power, adding that the global standing of those with India will also grow. Guyana's President Irfan Ali said that India has used the fruits of its independence to assist other developing countries as well. Kolkata has hosted India's first G20 meet with representatives of 19 countries. The first global partnership for financial inclusion was also attended by West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. The BJP's alleged breakdown of law and order under the Maan government after a police constable was shot dead in crossfiring while challenging criminals who were on the run after looting a vehicle. To Dimple Lamba, who's an accused in the model rape case which happened on the 17th of November last year. Jaipur Development Authority officials demolished a portion of a building owned by two main accused of the RPSC paper leak case. The absconding accused run a coaching center in the building. Customs officers at Trichy Airport seized gold weighing over 380 grams hidden in chocolate powder from a male passenger who arrived from Dubai. Tamil Nadu CM N.K. Stalin inaugurated the state government's Pongal gift hamper scheme in Chennai. He's distributed hampers to citizens. Ahead of PM Modi's visit to Hyderabad on the 19th of January for the Vande Bharat launch, BJP State President Bandi Sanjay has inspected arrangements at the Secunderabad railway station. Mysuru Diocese Bishop K. William, accused of not acting upon a sexual harassment complaint against a priest for the past 3 years, has been sent on leave, citing health reasons. As a harsh winter approaches remote villages near the LOC, the Indian Army has conducted an emergency evacuation of a pregnant lady. Dense fog has torn life out of here in North India, including in the national capital. 4 lives have been lost in an accident on the Agra-Lucknow Expressway. 267 trains were cancelled today due to heavy fog. Over 170 trains were delayed this morning as well. Around 118 domestic departure flights were delayed from Delhi airport as the cold wave grips North India. Around 32 domestic arrivals were delayed. India saw a single-day rise of 170 coronavirus infections and 1 related fatality from Madhya Pradesh. Brazil's Supreme Court has removed the governor of Brasilia from office for 90 days after thousands of backers of far-right former President Jair Bolsonaro ransacked government buildings. Brazilian authorities have begun investigating the worst attack on the country's institutions since democracy was restored, with President Lula da Silva vowing to bring those responsible to justice. Prime Minister Narendra Modi reacted to the Brazilian riots, saying that he's deeply concerned and that democratic traditions must be respected by everyone. China braced for a new phase in its battle against COVID-19 after dropping pandemic border controls, with authorities saying that life is moving forward. Ukraine says its forces are repelling constant Russian attacks in the eastern region of Donbass after denying Kremlin's claims of 600 soldiers killed in a missile strike. President Joe Biden visited the US-Mexico border for the first time since taking office as he prepares for a re-election bid. California braces for more severe weather after a week of torrential downpours that killed at least 12 people in the past 10 days. Down to the top focus at this hour. The Tamil Nadu Assembly has witnessed high drama today as DMK and its allies raised slogans against the state governor Narendra Ravi during his address. DMK allies have alleged that governor skipped references to Tamil Nadu and Dravidian ideology from a speech which was prepared by the state government and ratified by them. They also staged a walkout in protest and raised slogans such as "Long live Tamil Nadu" and "Our land is Tamil Nadu."
Mutamir Harinar Kalanar's philosophy of though we may fall. Several states, including Tamil Nadu, had joined the GST regime. The anticipated revenues were not realized due to the drastic fall in revenue. Mutamir Harinar Kalanar's philosophy of though we may fall. Several states, including Tamil Nadu, had joined the GST regime. The anticipated revenues were not realized due to the drastic fall in revenue. Mutamir Harinar Kalanar's philosophy of though we may fall. Several states, including Tamil Nadu, had joined the GST regime. The The anticipated revenues were not realized due to the drastic fall in revenue.
And Chief Minister Stalin moved a resolution against the governor, accusing him of not only skipping portions of the prepared text but also breaking decorum of the assembly. The House adopted the resolution to take on record the original speech which was prepared by the state government. The governor walked out of the assembly in a huff even before the national anthem could be sung. DMK's IT wing tweeted the video of the governor leaving the house with the hashtag #GetOutRavi.
இங்கே அச்சிடப்பட்ட பதிலுக்கு மாறாக நாம் அதனுடைய இணைத்து விடுத்த படித்த பகுதியில் இடம்பெறாது என்னும் தீர்மானத்தையும் நான் முன்மொழிந்து தீர்மானத்தில் பேரவை ஒருமனதாக நிறைவேற்றப்பட்டுள்ளன.
And this showdown comes days after the governor stoked a controversy as he suggested a new name for the state. The governor, while calling Dravidian politics regressive, said that Tamilagam is a more appropriate name for the state.
Here in Tamil Nadu, a different kind of narrative has been created. Everything that for the whole of the country which is applicable, Tamil Nadu here will say no, we are not. Anything you say, they will say no, we are not. It has become a habit, and the truth is that we are all one. It's a part of Bharat, and in fact, Tamil Nadu. In fact, Tamil Nadu is the one place. Let us say Tamilagam is more appropriate. This land keeps the soul of Bharat, the identity of Bharat, the idea of Bharat.
And DMK and its allies have accused the governor of pushing RSS agenda in this state.
There is no separate state. Where is a separate state? Where is a question of separate state? Tamil Nadu Chief Minister said anything? Any minister said? Our leader said? No.
While raising slogans, you are saying Tamil Nadu, Engal Nadu means...
I will tell you. Tamil Nadu means Tamil Desam. Tamil Nadu means one of the state in the country. One of the state in the union government. Proposed by leaders who accepted, who enacted the act in Tamil Nadu, Madras Presidency, Government of India. They did any mistake, previous government. Why you want question? You want to introduce the RSS agenda. You want to do the RSS politics in Tamil Nadu. That's why it's creating problem. Previously, many BJP governor was there. Why not rising like this?
And after the assembly adopted the resolution to take on record the printed text version of the governor's speech, the BJP Tamil Nadu president Annamalai took to Twitter to slam the government. He said that the governor's speech in assembly is not DMK's party event and he can't be expected to read words like Dravidian model. BJP MP Subramaniam Swamy also slammed the DMK, saying there's nothing wrong with the governor merely making a suggestion to rename the state.
No, Ravi can't be caught out just because they want it. This is not the first time that the Tamil Nadu government does this kind of thing. Tamil Nadu doesn't belong to the DMK. In any case, the governor is a constitutional authority. He is not answerable to the state assembly. Let them understand that. And there is nothing special about Tamilians that you can't call it Tamilagam or Tamil Nadu or whatever. You can call it you can't call it Tamil Desam, but you can call it everything else. You can call it Tamil Prant. You can. So I don't think that the DMK, which has failed miserably on the economic front, should be diverting his attention to such silly things.
Let's take this across to our guest. Joining us with us is Uma Nandan, BJP councillor. With us also is Anurag Naidu, author. Also with us at the moment is Dr. P. Pularao, who's a senior journalist and political analyst. But let me first and foremost go across to the DMK spokesperson, Mr. Pukurendi. And Mr. Pukurendi, if I can begin by asking you several questions that are coming in from the BJP. What is wrong if the governor, at his own discretion, decides to leave out a certain portion, because words such as Dravidian model, they are politically loaded terms? That is a statement coming in from the BJP's chief of the state, Annamalai. How do you respond to that?
Madhav, first of all, for this we have to understand the fundamentals and basics of the role of a governor. The governor is a the nominal executive head of a state. However, the governor have to act as per the aid and advice of the advice given by the Council of Ministers headed by the Honorable Chief Minister. This is the fundamentals which is enshrined in the Constitution. Now, governor's address is nothing but explaining the policy or letting out the policy of the state government for which the Chief Minister is the head. And this governor's speech is prepared by the state government, and multiple times this speech goes to the Raj Bhavan, and Raj Bhavan it should be vetted out. Then if the governor has any doubt, then he will revert back to the Assembly Secretariat or the Assembly Honorable Speaker, and this will be corrected, and the speech will be corrected and finalized between the government, that is the Honorable Chief Minister, and the governor before the speech is let out, or before the governor speaks in the Assembly. So once this is finalized, the governor cannot go beyond the words.
Right.
Even here, if he is doing that, then he is just trying to play politics, and he is just betraying what has been done, because it is already agreed upon between the Council of Ministers.
But would you agree, Mr. Gandhi, would you agree that the resolution, many would say, has perhaps not been seen before? This kind of a resolution where the governor is being directly named, his speech is not to be taken, it is a written text that is to be taken, hashtags such as Get Out Ravi being tweeted by the official handle of the DMK, things have really gone quite far in this entire case.
Of course, that is a right step done by the Honorable Chief Minister, because the Chief Minister, as the head of the political executive or the head of the state, has a responsibility to ensure that the policy of the state government to reach the general public through the governor. But when the governor is leaving out many of the words or many of the statements, that means he is trying to tweak the policy, which is not acceptable. In such a case, the Chief Minister is duty bound to do such
hashtags like Get Out Ravi, hashtags like Get Out Ravi are acceptable according to you?
No, hashtag Get Out Ravi is not done by the government. It is done by the general public. It is done by the general public, because the Tamil population is not agreeable for this type of attitude of the governor. Because ever since Mr. R. and Ravi...
Let's get to the BJP on that. Umanandan, would you like to respond to him? That this is not... it is known that the governor just reads out the policies of the state government. This is what happens in every state, including, in fact, even the parliament, where the president reads out or addresses the joint session. And therefore, what the governor did was unacceptable. Mr. Stalin has done the correct thing by moving the resolution, says the DMK. Your response to that?
I would like to point out three issues here. One, let's recall history. The governor, Mr. Dharamveera in West Bengal, when Mr. Ajay Mukherjee was the chief minister, 1967 I think, he had omitted 585 words from the speech read out, given by the cabinet, the state cabinet, and Mr. Ajay Mukherjee objected. The parting retort of Mr. Dharamveera was, Ajay bhai, I am not going to repeat whatever has been given to me. I am not going to read out in total what you people have given to me. So, there are instances, the governor is not bound by the Dravidian stocks, rules and regulations. Second, third, I would like to ask, these people are raising the question of he not waiting for the national anthem. When did these people give importance to national anthem? They themselves have shown grand disrespect to national anthem. Now they are quoting from scriptures for this to the governor. Let them not talk nonsense, and let them not take a handful of Tamilians and take that it is the Tamilian pride. We are ashamed of the Dravidian stock, the antiques, the dramas that is happening 24/7. We are not part of the 200 rupees IT cell falling for biryani. That is a minority. Let them not put the majority into the biryani IT cell 200 rupees category. The governor is supreme. He will do what he wants to do, and no action has been taken. Let them not teach about propriety. First, let them know what is propriety, what is national devotion and all that. Then preach the governor.
Okay, let me quickly...
What is the Congress going to tell for emergency?
Okay.
Can there be anything more brought on the democracy?
All right, let's take the current incident at hand, because there are a number of points that have been covered over here, and I want to bring in Mr. Pullarao on that note. Mr. Pullarao, clearly there has been a complete breakdown between the office of the governor, the chief minister, or the governor and the government, however one chooses to, depict what has happened over here in the assembly. But certainly it is quite unfortunate, because this kind of a scene where in fact you have not just slogans being raised, you've seen this walkout happening because the governor chose to omit it. He's not, at the end of the day, said something new. He has just certain portions of the speech have not been carried. Is that really something that calls for this kind of a protest and a resolution, and even several controversial hashtags that have been put out in the social media space by political parties and mainstream parties at that?
Okay, let me come straight away. A governor is free, but a governor has to be within limits. A governor should see there is no disputes. Let me give you a small example. Ever since Narendra Modi became Prime Minister, he has appointed some excellent governors. And those who have been discreet, those who have respected themselves, they have become presidents. Ram Nath Kovind was a governor appointed by Narendra Modi. He became president. He created no controversy in Nitish Kumar's state, where Nitish Kumar was against the BJP. Similarly, our present president, Draupadi Murmu ji, was governor of Jharkhand. It was an opposition government for some time and then a BJP government for some time. She comported herself with great dignity. She has become president. Then you have the most recent example, Jagdeep Dhankar, governor in West Bengal. He had many controversies, but he never crossed that line. And even Mamata Banerjee supported him.
So what is the line being crossed over here according to you? And who sets this, and who has set this line or this Lakshman Rekha?
Yes, there is a line. You can't cross it. Why should the governor come there, talk about this state, that state in the public media? What is the provocation? Go back a couple of months. R.F. Mahmood Khan was governor of Kerala. There's a lot of disputes with the chief minister. But then he read out what the government gave, saying to honor the chief minister.
Mr. Pula Rao, it is his opinion. He has stated so. Everybody is free to react. Whether the government chooses to implement it or not is entirely up to the government. Are you saying the governor should not comment on anything at all?
No, there is something.
The government does not have any discretionary powers.
One minute, please. I can't have everyone shouting, please. I'm going to come to all of you one by one.
You have to be discreet. You are on the constitutional post. It's like a chief justice of a high court.
Okay, Umanandan, your hand is going up. I'm going to allow you to quickly respond and then I go across to Anurag Naidu. Yes, Umanandan wants to respond to you.
Yes. See, first thing tell all these panelists that he is not an S-man. The governor is not an S-man. They cannot ask him to sit down when they tell. They cannot ask him to stand up. It's not that kind of a post. And what propriety Mr. Stalin, the chief minister, gets up and talks when the chief minister, when the governor is talking? What propriety is that? And what about the caricatures of Mr. Murmu? He lauds about the position of Mr. Murmu. What about the time when Ms. Draupadi Murmu herself was teased by these groups? Where were they all these time? So let them not teach us about propriety or decency and all that.
All right. Quick response.
BJP spokesman here should understand what the Constitution says. The Constitution says the governor is an yes-man who has to act as per the aid and advice of the Council of Ministers.
Where does the Constitution say the governor has to be a yes-man?
Yes, the governor is an yes-man. That means the governor does not have any discretion. There is no discretionary powers of the governor.
This is a completely new. This is a completely new interpretation of the Constitution. Has the governor no right to send back? One second. Let me ask you a simple question that will prove you are wrong, Mr. Gandhi. One second, Mr. Gandhi, calm down. Mr. Gandhi, I'm asking you a simple question. Does the governor have a right to reject a bill that is sent to him for assent? Yes or no?
Which one? The governor has a right to send the bill for reconsideration.
Yes, so that means he is not a yes man. He can dissent. He can send out a signal. He is not a yes man by any stretch of imagination. You may want the governor to be a yes man. That's a different story. But the governor has his own discretion.
The state government headed by the chief minister reconsiders the bill.
Anurag Naidu, the governor is a yes man. He has to do whatever the government says. That's the version coming in from the DMK spokesperson. Please respond to it. Okay, you made your point, sir. Listen, let's a quick response coming from Anurag Naidu. Yes, Anurag Naidu.
Madhav, I extremely feel sorry for the governor. Let's be very honest with it. And the kind of bullying and vilifying. What is the government? See, governor is a constitutional head. We all agree. Yes. He made a speech, right? He made a speech not insulting the state. He has not used a single word against the ethos and the culture and what Tamil Nadu stands for. He's made his speech independently based on what he felt is correct. Yes. He's an educated man. And I really wonder, Madhav, if somebody like Bhagat Singh Koshari ji, he has had a couple of slip of tongues in Maharashtra. And what if he was a governor of Tamil Nadu? They would have probably attacked him What is the next step? You start bullying, you start threatening, then you go and attack the governor. Is that how? Is this the constitution, or is this the law and the nature that your chief minister or your party is teaching you? I mean, I'm very sorry to say, people who are supporting them, you should be having a balanced approach. You cannot soft attack the governor. It is, Madhav, and if we let it happen, I really feel the governor's security should be beefed up, because the kind of hate mongering that we see against the governor for no reason. He has not said anything wrong. He has just right-sized his speech. Just right-sized his speech based on his own understanding, his own knowledge. He's a very wise, educated man. So why don't we respect the intellectual and just go out, like, I don't want to say, naming some animals, but we cannot just somebody throwing a stick and you're all running, hitting like a bull. You cannot do that. We need to start thinking very logically. Has it done any insult to the state of Tamil Nadu or the culture and the ethos? Absolutely not. Let's start respecting the constitutional authorities.
All right, we'll have to leave it there for the moment. Mr. Purar Gandhi, as well as Anurag Nadu, Uma Anandan, and also Mr. Pularao for joining us. I'd like to thank all of you. We are, of course, going to slip into a quick break for now, but coming up on the other side, the temple town of Joshimath is sinking, even when red flags were raised all the way back in 1976. Who ignored the forewarnings? Details coming up.
इनकेस आप मिलेनियन वाली जनरेशन से हैं तो आपने शायद वो गाना सुना होगा, देखा जो तुझे यार दिल में बजी गिटार। सो कुछ ऐसे अगर आप मूड में हैं तो यहाँ पे ये गिटार की स्ट्रिंग्स टाइप दी गई हैं, एग्जैक्टली स्ट्रिंग्स नहीं है, बट ऐसे कुछ मूड में है तो आप इनका इस्तेमाल उस समय जरूर कर सकते हैं। अब आप समझ गए होंगे कि गाड़ी कौन सी है। हाल ही में इसका लॉन्च हुआ था, ये है BYD की Atto 3, और क्या परफॉर्मेंस, क्या रेंज, क्या डिजाइन, क्या फीचर्स BYD अपने इस इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में दे रहा है, उन सभी के बारे में मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूं इस वीडियो में। और वीडियो के अंत में हमेशा की तरह बात करेंगे 3 धांसू और 3 नॉट सो धांसू एलिमेंट्स मुझे क्या लगे इस BYD Atto 3 के बारे में। तो चलिए शुरुआत करते हैं। तो शुरुआत कर लेते हैं इस Atto 3 के डिजाइन वाले एस्पेक्ट से। तो फ्रंट में BYD का कहना है ये गाड़ी का डिजाइन जो है ओवरऑल ड्रैगन इंस्पायर्ड है, चाइनीज ब्रांड है, तो कुछ वैसा ही एसेंस BYD कह रही है हमने इस गाड़ी के डिजाइन और स्टाइलिंग में देने की कोशिश करी है। हालांकि ड्रैगन इंस्पायर्ड तो मुझे फ्रंट ज्यादा नहीं लग रहा है, बट फिर भी यहाँ पे सेंटर में बड़ा सा BYD का लोगो है, क्रोम का एलिमेंट दिया गया है थ्रू आउट जो जाता है इसके फ्रंट हेडलाइट के ऊपर से सेंटर तक। एंड हेडलाइट जो है क्रिस्टल LED कॉम्बिनेशन लाइट्स यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को मिल रही हैं। एंड DRL देख रहे हैं, देखने में खूबसूरत ही काफी लग रहा है। इसका फ्रंट जो लाइट का सेक्शन है काफी स्लीक कॉम्पैक्ट इसका हेडलाइट का डिजाइन लग रहा है। एंड जो टर्न इंडिकेटर्स हैं वो भी इसके DRL में ही इंटीग्रेटेड हैं, तो यहाँ पे जब इसको टर्न इंडिकेटर ऑन होंगे तो ये DRL टर्न इंडिकेटर का काम भी करेगा। इसके अलावा इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी है तो फ्रंट में कुछ यहाँ पे इवेंट वगैरह देखने को नहीं मिलेगा, ऑब्वियस है। एंड इसमें जो है ADAS लेवल 2 के फीचर्स देख सकते हैं आप, यहाँ सेंसर्स वगैरह, रेडार वगैरह यहाँ पे इसमें देखने को मिल रहा है। एंड 360 डिग्री कैमरा यहाँ पर इस BYD की Atto 3 में इधर दिया गया है। साइड प्रोफाइल पे आए तो यहाँ पर जो टायर्स इसमें दिए गए हैं वो हैं 18 इंच के 215 सेक्शन के टायर्स दिए गए हैं। एंड यहाँ पे जो डिजाइन है एलॉयस का ये भी थोड़ा स्पोर्टी स्टाइलिश देखने में जरूर लग रहा है। BYD का हब यहाँ पे सेंटर में दिया गया है व्हील में। एंड ओवरऑल जो यहाँ पे डिजाइन है, यहाँ पे क्लैडिंग थ्रू आउट जाती हुई आपको पीछे तक इसमें देखने को मिलेगी। BYD डिजाइन की बैजिंग यहाँ दी गई है क्रोम में। यहाँ पे जो है इसका ये चार्जिंग सॉकेट है। एंड इसका जो चार्जिंग सॉकेट है वो आप एक्सटर्नल पावर कहीं आपको देनी है, छोटा मोटा कुछ आपको कॉफी मशीन टाइप, छोटा मोटा फ्रिज आपको यहाँ पे इससे एक्टिवेट करना है, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी देनी है वहाँ पे, तो उसका इस्तेमाल इस तरह से भी करा जा सकता है। तो ये एक ऑप्शन BYD ने इस Atto 3 में दिया है। देन साइड प्रोफाइल में क्रोम का एलिमेंट थ्रू आउट इसके विंडोज के आसपास, एंड यहाँ पर थोड़ा ये सिल्वर टच इसके रूफ रेल में इधर देखने को मिल रहा है। डोर हैंडल्स जो हैं बॉडी कलर्ड है, एंड ORVM जो है इसमें जो है हीटेड का भी ऑप्शन दिया गया है। तो हीटेड ORVMs है एंड ब्लाइंड स्पॉट मॉनिटरिंग के फीचर्स ऑब्वियसली यहाँ देखने को मिलेंगे क्योंकि ADAS लेवल 2 के सेफ्टी फीचर्स इसमें दिए गए हैं। एंड नीचे डोर्स में भी थोड़ा ब्लैक और ये बॉडी कलर कॉम्बिनेशन इसके डोर्स में नीचे देखने को मिल रहा है। साइड से डिजाइन में कहूँ बहुत ज्यादा फ्यूचरिस्टिक नहीं लग रहा, बट ओवरऑल देखने में अच्छा जरूर लग रहा है। इसके अलावा रियर में आए तो रियर में यहाँ पे थोड़ा स्पॉइलर वाला फील दिया गया है इधर, एंड पियानो ब्लैक और ये बॉडी कलर ब्लू के कॉम्बिनेशन में अच्छा सेक्शन। जो इंटरेस्टिंग सेक्शन इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिजाइन मुझे लगता है वो है इसका ये टेल लाइट का डिजाइन। जो ये स्ट्रिप जा रही है इसकी टेल लाइट की जरूरत है। अब अमूमन ऑलमोस्ट सभी गाड़ियों में ये डिजाइन एलिमेंट हमें देखने को मिल रहा है, बट यहाँ पे इस BYD के Atto 3 में भी ये अच्छा देखने में रियर प्रोफाइल फ्रंट प्रोफाइल के मुकाबले मुझे ज्यादा बेहतर देखने में जरूर लग रहा है। क्रोम का एलिमेंट भी थोड़ा है, एंड BYD की फुल फॉर्म अगर आपको नहीं पता है इनकेस तो इन्होंने बड़ा यहाँ लिखा है बिल्ड योर ड्रीम्स। एंड इधर Atto 3 की बैजिंग है, एंड लेफ्ट साइड में जाए तो यहाँ पर इसका EV का बैजिंग इधर दिया गया है। सेंसर्स थ्रू आउट इसमें देखने को मिलेंगे, 360 डिग्री कैमरा यहाँ पे इसमें दिया गया है। एंड बूट को ओपन करने के लिए वन टच एंड बूट ओपन इसका हो जाएगा। ओवरऑल जो स्पेस है अभी फिलहाल सेकंड रो अप है, तो ओवरऑल स्पेस जो है वो है 440 लीटर्स का, बट अगर आप सेकंड रो डाउन करते हैं तकरीबन स्पेस हो जाता है 1340 लीटर्स के आसपास इसका ओवरऑल स्पेस बन जाता है। तो ये कुछ मामला है इस BYD या बिल्ड योर ड्रीम्स की Atto 3 के एक्सटीरियर लुक्स डिजाइन का। चलते हैं अंदर थोड़ा फील प्रीमियम और थोड़े एक्सक्लूसिव एलिमेंट्स इस गाड़ी में देखने को मिलते हैं। क्या है वो, एक बार उसको देखते हैं। तो बैठा हूं मैं इस BYD Atto 3 के अंदर, और अंदर मामला प्रीमियम स्पोर्टी स्टाइलिश देखने में जरूर लग रहा है। कुछ एलिमेंट्स के नाम भी BYD ने इस Atto 3 के अंदर ऐसे रखे हैं। अंदर जो कुछ इंटीरियर में इसके डिजाइन एलिमेंट्स हैं, यहाँ पे ये डंबल स्टाइल इंस्पायर्ड इसका ये AC वेंट्स देखने को मिल रहे हैं। वायरलेस चार्जिंग का ऑप्शन है, एंड ये इसका गियर लीवर है। मोड दिए गए
A very good evening. You're watching News Pulse with me, Kritsween Walia. Well, Joshimath's existence and lives of people stand threatened. It is nothing less than a nightmare for the residents there, waking up each day with cracks only deepening. Their lives and homes are crumbling right in front of their own eyes. And with the winter at its peak, tragedy couldn't have come at a worse time for the people, for the residents of Joshimath. Over 3,000 residents have already been affected, and the situation on the ground is heart-wrenching as they have been forced to vacate their houses, their homes where they've been staying for decades altogether. What's being called a man-made disaster today.
It's not raining at this point of time in Joshimath, but the water is dirty given the fact this water is coming from inside the tunnels, inside the mountain, and this is the new source of water that has come up. Every new source of water that comes from the mountain, that breaks the mountain, that comes from the crack, is very, very dangerous for that particular belt. Times now has been continuously reporting from various parts of Joshimath and showing everybody that how the situation is very volatile. And I'll show you that where exactly I am standing. Now this water is directly going towards the river Alaknanda, which is on this side. My camera person Narendra will show you the visuals of Alaknanda river, which is coming from Badrinath, which is hardly 32 kilometers from this particular area. So a new water source have come up, and this water is coming from the mountains of Joshimath. Now the locals claim that this water is coming out of the blast of the NTPC tunnel, though the government has constituted a committee that will look into all these aspects. But if a new source of water comes up, it makes the land very volatile. Imagine the apartment over there, the flats over there, the residential complexes over there at the JP, under which this water is coming, and it has become very dangerous to live in Joshimath.
Well, the SDRF, NDRF teams currently busy rehabilitating people. Remember, over 60 families have been relocated to shelter camps, but their future is uncertain still and ambiguous. However, the Chief Minister has assured all help to the victims and has informed that people living in 68 houses, these have been identified as danger zones and they've been relocated. Here's what the residents though have had to say.
2 तारीख से 3 तारीख तक ये खतरा हो गई, पूरे दरार आ गए हमारे मकान पर। अब कहाँ जाऊँ? सरकार ने बोल दिया खाली करो, वहाँ आज हम खाली कर रहे हैं।
लाल निशान लगा दिया, आज खाली कर रहे हैं।
आज खाली कर रहे हैं, वो लाल निशान लगा दिया। अब सामान यहाँ रह रहे, कहाँ खाली एक कमरे में रख रहे सब फिट करके। कल को ये पूरी मकान नीचे चल जाएंगे। 11 आदमी की परिवार है, कहाँ जाऊँ हम, क्या करो? इतनी मुश्किल हो गई, बड़ी मुश्किल से बनाया हमने मकान, कैसे कैसे करके बनाया। अब क्या करो, क्या ये मुश्किल हो गई। सरकार भी देगी तो देगी ना, कहाँ जाऊँ, कहाँ गाय ले जाऊँगा। अब सरकार तो देगी, जहाँ देगी।
क्या उम्मीद करते हैं आप अभी सरकार से, क्या चाहते हैं सरकार?
हम सोचेंगे जोशीमठ बचेगी तो हम यहीं रहेंगे, अपनी भूमि छोड़ के नहीं जा सकते।
Remember, people don't seem to be quite happy with the Chief Minister's assurances so far, as they've been taking to streets, they've been protesting, alleging that their grievances have been ignored by the administration despite repeated warnings. Another ground report filed by Gaurav.
इस वक्त हम यहाँ पर छावनी बाजार वार्ड में हैं और यहाँ के तमाम वो लोग जिनके मकान 1-1.5 साल पहले टूट गए थे, उन लोगों ने ये रास्ता, अगर आप देखें बद्री जाने वाला रास्ता जो है वो रोका है। प्रशासन के खिलाफ नारेबाजी, इस वक्त आपको तस्वीरों में नारेबाजी आपको नजर आ रही होगी।
हमें इसलिए संघर्ष करना पड़ रहा है। यहाँ पे आते ये सीज कर रहे हैं सभी लोगों का घर, और किसी की कोई व्यवस्था नहीं है, कोई सुनवाई नहीं है। सरकार से हमारी गुजारिश यही है कि जिनका घर टूट चुका है, जो बेघर हो रहे हैं, पहले उनकी व्यवस्था की जाए।
हमने शासन प्रशासन को अवगत कराया, जुलूस किया, प्रदर्शन किया, 1 साल से हमारी किसी ने सुध नहीं ली। ठीक है, चलो आज जब बड़े बड़े लोगों पे गाज गिरी, पूरा जोशीमठ जब इसके चपेट में आया तो पूरी शासन प्रशासन अलर्ट हुई।
हमारी सुनी नहीं है, ना व्यवस्था की इन्होंने, और बेवजह हमारे घरों को सीज करने लगे। बच्चे हमारे नीचे, क्या इस सरकार ने हमारी सुन, जो पैसे वाले लोग थे उनको पैसे देकर यहाँ से भगा दिया गया है। हमारी सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं है। हमारे छोटे छोटे बच्चे सर कहाँ जाएंगे, हम अच्छी व्यवस्था करो हमारी, तब जाएंगे। पहले सील करने लग गए हमारे
कि लोगों को कोई सुविधाएं तो नहीं दी गई, लेकिन लोगों के मकान सील कर दिए गए और लोग अब इस वजह से प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं और उन्होंने बद्रीनाथ जाने वाले रास्ते को रोका है।
Well, Times Now also spoke to a seer who filed a plea seeking immediate intervention of the top court for rehabilitation and compensation to the victims. The seer also demanded the interference of MDMA and added that blasting work in and around Joshimath must be stopped.
देखिए, हमारे वकील इस समय सुप्रीम कोर्ट में खड़े हो चुके हैं और वो मेंशन कर रहे हैं कि साहब ये अर्जेंसी है, इसको सुना जाए। मुख्य न्यायाधीश महोदय जैसे ही समय नियत करते हैं तो इस पर चर्चा होगी। और यहाँ पर जो हम परिस्थिति देख रहे हैं, आप भी देख रहे हैं, आपका तो कैमरा देख रहा है, वो तो झूठ नहीं बोलता है। परिस्थिति बहुत ही विकट है और एक पूरी सभ्यता, पूरी एक संस्कृति, पूरा एक नगर नष्ट होने के कगार पर है। लोगों के अलावा और कौन सच्चाई कह सकता है? यहाँ के लोग देख रहे हैं, समझ रहे हैं, भोग रहे हैं, इसलिए यहाँ के लोग जो कह रहे हैं वो प्रमाण है। ये जो कुछ हो रहा है ये सब ब्लास्टिंग का नतीजा है।
समस्या सर हमें पता लग गई, समाधान आप क्या देखते हो?
समाधान है काम बंद करो, जोशीमठ को रक्षा करो।
So, a zone of 600 houses has so far been marked and efforts are underway to shift them. SDRF and NDRF teams already working round the clock in relocating and rehabilitating some of these people. The NDMA, remember, is also assessing the situation very closely. In fact, earlier today, the Chief Minister could be seen interacting with some of the NDMA officials as well. Here's the latest reaction coming in from the Chief Minister.
ये समय सबको मिलजुल कर जोशीमठ को बचाने का समय है। सब लोग एक टीम के रूप में काम करें। जो एक जोन बना है 600 मकानों से अधिक का, उनको भी वहां से सुरक्षित स्थानों पर ले जाने की कार्रवाई गतिमान है और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी भी लगातार इसकी समीक्षा कर रहे हैं, लगातार व्यक्तिगत रूप से वो जानकारी ले रहे हैं और उन्होंने हर संभव यहाँ पर मदद का हमको सहायता का आश्वासन दिया कि हर प्रकार से सहायता होगी।
Highly worrisome because the entire region seems to be sinking. Now, with the increasing land subsidence and cracks being detected, the Joshimath region in Uttarakhand has been declared disaster prone. Construction activities have finally, after having succumbed to so much pressure, and the current crisis have been banned in Joshimath and nearby areas.
भारत सरकार से 2 टीम्स आज जोशीमठ में आ रही हैं। जल शक्ति मंत्रालय की एक हाई लेवल टीम है और गृह मंत्रालय से सचिव बॉर्डर मैनेजमेंट और उनकी टीम आज वो भी जोशीमठ में आ जा रहे हैं। वो भी लोग अस्थायी रूप से विस्थापित हो रहे हैं हमारे नगर पालिका में, गुरुद्वारे में और होटल्स में जो रिलीफ कैंप स्थापित किए गए हैं। सभी को ड्राई राशन किट्स के माध्यम से रिलीफ सामग्री दी जा रही है और लगातार हमारे सेक्टर अधिकारी, प्रभारी अधिकारी उसका निरीक्षण कर रहे हैं कि और लोगों से बात कर रहे हैं कि कोई भी कमी अगर परिलक्षित होती है तो उसका तत्काल निराकरण किया जाएगा।
Let's shift our focus in yet another indication that Kashmir has zero tolerance for terror activities and for Pakistan proxies. The central government has ensured a crackdown on terrorists and their properties are being razed and demolished. Rattled by the centre's action, Pakistan-backed terrorists have issued threats to target government officials and their families if the centre continues to demolish properties of these terrorists. The government is responding by reviving village defence committees, the VDCs, meant to provide another layer of cover to ordinary residents, especially Hindus in the region. Retired servicemen and locals are now being appointed to village defence committees. Weapons, in fact, will also be given to them to stave off terrorists until the army arrives. This life-saving last resort has not gone down too well with JNK mainstream politicians and parties alike accusing of pushing Pakistan's agenda in Kashmir. The PDP chief, for example, Mehbooba Mufti, has called revamp of VDCs a political agenda of the BJP and a bid to spread hatred between the two communities.
मेरा ये कहने का मकसद है कि ये जो ये सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस, सीआरपी या बटालियंस और लाने की बात कर रहे हैं, लोगों को एसएलआर देने की बात कर रहे हैं, दूसरे हथियार देने की बात कर रहे हैं, इससे मसला तो हल नहीं होगा, बल्कि जो बीजेपी का जो उनका अपना मकसद है, जो उनका अपना एजेंडा है, 2 फिरकों में नफरत फैलाने का, एक जंगी माहौल तैयार करना है कि यहाँ बाई को बाई के साथ लड़ाना, उससे वही जो है वही सिचुएशन यहाँ बन जाएगी।
Well, this shocker from Mehbooba Mufti comes just days after terrorists unleashed mayhem in Rajouri's Dangri village and killed over 7 innocent people, including children and women. Had a local volunteer not had a gun and fired upon the terrorists, the casualties among the Hindu community would have been much higher. Naturally, the BJP has criticized Mehbooba Mufti over her remarks and has alleged that while she defends the right of so-called alienated youth like Burhan Wani to pick up the gun, she wants to deprive Hindus the right to defend themselves and secure their lives.
सब सरकार में रहे थे तो हिंदुओं की जब हत्या हुई है तो तब आप नहीं रोक पाए ना। रोकने का संकल्प लेकर आए हैं कि कश्मीर में बाहर की आतंकवादी गतिविधियों पर लगाम लगाने के लिए अगर ऐसे गलत कामों को रोकने के लिए फोर्स एक्स्ट्रा लगाई जाएगा तो क्या बुराई होगी। वो यही चाहती है कि हिंदुओं की हत्या होती रहे, महबूबा यही चाहती है, इसलिए वो फोर्स लगाई।
The atrocities on the Hindu community in Kashmir don't seem to be died down, once again pressing the need for reviving the VDCs in the valley. We head into a very quick break with that. Be right back with more news and updates.
The smartphone category in India is anyway popular, right? उसमें भी जो 20 से 25 हजार वाले स्मार्टफोन्स हैं वो और भी ज्यादा पॉपुलर हैं। शायद इसीलिए इन्फिनिक्स ने आज अपना 020 स्मार्टफोन लॉन्च कर दिया है। I have the smartphone with me right here और इसको आज करेंगे अनबॉक्स। Hi, you're watching Gadget Time. This is me, Pavni Jain, and it's time for me to unbox this device और देखते हैं फोन में आपको क्या-क्या contents दिखाई देंगे। Let's begin. अनबॉक्स हो चुका है। जैसे कि आपने देखा यहाँ पर स्टिकर उतारते हुए मैंने इसे थोड़ा सा गंद मचा दी। यहाँ पे स्टिकर ऑलरेडी दिखाई दे रहा है, बट इसको क्लीन करेंगे बाद में। अभी बात करेंगे स्मार्टफोन के बारे में। थोड़ा सा मुझे वेट इसका ज्यादा लग रहा है, वो यूज करने के बाद पता चलेगा कि ये कितना कंफर्टेबल है। अदर देन दैट यू गेट 3 कैमराज एट द बैक। इसको आपको मिलेगा स्क्वायरिश कैमरा मॉड्यूल के अंदर। द मेन कैमरा इज 108 मेगापिक्सल और यही इसका यूएसपी है। सिर्फ बैक कैमरास की बात नहीं है बॉस, आपको फ्रंट कैमरा भी बहुत ही धांसू दिखाई दे रहा है। एटलीस्ट ऑन द स्पेक शीट यूज करने पे पता चलेगा कि कितना अच्छा है या नहीं अच्छा है। फ्रंट कैमरा जो इसका है वो आपको मिलता है 60 मेगापिक्सल का फ्रंट शूटर। आपको इसमें दिखाई देगा फुल HD प्लस एमोलेड पैनल। बेजल्स थोड़े से मुझे मोटे दिखाई दे रहे हैं, टॉप और बॉटम वाला स्पेशली। साइड बेजल्स आर स्टिल स्लिम। व्हाट कीप्स दिस स्मार्टफोन अलाइव इज Helio G99 चिपसेट। बैटरी की बात करें तो इसमें आपको मिलता है 45 वॉट का फास्ट चार्जिंग सिस्टम, विच इज प्रिटी गुड। एट द बॉटम यू ऑल्सो गेट अ 3.5 mm हेडफोन जैक एंड दैट इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग, क्योंकि आजकल के फोन में ये आपको बिल्कुल दिखाई नहीं देता है। सो यू डू नॉट हैव टू जस्ट रिलाई ऑन योर वायरलेस ईयरबड्स। आप यहाँ पर अपने वायर्ड हेडफोन्स का भी इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। स्पीकर के साथ आपको मिलता है Type-C पोर्ट, ऊपर की तरफ माइक्रोफोन है, राइट साइड पे आपको मिलता है वॉल्यूम रॉकर और साथ में पावर बटन। लेफ्ट साइड इज प्रीटी क्लीन, लेकिन यहाँ पे आपको मिलता है सिम ट्रे और सिम इंजेक्टर टूल बॉक्स में आपको मिलता है, वो मैं दिखा चुकी हूँ। यहीं पर सिम ट्रे की बात करते करते मेरी नजर गई है फ्रेम पर, विच इज प्रीटी ग्लॉसी। मेटल तो नहीं है लेकिन ऐसा फील जरूर दे रहा है दैट इट्स मेटल। बाकी ये था मेरा ओवरऑल लुक एट द स्मार्टफोन। अगर आप जानना चाहते हैं कि क्या आपको ये खरीदना चाहिए एट अराउंड ₹20,000-25,000, क्या ये अच्छा ऑप्शन है या नहीं, उसके लिए यू रियली नीड टू स्टे ट्यून्ड टू गैजेट टाइम्स टू फाइंड आउट इट्स फुल रिव्यू। नाउ यू गाइज नो द ड्रिल, लाइक, शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब एंड जस्ट स्टे ट्यून्ड टू गैजेट टाइम्स। थैंक्स फॉर वॉचिंग दिस वीडियो।
You clever, make for more.
हेलो एवरीवन, मैं खड़ा हूँ ऑल न्यू BMW M345 X ड्राइव के बगल में और ये यहाँ पर BMW ने फाइनली इंडिया में लॉन्च कर दी है। क्या डिटेल्स हैं इसके डिजाइन, इसके एक्सटीरियर, इसके इंटीरियर को लेकर क्या फीचर्स दिए गए हैं, परफॉर्मेंस के आंकड़े क्या है, सभी के बारे में मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूँ इस वीडियो में। तो डिजाइन की बात करें इन टर्म्स ऑफ एक्सटीरियर तो फ्रंट में वही स्पोर्टी डिजाइन लैंग्वेज इस M340i में देखने को मिल रही है। ग्रिल में किडनी ग्रिल यहाँ देखने को मिल रहा है विद ग्लॉस बैक एलिमेंट्स एंड LED हेडलाइट्स हैं विद ब्लू एक्सेंट्स यहाँ पे देखने को मिल रहे हैं इसकी हेडलाइट्स में। इसके अलावा बम्पर में जो है वो भी ग्लॉसी ब्लैक का इस्तेमाल करा गया एंड एयर इनटेक्स भी यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहे हैं विच गोज बिहाइंड, जो व्हील की तरफ जाते हुए देखते हैं एंड BMW LED की बैजिंग यहाँ देखने को मिल रही है। इसके अलावा बात करें व्हील्स की तो व्हील्स जो इसमें दिए गए हैं वो हैं 19 इंच के और 225 सेक्शन के व्हील इसमें फ्रंट में दिए गए हैं एंड M स्पोर्ट की बैजिंग यहाँ पर इसके व्हील्स में देखने को मिल रही है। M स्पोर्ट ब्रेक्स यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रही है एंड M स्पोर्ट की बैजिंग यहाँ दी गई है। एंड इन केस आपकी नजर यहाँ जाएगी तो देखेंगे साइड मिरर्स का डिजाइन किस तरह से स्पोर्टी और एरोडायनामिक बनाने के लिए कुछ इस तरह से यहाँ पे इसमें दिया गया है। देन वही M स्पोर्ट वाला डिजाइन लैंग्वेज, स्पोर्ट कार वाली फील, सेडान वाली फील यहाँ पर साइड प्रोफाइल से इसके देखने को मिल रही है। रियर में आए, रियर में जो टायर दिया गया है उसका साइज अलग है, 19 इंच का है और 255 सेक्शन का टायर रियर में इसमें देखने को मिल रहा है एंड सेम अगेन M स्पोर्ट ब्रेक्स एंड M स्पोर्ट की बैजिंग इसके अलॉयज में यहाँ देखने को मिल रही है। रियर की तरफ आए तो M340i की बैजिंग, टेल लाइट्स, LED टेल लाइट्स यहाँ देखने को मिल रही है, BMW लोगो है एंड यहाँ पे देखेंगे यहाँ पर भी ग्लॉसी ब्लैक एलिमेंट का इस्तेमाल करा गया है एंड जो इसका टिप है एग्जॉस्ट टेल का वो भी ब्लैक में पेंटेड यहाँ देखने को मिल रहा है। सो ओवरऑल काफी कूल, काफी स्पोर्टी इन टर्म्स ऑफ एक्सटीरियर देखने को मिल रही है ये नई BMW की M340i। चलते हैं अंदर क्या फीचर्स हैं, क्या मामला है इन टर्म्स ऑफ M। लेट्स गो एंड चेक दैट आउट। इंटीरियर की बात करें तो यहां पर कुछ कार्बन फाइबर एलिमेंट्स, ऑफ कोर्स स्पोर्टी डिजाइन।
Welcome back. Well, ahead of elections in Karnataka, a massive storm is brewing in the state. The BJP has leveled some serious allegations against the Congress, accusing it of being soft on terror. All hell broke loose when BJP announced its plans to release a book on Siddaramaiah, the former chief minister and senior Congress leader. Massive protest, war of words and a legal battle followed next. The book takes a dig at Siddaramaiah's chief minister aspirations and mocks his alleged stand on several issues. Posters of the book show how the administration would be if Siddaramaiah is the chief minister, from claiming a Tipu University would be established to promising Sharia law in the state of Karnataka. The book even claims minorities would get their own budget. Accusing Siddaramaiah of going soft on terror, the book alleges PFI activists would get quota in police teams and also that government protection for those who chant Pakistan Zindabad and subsidies to buy cooker, in a clear reference to the cooker blast in the state. But just ahead of the release of the book, interestingly, the Congress party could be seen staging a massive protest outside the event venue opposing the release. Here's what the Congress leaders have been stating.
Situation right now, let me show you, take you through what's exactly happening at a town hall. Now, inside the complex here that you see, the BJP is all set to release the book. The Minister for ITBT, Mr. Ashwath Narayan, is also expected to come here. Meanwhile, the Congress workers have begun to stage a small protest outside. They're saying that more workers will come in, and you can see them holding these placards, which show several BJP leaders, B.S. Yedurappa, P.C. Mohan, former Chief Minister Jagdish Shettar as well. All of them, in different Tipu Jayanti celebrations. And they're saying that, right now they're using Siddaramaiah and Tipu together to try and target the Congress party, whereas the BJP as well has been supporting Tipu Sultan all along. Also try and get in a word from some of the workers who've gathered here.
I can totally say they just want to spread this false information about Siddaramaiah's administration. People have seen in person the 5 years, because it was not too early when this happened. So what I would say is, people are going to see what's happening. One second. People are going to see what's happening. If a sitting minister is coming to release such a book, do you think it's the fear that BJP has inside them about the current elections? They don't have any development programs to show for the next elections. So we have already registered a complaint in the police saying this permission should not be given to release this book, because this is against what Siddaramaiah actually did.
End there. Siddaramaiah's son approached the court against the release of the book. Just ahead of the release, the court came to the legal aid of Siddaramaiah and halted the release. Remember, the Congress has been saying that there is no meaning to this book, and this just shows that the BJP is frustrated and desperate ahead of elections in Karnataka.
BJP last 3 years, they could not find anything. They know that they have lost their game. Their days are numbered. If they had Siddaramaiah had done anything wrong, or any Congress government had done anything wrong, they have exhibited from the past 3 years. Who stopped them? Now elections are coming. The people are rejecting. Now they are trying to show that they want to find some fault, which will not have any importance. It is a paper. It is a book without any value.
Is it a frustration of the BJP, sir?
100% it is a frustration of the BJP.
The BJP too came out to slam the Congress party and claimed that Congress was afraid of the truth coming out, and that's exactly what prompted the party to knock on the doors of the court.
This book is about the 5-year tenure of Siddaramaiah. So 2013 to 2018. So whatever he has done, be it achievements or failures. So it is a compilation of all those things. So they have very clearly, they have taken the facts. The facts have been collected by newspapers, by various documents. So they have compiled the facts, they have written the articles. It is a compilation of the articles on the 5-year tenure of the Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. The book is not about only anti-Hindu sentiments. It is also talking about anti-Lingayat, anti-Okkaliga, anti-Dalit.
Shifting focus 3 days after the shameful brawl in the MCD house over mayoral polls, streets of Delhi were taken hostage by workers and supporters of the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party led by Saurabh Bhardwaj today, who launched a street war against the BJP, claiming the party is trying to steal the MCD poll mandate. The Aam Aadmi Party has alleged unconstitutional appointment of presiding officer, citing that the senior most person is not picked as the presiding officer. Hear it from the Aam Aadmi Party claim it was an attempt made to give voting rights to the nominated councillors.
एमसीडी में मैंडेट आम आदमी पार्टी को मिला है। लोग चाहते हैं आम आदमी पार्टी एमसीडी को चलाए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी बेईमानी करके, संविधान की हत्या करके एमसीडी पे कब्जा करना चाहती है। ऐसा हम नहीं होने देंगे। जिस तरीके से गैर संवैधानिक तरीके से गुंडागर्दी करके मेयर बनाया गया, प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर बनाया गया, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं को एलजी साहब ने एल्डरमैन बना दिया। अब कह रहे हैं कि वो एल्डरमैन वोट भी डालेंगे। ऐसा तो कभी हुआ ही नहीं। तो आप गुंडागर्दी करके एमसीडी पे कब्जा नहीं कर पाएंगे।
The BJP also launched a massive counter-protest. Despite security at the Delhi Chief Minister's residence, the BJP protesters could be seen breaking barricades, protesting outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence against the violence in the MCD house that was witnessed on the 6th of January. Delhi BJP Working President Virendra Sachdev and Leader of Opposition R.S. Bhiduri led the protests. In fact, the Delhi police then resorted to using water cannons on BJP protesters as well. BJP MP Parvesh Verma too was taken into custody by the police.
देखिए, हमारा संघर्ष जारी रहेगा जब तक केजरीवाल अपने गुंडे निगम पार्षदों को नहीं बर्खास्त करेगा। हम भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता सड़क पे उतरेंगे। उसकी हिम्मत कैसे हुई कि हमारी महिला निगम पार्षदों को मारा गया? ऐसा एमसीडी के सदन में कभी नहीं हुआ कि हमारे एमसीडी महिला निगम पार्षदों को मारा गया। हम इसका पुरजोर विरोध करते हैं।
And amid the showdown, the centre Aam Aadmi Party battle is also underway through diplomatic channels. Following the mayhem, Delhi Lieutenant Governor wrote a letter to Arvind Kejriwal to resume meetings between them, citing interest of consciously deliberative and conflict-free governance of the city. Well, on that note, that's all from me in this edition of News Pulse. Over to Editor-in-Chief Rahul Shivshankar joining us on India Upfront.
Thanks indeed, Christine. Viewers, once again, a big story on India Upfront, a story that we should all listen very carefully to. Viewers, what do you see on your screens? To the extreme left of your screens, you see a number of photographs of Kashmiri Hindus who were hunted and targeted. They're dead. The project to protect Hindus from ethnic cleansing in Kashmir isn't an easy one. We all thought that after the scrapping of Article 370, Hindus would be able to breathe easier, that they would feel more secure, as Article 370, of course, was an impediment to their integration. In fact, it was an impediment to the full sociological, psychological, emotional, and physical integration of the state of Jammu and Kashmir too. The government was confident that with more and more Islamist terrorists being eliminated and with more of their sympathizers being identified, the ecosystem of bigotry would be dismantled. While the army and the state have scored some massive victories, rattled by the onslaught, the Islamists have cowardly begun to target defenseless, especially from the Hindu community. The government is responding to this cowardice by reviving village defense committees meant to provide another layer of cover to ordinary residents, especially to Hindus, viewers. Retired servicemen and locals are being reappointed to village defense committees. Weapons will be given to them to stave off terrorists until the army arrives. It's because of this that Bal Krishna, viewers, the hero of a week ago, was able to use his .303 rifle to fire back at terrorists when his village in Rajouri was attacked recently. Children, if you recall, viewers, children were also killed here after terrorists examined the Aadhaar card of the residents, determining who were the Hindus before opening fire. The death toll could have been much higher had Bal Krishna not fought back. Viewers, Bal Krishna used his gun after almost a quarter of a century. But let me tell you, viewers, Bal Krishna's right to fight back is now being grudged. Yes. While Islamist terrorists like Burhan Wani are celebrated for picking up the gun because they are supposedly alienated enough from the Indian state to strike back, there is a concerted effort to ensure that Bal Krishnas and other Hindus of the valley are denied the right to defend themselves. Viewers, the usual suspects are leading the criticism against the constitution of these village defense committees. Mehbooba Mufti has called the revival of village defense groups part of the BJP saffron agenda aimed at sowing the seed of discord among Hindu and Muslims. Viewers, we can all tonight lament the fact that we have had to arm civilians to defend themselves when it should be the state that should be overwhelmingly ensuring that these people are secure in their homes. But such is the nature, the capricious nature, the cowardly nature of terrorists, that when they lose or are about to lose ground to the state, they usually divert their energies into targeting the softest available community. In this case, of course, Hindus. Viewers, I want you to listen in now to what some of these individuals who today don't believe that Hindus have a right to life, perhaps, I don't know why else they would be opposing such a move, are saying. Listen to what they're saying, viewers.
मेरा ये कहने का मकसद है कि ये जो ये सिक्योरिटी फोर्सेस सीआरपीएफ बटालियंस और लाने की बात कर रहे हैं, लोगों को एसएलआर देने की बात कर रहे हैं, दूसरे हथियार देने की बात कर रहे हैं, इससे मसला तो हल नहीं होगा, बल्कि जो बीजेपी का जो उनका अपना मकसद है, जो उनका अपना एजेंडा है, दो फिरकों में नफरत फैलाने का, एक जंगी माहौल तैयार करना, यहाँ बाई को बाई के साथ लड़ाना, उससे वही जो है वही सिचुएशन यहाँ बन जाएगी.
Viewers, it's bizarre, isn't it? It's bizarre. Instead of actually taking on the Islamists who actually sowed the seeds of mistrust in Kashmir about 30 years ago, Mehbooba Mufti is pinning the entire onus now on defenseless Hindus. And a government that is at least trying to narrow the gap between its own ability to protect the citizens and, of course, viewers, the citizens' right to life. As I mentioned, this shocker from Mehbooba Mufti comes just days after terrorists unleashed mayhem in Rajouri's Dangri village and killed over 7 innocents, including children and women. I told you how they examined everyone's Aadhaar card, and when they were able to confirm that the people they were talking to Hindus, they took them aside and they started killing them. Naturally, patriotic Indians have criticized Mehbooba Mufti and other Kashmiri leaders for their opposition to the new policy. We have several other reactions of Kashmiri leaders coming out and saying that this is a step in the wrong direction, etc., etc. But listen in to the political fight that has broken out. The BJP obviously is defending the central government's decision to reconstitute these village defense committees. Listen in.
सब सरकार में रहे थे तो हिंदुओं की जब हत्या हुई है तो तब आप नहीं रोक पाए ना। रोकने का संकल्प लेकर आए हैं कि कश्मीर में बाहर की आतंकवादी गतिविधियों पर लगाम लगाने के लिए अगर ऐसे गलत कामों को रोकने के लिए फोर्स एक्शन लगाई जाएगा तो क्या बुराई होगी। वो यही चाहती है कि हिंदुओं की हत्या होती रहे, महबूबा यही चाहती है, इसलिए वो फोर्स लगाई।
Mehbooba Mufti should stop giving obnoxious, rather bizarre statements on VDCs. And if she has to do anything, why don't she come out with a statement against Pakistan? Why she's having soft corner for that Napak country, for that terrorist sponsoring country? Why she and Omar Abdullah didn't have a courtesy to give a single statement against the terrorist sponsoring country, and that is Pakistan? No, she's trying to play the communal card. You should abstain from doing such a thing.
Viewers, I don't need to tell you why in fact there is a need to protect Hindu lives in the valley. You know that very well. You know that conservatively in 1990, 1992, 70,000 Hindu families migrated from in that particular period. Now, why am I saying conservatively? Because, viewers, all these people who left fearing their lives because they were the victims of xenophobia were called migrants. Can you believe that? That's why the words are 70,000 Hindu families migrated between 1990 and 92. That's why I don't believe these statistics, because we all know, viewers, that 600,000 in total Hindus fled, not migrated, they fled from the Kashmir Valley. 215 cases of 700 Hindus killed have not even been reopened, viewers. There's been no justice, as you know. No one's gone to jail. It's a travesty. While the whole country focuses constantly on Gujarat riots and this riot and that riot, no one has spoken up. No one has spoken up. It appears that, as I said, Hindus don't have a right to life or justice, viewers, because if you are seen to be demanding that for the Hindu community, you're immediately branded a communal RSS type. It's shocking. It's absolutely shocking. I'll tell you, viewers, as per Jammu and Kashmir police report in 2008, 209 Hindus were killed since 89, 109 in 1990 alone. Can you believe it, viewers? We don't even have the exact numbers. There are differing estimates. And in the center, the records still refer to these who were preyed upon for their religion as migrants. It's like saying that the Jews migrated to Israel. Viewers, it's as ludicrous as that. I want to open this up. I think it's time we have a conversation. Of course, it's difficult under the circumstances to have any conversations these days, because the moment I speak up for the rights of Hindus, people will become a little overly reactive. I'll give you an example. I'll start with Majid Hydari. Majid Hydari, I want to ask you, what's your problem? A Burhan Wani can pick up the gun. He is usually described as the son of a chemist or a mathematician or this, that, the other. Poor chap, forced to pick up a gun. It's alienated, you see. Here Hindus are being alienated from their lives, and they don't have a right to defend themselves because people like you will not criticize Islamist terrorism, but will criticize the government for trying to enable a response to Islamist terror. How does this work, Majid Hydari? Why are you so militantly opposed to the ideas of Hindus securing their interests in Kashmir? It's a very simple question. What's your problem?
See, well, Rahul sir, the targeted killings of the Hindus or of the non-Hindus is a serious matter, and we need to be collectively united on this front and fight the terror. But I have one simple question on this front, sir. If a Hindu brother of mine holding a 303 rifle is supposed to fight terrorists who are armed with AK-94 rifles or M4 machine guns, then what is supposed to be the role of our police and our army? Are we trying to undermine the role of our security forces? First point. Second point is this idea of training one particular community, which is my Hindu brothers, not aimed at empowering and arming Godses to frighten Gandhis. This is my simple point, because we have seen it empower one.
I told you, viewers. So, all Hindus there. No, 1 second, just calm down now.
Sir, why can't Muslims be trained for this? Okay, I have a threat to my life. Give me a gun, train me with arms. Why can't I get a gun? Why can't a Muslim get a gun, sir?
1 second.
Why only Hindu brothers?
One second. Who has told you that this policy discriminates on religious lines? It doesn't. These are village defense committees. Can you show me any evidence where a Muslim will not be given a gun? Have you lost it?
No.
Are you trying to suggest that? Do you even know the facts?
I say I have a threat to my life.
You don't know the facts.
Government that empower
Majid with a training. One second.
This is a reality check.
Okay. So are you telling me that the Burhan Wanis who pick up the gun are coming for you, Majid Hydari?
I am saying if there is threat to life, it's threat to life of every Indian in Jammu and Kashmir.
I'm asking you this question. If you fear the Burhan Wanis, should you not be criticizing your Kashmiri Muslim brothers for attending the funeral of the butcher of Muslims? Answer this question.
I have to condemn Burhan Wani. I'll also condemn the cultivation of Godses in those training camps.
I'm asking you, Majid Hydari, unconditionally. Tell me that all those people who go to pick up the janaza of Burhan Wani are complicit in the act of Islamist jihad. Simple question, Majid Hydari.
See, this is an irrelevant question.
It's not an irrelevant question. This is the heart of the question, sir. This is the heart of the question. I told you viewers, an electric current goes through these individuals when it comes to talk of securing the rights of Hindus in the valley. Why? Is it because certain people...
No, why do you look at it?
Just relax. 1 second, Mr. Majid Hydari. One second. Because no one is looking... Excuse me, I'll answer that question. Okay, there you go.
Please tell me.
Because no one is going... Excuse me. Okay, I told you viewers, there can never be a peaceful debate. There will only be a rant from the other side. Now, viewers, I'll give you a very simple reason. Terrorists don't go looking at names of Hindus working, of Muslims working in banks, in schools, to shoot them. Neither do they go around looking at Aadhaar cards for Muslim names to shoot them in the valley. You may find what I'm saying a bit too candid for your liking. But the time is, viewers. Please excuse me, Mr. Hydari, don't speak over me. Stop shouting. Calm down. Relax. Let me open this up. I'll get the BJP to respond to you. Sanju Verma, this is now being called an exercise to empower Godses against Gandhis. I presume the Gandhi word is coming from a particular ecosystem plenipotentiary who described anyone who picked up the gun against the Indian state as a Gandhi. I hope it is not that, because if it is, we must be worried, viewers, because that poisonous propaganda has seeped very deep under the cap of even Mr. Majid Hydari's very warm head, in this case woolly head. But let me just bring you in, Sanju Verma. What's happening?
Rahul, first and foremost, through your show, I would like to pay my condolences to the, half a dozen people who lost their lives at Bangri village in Rajouri, and to their families. Coming to your question, I'll come to that in a bit. But I heard Majid Hydari asking a very pertinent question as to why the village defense committees will not have Muslims. And as you rightly rebutted, Muslims are not barred from being members of the VDCs.
Yes.
So it's a different matter altogether that the VDC movement was initially started way back in the 1990s by LK Advani, which is a different matter of debate altogether. I just have this to say. I have been on umpteen debates with Majid Hydari. And tell me, when local body elections were held in October 2018 in Jammu and Kashmir, did radical elements applaud the Modi government? They said no. When the District Development Council elections were held in 2020 And mind you, the Gupkar alliance of 7 parties could not win more than 107 seats, and BJP came out with flying colors, being the single largest party, winning 75 seats that time. Did you give any kind of legitimacy to the fact that people want BJP, people want peace, people are in solidarity with what the Modi government is largely doing on the ground?
Yes.
No. I will give you the most recent example, Rahul, just 30 seconds. As recently as December 2022, not even a month back, the Modi government took the historic decision of saying that Pahadis will also be given the scheduled tribe status. Since 1991, only Gujars and Bakarwals are given the scheduled tribe status. And the Modi government said that 4% quota in government jobs will be given to Pahadis. I'll tell you why I'm pointing out this.
Yeah, get to the point.
Because more than 40 to 50% of Pahadis are Muslims, and yet the Modi government took this historic decision. And all the border areas, more than 50% of the border areas are manned by Gujars, Bakarwals and Pahadis who come from the Muslim community. But the Modi government, without looking at this from the prism of a religion angle, it went ahead and did what needed to be done and put the Pahadis on par with Gujars and Bakarwals, which had
Let
not
me
been
tell
done
you,
since
viewers,
1991. But
this is standard.
Not the Modi government.
Okay, this is standard. I agree with you. This is standard SOP, viewers. They will not only try and isolate Muslims who are standing up against Islamist terror and try to suggest that they've become co-opted in the Sanghi school, but they will also deny their history. You see, viewers, on Times Now, I come with the hard facts. Why? So that all of you watching, the Times Now family of viewers, are empowered with the truth. No one will talk about Jamila Bano, who in 1999, as a 19-year-old, assisted the army in gathering intelligence, and she shot dead a Hizbul terrorist. This all happened in 1999. She was from Duga village near Doda, and she also underwent this particular training. So Majid Haidari will try and shame all Muslims or any Muslim that speaks up for a Hindu in the valley. And that's the nub of the problem. They will celebrate those who go out there in the name of religion and kill Hindus. They will go out there, they will lead funeral processions, etc. But any Muslim who goes counterintuitive, counter-argument, counter-narrative is then isolated. Why? That's the fundamental question we need to ask. General Bakshi is raising his hand. Dr. Ranganathan, Colonel RSN are all there with us. I'll bring them in one after each other. Yes, General Bakshi.
Rahul, let me make that very pertinent point that village defense committees were established to protect vulnerable groups that were being specifically targeted. It had nothing to do with religion per se, but the fact was, as you very rightly pointed out, when you ask for Aadhaar cards to establish a particular identity and shoot them in exclusion to everybody else, then they need to be protected. Now, as far as this fact, why not to Muslims? Let me correct this gentleman. I was serving in Rajouri and Punch. I was GOC Romeo Force. The Muslim Gujars of Hill Kaka, who were specifically being targeted by the terrorists, whose women were being raped, they were armed. They were also given under the VDC scheme 303 weapons and trained. Their women, when the Gujars go up the pastures, their women are left behind. And these terrorists used to come and molest them, rape them. The women asked for training, Muslim women, and we trained them to defend themselves. So don't give me this communal crap that why to him or why not to this group or why not to that group. The identification was done based upon threat analysis, based upon which were the vulnerable and targeted groups, and they were given the bare minimal means to protect themselves. When the Muslims in Hill Kaka were being murdered, their women were being raped, when they were being tortured, they were given means to defend themselves. They were given weapons, they were trained. Here, when the Hindus are being specifically targeted, the purpose of giving these weapons was to cause an element of delay in which the security forces could rush to that spot.
That's
the
right.
sound of firing itself would draw the security forces to that place. Because you see, it's a simple mathematical ratio. You can't, you know, when I was in Kishtwar, I had 3,000 troops, I had 11,000 square kilometers to guard.
Okay, let me.
I can't put.
One second, let's open this up.
One soldier even to every square kilometer.
Mr. Hydri.
Mr. Majri, we heard you with a lot of patience. Show the same patience. Nobody interrupted you.
Okay, let me.
Why are you interrupting?
Well,
the simple fact is that you can't defend. He who defends everything defends nothing.
Yes.
You can't go to every village and defend. You will have to be selective because you don't have adequate troops.
Okay, you made a point.
All this hogwash ki the army is being made redundant, the CRPF is being made redundant is utter nonsense.
Well,
this is actually
General Bakshi, who served there on the ground, is giving you. Yes, he's giving you an overview from the perspective of an individual who served there in counter-terrorism situations. Now, I want to bring in both Dr. Ranganathan, and very quickly, I saw Lokesh Jindal raising his hand. What's your objection to this, Mr. Jindal? Earlier, the Congress was in support. Now, what's your problem?
What about the salaries and wages to the members of the BDCs? I want to ask, sir, there are 4,125 BDCs which are functional now, and last 4 years they have not been given wages. Now, is the government clear with respect to the wages they shall receive? What about their role with respect to vis-a-vis the police as well as army? The army is training them, well, fine. But then when we are talking about certain people such as SPOs, which were promised that they shall be getting 18,000 rupees per month of wage, which they have not got since last 4 years.
Do you have an ideological problem with this? Yes or no? Simple question. Before you, we'll go into the logistics, etc. later. What is your problem with this?
See, when we talk about a good enforcement law and agencies, while implemented, they deliver result. We have seen that how stone
So
pelting
the
has
Congress
reduced.
today, viewers, look at the Craven Congress. Back then in time, it had no problem. No problem, exactly. Salva Judum. No problem in setting up the Salva Judum. You see, viewers?
What I'm saying is
this is your problem. At that time, you were not thinking about army and forces morale, were you? Please,
we are
have some
upholding for the morale of the army and
consistency.
forces.
This Lokesh
What I'm saying
Jindal
is,
comes from a party
of the BDCs.
where the Prime Minister once described as Maoism as the #1 terror threat that went to the Supreme Court and used the term urban Naxals. But then viewers today does a flip and says, oh, you see, categorizing anyone as an urban Naxal is to do a disservice to dissent. Can you believe this political party views?
Rahul, where am I wrong if I'm asking for the wages for the BDCs?
That's a different question, and I've said it. But you've now also expressed an ideological disregard for this policy. So let's talk about no. Again,
to safeguard their rights as
again,
well.
flip, because I reminded you of Salva Judum. Now it's a flip. Now, 1 second. Let me bring in Dr. Ranganathan. Dr. Ranganathan, what do you make of Mr. Hydri and Lokesh Jindal's core objection on ideological grounds to this?
Rahul, let me put it very bluntly. Kashmiri Hindu has no right to live. As simple as that, especially in Kashmir. You know, you talked about terrorists coming in, barging into schools and hospitals and Hindu hamlets and inspecting Aadhaar cards. Let me also be very honest. Yes, no doubt Muslims are being killed in Kashmir, but as a collateral or as suspected to be informers, whereas Hindus are being killed just because they are Hindus, and that is why it is very disappointing and befuddling, and anger rises when someone on as high an authority as the governor says that religion has got nothing to do with it. Of course, religion has got everything to do with this. Kashmiri Hindus are being discriminated against, ethnically cleansed, killed, driven out. But Have you ever wondered why Kashmir's bubbling and ever-present communal bigotry, ethnic cleansing, terrorism, and religious fanaticism never enter the India narrative? Think about that. Why India is being called an autocracy, suppressing freedom of speech and expression and discrimination, but they never bring Kashmir in it. Because if they do, then this whole facade falls like a pack of cards, because they talk of human and religious rights. But when have you heard them speak out on the atrocities committed by Pakistan against the Ahmadiyas or the Baluchs? Leave aside the Hindu and Christian minorities. When have you ever heard them speak about against China that has interned more than 1 million Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps and is feeding them pork? When have you heard them speak out against the brutal trampling of human rights of lakhs of Dalits, Gurkhas, women, Sikhs, refugees, homosexuals in Kashmir because of 370 and 35A? But I'll tell you, when they do speak out, when their power and authority are threatened, like when Sheikh Abdullah spoke out, and I quote, "Self-determination is our right. Countries that do not support it are our enemies." Or when Farooq Abdullah spoke out, and I quote, "They want to abolish 370 and we'll remain silent. Inshallah, we will fight. We dare them." Allah would want that we gain independence from India. And when it comes to one particular dynasty you showed a clip of, Miss Mehbooba Mufti, one would be hard-pressed, honestly, to find a bigger hypocrite or a bigot. From choosing a rape accused as an election candidate, to threatening rivers of blood if 370 was abrogated, to shedding tears and mourning the death of a terrorist Wani, to saying flags other than tricolor will fly, to threatening sedition by saying, quote, "Why would a Muslim majority state want to stay with India," unquote, to wanting to introduce punishment according to Sharia law in Kashmir and death by stoning. Yes. Mehbooba Mufti has scaled all methane-spewing landfill summits, Rahul. But after a while, one gets tired of exposing them with facts and details. And so, I have, with your permission, devised a simple 30-second plan. Just ask these 3 panelists out there on our panel, turning up on any Kashmir debate as they do, these 2 simple questions that require a simple yes or no answers. Number 1, was Burhan Wani a terrorist? And number 2, did Kashmiri Hindu genocide take place? My answer to both these questions is an emphatic yes and yes. Ask these people. You might unearth many snakes tonight.
Well, let me, first of all, let's get into this. Mr. Jindal and Colonel RSN are coming in. Yes, Mr. Razak Khan, give me 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds. Mr. Jindal was furiously nodding his head from side to side when Dr. Ranganathan suggested that religion had got everything to do with the terror in Jammu and Kashmir. In other words, he disagrees that religion has anything to do with terror in Jammu and Kashmir. This gentleman comes from the same Congress party, viewers, that came up with an analogy that linked the Hindu faith to terror. So what holds you back, Mr. Jindal? What holds you back? I'm asking you, did Burhan Wani pick up the gun against this country because he was part of the Ghazwa-e-Hind project of Islamist terrorism? Simple, straightforward question to you, sir.
He was brainwashed. I mean, he was misguided.
Misguided.
And
Poor
therefore
guy.
he turned into a terrorist.
Misguided, brainwashed.
And I'm telling you, if
Note, viewers, note. Misguided and brainwashed. You see, viewers, you can be misguided when you don't have any precedent to tell you what happens when you allow bigotry to overcome you. But viewers, Burhan Wani was born 25 years after Kashmiri Hindus were driven out of that valley. He knew. Rahul, he knew the path he was taking, and he deliberately took that path.
Rahul,
now tell me, one second. Would you say, one second. Very simple question, Mr. Jindal. Mr. Jindal, you sit here and you constantly talk about Sadhvi Pragya. Sadhvi Pragya is a Hindu terrorist, you keep saying. She is cutting, the thin edge of the Hindu terror wedge. That's what you keep saying on this channel. Poor thing, she was misguided. Why are you so harsh on her? Ho jata hai, galti ho jati. Why don't you give her some amount of rehabilitation? Yes, Dr. Ranganathan is raising his hand. You have a question?
I certainly do that.
Right.
I think I was required to answer that question, Ranganathan sir. Can I answer that question, Rahul, since you have asked that to me?
Lokesh, only because... okay, go ahead.
Okay, very quickly. Very quickly.
See, Rahul, when we talk about the history, we have seen that the entire struggle was between Chaudhry Ghulam Abbas and...
Sir, don't give me this. No, hang on. Just 1 second. Just tell me that the pogrom against Kashmiri Hindus was basically because of their religion. Can you admit this here tonight? Yes, no.
See, over here, a religion is being used. Realize one political end that is being backed by Pakistan.
Oh, right.
However, when you are looking at such form of
Rahul, I need to come in.
Okay, Dr. Ranganathan wants to come in. Colonel RSN comes in right after. Yes.
Necessary and sufficient conditions.
Yeah, okay. Necessary and sufficient conditions. Yes, Dr. Ranganathan. Yeah.
Yes, no, I really need to expose this. I'm sorry I said I'm tired of, giving facts and all, but please permit me, because Lokesh has, just, I don't know, it's not that my blood is boiling, but I need to give facts, because I need to get this propaganda out of the window and, out of our minds. This thing about that in Kashmir, terrorism has got nothing to do with religion. I want to quote directly. I want to give you a glimpse into Gilani's world. Now, wouldn't you agree? And many Congress leaders, Rahul,
yes,
including Manishankar Ayyar, have actually met Gilani.
Embraced.
They were siding with Gilani. Embraced him.
Yeah.
Now, let me give you a glimpse into his world. A world of hatred for India and specifically Hindu. I am going to quote something verbatim. Quotes taken of Gilani, taken from his book, Nawaya Hurriyat. 1. India is a bigger enemy of Islam and Muslims than even Israel. 2. Muslims are a qawm wholly separate from the Hindus. Muslims are a complete separate nation on the basis of their religion, culture, civilization, customs and practices and thought. Their nationalism and their foundation of their unity cannot be based on their homeland, race, language, color or economic system. The basis of the unity is Islam and Islam alone. Kashmir must become an Islamic state. Our goal is establishment of Islamic government. I plead with the Afghan Mujahideen to come forward to help liberate us from India.
The topic of the debate. Why is he deviating so much?
Now look at this. Now look how rattled this guy is. Because I started
it's becoming looking Tokyo, talking London, sir.
No, this is not looking Tokyo, sir. It's you who is looking Tokyo and talking London. In fact, you're looking Islamabad and talking Delhi. So just let's be a little more reasonable.
I'm making a humble submission.
No, Mr. Haidari, please. You cannot. No, that's all. Don't give me all that hogwash. I'm bringing in Colonel RSN and Mr. Razak Khan. Mr. Razak Khan, by the way, viewers, let me tell you, Mr. Razak Khan, while Dr. Ranganathan was giving us hard facts, Mr. Razak Khan was laughing. He should have been boiling with anger at Gilani's words, but he was laughing.
No.
He's trivializing religious extremism, viewers, and bigotry. What else were you doing? Should I replay the tape? No, I'll replay the tape.
This is called hatred.
No, I'll replay the tape.
Hatred.
I'll replay the tape.
Venom spewing exercise.
Okay, let me replay. Let's one second. We are in 30 seconds. I'll be able to replay the clip. When Dr. Ranganathan was making a point, you were laughing. Why were you laughing? Why were you trivializing his words? Were you trivializing his words? Yes or no? Okay, 1 minute. Let me bring in 1 second. I'll bring that. No. I'll bring that clip out. 1 second. I'll bring the clip out, viewers.
Can we?
1 minute. I'm lowering your fader. I'm bringing in Colonel RSN. At least he'll make some sense tonight. And he will not, in any way, viewers, justify anything to do with what the drawing of false equivalence. He won't. Colonel RSN, I want to bring you in on this. I want you to tell me, why is an ecosystem today upset that a village defense committee is being set up in villages of Rajouri district, for example, where Hindus were targeted? They'll be at least able to pick up the gun in their self-defense. Why do you think this is happening, Colonel Saab?
Now this ecosystem, as I say, it's a typical product of transfer of power. The politicians, lawyers, judges, academic, all products of transfer of power. Both inside India, the Angrez, Gora Sahab went, and these fellows, they occupied their, the same bungalows in Luty and Delhi.
while the whole Delhi, must be shivering, they must be enjoying their sigari, both here in India and Pakistan. So this ecosystem that you saw, one gentleman, head of a, intelligence agency, I mean, he was also part of the, I've seen enough of them. I have seen enough of them, and they continue, to only, their industry has been dented, I would say, but industry has not been, demolished, that I would say. That answers your first question. The second question is that, look, the jihad is against India, not against India. It is against Hindus, the Bharatiyas. For simple example is, you drove out the Kashmiri Hindus in 90, right? But you welcome the Rohingyas. Rohingyas are there in Sujwan camp, Rohingya was there in Nagrota. And I think the government of the day should order a commission of inquiry as to who was responsible for this. Why they are not being driven out. And then you say it is not a Hindu problem. Now, lessons learned from this, in this Dangri village, Rajouri, you rightly brought out this, the brave act of Bal Kishan. And let me tell you, jihadis are basically cowards. If three rounds of ammunition could scare these fellows away into the jungles, you see how positive role the BDCs can play.
Yes.
Right. Firstly, this should not have been discontinued. You re-established it, but not only after there was lot of political agitation. They didn't do it with their heart. And my advice, sir, to Kashmiri Hindus is, look, very seriously I am telling you, you have every right to defend yourselves. Remember, a dead man does not go to a judge. He does not go to a court of law. But you have every right to defend yourself and your family and your country.
Yes.
And in this you should not be guided. You should be only guided by the past.
Well,
not by an assurance.
And here, viewers, when we talk about the past,
or a police head,
Colonel RSN, I'll tell you something.
Colonel Saab, 10 seconds.
1 second.
Rahul, may I come in, please?
Yeah, 1 second. The past, you talk about the past. I want to tell you, viewers, in this country, whether it's the courts, whether it is successive governments, they have tried to bury the past. Where, viewers, where is the special panel set up to even investigate what happened in 1990? Dr. Ranganathan, very quickly. You are raising your hand. Yes. Okay.
Yes. Very quickly, the esteemed panelist, Colonel RSN Singh. General Bakshi, can I just take 30 seconds with your permission, sir?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Heaven knows how much I respect Colonel RSN Singh. He knows it personally. How much I respect the organization he worked for. But when he talks about the ecosystem, when he talks about the past, when he talks about the snakes, when he talks about Hindus being Kashmiri Hindus specifically targeted, with due respect to him, and he's like my, elder brother, if not father figure. I want to say this on record, that last week the man who shook hands on Bharat Jodo Yatra with Rahul Gandhi was his chief, who said on record that Kashmiri Hindu genocide did not take place, that Jagmohan was relieved when Kashmiri Hindus fled from Kashmir, that more Muslims were ethnically cleansed than Hindus.
Shocking.
It pained me.
But it is true.
I totally
but it is true, viewers. It is true.
Please listen to the latest, episode that I have given on Pushpender Kulshresh's site.
I have seen.
On this man.
Let's, viewers.
Man called Dullat.
Rahul.
Yes, no, 1 second. Now, 1 second. I want to show you the two window, viewers. 1 minute, the two window. Where Razak Khan. Where 1 minute. 1 second, lower the faders. Where Razak Khan. Where Mr. Razak Khan is laughing. There you can see him, viewers, laughing on the right. On the right of the screen, he's laughing as Dr. Ranganathan is making his point. Why, Mr. Razak Khan, were you trivializing the point that Dr. Ranganathan was making? There you are, laughing away. I can put the audio up and you will know exactly what you were laughing at also. Yes, Mr. Razak Khan, on the left. I can't hear you. Yes, go ahead. Let's listen to him. Respond. Razak Khan, why were you trivializing the point that Dr. Ranganathan was making? Bataiye.
Rahul ji, let us come to the point.
No, I'm coming to the point. The point is this, viewers. The point is this. It began with Majid Haidari trivializing this by saying that we are arming Godses to go against Gandhis. Who are the Gandhis for these people? Burhan Wani, viewers. Are there Gandhis? The Gilanis are there Gandhis? What is happening in Kashmir? 1 second.
You allow me my time, I'll tell you.
No, I don't want to listen to your... No, I don't want to listen to your cockeyed... Sir, since you trivialized a very serious issue, I don't want to listen.
You give weapons to Hindus,
sir,
and you expect Muslims to keep quiet.
Sir,
you give weapons to Hindus.
Lower his fader, just spreading poison. This is the gentleman who came on this show some years back, viewers, and talked about Sartan Se Juda and legitimized it.
Sorry,
the same gentleman.
Rahul.
Yes, General Bakshi. Yes, General Bakshi.
You know, this is, you are giving weapons to Hindus. This is a very strange definition of terrorism. If Hindus, Kashmiri Hindus are killed, it is perfectly par for the course. Yeah. It is perfectly legitimate and all right as per their dispensation. You know, I served in Kishtwar. We started going in for command and control attrition. We started trying to knock out the terrorist leaders. And in response, you know what they did? They went to Tagud village, pulled out 5 Hindus, killed them.
It was shocking.
They went to Pati Mahal, pulled out Hindus from the bus, 8 of them, shot them. Then they went to Gulabgarh, you know, beyond the range of the VDCs, where the, you know, the old people go with the grandchildren, with the cattle to the pastures. They kill old, you know, ladies and old men, 80 years old.
Shocking.
Along
Disgusting
with
bigots.
Of 5, 8, 9, 10.
Disgusting bigots.
This kind of slaughter was
and we
inflicted.
still have apologists.
Then you say, why do you arm them?
We still have apologists in this country.
If the Hindus haven't fled, and if the Hindus haven't fled Kishtwar, it is because of the VDCs.
Yeah.
And it is because we took stringent action against those groups.
But Sanju Verma, very quickly, I want you to guarantee that this time there will be no logistic / administrative reasons that will lose the... Just please shut him down this... Haidari, please, don't talk in the middle. It's not right. Please, this is not the way. I'm not even addressing you. You're an apologist. You're a denier. So forget it. I don't know why we even invited him. I don't know why. Now 1 second. Sanju Verma, I just want to ask you, will these VDCs now be subjected to the bottlenecks that we saw in the previous administration? That's all I'm asking. Please empower them and put your money where your mouth is. Please.
Okay. Rahul, I'm glad you asked me that. Without beating around the bush, let me just tell you that today there are more than 4,000 VDCs, and Lokesh Jindal is right. There were vacancies that needed to be filled up with respect to VDCs in Doda district and in Kishtwar and in Ramban. But since the last 9 to 12 months, almost every vacancy has been filled up. I personally feel, and I'm sure people who are watching from the government, your channel, that an honorarium of just 4,000 rupees a month to the volunteers of VDCs is on the lower side, and I'm sure the government is looking at upping it, because a monetary incentive may not be everything, but a reasonable monetary incentive means a lot to people who are willing to stake their everything.
I appreciate the candor.
Just this one more point to say, when the Congress is on your panel, be it the unofficial or official spokespersons, come here and give a lecture to the Modi government, I find it hilarious had it not been so tragic.
Okay.
Don't forget, Rahul, please, can I take 20 seconds? I've been waiting for my turn. Please. Be it the Anantnag, this has been said ad nauseum on your debates, but since the topic is sensitive, I think it's time for me to reiterate that. Be it the Anantnag riots of 1986, the CTO blast in Srinagar in July 1988, or A.M. Watali's killing in September 1988. Who was the Prime Minister of India? It was Rajiv Gandhi. So please don't sit here and give a bhashan.
I just want
the Modi government is doing what needs to be done.
Sanju Verma ji, till you don't form a committee to look into the massacre of Kashmiri Hindus, well, I'm sorry. You are not doing enough. Number one. Number two.
5 seconds.
Yeah. Now, CAA के भी थोड़े rules आप notify कर ही लीजिए. It's been now 2.5 years. You talk about, giving refuge to this and that, Rohingya and all that. But पहले अपने जो वहाँ मर रहे हैं Hindus who are dying in Pakistan and Bangladesh, notify the rules so that they can live a life of dignity in this country. I leave it at that, viewers. I leave it at that. Okay, I leave it at that. No, forget it. You see, you're just going to spin me around and say that in the next 6 months we will have an extension and all that. Yes, yes. Sanju Verma,
Can I just take 10 seconds?
10
yes.
seconds. Chalo, 10.
Rahul, I think today on such an important debate, you also need to mention, which perhaps you have done during the course of the day, is the fact that the resistance front has been declared a banned terror outfit.
Fair enough.
And so has Sajjad Gul.
Fair enough.
He's been declared
Fair
a
enough.
terrorist.
But the LET is also banned.
The government is doing nothing.
But madam, the LET is also banned and they continue their terror. I'm only saying, empower these people, do it right, and get that CA rolled out as soon as possible. I need to move on. I really need to, because there has been a constitutional face-off in Tamil Nadu, viewers, in nearly a dozen opposition rule states. The governor and the chief minister are at loggerheads. We have witnessed incredulous exchanges in Delhi, Goa, Bengal, Kerala. But never have we witnessed a governor walk out in apparent disagreement as the chief minister was making a speech and before the national anthem is even played. This happened in Chennai, in the state assembly today. Indeed, Tamil Nadu assembly witnessed high drama today as DMK and its allies raised slogans against the state governor R.N. Ravi during his address. DMK allies have alleged that governor skipped references to Tamil Nadu and Dravidian ideology from his speech, which was prepared by the state government and ratified by the governor. The DMK MLAs also staged a walkout in protest and raised slogans such as "Long live Tamil Nadu" and "Our land is Tamil Nadu." Watch first how the governor walks out. Just watch this entire sequence and I want to open this up immediately.
படித்த பகுதி இடம்பெறாது என்னும் தீர்மானத்தையும் நான் முன்மொழிந்த தீர்மானத்தில் பேரவை ஒருமனதாக நிறைவேற்றப்பட்டுள்ளன.
Mutamil Harinar Kalainar's philosophy of though we may fall, several states including Tamil Nadu had joined the GST regime. The anticipated revenues were not realized due to the drastic fall in revenue. Mutamil Harinar Kalainar's philosophy of though we may fall, several states including Tamil Nadu had joined the GST regime. The anticipated revenues were not realized due to the drastic fall in revenue. Mutamil Harinar Kalainar's philosophy of though we may fall, several states including Tamil Nadu had joined the GST regime. The anticipated revenues.
Chief Minister Stalin moved a resolution against the governor, accusing him of not only skipping portions of the prepared text but also breaking the decorum of the assembly. The House adopted the resolution to take on record the original speech, which is prepared by the state government. The governor then walked out of the assembly in an apparent huff, even before the national anthem could be sung. DMK IT wing then tweeted the video of the governor leaving the house with the hashtag #GetOutRavi. Viewers, let's open this up. Let me ask some basic questions. Let me first begin with the DMK spokesperson, the senior spokesperson of the DMK, very respected lawyer in Tamil Nadu, Mr. A. Sarvanan. Mr. Sarvanan, good evening. Yes. I just want to ask you this. The BJP says the governor is not DMK's parrot, not honor bound to parrot everything that you want him to speak. That's what's being said. How do you respond to that charge?
So because we are not asking the governor to speak what the DMK has said. This is the address of the state government elected by the people of Tamil Nadu. By getting out of the house today, the governor has insulted the will of the people of Tamil Nadu. He has insulted the sovereignty of the house, the very house which he is supposed to guide by constitutional principles and You spoke about it. He has insulted the national anthem. Why can't he wait until the national anthem is played? Is this a governor will act, not even waiting for the national anthem to play? Is this a part? We are all aware what is the constitutional duty of the governor. The constitutional duty of the governor is to speak, is to read the address that is given to him, because that is circumscribed by Article 163. What business he has to read his own free thoughts or cut out what he does not like. He has signed. He has signed and approved the written address. Cunning and stealth does not behave well for a constitutional office. And that is what the governor is doing.
Okay, that's what the governor is doing. He's doing what he pleases. He should be led by the state government, the cabinet, etc. Let me tell you, viewers, there is precedent. Yes, 1 second, Umanandan. I'll just come out to you. You can respond. Dr. Ranganathan also waiting, and the other doctor also, Dr. Sumansi Raman. Very quickly, viewers, I just want to take you back in time. 1969, DC Pawate, Punjab governor, objected to comments critical of Congress-led centre. Then BJP chief minister agreed to a request for the removal of the objectionable parts from speeches. Dharmavira, West Bengal governor, 1969, refused to read parts critical of Congress-led centre, portions about dismissal of First United Front government. Today, viewers, the same Congress that supports the DMK is criticizing Mr. Ravi for doing exactly what some of its own appointed governors have done in the past. 83-84, Anand Prasad Sharma, West Bengal governor, differed with left government over VC's appointments. After objections, CM removed reference to the issue. So the governor was given a veto, was respected. His authority was respected in those cases. Tathagat Roy, former Tripura governor, skipped parts of the speech drafted by left government, didn't read parts on rising intolerance in demo. Now I want to ask you, Umanandan, all of this is happening currently. Since 2014, in states where the BJP is not in power, opposition governments are in power. Why is it only happening where opposition governments are in power? The governors and CMs are at each other's throats. Why?
See, first you have to understand that the governor is not a puppet of the ruling parties. And let us not talk about the tips, because the Congress-led Indira Gandhi in the center treated governors like doormats. So you cannot talk about it. Third, I want to ask, this newfound love for constitution by the DMK spokesperson, Mr. Saravanan, they are all paper tigers. They said they are burning the constitution during Indira Gandhi's time, and then they went back to say they burnt only the white paper. That was Mr. Karunanidhi, who was then the CM. So this paper tiger acts, we are all known to it. Perhaps outside Tamil Nadu they don't know. Third, the governor is not an actor. He is not reading out a dialogue from a film produced by the Dravidian parties, because they are famous for their film production. He is not here to recite the dialogues. And I would like to ask, what propriety is the newfound love for national anthem? What respect have they shown for national anthem when they forbade the singing of national anthem on so many occasions?
Umaji, two wrongs don't make a right. Miss Anandan, Miss Anandan,
so
Miss Anandan, two wrongs don't make a right.
No,
and I just want to ask you, and I want to bring in Dr. Ranganathan, okay?
And the governor is above.
Okay, above. Governors. You see, viewers, do governors only develop? 1 second. Miss Anandan says, the BJP says, that the governor is no one's vassal. He is not to do anyone's bidding. Now I can't understand, Dr. Ranganathan, do governors only develop spines? 1 minute. Do governors only develop spines in opposition rule states? What is happening here? I understand that the governor is not a parrot of the state government, but the governors that are appointed by the centre develop their spines, they stop becoming parrots when they are in opposition rule states. Is there a coincidence, Dr. Ranganath?
Rahul, very briefly, because I think the other doctor, good doctor, also has to have a say. Just very briefly, 2 points. Number one, the conduct of the MLAs, the DMK MLAs, of their outright abusing, metaphorically or by sign language or even by words, get out, governor, is absolutely appalling and condemnable, and this has to be condemned across parties, and I hope the DMK spokesperson condemns it. Number two,
you first condemn the actions of the governor.
Now, sir, did I please? This is the reason why you have
respect the sentiments of
Mr. Saravanan, he didn't interrupt you. He's got a point of view.
Condemn the actions of the
Is
governor.
he an MLA?
Two wrongs don't make a right.
Sir, it
If
is
you
fine
believe that the
condemn.
governor was wrong,
Is
you don't
conduct-
have to compound the problem by saying
His
get out
conduct-
governor. That's ridiculous also.
Is Mr. Saravanan an MLA? Because his conduct right now is entirely in keeping with what his colleagues have been doing since morning.
Sir,
So please, be quiet.
We know.
Rahul, we cannot go on like this.
follow
It's kind of ill manner.
One minute, I'm lowering everyone's status. Please stop shouting over each other. What is wrong with you guys? Please calm down. Miss Anandan and Mr. Saravanan, please, let's just not shout over each other. Let's, Dr. Ranganathan is making a point. Dr. Raman is running out of time. So Dr. Ranganathan, please make your point. Yes.
Yes, I'd already made my first point. The second brief point was, I find extremely childish this habit of following this protocol, but this habit exists, this protocol has to be followed, and this is a very colonial thing. You would see when the UK House of Parliament's open, the Queen gives the address and says, my government will do this. In India, you have the president saying, my government. So the government, the governor was duty bound, in my opinion, to follow this protocol.
Dr. Raman.
It is wrong.
Dr.
It is
Raman.
wrong that he didn't follow it.
Quickly.
Dr. Raman.
No, very quickly, Rahul. First of all, this is not the governor's address. It is the address written by the state government, delivered by the governor. I don't think Mr. R.N. Ravi understood the implications of that to the fullest extent. To go and quote examples from Congress time is not really solving this issue. It is, if governors in the Congress period did it, some governors in the BJP period are also doing the same thing, whether it is CJI Sadasivam, whether it is B.B. Harichandan in Andhra Pradesh, whether it was Jagdeep Dhankar in West Bengal. Well, that does not make it right, and that certainly does not condone the behavior of the governor today, particularly in not waiting for the national anthem at the end of the program. Whatever else could have been debated, but the issue of not waiting for the national anthem and walking out in the middle is something which does not behold the high office of the governor. I think that certainly is something that he should,
viewers, I just want to drop a thought with you at the end of the day. How is it that there are only clashes taking place between chief ministers and governors in opposition ruled states? I leave it at that, viewers. I think that in itself tells you what is exactly happening, who's crossing the Lakshman Rekha and why. I leave it at this.
Let's get it started here, you know it's game time. Ain't no excuses tolerated while you can't grind. It's like you're on the job, you know that team.
Hello everyone, ये है बजाज की नई पल्सर P150 इन केस यू वंडरिंग 150 ऑलरेडी मौजूद है तो इस P वर्जन को लाने का कारण क्या है, मतलब क्या है? सो कारण बहुत सारे हैं, डिजाइन को लेकर, फीचर्स को लेकर और कुछ हद तक परफॉर्मेंस को लेकर भी इस P वर्जन में बदलाव देखने को मिलते हैं। तो क्या है वो सारे बदलाव इस नई पल्सर P150 में, उन सभी के बारे में मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूं इस रिव्यू के अंदर। और रिव्यू के एंड में बात करेंगे 3 धासु और 3 नॉर्थ धासु एलिमेंट्स मुझे क्या लगते हैं इस बजाज पल्सर P150 के बारे में। अब डिजाइन की बात करें तो यहाँ पर जो नयापन देखने को मिल रहा है, स्पेशली ओवरऑल 150 जो पल्सर है उसके मुकाबले इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिजाइन पूरी आपको ये P150 देखने को मिलेगी, लेकिन आपको ओवरऑल जो एसेंस है डिजाइन का वो इसमें N160 वाला देखने को मिलने वाला है। फ्रंट हालांकि अलग है यहाँ पे, लेकिन अब इसमें P150 में प्रोजेक्टर हेडलैम्प्स दिए गए हैं एंड इसमें DRLs भी यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को मिलते हैं। अग्रेसिव, स्पोर्टी एंड शार्प एलिमेंट्स इसके डिजाइन में यहाँ पर देखने को मिल रहे हैं एंड साइड प्रोफाइल जो ओवरऑल है वो आपको N160 वाला ही झलक थ्रू आउट इसके साइड प्रोफाइल में देखने को मिलने वाला है। टैंक से लेकर इसके रियर पैनल्स यहाँ तक जो जाते हैं तो ओवरऑल वो लुक कुछ वैसा ही है, लेकिन अग्रेसिव और शार्प काफी ये इन टर्म्स ऑफ डिजाइन पहले के मुकाबले लग रही है। देन पल्सर की बड़ी सी ब्रांडिंग यहाँ दी गई है एंड यहाँ काउल अलग से देखने को मिल रहा है टैंक पे एंड देयर इज बेली पैन जो यहाँ पे नीचे दिया गया है, जो बॉडी कलर के हिसाब से दिया गया है एंड P150 की ब्रांडिंग यहाँ पर इसमें देखने को मिल रही है। सीट जो है इसमें स्प्लिट सीट्स आती हैं, इसमें 2 वेरिएंट हैं SD और TD एंड जो इसका स्टार्टिंग वेरिएंट है SD उसमें सिंगल सीट है, इसमें जो है जो टॉप वेरिएंट है इसका उसमें TD सीट दी गई है। दोनों वेरिएंट में जो अंतर हैं कुछ मैं बताता हूँ आपको कौन कौन से हैं। एक तो सीट का हो गया, दूसरा ये जो वर्जन है इसमें क्लिप ऑन हैंडल बार्स आते हैं थोड़ा स्पोर्टी स्टांस के लिए।
On the show tonight, viewers.
Supreme Court refused to scrap panels formed by Gujarat and Uttarakhand to bring in Uniform Civil Code. Said state has power to set up committees for matters on which they make laws. As thousands of lives continue to remain affected by the Joshimath tragedy, locals hit the streets protesting against the administration for not looking after their demands. Court will hear the plea filed by Swami Saraswati seeking immediate intervention of the top court to provide urgent relief to people of Joshimath tomorrow. 3 days after brawl in MCD House over mayor polls, AAP staged a protest against BJP outside the BJP headquarters.
इन केस आप मिलेनियन वाली जनरेशन से हैं तो आपने शायद वो गाना सुना होगा, देखा जो